I didn't realize that the wives I had rated in the game had all turned into the leaders of various copies after the bizarre descent, including the imperial principal of Deadly Silence High School, the lowly landlord of the Purgatory apartment, and even the Blood Queen of the Scarlet Pantheon. Just yesterday I accidentally picked up a game that I wanted to throw away, but the cover was too hot. Nice game. Just a bit of a handful. I blandly wiped my hands with a wet wipe. However, at night I then kept having nightmares, and the dreams were actually of the female creeps that I had rated, only in scenes I hadn't seen before. When the girls saw me, they called me affectionately husband and said they wanted to see me, hoping that I could go within their world and flirt with them. If this really went waste or not, I didn't expect that after I was startled awake, I realized that I had really come to this parallel world. Returning from my memories, I realized that there were only 5 minutes left in the preparation time, and at this time, the internet was already buzzing with discussion. How come the contestant representing Dragon Country this time hasn't come out yet? Right. Shouldn't they find a nearby police station to report as soon as possible? It can't be a newcomer, right? Even this common sense do not understand. Our Dragon Country 3 times in a row have failed. Cannot come to a senior point of the thriller players. Not to seek perfect pass. At least can survive to the end. The death rate is close to 90%. The difficulty is really not low. The official live broadcasting room of the Dragon Kingdom had been flooded with hundreds of millions of viewers, all discussing it passionately. And at this time, the top management of the Dragon Kingdom was also paying close attention to this matter. Looking at the big screen, a middle-aged man with a serious expression asked the person behind him, "No one has reported yet?" The youth in the back wearing glasses was a little anxious. Police departments around the world have not received information about the participants. It cannot be that people in remote areas have been selected, and cannot arrive for a while. It does not matter. The big deal is to die. Maybe after death can go back to accompany my wives. In this world for a period of time. I am still very clear about the degree of danger within the thriller game, and do not think that I am in the case of no golden finger to pass alive. 5 minutes passed. A blur of emptiness came over me, and then I was flooded by the raging blood. My consciousness gradually blurred, and by the time I came to my senses again, the scene in front of me was very different. Welcome to Dead Silence High School. Copy. Number of people, 25. Main mission, survive 30 days on campus. Side mission, no hints. Need to unlock on your own. Mission rewards will be settled after clearance. The better the performance, the more generous the rewards. Under the gray sky, a huge campus appeared in front of the eyes, and on the plaque on one side, the words Deadly Silence High School were written and twisted in crazy red blood, which was creepy to look at. Is this the place within the thriller game? Looking around, there were more than 20 people standing around me, with all kinds of genders, ages, and skin colors, seemingly participants from other countries. At this moment, they are all looking at the campus in front of them. Their complexions are all a bit ironic. Damn it! How did they get sorted into this copy? I can't fix it. It's actually a Class B copy. Damn it! I'm still a newbie. How did I get assigned here? Live outside the countries of the audience is also alarmed. So look down. We were assigned to the highest difficulty of the copy. Then this half a year of copies added up to more horrible. Dead Silence High School is afraid that thousands of people have already died here. Right? Our dragon player still seems to be a newcomer. This is even more hopeless. Wearing good rags will not be a beggar. Just when I was at a loss. Ding! Detected that the principal of Deadly Silence High School, Xiao Mingxue, has been in love with you for a long time. The love value is added to 100, which is automatically converted into 100 points of geeky value. Xiao Mingxue. I was a bit surprised. Wasn't this a character within that unknown game? My first raider was the beautiful principal of Sunshine High School, also named Xiao Mingxue. Was it just a coincidence? It just so happens to be the same name. Day. Right at this moment, the sound of crisp high-heeled shoes came, and the crowd looked in search of the sound, but they saw a tall and graceful silhouette slowly walk out from within the school gates. All give me quiet. Bugs who don't know the rules. Loud noises are prohibited on campus. The cold and sexy imperial voice exploded in the ears of the crowd, scaring them into instant silence. A mature woman wearing a sexy professional outfit and a small hip-hugging short skirt stood in front of the school door, looking at the crowd with contempt and evil in her eyes. The woman's appearance was gorgeous, with a small mole in her mouth, and her body was extraordinarily plump in front of her, feeling like it was about to open up her professional outfit. In her hand, she held a thick and long leather whip, which was full of barbs and carried a bit of blood. After the woman appeared, the pop-up screen exploded. Some of the players who had known about this copy in advance were trembling at the moment, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. The woman swept a circle and saw the crowd cowering, which gave her a bit of a good look. Everyone has arrived, and the following will be me handing out jobs to you. I am Yen Bingyu, the teaching director of Dead Silence High School. You have 10 identities to choose from. The content and pay of different jobs are different. The wages are issued every day when the sun rises, if you can live to receive it. As soon as the woman's words fell, someone couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, "May I ask what identities are available to choose from?" Before she could finish her words, followed by a stroke in front of his eyes, the whip with sharp barbs was thrown at his face. "I don't want anyone to hit the assertion when I speak." Yen Bingyu's slightly morose voice came and snapped. Oops. The whip heavily lashed at the face of that questioner, and in an instant, a large piece of flesh was torn off by the barbs on the whip, dripping with blood. That person instantly covered his face and fell to the ground, screaming and rolling all over the place, watching the man's agonizing wails. A touch of perverted pleasure grew on the woman's cold and indifferent face, and a color of cruelty flashed across her blood-red eyes, but it was instantly suppressed by her. The other people were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe a bit quietly away from that person. Their bodies were tense, afraid that they would provoke the other party. It looks like they are new and don't know the rules. Hey, this group of creepy is really hard to serve. No wonder the death rate is so high. This is the cruelty of the thriller world. The slightest carelessness will be attacked by the bizarre. The weak human can only walk on thin ice here. Difficult to move forward. The woman's indifferent eyes scanned the circle, then pontificated and continued to talk about the rules. I quietly surveyed the other party at this time, and obtained the other party's identity information through the eye of the dead. Name: Yen Bingyu. Identity: Director of Instruction at Deadly Silence High School. Race: Lich Ghost. Rank: Calamity level higher. Favorability: 20. Belongs to the degree of just sweeping through and forgetting. This does not look not know. I did not expect that the Eye of the Necropolis can actually obtain so much powerful information. The following begins the distribution of work. You do not have the right to refuse, Yen Bingyu coldly said. Then she began to arrange positions one by one. The small day country was arranged as a security guard. The work of the security guard at the door is relatively easy. The survival rate is in the front. Our Sakura country has a lot of hope this time. Cherry Blossom Country's live broadcast room immediately cheered, and Stick Country was the toilet cleaner. When Yen Bingyu asked in a cold voice to the beautiful country, "MS, my name is William," the player from the beautiful country said in a flat tone. His demeanor was full of confidence, and he seemed to be very sure of himself. "Very well, then you go." Yen Bingyu nodded. Before he finished, William suddenly said, "Lady, I pretty country admire the lady's gallantry for a long time. Specially asked me to send the lady a gift." Saying that, William pulled out a small box from his pocket and opened it before Yen Bingyu could get angry, revealing the items inside. Yen Bingyu heard subconsciously look to the box. Inside, a small ancient ring quietly lying inside. Ancient ring set with a blood-red gemstone. Look will be worth a lot. Yen Bingyu was stunned. Dangerous grade prop blood plundering ancient ring. Worth 2 million thrill coins. Obviously she recognized the value of this item. Only such a treasure could be worthy of a young girl's stunning beauty. William raised his head rather confidently. He believed that Yen Bingyu would not refuse. Hey, have a heart. Then you will go to the data room to be responsible for printing information. A daily salary of 1,000 thrill coins. Yen Bingyu did not move to take the box, said faintly. William was overjoyed. The work of the data room is considered the best occupation of this copy. Not only is it safe and easy, the salary is also not expensive. As long as you live, safe passage is not a problem. His first priority now is to seek stability and complete the main mission. So despicable actually with gifts. This is called tactics. You know what the hell. Capable of also come up with 2 million. The audience in Pretty Country all cheered. This is stable. The other players saw William's approach and called out that they had learned. So they began to follow suit. Just at this moment, the audience of the Dragon Country couldn't help but get nervous. And they didn't know if our players were prepared. Do not send gifts afraid to be divided into the worst occupation. Right. Want to pass the level is as difficult as heaven. However, all of this I am blissfully unaware of. At this moment, immersed in the system. Do you spend 100 Gue Chi value to draw Gue occupation? There's no way out. I'm so weak right now. I can only rely on the system to help me pass the level and draw a good profession to help me survive. Yes. As I was in the middle of the extraction process, a dial appeared in front of my eyes that only I could see. The The dial's pointer kept turning, then gradually slowed down, and finally settled on a spot. Congratulations to the host who has drawn the occupation of trickster teacher. Occupation, trick teacher, elementary. All of a sudden, my mind immediately more a large amount of knowledge. Most of them are all kinds of theoretical knowledge within the thriller world. These are all the trick teacher must. Taking advantage of this period of time, soon Yenbingyu arranged jobs for most of the contestants. Then he placed his eyes on me. Feeling the gaze, I took the lead and said, "Ma'am, can I choose the profession of teacher?" At those words, Yenbingyu, who was originally a bit angry because Lin Feng was not following the rules, could not help but freeze. Then his bloodshot eyes began to look me up and down. The other players who heard what I said also turned their gazes towards me, only they were mixed with mockery, disbelief, gloating, and some of them even laughed out loud. This Dragon Country person is afraid that his brain is broken. The profession of trick teacher also dares to actively choose. Ha ha ha. Doesn't he know that within the Deadly Silence High School replica, the trick teacher is the only profession that has a 100% mortality rate? This time, Dragon Country is afraid to go out early again. So look at it. We players to pick the shit is quite good. The audience of other countries immediately laughed into a ball. While the Dragon Country's live broadcast room is silent, the audience is even more like a dead mother. Finished. Meta will not play. A novice does not understand do not play blindly good? Also involve us behind the scene. Really bad luck. Do not want to see. Despite the fact that the trick teacher has the most salary, and the probability of triggering the side quest is also very large, but he, as the profession that has the most contact with the trick, will be killed by the trick if he is not careful. Therefore, apart from the rash or fools, those who had a little knowledge of this copy did not want to be picked to become a teacher. As a result, I actually took the initiative to choose it. They really didn't expect it. Pretty Country's William hid in the corner and sneered, looking like he had one less opponent. Spinning around, he stopped focusing on Lin Feng. You actually want to go to be a teacher? Really bold. Yenbingyu cast a playful gaze over. Who gave you the courage? What's the problem? Lin Feng asked through gritted teeth. For a moment, Yenbingyu withdrew the pressure around him and returned to normal. Nothing. Do a good job. Yenbingyu's favorability towards you is added 20, which translates into 20 points of Gu Chi value. Yenbingyu once again walked towards the next person. I am a little unclear. How just hear their name? The other side also add favorability it? However, this doubt I also dare not ask out. Finally, Yenbingyu will complete all the work distribution. The work is explained to you, and so on into the school to make preparations. I hope to see you tomorrow. Principal, there is still a week to come back. You better be peaceful. The crowd nodded in unison. I was a little disappointed. I still wanted to see the real face of this Xiaoming Xue. It seems that I have to wait for a while. Waiting for the crowd to enter inside the school, Yenbingyu, who was standing at the door, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Principal, the person you are looking for has appeared. Somewhere thousands of miles away from Dead Silence High School, there was a gathering of bigwigs here at the moment. Everyone here is a famous party of weird Big Brother, each exudes a horrible aura. Anyone who sees it must be scared on the spot to kneel on the ground. Among the bazaar, a woman's temperament is particularly dusty, just like the white lotus blooming in the filthy sludge, cold and noble, unrivaled. With those other crooked-looking bazaar has a sharp contrast. From time to time, there were greedy and stunning gazes thrown around, but they only sneaked a few glances and didn't dare to stay too long. This is the end of today's meeting. Thank you all for your participation. As soon as the host's words fell, the woman stood up on her own and turned to leave, leaving behind a beautiful back. Tisk, is she the principal of Dead Silence High School? What an iceberg beauty. I wonder how one can conquer such a woman. How dare you think, if she knew she could pull out your thing and shove it into your appendix. That's kinda exciting to think about, and I'd like to try it even more if you say so. The other bizarre whispers in the surroundings discussed this bizarre woman with great strength and a stunningly beautiful face. However, Xiao Meishue did not care much about these remarks. Led by the ghoul attendant, she returned to her luxurious suite. After closing the door, her originally cold and frosty pretty face suddenly changed. Hey, this kind of shitty meeting actually has to be held for 7 more days, it's really troublesome. Xiao Meishue directly flung herself into the bedroom's large silk bed, her face full of displeasure. I also don't know what the kissing husband is doing right now. Obviously promised to come and find people before. But in the end, the person ran out of sight. Xiao Meishue raised her mouth and muttered, but her mind was filled with Lin Feng's figure. Thinking about it, Xiao Meishue's breathing became rapid and her hands began to be unsteady. She was planning to relieve the thoughts in her heart, when her cell phone suddenly rang. Her excitement being interrupted, Xiao Meishua's face immediately flashed with dissatisfaction. Roughly picking up the cell phone, her tone also resumed its clear and cold state. Director Yen, you better have something extremely important. On the other end of the phone, Yen Bingyu's voice came out, Headmaster, the person you're looking for has appeared. The young man named Lin Feng is among the humans who just entered today. At those words, Xiao Meishua's fire suddenly subsided by half. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Are you sure he's called Lin Feng? Sure, but I just don't know if it's the same Lin Feng that you're looking for, Lord Headmaster. Yen Bingyu said in an uncertain tone. Xiao Meishua's eyes flickered, then she said, I'll go back as soon as possible, in the meantime you have to make sure that he's safe, there's no room for error. Okay, Principal. Yen Bingyu instantly responded. The phone hung up. Xiao Meishua's mood couldn't be calmed for a long time. Lin Feng husband. He came to see me. I knew he had me in his heart. Xiao Meishua's heart was like an arrow at the moment. She couldn't wait to run back immediately. It was just that this matter was not too realistic. She still had to stay for a while. Suppressing the impatience and excitement in her heart, Xiao Meishua lay down on the bed again. The excitement is back. This time it seemed to be even stronger. Lin Feng was still unaware of the conversation between Yen Bingyu and Xiao Meishua. At the moment, he followed the flow of people into the interior of Dead Silence High School. Dead Silence High School covered a large area and had several school buildings that could accommodate thousands of students. That meant they would have to face thousands of shenanigans every day for a month. This kind of pressure could be imagined. The slightest carelessness could result in being torn to pieces by the bizarre students. Follow the guidelines and all return to your positions as soon as possible. The students will be here soon. Yen Bingyu came at this time and said sternly. Upon hearing this, the many players hurriedly dispersed, each going to their assigned posts. Lin Feng followed the instructions and headed to the teacher's office. A raw face I haven't seen before. Wait, you're human. Lin Feng had just stepped inside the office when he was spotted by a weird female teacher. The female teacher with long dark green hair and miserable white skin was seen, her pupils standing up like snakes, staring straight at Lin Feng. Its lower body, moreover, didn't have legs, but a snake tail covered in scales. Name, Shauna. Identity, teacher at Deadly Silence High School. Race, snake girl. Rank, dangerous level medium. Favorability, 0. Weaknesses, the thick, hard snake tail may seem like an offensive weapon, but a certain part of the body is particularly sensitive, and attacking it will have unexpected effects. Shauna's exclamation of surprise drew the attention of the other teachers in the office. At the moment, there were only a few female creepy teachers left in the office, and they all cast their gazes over at the words. Lin Feng instantly felt like he was under pressure. But fortunately, having the professional status of a creepy teacher eased him a lot. Adjusting his mindset, Lin Feng spoke graciously. Hello sisters, I'm the new Guile teacher. I'll be working with you all in the future, so please bear with me if there are any shortcomings. At those words, the gazes of the many female Guile looking at Lin Feng changed by a few points and became green. Lin Feng's looks were considered handsome, plus his human identity. Coming here was like the Tang monk entering the Daughter Kingdom. Little brother is polite. Sister is not good at anything else, but she is best at containing. At this moment, Shauna came back to her senses and revealed a seductive smile, twisting her slender and agile waist towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng instantly felt a touch of fresh fragrance coming from the tip of his nose, giving him a tingling sensation. My name is Shauna, what's my little brother's name? Shauna opened her cherry mouth, her snake-like tongue poked out and gently rubbed over Lin Feng's face. My name is Lin Feng. At this time, the other female creeps all came over and looked Lin Feng up and down. Some of the bold ones had even already used their hands, tongues and feet to grope around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng didn't dare to resist, nor did he have the strength to do so he could only let them move their hands and feet. Since he couldn't refuse, he had to enjoy it. Little brother has a lot of courage. It's been a while since a human shows a trick teacher. That's right, sisters are so boring. Little brother, don't be afraid. We don't want to eat you just yet. Do you want to come to your sister's room at night? My sister will teach you some experience as a trickster teacher. Shauna's favor value towards you plus 40, converted into 40 points of trickster chi value. Li Bingbing's favor value towards you is plus 35, transforming into 35 points of guile chi value. Lin Feng struggled to get a short breath from the crevice, his hands gripping his pants tightly. Big sister, you guys are talking, don't strip my pants. Damn it, actually treating my Dragon Kingdom's players so roughly, let me go suffer for Lin Feng. Suddenly it feels like there's nothing wrong with trick teachers. I'm not greedy for beauty, I just want to miss high school life. The pop-up screen burst into envy. This kid Lin Feng was really lucky. What are you guys doing? All go back. Just as Lin Feng was suffering from beauty, Yen Bingyu's voice came from the back. Yen Bingyu stood in the doorway with a whip in one hand and one hand crossed. The crowd of bizarre teachers seemed to be afraid of her and hurriedly let go of Lin Feng, each running back. Lin Feng was able to be rescued. There was just some feeling of unfulfillment. After such a mess, these female bazaar teachers had all gained a lot of favorability towards him, and their bazaar chi value had directly come to 300 points. It wasn't really a loss. Yan Bingyu gazed at Lin Feng. Don't worry, as long as you don't break the rules, Creepy won't just eat you. Those before were just some isolated cases. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth involuntarily twitched. 100% death cases, you know how to comfort people. For this month in the future, you'll be the homeroom teacher of the second year class 3, I'll give you the job description later. Yan Bingyu said. You can come and ask me if you don't understand anything, my office is upstairs. Okay, director. Lin Feng said with his mouth, but in his heart he felt strange. Why did it feel like this Yan Bingyu was suddenly a bit nicer to talk to? This tricky teacher wasn't as dangerous as imagined. Without waiting for Lin Feng to think too much, Yan Bingyu left directly with an elegant stride. As she left, the air pressure in the office returned to normal. Well, that old hag is finally gone. Shana let out a long breath, then smiled and said to Lin Feng, little brother, my sister is usually in the next class. If those little creeps want to kill you, they can run to sister. Thank you sis, you're so nice. Lin Feng wasn't polite. After familiarizing himself with the work, it was soon time for school to start as well. One after another, students walked onto the campus. Both the players and the audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but hold their breath. The next thing was when the replicas officially began. Creepy students flooded into the school like locusts crossing the border. The two players from other countries wearing security uniforms at the entrance were currently in a cold sweat behind their backs, too scared to move. This was the first time they had come into contact with so many weirdness. Such a large number of weirdness gathered together, making them feel that the air around them had gotten a few degrees colder, and the sky had become dim. Damn, they're looking over. Soon enough, some weird students noticed them and cast their gazes over. Humans. I seem to smell humans. Jejie, it seems like a new human has come. This is another mouthful. Those two guys haven't been seen before, they can't be the new humans. A few bold bazaar students even came to the front and looked up and down at the two. Looking at a few white and hideous faces loitering in front of their eyes, the two were immediately scared to the point that their legs and stomachs trembled. Hey, your arms are pretty thick, they must be pretty chewy. Ha 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 ha, the most delicious part of a human is still the internal organs. The audience behind the two of them were in a cold sweat for them, fearing that they would upset the other party and be eaten alive on the spot. It was a good thing that the bell rang at this moment. The several bazaar students took their attention back and quickened their pace to the classroom. On their way out, they also looked at the two with a slightly regretful gaze. Watching all of the students enter the school, the two instantly paralyzed on the ground. This is considered surviving. Lin Feng had obtained all sorts of information about the second year class 3 from Yan Bingyu. This class was considered the prick of the entire Dead Silence High School. It was quite difficult to teach, and had already pissed off 4 or 5 teachers, and the human teachers who came to teach were even more miserable, barely surviving more than 3 days. Whether it was Yan Bingyu or the audience watching the live broadcast, neither of them looked favorably on Lin Feng. Yan Bingyu had wanted to take this opportunity to make Lin Feng back down and plead with her. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was quite confident in himself and agreed straight away. Although this group of bazaar students were rather brutal, their strength was generally average, and the junior bazaar teachers were perfectly capable of dealing with them. The big deal was to just run away and go next door to find Sister Snake Woman for help. Soon, Lin Feng found the location of the second year third class. Even though it was far away, he was able to hear the cacophonous noise coming from inside. The ringing of the class bell still couldn't be drowned out. I believe that any teacher wouldn't want to hear their students making such a racket. Lin Feng was expressionless and walked into the classroom unhurriedly. As he walked into the classroom, the noise disappeared in a flash. The gazes of all the creepy students turned to Lin Feng in unison. This kind of frightening image would probably have scared the piss out of an ordinary person. But Lin Feng had the weird teacher profession in place and was already mostly immune to this kind of intimidation. He only saw him ignoring these gazes of either curiosity or greed, and wrote 2 large words on the blackboard. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Feng. For the next month, I'll be the homeroom teacher of your class. You guys can call me Teacher Lin. Lin Feng looked around and said in a deep voice. When the crowd of weird students saw this, they couldn't help but be a little stunned. Lin Feng's reaction had taken them by surprise. This was a bit too calm, wasn't it? The audience couldn't help but admire Lin Feng's courage as well. Should I say no? Lin Feng is really bold. If I were me I wouldn't dare to enter the door at all. Maybe he's really sure of himself. Hee, what's the use of being bold? This group of creeps won't let him off just because he's bold. As expected, the crowd of weirdos only froze for a short while before recovering and continuing to make noise. It was obvious that they didn't put Lin Feng in their eyes. Oof, bluffing, I was almost bluffed by you. At this moment, a bazaar student stood up, his black and red eyes staring straight at Lin Feng, revealing a hideous smile. his sharp teeth flashing with a sharp chill. Lin Feng, what qualifications do you have as a human to teach us? Advise you to roll down and kowtow to this lord might let you live a few more days. The other bazaar teasingly looked at Lin Feng, obviously looking forward to how Lin Feng would respond. Lin Feng's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at this not-so-young but extraordinarily arrogant bazaar student. Name, Wang Xiaoqiang. Identity, student of Deadly Silence High School. Race, Een Soul. Rank, Wandering Soul Level Middle Stage. Favorability, 0. Weakness, long-time one-armed movement leads to an imbalance in the strength of his arms. His right arm is exceptionally powerful while his left arm is very weak. Just be alert to the attacks of his right arm. Note, Wang Xiaoqiang comes from a single-parent family and has lost his father's love since childhood. His character is extraordinarily sensitive and rebellious. Don't mention his family's affairs or you will provoke the other party. Soon, the opponent's information was reflected in Lin Feng's eyes. Traveling Soul Level Middle Stage. It's barely manageable. Lin Feng was also trying to find an unlucky guy to stand up for himself, and this guy jumped out at him. He knew that when dealing with these prickly students, being tolerant would only make them intensify. One must establish their authority at the very beginning, especially since they were still bizarre and needed to be even tougher compared to ordinary humans in order to do so. Lin Feng smiled calmly and said slowly, "Your name is Wang Xiaoqiang, right? How dare you talk to a teacher like that? Really no big deal. Call your father to come to school this afternoon." "Hey, sorry, I forgot that you don't have a dad." At those words, the entire classroom suddenly fell into a deathly silence. All the bazaar looked at Lin Feng with incredulous gazes. They didn't expect that Lin Feng, a mere human, instead of being afraid, would speak out and provoke Wang Xiaoqiang. This was too much guts, wasn't it? Not only the bazaar students present, the live broadcast room exploded. The Dragon Country audience was wailing. This Lin Feng really doesn't have a brain. He actually dares to provoke the other party. Is he really afraid of not dying fast enough? It's over, Dragon Country is going to fail again, or be the first one to be eliminated. The spectators of the other countries were overjoyed. They already had a premonition of the image of Lin Feng's tragic death. The top management of the Dragon Kingdom was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but there was nothing they could do about Lin Feng's death-defying behavior. All they could do was sigh. Wang Xiaoqiang was first stunned and didn't even react for a moment. Immediately, he became furious, his pale face instantly colored with blood, his body's weird chi surged, and his furious gaze stared at Lin Feng. Wang Xiaoqiang's anger value towards you is plus 50, converted into 50 points of guile chi value. Bastard, you seek death. Immediately, Wang Xiaoqiang shouted violently and swung his right arm about to hit Lin Feng. Unsurprisingly, Wang Xiaoqiang's right arm was really very thick and sinewy. If it were to hit a person, it wouldn't be bruised in purple, east and west. The other weird students were either excited, expecting Lin Feng to be beaten to pieces, or they were pitying and couldn't bear to see it. But Lin Feng remained very calm. Might of the Grandmaster. Lin Feng immediately activated the ability of the tricky teacher. At that moment, Lin Feng's aura around him suddenly changed. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire classroom, and all the trickster students were all encompassed. Their gazes towards Lin Feng changed by a few points, and a trace of fear suddenly rose in their hearts. Similarly, Wang Xiaoqiang also felt the pressure on Lin Feng. A strong feeling of remorse and retreat surged in his heart, and Lin Feng became inviolable in his eyes. This was the natural suppression of a teacher over a student. So Wang Xiaoqiang's fists involuntarily reduced their force. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng's figure violently flashed to the left, easily dodging Wang Xiaoqiang's punch. At the same time, he performed the virtue to conquer. Slap! Lin Feng's slap directly hit Wang Xiaoqiang's left arm. A heavy force came at once and intense pain traveled along Wang Xiaoqiang's left arm throughout his body. Ah! Wang Xiaoqiang immediately screamed out in misery. His figure staggered several steps from the blow. In theory, being weird, it was difficult for human attacks to have an effect on them, let alone cause them to feel pain. However, a slap from Lin Feng, an ordinary human, caused him to bare his teeth in pain. Wang Xiaoqiang's fear value of you is plus 40, converted into 40 points of creepy chi value. It's against you, as a student you actually dare to hit your teacher. Today I'll teach you what it means to honor your teacher. Saying that, Lin Feng didn't wait for Wang Xiaoqiang to react before he hit him with a few more slaps. It hit Wang Xiaoqiang's left arm heavily. Instantly, his left arm swelled up with the naked eye and became as thick as his right arm. Don't hit, don't hit. I know I'm wrong, Teacher Lin. For some reason, Wang Xiaoqiang couldn't raise any desire to resist in his heart when he faced Lin Feng. All that could be done was to beg for forgiveness. Wang Xiaoqiang's respect value for you is plus 30, converted into 30 points of Gui Chi value. Li Li's respect for you is plus 25, converted into 25 points of Sneaky Chi. Lu Xiaoming's respect value to you is plus 50, transforming into 50 points of Gui Chi value. The entire class did not expect it to end this way. Wang Xiaochang's strength was considered to be at the top of the list in their spot, and he was used to being a bully on weekdays. He didn't expect that today he would actually be beaten by a human and beg for mercy. Respect for Lin Feng immediately surged in their hearts. In a flash, Lin Feng directly harvested nearly 1,000 points of Guile Chi value. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Lin Feng also stopped attacking. As a teacher, you had to have teacher ethics. You couldn't just physically punish students. Cough, no, you're wrong? Teacher Lin, I won't dare again. Wang Xiaochang said when he saw that Lin Feng had stopped attacking. Teacher also wants to apologize to you. I shouldn't have revealed your scars. Lin Feng said in a slightly apologetic tone. Wang Xiaochang's favorability towards you plus 20, converted into 20 points of Guiqi value. Let your mom come over tomorrow, I want to talk to her alone. Lin Feng continued. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaochang was a bit anxious, tears were coming out of his eyes and his tone was pleading. Teacher Lin, why don't you go ahead and beat me? Can you not call my mom over? I'm afraid to make her sad. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. He couldn't see that such a ferocious Wang Xiaochang was actually a great filial son. Solely also save some trouble. Lin Feng also no longer care about anything. It won't happen again. Wang Xiaochang was overjoyed at his words and thanked him repeatedly. His favorability towards Lin Feng increased by more than 20 points. When Wang Xiaochang returned to his seat, the scene was suddenly different. The gazes of all the weird students in the entire second-year class 3 who were looking at Lin Feng changed. There was no longer any contempt because of Lin Feng's human status. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The progress was still quite smooth. Any other students have opinions? Any comments can be made. Teacher is very hands-on. Lin Feng looked around and asked. No one dared to speak up. Seeing this, Lin Feng started his first class. After watching Lin Feng do this, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned into silence. Crap, Lin Feng is actually this powerful? Isn't this his first time entering the thriller game? Why is he playing with no temper at all in thriller? Can it be that Lin Feng has awakened the creepy profession? Isn't that something that only senior players awaken? Ha, where are the people who sang the praises of Dragon Kingdom just now? Where did they all go? Lin Feng's outstanding performance had boosted the confidence of the Dragon Country's audience. The audiences of the other countries were silent. They really hadn't expected that Lin Feng was actually this powerful. With the status of a trick teacher, Lin Feng's teaching was exceptionally smooth. Apart from the slight discomfort at the beginning, the more he spoke later, the more fluent he became. The knowledge of the tricky teaching was very clear in his mind. Things such as the 36 ways of cooking human flesh, teaching the fastest dismemberment and the changes in flesh quality after a shock, and so on. Listening to these bizarre students froze. Finally, a class was successfully completed and the bell rang for the end of the class. The many creepy students were still immersed in the sea of knowledge, unable to extricate themselves. Alright classmates, today's class will end here. Thank you teacher. Teacher Lin, your lecture was really good. Teacher Lin, there's still some things I don't understand. Can I teach with people in secret? Lin Feng once again harvested 500 points of Guile Chi value. At the same time the first side mission was completed. Side quest completed, rewarded with 2,000 experience, 30,000 thrill coins. Finished. I didn't expect the new toy to be so faint. I hope Lin Feng didn't have an accident, or my career will be ruined. Inside the corridor of the teaching building, Yan Bingyu stepped on her slender legs in a hurry. A few more points of anxiety were rarely seen on her cold face as she walked straight to the third class of the second year. At this moment, her clothes were a bit messy, and her face still had an unfading flush. She was afraid that if she didn't pay attention, Lin Feng would be eaten up by the many weird students. When Xiaomei Xue came back at that time, she wouldn't have a good time. Ding bell. The bell rang. Noisy noises also appeared in front of them, and the source of the sound was precisely from the third class of the second year. There won't really be an accident. Yan Bingyu's heart thumped as she hurried over. But he saw Lin Feng walking out of the classroom surrounded by a bunch of weird students. Looking at such a harmonious scene of teacher-student harmony, even if Yan Bingyu had seen a lot, she couldn't help but be a little surprised and wondered if she had been mistaken. Ha! Director Yan, why are you here? Lin Feng noticed Yan Bingyu walking towards him and subconsciously greeted him. When the bizarre students saw Yan Bingyu, they all revealed a look of horror, and the original noisy movement instantly disappeared. The crowd of Bazaar seemed to be afraid of Yan Bingyu and ran back inside the classroom. Upon hearing this, Yan Bingyu came back to her senses and immediately slapped her face and said flatly, "It's nothing, turn around in all directions, I'm the one who didn't come to see you specifically." Oh, so Lin Feng didn't say much. In his heart, he was also afraid of this woman in front of him. With his current strength, it was barely enough to deal with ordinary students. But facing a big creep like Yan Bingyu, it still wasn't enough. Teacher Lin is very experienced, just started work and was able to mingle with the students. Yan Bingyu looked at Lin Feng with interest. Previously, she had thought that this human was out of his depth, but now she saw that he seemed to have some skills. Could it be that he was really the one the principal was looking for? Lin Feng smiled. Casually and perfunctorily, he said, it's still the students who are willing to cooperate with me, that's why it went so smoothly. With that, one person and one bizarrely polite sentence, Lin Feng made an excuse and ran away. Yan Bingyu looked at Lin Feng's back, his eyes rippled with an indescribable emotion. After one class, Lin Feng didn't have anything else to do and directly returned inside the office. Shana was lazily lying on her desk, her body being casually squeezed into a flattened shape in front of her. When she saw Lin Feng come back, she immediately sat up and stretched, her sexy curves perfectly displayed. She came up to Lin Feng and teased, little brother, how do you feel on your first day at work? It's okay, the students are quite well behaved. Lin Feng said casually. I can't believe there's no missing arms or legs, it's already great. Ugh. Shana looked Lin Feng up and down and said sincerely. Lin Feng was then molested by Shana some more before she returned to her position with satisfaction. Lin Feng was idle and started checking out his panel. After completing the side quest, he had gained 2,000 experience points. The level had directly reached level 5. Within the thriller world, levels were tied to strength. The higher the level, the stronger the physical quality and spirit would be. It would also be possible to defeat even more powerful creeps. Lin Feng clearly felt that he had gotten a strong boost in both strength and speed. He was also a little less intimidated when facing Yan Bingyu, even though there was still a big difference in their strength. Player, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Level, 5, 500/600. Thrill coin, 30,000. Thrill chi value, 2018. Props, none. Occupation, action game master player, junior trickster teacher. Skills, necrotic eye, patriarch smite, convince by virtue. After checking the panel, Lin Feng realized that he had saved so much of his trickster chi value in just the past day. It's time to upgrade the guile teacher profession. Upgrading from primary trickster teacher to intermediate trickster teacher would cost 1,000 points of trickster chi value. After upgrading, you would be able to acquire new skills. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and chose to spend 1,000 points of guile chi value to upgrade his profession. Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade and becoming an intermediate guile teacher. Acquiring a new skill, preaching and teaching. Preaching and teaching, as a trickster teacher, you can teach knowledge to the trickster and help the trickster improve his strength. Skills patriarchs might and convincing by virtue gain reinforcement. Unlocking a new branch quest, help the second year class 3 improve their strength and raise the class ranking in the exam in 5 days. Reward, 5,000 experience points, 100,000 creepy coins. After upgrading his profession, Lin Feng instantly felt that his entire body was incredibly relieved and his entire being was refreshed. Shana, who was sitting not far away and peeking at Lin Feng from time to time, suddenly had a tremor in her body. She sensed that something major had changed in Lin Feng and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points when she looked at him. What's going on? Why does it feel like the image of my little brother has become so tall? It gives me an inexplicable urge. So much that I want to wrap my tail around him and... The latter image couldn't help but surface in Shana's mind, causing her cheeks to blush. The sexy waist was involuntarily twisting. Shana, what's wrong with you? The other creepy teachers on the side noticed Shana's strange appearance and asked with concern. Shana panicked. I'm going to the restroom. Saying that, Shana twisted her snake tail and ran out of the office. The originator, Lin Feng, didn't notice this in the slightest. At the moment, he was still immersed in the joy of his increased strength. There's still 1,000 bizarre values. Lin Feng decided to save it first and use it later when he needed it. Soon the time came to noon and it was mealtime. Lin Feng walked in the direction of the cafeteria. Along the way numerous bizarre students noticed Lin Feng, but after reaching intermediate level bizarre teacher, Lin Feng had an invisible air pressure around him. It made even these bizarre students not dare to find trouble with him. The numerous bizarre students obviously knew about the human contestants, and they were all very excited. Just now, a human was ungrateful and messed with a third-year senior, and had a hand ripped off alive. That scene was so exciting. Ha, I heard that 2 other humans were executed. I'll have another mouthful at noon today. What? Didn't say so earlier. Hurry up, you won't be able to grab it later. Listening to the conversations of some weird students, Lin Feng's heart chilled. It looked like there were already players who had suffered. It was worthy of being a thriller game, it was really dangerous. It seemed like he had to be more cautious. Soon came to the cafeteria. At the moment, the cafeteria was full of creepy students, and a small window at the corner of the first floor was open exclusively for human players. What was sold here was also food that they could eat. And next to this window, there was a long line. Numerous bizarre were scrambling to the back of the line, as if there was some absolutely delicious food waiting for them. What was being sold here, making these bizarre so frenzied? Today's special rat meat is available in limited quantities. A sign written in blood hung on the window. Inside the window a creepy that was over 3 meters tall and extraordinarily burly, like a mountain of meat, was standing there. A simple white apron was wrapped around his body, only that it was stained with blood and all sorts of strange liquids, making the original color only barely recognizable. "All line up, I'll see which ungrateful one dares to cut in line." The giant creep bellowed angrily, and the originally tumultuous creepy students immediately wilted and honestly stood in a long line. Lin Feng glanced at the so-called rat meat on the plate, vaguely still able to see fingers, teeth and other tissues. He knew in his heart that this was afraid that it wasn't the meat of the 2 dead players from other countries. "What are you looking at? Want to eat it? Humans can skip the line if they buy it." Oh. The giant creep noticed Lin Feng's gaze and revealed a teasing smile. The folds on his face stacked up a dozen or so layers by his smile. Lin Feng didn't make a fool of himself and walked straight away towards the human window next to him. No fun." Seeing Lin Feng walk away, the giant creepy muttered something under his breath, then continued to feed the students. "It's you? I didn't expect that you're actually still alive." There was a person standing inside the human window who was currently looking at Lin Feng with a face full of shock. As a human player, he had watched at the time as Lin Feng chose the tricky teacher with the highest risk factor. As a result, when he looked at the other party now, he was actually unharmed and hadn't even lost a hair. The other human players sitting in the corner eating also noticed Lin Feng. How is it possible? Even if he didn't die by chance, then he should have lost a layer of skin, right? Isn't he an ordinary person? Lin Feng unintentionally swept over the crowd and found that most of them were carrying injuries of varying degrees. Even William, who had the highest job security, had color on his face. Some even had their arms ripped off alive, and the wounds were still dripping blood for miles and miles. The man's eyes were dull, woodenly stuffing food into his mouth without a trace of anger. Everyone else was also wearing fatigue and unfading panic on their faces. Clearly this morning had been extraordinarily memorable for them. William, who was sitting in the center, rubbed his swollen face, his eyes deadpan on Lin Feng. "Shit, I don't know where the snake girl came out of nowhere, ran over, and somehow slapped me. Humph, the guy from the Dragon Kingdom is lucky. Let's see how much longer you can last." Looking at Lin Feng being fine was worse than him getting a slap. Lin Feng ordered the most luxurious lunch. It was natural to splurge with money on him. All the other players hadn't been paid yet and had to eat unpalatable, poor-quality lunches. Feeling the greedy gazes of the others, Lin Feng turned a blind eye. Where did Lin Feng get the thrill coins? How dare he order such an expensive lunch? The Dragon Country people are really despicable. They've obviously made all the preparations, but they're pretending to be here for the first time. Humph, you pretty countries don't still openly bribe creepy, so precious rings are given away just by saying so. The audience couldn't help but doubt Lin Feng's identity. Some of them even thought that Lin Feng was an official person from the Dragon Kingdom. Just as they were discussing it heatedly, they heard a loud bang. The Stick Country's player, Park Bu-ting, threw his hard, brick-like steamed buns heavily on the table and looked at Lin Feng in an unfavorable tone. "Hey Dragon Nation, where did you get the money to buy food? I'm afraid it's not stolen thrill coins. I advise you to be sensible and take the initiative to hand it in. Be careful, I'll report it to the Director of Instruction." Originally he was upset because he was assigned to dirty and tiring jobs. Now that he saw Lin Feng living so well, his face twisted with jealousy. So with a quiet signal from William, he took the initiative to provoke Lin Feng, so that even if he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng, he could still kill him. Park Bu-ting was quite confident in his own strength. He himself had experienced a thrilling copy. His strength had reached level 7, facing the other party, a newcomer, it wasn't a matter of trust. The Stick Country is so shameless, it's obvious that Lin Feng earned it with his skills. How dare they slander him? Humph, looks like this little white boy is going to have bad luck. Lin Feng isn't a doughy pinch. The audience was very displeased with this kind of behavior from Park Bu-ting. More people were looking like they were watching a good show. They had seen Lin Feng's true strength, so it was expected that the player from the Stick Country was going to suffer. Can you not be full of shit during mealtime? Are you starving and stealing food while picking shit? What a big mouth. Hurry up and get to the side, don't pollute my luxurious lunch. Lin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids and directly disliked him. Park Bu-ting also didn't expect Lin Feng's mouth to be so poisonous, and he, who had originally intended to scare the other party, was instead exasperated first. "Shiba, it's not even if you stole something, you actually cursed. Watch me sue the director of teaching." "Are you an elementary school student? Only know how to sue a teacher?" Lin Feng snorted. In 3 words, Park Bu-ting's anger instantly peaked. "Shiba, you seek death." Before he could finish his sentence, he only felt a coldness around him. A large, thick, and powerful hand soundlessly rested on his shoulder. A morose voice came from his ear. "Oh, what do you want to do to my teacher?" Park Bu-ting's heart suddenly tightened and cold sweat broke out. He turned his head with difficulty and came face to face with a rough, pale face. The bloodshot eyes were looking at him playfully, as if they were looking at a corpse. So strong and bizarre. He was not the opponent's opponent at all. No. Nothing. I just want to say, Master Lin, eat and drink well. The stick country had always been a bully, so Park Buting instantly shrank into a ball. Okay Xiao Chang, let go of people. Someone peeing their pants during dinner is a real bummer, Lin Feng said as he slowly finished his meal. And this creepy hack was Wang Xiao Chang. TSK, what a wimp. Smelling like urine and bad perfume, I wouldn't even bother eating him. Wang Xiao Chang let go of Park Buting and glanced at the other party's crotch with a contemptuous face. The pressure was suddenly released. Park Buting's legs were soft, directly paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily, extraordinarily wretched. Well done Xiao Chang, what a good boy who honors his teacher. Put in a good word with your mom some other day. Wang Xiao Chang sniffed with a joyful look on his face. He, as a student, I naturally can't stand to see others bullying my teacher. These are all things I should do. Go eat, there's nothing big here teacher, Lin Feng said with a smile. With that, Wang Xiao Chang swept his eyes at the crowd in a warning-like manner before he turned to leave. During this process, William had not said a word, with an indescribable emotion on his face. Ha! This expression of little Sheba is too funny. The stick country has lost a lot of face this time. This is what happens when you offend my dragon kingdom. Go back and change your pants. Park Buting's humiliating behavior was considered a global broadcast, and each and every one of the stick country's viewers didn't dare to speak, allowing other countries to ridicule them. The dragon country audience, on the other hand, was refreshed. The previous few times in the national games, the dragon country had not suffered a lot. This time, they really raised their eyebrows. Putting aside certain annoying flies, Lin Feng had a fairly satisfying meal. It was still the best meal he had had since crossing over. The afternoon flew by, and it was only when it was time to get off work that Lin Feng climbed out of the arms of the many female creeps. Sisters, it's time to get off work. Under the envious gazes of the live broadcast audience, Lin Feng straightened his clothes and said, Ugh, time flies really fast. Shauna said with regret in her tone. But, brother Lin Feng, we'll meet again soon. But then, Shauna revealed a mysterious smile. Indeed, I have to work tomorrow, so I'll see you again. Lin Feng didn't think much about it. With that, Lin Feng walked towards Yan Bingyu's office to collect today's salary. Collecting the paycheck went very smoothly. 3,000 thrilling coins arrived and the account balance reached 32,197. The other players couldn't help but show greedy and envious gazes as they watched Lin Feng receive such a large paycheck. Lin Feng's pay for one day was almost as much as a month's salary for some of them. It was really a case of people being more angry than people. What about the said extremely high mortality rate of trick teachers? Why was Lin Feng not only alive and well, he was also living quite a life? After Lin Feng got his paycheck, he left straight away and headed to the dormitory area, ready to rest and relax. William looked at Lin Feng's back as he left and slowly spat out a few words. Tricky profession. Lin Feng should have awakened the occupation of a tricky teacher. That's how he was able to deter that group of tricky students. This point is really unexpected. Steelburn01 walked in, his face extraordinarily pale. When he was working as a security guard at the entrance, he made a little mistake and was almost torn to pieces by the bizarre security captain. Luckily, William stepped in and saved him. Mr. William, thank you very much for your help, otherwise I wouldn't have seen the cherry blossoms in my hometown. Arigato. Park Bunting gritted his teeth and said viciously, to think that this dragon nation is hiding so deeply, to actually be able to drive bizarre students. He had lost a big man this time. The resentment towards Lin Feng deepened in his heart. There's no need to be anxious, he doesn't have many good days left. The trickster teacher profession isn't omnipotent. It's not like there weren't any trickster teachers who came to raid Deadly Silence High School in the past and didn't still fail. Steelbook 01 relieved. Park Beauty Eye snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. William remained old-fashioned. Don't worry, I already have a way to deal with Lin Feng. But it needs the help of the two of you. As the representative of the Blue Star Giant Pretty Country, William wouldn't allow anyone to be stronger than him. In the past national games, Pretty Country's players were the highest rated. He should be no exception. Therefore he was determined to eliminate Lin Feng as a strong opponent. What are these three muttering here? A bad smile on their faces? It looks like they're not holding back any good farts. Couldn't be discussing how to deal with Lin Feng? In the past, the Pretty Country didn't target my Dragon Country, and in the previous losses the Pretty Country didn't trip up too many times. Lin Feng has to be careful, he can't get hit. The audience of the Dragon Country was very worried about Lin Feng's situation. The Dragon Country had not been able to see hope with great difficulty. It couldn't be rubbed out. Coming to the dormitory area. This was the dormitory that was exclusively provided for human contestants to live in. Within the thriller world, there was nothing that couldn't be bought with thriller coins. There was that just meant that you didn't have enough thriller coins. This also included the choice of dormitories. If you didn't want to shell out the money, then the dormitory could only accommodate the worst 10 rooms. Not only are the conditions harsh, the environment is damp and dark, and at night you have to worry about attacks from unknown creepy creatures. Of course the price was also very affordable, only 100 thrill coins were needed to stay for a month. Lin Feng, as a rich man with a daily income of 3,000, living in this kind of room didn't fit his temperament.
Hello auntie, I'm a newcomer who just joined this month.
Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building, where there was a middle-aged creepy ama who looked to be around 50 years old. The creepy big mom sniffed and didn't even bother to raise her eyelids. In an impatient tone, she said, "Fill out the form here to register and then pick a room."
May I ask how much the most expensive class of dormitory costs a month?
Lin Feng asked casually.
Me so.
When the big mom heard Lin Feng's words, she immediately stood up from the small bench.
What? You're going for the most expensive one?
The big mom's eyes became eager when she looked at Lin Feng. She didn't have the same look of love and disdain that she had a moment ago.
Lin Feng nodded. That's right.
Ha ha ha, young man is really discerning. The most expensive dormitory in our place costs 5,000 thrift coins a month. A small independent villa with 3 rooms and 2 halls, neatly decorated and away from the hustle and bustle. There's also a lot of special services but they cost extra.
The big mom had a you-know-what expression.
Lin Feng thought to himself whether this was a dormitory or an erotic hotel. But 5,000 thrift coins was a bit expensive, but he was completely fine with it. If he wanted to live there, of course he wanted to live in the best, he could still earn thrill coins when they were gone.
Not bad, I'll take one.
Lin Feng nodded. Handing the ama 5,000 thrill coins, the ama's smile got even brighter, the eerie horror was gone with her. Favorability also directly increased by 50 points. It was true that money could make the devil work.
With that, the big mom handed Lin Feng a set of keys and told Lin Feng the location of the dormitory. After doing a series of registrations, Lin Feng walked into the dormitory area. The first few dormitories looked quite simple. The outer walls were dilapidated and crawling with all sorts of vines and weeds. At a glance, they were the lowest level dormitories. 200 meters further on, here is another scene.
A small independent villa stood, the decoration was fresh and clean, and the surroundings were also carefully arranged.
It was completely 2 worlds. Lin Feng pressed the key tag and found his dormitory.
Opening the door to his room, the decoration inside was generally the same as what that big mom had said.
Worthy of being a top dormitory. Oh, so envious, I can't even live in a house like this in reality.
In comparison, what our national players live in is not as good as a pigsty.
The audience was also quite red-eyed. Washing away his fatigue, Lin Feng lay on the soft and cozy big bed with a look of enjoyment. After so many days of suffering, he had finally gotten over it. The time was already very late and the live broadcast was duly closed, waiting until early the next morning before it would be turned on again. Lin Feng was about to go to sleep, but then the doorbell suddenly rang. This made Lin Feng wonder in his heart, who had come to him at this hour. Getting out of bed with his doubts, Lin Feng walked to the door and opened the door to his room. In the next instant, before he could react, a thick and powerful tail wrapped around his waist. Little brother, I told you. We will meet again.
The other party was clearly Shauna, who had been separated not long ago.
Sister Shauna, why are you here?
At the moment, Shauna had a flirtatious smile on her face, and without Lin Feng saying anything, she dragged him into the room. Shauna's strength was so great that Lin Feng's arms were wrapped around his snake tail and he couldn't break free at all.
Sister Shauna, how did you find me here?
Lin Feng had just applied for a dormitory and was actually found by the other party.
That's not easy.
Give that old woman some thrill coins and she'll explain everything.
Give a little more and I guess she can give me the key to this.
Shauna's eyes were glowing with spring light, her eyes were all full of wild heat, and her exhale was very seductive.
Damn big mom.
Lin Feng cursed viciously in his heart.
Really give money to do anything. But the most urgent thing to do was to settle Shauna.
There seemed to be something strange about the other party's state.
Sister Shauna, what did you come to see me for? Can you let go of me first? Let's sit down and talk.
Lin Feng finished speaking, but he felt the tail wrapped around him tighten even more, and the tip of the tail even reached somewhere.
Shauna laughed, that goes without saying. Of course it's to eat you, but my sister has been enduring it all day. Shauna stuck out her thin tongue and swept it across Lin Feng's neck.
Unlocked branch quest, cast preaching on Snake Girl Shauna to help her get rid of her psychedelic state. Reward, 3,000 experience points, 1 Snake Girl's leftover malt. The system's voice came, and Lin Feng couldn't help but freeze. It was really rare to actually release a quest at this time. There was no way around it. Lin Feng needed to pacify the other party before he could cast his skills.
Sister, why don't you loosen me up first and we'll discuss it slowly, like which part to start eating from.
Shauna, however, ignored it. Little brother, don't blame people, our snake people tribe has those days every year. Just bear it and it will pass.
Shauna opened her vermilion lips, revealing her sharp snake teeth and biting towards Lin Feng's neck. Endure it for a while and I'm afraid this life will pass. Lin Feng was anxious in his heart and remembered Shauna's panel from earlier. I remember, Shauna's weakness is. There was no way out, there was only one way to gamble. He performed conquer by virtue, then put his fingers together and stabbed at Shauna's snake tail. Ah! Shauna immediately let out a cry of surprise, her bite towards Lin Feng movement also stopped, her face showed an expression of pain with a hint of enjoyment. Brother Lin Feng, how did you know? Shauna's cheeks were red, and drool was unconsciously dripping from the corners of her mouth. She hadn't expected that Lin Feng actually knew where their snake girl's weakness was. It was really effective. Lin Feng felt that Shauna's strength in wrapping herself around her was a few points less. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party didn't react, Lin Feng struggled to break free. Finally, I've picked up a life. Shauna was paralyzed on the ground, gasping for air, but after Lin Feng did this, her sanity was much clearer. Sister Shauna, isn't it hard? Want to come out of this state? Lin Feng said softly. I want to. As long as I eat Brother Lin Feng, I'll be able to get out of it. Shauna struggled to get up, intending to continue striking out at Lin Feng. Sister is really misbehaving. As a trick teacher, it's only natural to instruct misbehaving students harder. The future is right in front of my sister's eyes, it's up to her to grasp it. With that, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and aimed it at Shauna, performing a transmission. In a flash, golden light lit up in Lin Feng's hand, wrapping Shauna in front of him. Oh, this feels. Shauna felt her body warm as a powerful force brutally entered her body. My power has gotten stronger. Shauna was surprised to find that her guile chi was growing, and this power became one with her. Name, Shauna. Identity, Deadly Silence High School teacher. Race, Snake Woman. Rank, Dangerous High. Favorability, 72. Weakness, the thick and powerful snake tail seems to be an offensive weapon, but there is a certain area that is particularly sensitive, and attacking it will have unexpected effects. The golden light dissipated, and Shauna's body changed. Tear. A crystal clear snakeskin slowly fell off from Shauna's body surface. Quest completed, reward, 3,000 experience points, 1 snake woman's remnant molts. Lin Feng wiped a handful of sweat. I didn't expect that casting a transmission would be so laborious, but at last, he had gotten out of the crisis and completed the quest. Snake Woman's remnant shed. Every time the Snake People clan makes a breakthrough, they shed a snakeskin, which has a light texture and extremely strong defense, and can withstand bizarre attacks up to the dangerous grade low level. Lin Feng picked up Shauna's snakeskin. It was indeed very soft in his hands and carried Shauna's slightly sweet body odor. Pulling slightly harder, the snakeskin wasn't damaged in the slightest. It seems to be a good thing. Lin Feng put away the snakeskin, ready to make clothes to wear. It might even be able to save his life. Shauna's favorite value for you plus 50. Converted into 50 points of sneaky chi value. Shauna's respect for you is plus 70, converted to 70 points of trickster chi. Shauna's main body slowly climbed up, and at this moment, she looked even more seductive and 1 point stronger. Woo! Brother Lin Feng, you can actually boost my power. Shauna's eyes changed when she looked at Lin Feng, there were so many more genuine feelings. I'm sorry Brother Lin Feng, I didn't really want to eat you. Our Snake People race enters this state every year. To lift it, all we have to do is break through the realm, or suck the blood of our lover. Shauna lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, her tail drooping. Humph, good to know. Lin Feng pretended to be angry and crossed his arms. Shauna was instantly a bit flustered. She didn't have the same look she had before when she molested Lin Feng. So, what does Brother Lin Feng have to do to forgive me? Lin Feng sniffed and grabbed Shauna's waist to lay her flat on his lap. The big hand swung down heavily. Shauna immediately let out a cry of surprise, her cheeks blushing. But she let Lin Feng do whatever he wanted. Do you know you're wrong? Teacher, I know I'm wrong. Shauna's excitement value towards you is plus 30, which translates into 30 points of guile chi value. I can't believe the arousal value can still go up. Shauna stood up, her snake tail swinging involuntarily because of the pain. Put your clothes on first, don't catch a cold. Just now with the molting, Shauna's clothes came off with it. 2 bright headlights dazzled Lin Feng. There's nothing going on so you can go back, I'm a bit tired, said Lin Feng, unable to hide his exhaustion. Who knew that Shauna jumped straight onto Lin Feng's bed, a flirtatious smile reappearing on her face. I'm going to sleep here tonight. Your bed is quite big anyway. You can go to another room if you're scared. Lin Feng's good nature was instantly aroused. He directly pounced on Shauna. I'm afraid of you? But don't say I'm taking advantage of you. The next day was a new day. The live broadcast was once again on, and countless viewers swarmed into the live broadcast room. They couldn't wait to find out how their country's players were doing. Most of the contestants weren't in good shape. They were paid so little that they could only squeeze into ordinary dormitory rooms. One player was even attacked by a blood mosquito when he was peeing at night,
and coincidentally the part where the blood mosquito bit him was still his faucet. Unconsciously he was sucked more than 100 milliliters of blood. Fortunately he discovered it early, otherwise he would have been sucked dry sooner or later. Nonetheless, today his mental state is also very poor. Bloodless face, blood mosquito bites of the bag high up. It looked as if it was fitted to hide a thermos. Ha! Why is Lin Feng's screen black? Yeah, it's logical that only the player who was killed in the live room doesn't have a screen. It's hard to. The Dragon Country's viewers realized that until now, there was still no picture of Lin Feng, which made them worry. When the viewers from other countries saw this, they gloated, especially the ones from the Stick Country. Previously, their country's players had been severely humiliated by Lin Feng, and now they were finally getting their comeuppance. Ha, let you Lin Feng be so arrogant, now you're still dead. So what if you're a trick teacher, you still didn't survive the night? The Dragon Country audience was not happy at once. Their own home ground can still let you bully them? Don't bark the dog sticks. The news of Lin Feng's death didn't pop up. What's your hurry? Lin Feng bought the most upscale dormitory. It's very safe. It's only logical that it wouldn't be dangerous. Just as the live broadcast was getting heated, the next moment, Lin Feng's image reappeared. She only saw Shauna slowly and methodically getting dressed and climbing down from Lin Feng's bed. The sunlight outside poured in, causing her to stretch, her perfect curves outlined. Lin Feng on the other side had also gotten dressed long ago and rubbed his sore waist. Crap? What the hell? The viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. How was it that after not watching for a night, Lin Feng and the female creep were living together? Other people were still having a hard time surviving. You're already being an undead knight, aren't you? I said, why didn't I give the picture? So there's an inappropriate picture for children. Look at Lin Feng's weak appearance. I guess he fought with the female weirdo all night. Where's the stick that said Lin Feng was dead just now? Why aren't they screaming now? It wasn't just death. The thriller game would also humanely mosaic or black screen when there were images of bloody violence or colors. Seeing that Lin Feng was fine, the Dragon Country audience was relieved. What this kid did was always unexpected. Lin Feng rubbed his brow. This night's sleep had been really tiring. Halfway through his sleep in the middle of the night, he was woken up by Shauna. He was forced to continue casting transmission on him. Although this skill boosted the bizarre strength, it was also very exhausting for Lin Feng. Shauna was satisfied, but it exhausted Lin Feng. So what's our relationship now? After forcing 2 more evangelizations on Shauna, Lin Feng then fainted. Little brother, you did well last night. This feeling of being irrigated is marvelous. Little brother, this skill is too good. I really want to be like this every day. Shauna's expression was still somewhat unfulfilled. The strength that had been boosted this night had almost caught up with her half a year's progress. It made her favorability towards Lin Feng soar again. It's like this every day, you might as well kill me. Lin Feng's expression was desperate. It's not like I haven't met humans with the profession of trick teacher in the past, only they don't have the skill of a penis. Maybe I'm gifted. Lin Feng prevaricated. Hurry up and go, you'll be late for work. Wait. Shauna called out to Lin Feng and stuffed something in Lin Feng's mouth. After that thing was imported, it instantly turned into a warm current that traveled along Lin Feng's mouth and entered his body. What did you give me to eat? Lin Feng was shocked. He thought that the other party had poisoned him. Don't worry, how could sister harm you? Shauna said. This is my Snake People clan's unique snake saliva Dan, a very precious tonic. Sister saw that you performed well last night, and this is what she rewarded you with. Taking snake saliva pill, experience added 2,500 points, body strength increased, waist strength increased. Acquired passive skill, toxicity immunity. Toxicity immunity, immune to most poisonous attacks. Lin Feng only felt that his whole body was warm, the exhaustion from last night had dissipated and his body was stronger. It really was good stuff. Thank you, sister. That said, isn't snake saliva the saliva of a snake? Sho, little brother don't think nonsense. Shauna stretched out her index finger and pressed it against Lin Feng's lips. After harvesting so much, Lin Feng was in a much better mood. Checking his panel, his level reached 11,900/1200. The trickster chi value had also reached 1340 points. Shauna's excitement had increased like crazy last night, converting a lot of trickster chi values. Let's go, it's time to go to school. For the next 3 days, Lin Feng focused on the next side quest, helping the second year class 3 improve their strength. The overall strength of the third class was at the bottom of the list in the entire second year, plus there weren't many teachers who were willing to be class teachers, so the strength progressed even more slowly. The strongest person in the class, Wang Xiaochang, had a strength of the middle stage of the traveling soul grade, barely touching the edge of the high stage. It was important to realize that all the other classes basically had a few traveling soul level high ranks. Based on the hints from the necromancer's eye, Lin Feng had a general idea of each student's situation. As long as the right medicine was given, they could be taken at will.
What's more, Lin Feng had now become even stronger and was still an intermediate-level trickster teacher. This made the trickster students, who were still a bit restless, even more submissive. It was also convenient for Lin Feng to manage them. A trickster teacher teaching would have made the trickster's strength grow, so Lin Feng took the initiative to find Yan Bingyu and ask him to take a few more classes. Yan Bingyu casually agreed when he saw this, and also gave Lin Feng a pay rise. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that creepy within Thriller was actually more conscientious than the boss. In addition to that, Lin Feng also quietly cast preaching on them. Performing it on a group consumed more chi and the effect wasn't as significant as performing it alone. But Lin Feng wanted this effect. The less people knew about this skill the better. With a two-pronged approach, in just 3 days, the weird students in Class 3 progressed by leaps and bounds. Wang Xiaochang even directly broke through to the high stage of the Wandering Soul class. This made the many trickster students respect Lin Feng even more. More than 900 bizarre chi values had arrived once again. It was just that Lin Feng didn't have any extra energy to deal with Shauna anymore. Every day, Lin Feng could only endure in silence when he met Shauna's sultry eyes. When the exams are over, I want you at least 5 times a night. 5 times is a bit too much. 4 times. It can't be any less. A few days passed, and the other contestants' mental state became even worse. On top of that, 3 more contestants were killed by trickery, and another one bled to death because his injuries were too severe. There were extra meals in the cafeteria almost every day these days. On the contrary, Lin Feng was living a rather nourishing life, and those who didn't know would think he was on vacation. The group of weird students under his command had all improved greatly, and he believed that he wouldn't do too badly on the next exam. Completing the next branch quest was just around the corner. However, just the day before the exam, a change happened. Lin Feng was heading to his office when a bizarre student stopped him in his tracks. "It's Mr. Lin Feng, isn't it?" Lin Feng sniffed and looked over, only to see a bizarre student with a black aura and a sinister aura saying towards him, "That's right, what's the matter?" The creepy continued, "Director Yan asked me to inform you to go to the data room. Send a piece of information to her office." "Oh, got it," Lin Feng casually replied. Seeing this, the creepy student seemed happy. When he was about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly turned his head and asked, "Wait, what? What?" The creepy student was instantly startled and stammered. Lin Feng stared straight at him as if he was trying to see through him. "Are you hiding something from me?" The aura around his body spread out. The oppressive feeling brought by an intermediate-level trickster teacher shook the heart of the trickster student. No, I have to go to class, bye teacher." With that, the bizarre student fled and ran away. Despite having doubts in his heart, Lin Feng couldn't say anything, so he could only make a trip to the resource room first. At the corner, the creepy student secretly looked at Lin Feng's back and couldn't hide his excitement. Jia, 10,000 thrill coins in hand. Watching Lin Feng gradually walk towards the data room, the Dragon Country audience said anxiously, "Don't go Lin Feng. Pretty Country's old cunt coins are tripping you up. Pretty Country is disgusting. If you can't beat them you use such underhanded tactics. Lin Feng have to hang in there, don't do what you did a few times before." However, the pop-ups they posted Lin Feng couldn't see. Coming to the door of the data room, Lin Feng gently knocked on the door. After waiting for a moment, there was no answer inside. It was logical that William from Pretty Country was working here. Could it be that he's gone to take a shit? Lin Feng twisted the handle and realized that it wasn't locked. Solely, he directly entered the data room. When he entered it, it was really empty. There were only a few printers, and a few tables, as well as mountains of large and small materials. Lin Feng slowly walked over to a table, on which lay a tightly wrapped piece of information. This should be the one he was asked to deliver. He had just picked up that piece of information when he keenly heard noisy footsteps coming from the corridor outside. "Director Yen, it's right over here. I saw him go in with my own eyes." This voice was William from the Pretty Country? Lin Feng felt bad in his heart, but it was a bit too late now. With a loud bang, the door of the room was heavily pushed open. Yan Bingyu walked into the data room with sexy steps. Behind her, William Parkbuting and a few others followed with fawning faces. "Sure enough, it's here. Director Yen, am I right? I saw with my own eyes Lin Feng sneaking in to steal the test papers. That's why I ran to inform you at the first opportunity." When William saw Lin Feng, the smugness in his eyes was no longer hidden and he directly pointed at Lin Feng and accused him. Upon hearing this, Yan Bingyu's scrutinizing gaze looked at Lin Feng, as well as the tightly wrapped information in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. In just a few breaths, he understood his situation. He looked at William, his eyes filled with anger. This golden retriever actually dared to falsely accuse him. To be a teacher and yet do these meticulous things, to come and steal test papers in order to punch up your performance. Lin Feng, where are your teacher's morals? Parkbuting looked smug. The defeat he suffered from Lin Feng the other day had made him hold a grudge for a long time, and now he had finally found his chance. If a villain like Lin Feng continues to teach, what a bad influence that will have on our students. Steelbook 01 followed suit. Lin Feng, do you have anything to say? Yan Bingyu's tone was cold, and the weird pressure of the calamity level spread out invisibly, causing Lin Feng's face to turn white. Director Yan, I was just called to get the information. I didn't realize that this was tomorrow's exam question. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance. Who knows, William sneered. Lin Feng, you know that the school's surveillance is being repaired, that's why you're so emboldened. That way no one will know that it was you who stole the test papers. Luckily, I worked seriously and responsibly and kept my eyes peeled. That's why I didn't let you get away with it. Even this point has been calculated. These guys were really making a big deal out of their minds in order to harm him. You said you were called? And where is the person who called you? Yan Bingyu ignored the instigation of William and the others. As the director of instruction, she naturally had her own judgment. Moreover, she was unwilling to be overly offended by Lin Feng in her heart. After all, he could be the person that Principal Xiao Meishue was looking for. Lin Feng elaborated on the information about the creepy he had met earlier. Soon that creepy was brought over. I didn't say that. I haven't encountered teacher Lin Feng at all. I stayed in the classroom this whole day. After all, I'm a diligent and hard-working good student. That creep opened his mouth and denied having met Lin Feng, let alone asking him to come to the resource room. In the face of Lin Feng's devouring gaze, even though he was terrified in his heart, he still put on a dead pig's face in the face of the generous reward of 10,000 thrill coins. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, do you have anything to argue? Director Yan, I suggest dismissing Lin Feng from his teaching position and confiscating all his salary. Resolutely eliminate this crookedness. William laughed coldly in his heart. This guile has long been bought off by me. Lin Feng, what are you going to fight me with? Pretty country is disgusting, only playing underhanded tricks, if you're capable of fighting head-on. Alas! You can defend against trickery but you can't defend against villainy. This time Lin Feng is really going to be finished. Jia, you can only blame your Dragon Kingdom for being too stupid. Who else can you blame for your own dish? There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Advise Lin Feng to kneel down and beg for forgiveness earlier. Maybe Creepy will be happy and spare his life. The audience once again exploded, and the Dragon Country viewers were denouncing William and the others for their shamelessness. Soon, the commotion over here caught the attention of many of Creepy's students and ran over to see what was going on. I heard that the homeroom teacher of second year class 3 actually ran over to steal the test papers. Impossible, how could Mr. Lin Feng do such a thing? That's right, he must have been wrongly accused. Lin Feng's students heard about this and ran over to voice their grievances. But right now there didn't seem to be any evidence in Lin Feng's favor. Xiao Meishue. Lin Feng had already made a secret note in his heart that he would definitely thwart these guys in the future. Just as Yan Bingyu was planning to open his mouth, a cold and majestic voice entered everyone's ears. What happened here? The crowd was suddenly startled and couldn't help but follow the voice. Instead, they saw a delicate and stunningly beautiful figure walking towards this place with elegant steps. The woman had a head of silver hair draped like snow, her skin was as fair as a piece of white jade, her figure was slender, and her temperament was cold and noble. Since she appeared, the temperature of the entire corridor dropped a few points. Yan Bingyu saw the visitor, the original taut face changed immediately, and said with a respectful tone, "School, principal, why are you back? I apologize for not greeting you in time." The person who came was none other than the principal of Dead Silence High School, Xiao Meishue. Xiao Meishue ruffled her snow-white hair, and her clear, beautiful eyes swept over the many students. What happened here? Then when Xiao Meishue's eyes looked at Lin Feng, she suddenly froze. A strange expression rarely surfaced on her cold and frosty pretty face. It's over. The big boss of Deadly Silence High School has returned. Why did he pick this kind of time to come back? Wouldn't Lin Feng be even more dangerous? Terrifying strength, iceberg-like face, the legendary destructive level creepy. The many spectators couldn't help but be shaken when they saw Xiao Meishue's true face. At the same time, they couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Xiao Meishue's terror was fresh in their minds. They didn't know how many senior players had fallen to her. Now if she knew what Lin Feng had done, she wouldn't be stripped of her skin. Lin Feng likewise saw Xiao Meishue's face clearly, his heart was shocked, and a surprised look appeared on his face. This, principal of this Deadly Silence High School, how is it the same look as the character he rated in the game? Not only the name, but also the looks and temperament were the same. Lin Feng was quite knowledgeable about Xiao Meishue within the game. Knowing each other, the feelings became more and more passionate, and finally came to a deeper exchange. He even knew exactly how many moles the other party had. And now that the other party was standing alive in front of his eyes, becoming extremely strong and bizarre, he couldn't help but let Lin Feng go into a bit of a trance. Was it really the same person? Happened to meet Xiao Meishue's eyes, Lin Feng immediately saw the affection in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth hung a light smile. as if the icebergs were melting and the snow was clearing up for the first time. Recognized? William was first shocked at the sight of Xiao Meishue's arrival, and then he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The principal of Deadly Silence High School was here in person, and as long as he was jealous of Lin Feng, then he wouldn't just be expelled. Maybe the other party would be in a good mood and directly execute Lin Feng. In this way, his biggest enemy could be directly resolved, and he would still be the biggest winner in the end. Jia, he had already fantasized about Lin Feng being frozen into an ice sculpture by Xiao Meishue. Thinking of this, he just wanted to open his mouth, yet the next scene that happened made everyone present in Bazaar drop their jaws. Husband. You really came, people missed you. This iceberg beauty who could make Deadly Silence High School tremble when she stomped her foot was now like a blossoming snow lotus, running towards Lin Feng with a gentle smile. With that, she wrapped her arm around Lin Feng's arm and said with a tone of resignation and excitement. Everyone couldn't help but fall silent, and the audience couldn't believe what they were seeing in front of them. Crap! What the hell? What did I hear? Xiao Meishue actually called Lin Feng her husband? Outrageous! The iceberg beauty that hasn't changed in a million years actually smiled. What right does Lin Feng have? Lin Feng, how many more surprises do you have that we didn't expect? Not only them, even the always calm Yan Bingyu was quite surprised. She had also never expected that Lin Feng and Xiao Meishue actually had this kind of relationship. With that, she quickly recalled if she had offended Lin Feng in any way, and as for this incident, she believed that there was already an outcome. William's originally ambitious expression froze on his face, his pupils constantly vibrating. What? Xiao Meishue actually called Lin Feng her husband? Was there a mistake? Wasn't it Lin Feng's first time entering the thriller game? Where did he get the chance to know Xiao Meishue? Shiba, Mr. William, what should we do? Park Buting's voice was trembling a little. Don't panic, maybe Xiao Meishue is mistakenly recognized. Even if it's true, we haven't dropped anything. Despite saying this, William's voice is also very bottomless. Yan Bingyu's shock value to you is plus 80, which translates into 80 points of Gue Chi value. Su Lang's shock value to you is plus 50, transforming into 50 points of Trickster Chi value. Toom Xiaoming's shock value to you is plus 75, transforming into 75 points of Creepy Chi value. System beeps kept ringing in Lin Feng's ears, all from the weird students at the scene. Obviously this scene was quite explosive for them as well. However, Lin Feng's mind was now fully focused on Xiao Meishue. Looking at the pretty face close at hand, he couldn't help but reach out and rub Xiao Meishue's hair. This was an action he often did to Xiao Meishue in the game, and was also its favorite intimate behavior, with the fastest growth in favorability. Now that he had moved to reality, Lin Feng also felt the real touch, the softness of Xiao Meishue's hair. Xiao Heishue's favorability value towards you is plus 100, converted into 100 points of Gue Chi value. Xiao Heishue was very flattered by Lin Feng's head touch and revealed a happy expression. Xiao Shui, long time no see, said Lin Feng with a smile. I'm sorry hubby, I've been traveling for the past few days and I didn't make it back until now. Xiao Meishue's tone was slightly apologetic, like a little daughter-in-law pleasing her husband. It's okay Xiao Shui, we're not meeting now. Lin Feng hurriedly comforted. Hubby, what happened here? Why are so many people gathered here? Xiao Meishue asked as she looked around. At those words, William's heart thumped and he hurriedly tried to take the lead in explaining, but he was so overwhelmed by Xiao Meishue's aura that he couldn't even breathe and couldn't say anything at all. Lin Feng, however, explained the ins and outs of the situation to him like it was nothing. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had been wrongly accused, Xiao Meishue's pretty face instantly went cold, the temperature around her body plummeted, and she immediately turned from a virtuous little daughter-in-law into a cold, noble, and bizarre principal. Husband, don't worry, Xiao Meishue will return your innocence, Xiao Meishue said seriously. Lin Feng nodded and inexplicably felt a lot more at ease in his heart. Was this what it felt like to have a backer? Xiao Meishue turned her head and looked at William's few people, her eyes glowing with coldness. Are you the ones who slandered my husband for stealing the test papers? Truly gutsy. Xiao Meishue's aura was all over the place, and the weird pressure of the destruction level made the three people's legs shiver. The three people's faces turned white. At this moment they felt how close the breath of death was to them. School. Principal Lord, there may be a misunderstanding here. At this moment, William knows that a hard mouth will not have a good end, and must be soft in order to save his life. What evidence do you have that we slandered him? Stealing is stealing. Do you still want to harbor him on the basis of the principal's identity? Steel Ben 01 and Park Buting shouted from the sidelines, as if they thought that the other party would be able to compromise. William closed his eyes at the words, his face ashen. It was over. After these two pigmates said this, they didn't even have their last hope. Didn't these two assholes know the cruelty of the creepy game? To actually presume to reason with Creepy. Creepy was only willing to reason with you when he was in a good mood. Don't try to provoke Creepy, otherwise they can completely ignore all the rules and slaughter humans at will. The rules of the creepy game would only be used to restrict humans. Lord Headmaster, don't listen to their nonsense.
William was still trying to save the day, but he heard Xiao Meishua's sneer.
Evidence? I still need evidence if I want to kill you guys?
But don't you guys want evidence? I'll let you guys die to understand. Saying that, Xiao Meishua's figure steeply appeared in front of William's trio, blue light flashed in her eyes, and she stretched out her white jade hand, with a weird chi lingering around her body.
Soul-searching technique.
The trio only felt their brains explode, as if a large hand was randomly kneading and pinching their brains, and intense pain swept through their entire body.
Ah!
The three instantly fell to their knees on the ground, their mouths letting out wails of pain. In the next moment, a white curtain of light rose in the air, and a picture began to emerge from it, presenting itself before everyone's eyes. The picture presented the three people from William's perspective.
Mr.
William, this plan is perfect. First, we will take off the sign in front of the door of the resource room that says test paper storage, teachers and students are prohibited from entering, and then we will pretend to let Creepy trick him inside, and that's when we'll bring Yen Bingyu, that old woman, and catch him in the act. Jia. As long as Lin Feng takes the bait, he won't be able to escape, even if he has 100 mouths, there's no way he can defend himself.
The voices of Park Buting and Steel Ben 01 came out with flattery and excitement. Humph, isn't Lin Feng arrogant? Let's see what you can do this time. William's confident voice rang out.
Looking at the few people on the screen, everyone present came to a realization. It turned out that all of this was a plan by these three guys to frame Lin Feng. Yen Bingyu's face was chilly, they dared to deceive themselves and actually called themselves old women.
Really looking for death. In the next scene, a weird figure appeared on the screen, and when he saw his real face, it was the weird student with a black aura.
10,000 thrill coins, plus all the answers to this exam, you just need to call Lin Feng to the resource room.
If you're asked, you just haven't seen Lin Feng at all. How's that? This is a good deal, isn't it? William said to the other party. It's a deal, you'll have to pay if you lie to me. The creepy student revealed a greedy look. Here's 10,000 thrill coins, I'll give you the answer after the matter is done.
Jia, remember to look for me if you have another deal like this. The surrounding creepy students looked at it and showed contempt for it. To actually make this kind of dirty deal with a human and try to cheat on the exams, it's really a disgrace to our bizarre face.
I told you that, Mr. Lin Feng was wrongly accused, now the truth has finally come out. Puff!
That bizarre student trembled and directly went limp on the ground. He had never expected Xiao Meishue to be able to extract the memories, and all that he had done was known.
The evidence is right here, do you guys have anything to say?
Xiao Meishue said coldly. Headmaster, I was confused and made a mistake, please forgive me this time.
I won't dare next time. The weird student immediately cried and begged for forgiveness.
Go back and tell your parents to go through the withdrawal procedures, I don't want to see you again tomorrow.
Xiao Meishue gave an ultimatum. He was then asked to be pulled out by Yen Bingyu.
As for the three of you, Xiao Meishue looked at the three people with desperate faces, then said to Lin Feng,
Honey, what do you want to do with them?
Lin Feng hated these three guys, if it wasn't for Xiao Meishue arriving in time, he would have to plant a big heel. It seemed like he needed to be more mindful in the future, he had been drifting a bit too much lately.
Kill. Lin Feng was concise. If you don't kill it, do you still keep it for the new year?
This kind of hidden danger should be removed early.
Sister-in-law is mighty. Pretty country Sakura and also Stick have always been inept, now they're being sanctioned. This is what happens when you mess with our Dragon Kingdom.
Lin Feng is a bit too cruel, everyone is a human player who came together and should fight against the weirdness together, he actually hit so hard.
At the same time, some discordant voices surfaced.
Lin Feng, don't go too far, big deal, let them apologize and forget about this matter.
Forget it? Why should we forget about it?
I didn't see you say forget it when you slandered Lin Feng just now.
Damn it, people from the beautiful country, can you stop screaming? Now you're talking about favoritism, what did you do long ago? He did it to himself, he deserved to die, Lin Feng did the right thing.
Xiao Meishue smiled with a spreading smile.
All listen to you, husband. With that, Xiao Meishue's fingertips lit up with blue light and aimed at the three people. No! Lin Feng, you dare to kill me. I'm the representative of the pretty country, are you trying to intensify the conflict between the two countries by killing me? William shouted unwillingly. That's right, by killing me, you're offending my Sakura country. I, the Stick country, will definitely not stop at this.
Steelburn 01 and Park Bunting shouted after them. Humph, my Dragon Kingdom has always been unafraid of any threats, fight if you don't submit.
Do you guys think that the country behind you will go to war with my Dragon Kingdom because of you? Lin Feng laughed coldly, did he really think that saying big words would scare him? He believed that the Dragon Kingdom behind him wouldn't be scared either. Do it, Xiao Shui.
Xiao Meishue nodded and blue light shot out from her fingertips, hitting the three people. The three instantly turned into three ice sculptures and froze in place. Pretty country, Sakura country, stick country. The three countries were eliminated. The viewers of the three countries' eyes suddenly went black, and the screen was plunged into darkness. The audience of the dragon country instantly cheered. The losses they had suffered on them several times in the past were now finally avenged. After dealing with the three Williams, Xiao Meishui came to Lin Feng's side and tilted her head to look at him with a cute look of inviting credit. Well done, Xiao Shui. Lin Feng once again stroked her little head. These guys are really tired of living. They actually hit their ideas on your husband's head. Xiao Meishui said indignantly. Alright, there's no need to be concerned when people are dead. Lin Feng said in relief. Only then did Xiao Meishui's expression ease up. Everyone else go to class, Yan Bingyu stay. Xiao Meishui said to the crowd. Upon hearing this, the many bizarre students didn't linger much longer and dispersed with a bang. Yan Bingyu looked a little unnatural, but due to Xiao Meishui's oppression, she could only squirm and stand in place. Come back to the office with me. Xiao Meishui said to Yan Bingyu in a cold voice. Yes, principal. With that, Xiao Meishui pulled Lin Feng and walked towards the top floor of the office building, while Yan Bingyu followed closely behind. Xiao Meishui, as the principal with the highest status, had a rather luxurious office. Leather sofas, mahogany desks, wide carpets, every arrangement was very fine. Xiao Meishui sat straight on the sofa and turned her head to Yan Bingyu, who was standing by the side. I asked you to protect Lin Feng, and this is how you do it. Not only that, but you actually gullibly believed the lies of humans and made such a serious mistake. I see that you don't want to be the director of instruction anymore, right? Yan Bingyu was so scared that he broke out into a cold sweat and flopped down on the ground. Lord Headmaster, everything is my negligence. My subordinate knows that I'm wrong. Please also chastise me, Lord Headmaster. Looking at Yan Bingyu, who was usually so high and mighty, but now she was so humble, Lin Feng felt quite amazing in his heart. Is this a mountain higher than a mountain? Yan Bingyu's eyes trembled lightly. She seemed to be quite afraid of Xiao Meishui. When you do something wrong, of course you have to be punished. Xiao Meishui smiled. I remember you have a nice prop. You won't be able to use it anyway. Give it to my husband as an indemnity and forget about it. Yan Bingyu knew what Xiao Meishui was talking about, but was still somewhat hesitant. I haven't seen you take it out on weekdays? Who said no? His use is not ordinary. Yan Bingyu struggled for a moment and took out a handful of golden glittering props. It was a ruler-like prop that was about 7 inches long. Golden scale, calamity-level prop, refined from an extremely rare metal, covered with dragon scales on the exterior. It has an extremely strong restraining effect on Gue, and the wounds caused are extremely difficult to repair. Yan Bingyu seemed rather reluctant to part with it, but still handed the prop to Xiao Meishui. Lord Headmaster, I promise to take this matter as a warning and do my best to protect Mr. Lin Feng's safety. Yan Bingyu began to express his heartfelt feelings. Xiao Meishui took it indifferently and held it in her hand and knocked on the desktop, making a vibrating crunching sound. Spinning around, he said, this time, for the vice principal selection, I think it's better for you to hone your skills for a few more years. When Yan Bingyu heard this, his face turned pale and he hurriedly said, Lord Principal, for the sake of all my years of hard work, give me another chance. Why don't you beat me up and still act like you did before? Don't, that's clearly a reward for you. Xiao Meishui inclined her head. Hubby, what do you think? Should we give Director Yan another chance? Seeing the question thrown at him, Lin Feng was a bit torn. It's okay, husband, this time it's Yan Bingyu's work error. Almost let husband you aggrieved, let husband to decide, right as the elimination of anger. There is no need to think about pity, husband, as the director of teaching is naturally to lead by example and set an example for the school. This is Yan Bingyu's duty. Looking at the somewhat pitiful and helpless Yan Bingyu, he felt that there was still no need to make the relationship too rigid. Yan Bingyu, no matter what, is still the right-hand man of Xiao Meishui. This is to let himself give a step down. See, Director Yan is truly repentant. Make no small contribution to Dead Silence High School, or Xiao Shui will let him go. Yan Bingyu's respect for you is plus 100, which translates into 100 points of Gue Chi value. Yan Bingyu sniffed and cast a grateful gaze. The audience in the live broadcast room was greatly shocked. They genuinely hadn't thought that these shenanigans had such an unknown scene. Heavens, is this still the usual Yan Bingyu? I remember when I was in Deadly Silence High School back in the day, I witnessed her wringing out a companion's head, and that was a lifelong mental shadow for me. It seems that the bizarre world can't escape the human condition. Just kidding, with Xiao Meishui's strength, if Yan Bingyu didn't give in, it's estimated that her head would also be ripped off. Hubby, you dissipate your anger on the line. If you still feel it's not enough, you can think of a few ways of chastisement. Director Yan will gladly accept them all. Xiao Meishui said with a smile on the side. Lord Lin Feng doesn't have to feel sorry for me. These are what the director of instruction should be. Yan Bingyu said in a small voice. Alright, I'm already satisfied. Seeing this, Xiao Meishui said coldly to Yan Bingyu, alright, get up. Since my husband said so, then I'll let you off first and remember today's lesson.
I will reconsider the matter of the vice principal. Understood, Lord Headmaster. Yan Bingyu stood up and straightened her messy attire. Clean this place up carefully and wipe it clean with a towel, then you can go back, Xiao Meishue ordered. Yes. When Yan Bingyu finished cleaning up and left, Xiao Meishue suddenly changed her expression. She opened her arms and directly jumped into Lin Feng's arms. Hubby, it's been a long time since you've posted with someone. At this moment, she was like a little woman in hot love, frantically pouting. Lin Feng wrapped Xiao Meishue in his arms. The beauty in his arms was soft through and through. Her skin was like sheep's fat jade. He didn't know if it was because of the snow maiden's physique. Xiao Meishue's body temperature was very low. Hugging her in his arms was like hugging a piece of soft ice. It's quite comfortable. Don't worry, I'm going to be here for a long time. We have plenty of time. Lin Feng buried his head in Xiao Meishue's hair, and the aroma that seemed like lilies drilled into his nose, mesmerizing people. This intimate scene envied the many spectators. Alright Xiao Shui, I have to go to class later. The two of them hugged for about 10 minutes or so before Xiao Meishue reluctantly climbed out of Lin Feng's arms. Alright then, it just so happens that I've just come back and I still have some papers to deal with. Then, Xiao Meishue leaned over Lin Feng's ear and whispered, at night, don't need to go back to the dormitory, come directly to my office. Xiao Meishue's gaze was gentle, and her voice was seductive, so that Lin Feng couldn't help but start looking forward to what was going to happen at night. Okay, I know. Lin Feng suppressed the heat in his belly and stammered. Xiao Meishue laughed and gently kissed Lin Feng on the cheek, then let Lin Feng leave. Walking out of the office, Lin Feng could still feel the softness and fresh scent remaining on his cheeks. Just as he was planning to head to the teaching building, he collided with Yan Bingyu at the corner. Ha! Director Yan, you haven't left yet? Yan Bingyu stood squirming against the wall, one hand covering her butt. The pain from the punishment stimulated her with a burst of tingling, making her expression intoxicated. Because of the special effect of the ruler, such pain was estimated to last for a long time. Yan Bingyu could always enjoy this. Lord Lin Feng, you've come out. Yan Bingyu said slightly fawningly, her eyes sneaking a glance at Xiao Meishue's office. Seeing that Lin Feng was the only one, she was relieved. Looking at Yan Bingyu who had lowered her posture so much, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel the great change brought about by his identity. Does Director Yan want to see me for something? Lin Feng casually asked. From the information given by the system, if he could make Yan Bingyu humble himself like this, he was bound to have a favor to ask. Sure enough, Yan Bingyu held up his glasses before pulling out the golden scale ring ruler from his arms once again. Lord Lin Feng, I have something I want to ask for your help. This golden scale ring ruler is considered to be my meet and greet gift. Please do accept it. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng didn't immediately take this ring ruler. Instead he laughed. Director Yan is joking. I'm just an ordinary people's teacher. What can I do to help? Besides, this ring ruler must be very precious. Director Yan is too broke. Calamity level props were quite rare existences. Each one was worth a lot. At least it had to be hundreds of millions of thrill coins, and the other party just said they were giving it away? Yan Bingyu hurriedly waved her hand. It's not a big favor. I just hope that Lord Lin Feng can say a few nice words in front of the principal. This year's vice principal selection will start soon. As for this ring ruler, it's just one of my many toys. It's not worth much money. Although the words said so, Yan Bingyu's face still showed how much meat pain to, after all, despite the fact that she usually did not receive less benefits. But a handful of calamity level props is not to say that you can just send. But for the sake of her career prospects, she still gritted her teeth and gave it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng pretended to be in a difficult position and after a moment reluctantly agreed. Since Director Yan said so, then I'll take it. I believe that with such outstanding abilities of Director Yan, the vice principal is not a handful. Lin Feng naturally didn't let go of the benefits given for nothing, and logically took it. Yan Bingyu's favor value towards you is plus 70, converted into 70 points of Guiqi value. Thank you Lord Lin Feng, then I'll leave first. Yan Bingyu revealed a grateful smile and then turned around. Lin Feng looked at Yan Bingyu's plump buttocks and for some reason had an urge. So much that I want to hit it. There shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's hand had already swung out. The two skills of convincing people by virtue plus preaching and teaching were added at the same time. Snap! Yan Bingyu's body immediately trembled and froze in place. No, it won't work. Yan Bingyu, who had endured for a long time, couldn't help but fall to her knees and turned her head to look at Lin Feng with shyness and flirtation in her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only be embarrassed and fled the scene. It's time to scrub the floor again. Yan Bingyu muttered. Lin Feng played with the golden scale ring ruler in his hand. With the calamity grade prop in his hands, his strength was able to rise by a large margin. This prop went quite well with his status as a trickster teacher. At 11th level, he could only deal with ordinary wandering soul levels without relying on other boosts. But with his intermediate guile teacher profession and the golden scale ring ruler, he felt like he wouldn't even have a problem beating up an ordinary level guile.
especially since he still had nearly 5,000 points of guile chi value. It's time to extract a new profession. Upgrading the guile teacher required 10,000 points of guile chi value, which he would need to continue saving. It would be better to use the guile chi value to extract a new guile profession. It would only cost 1,000 points. Do you spend 1,000 guile chi values to extract the guile profession? Yes. The carousel appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes once again. It's in the process of being extracted. The speed of the carousel gradually slowed down, and eventually the pointer was fixed on a point. Congratulations to the host for extracting the occupation, Trick Masseur. Occupation, Elementary Massage Therapist. Classification, Elementary Massage Therapist, Intermediate Massage Therapist, Advanced Massage Therapist, Extraordinary Massage Therapist, Master of the Sword. Skills, Sleight of Hand, Splendor of the Sword. Skills, Myriad Hands, Eyes of Insight. Side quest, provide massage services to 5 tricksters to ease the burden on their bodies. Reward, 3,500 experience points, 1 bottle of beauty nourishing pill, 10 pills. It's not like it's a combat profession. Lin Feng couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but something was better than nothing. As the carousel disappeared, a large amount of massage knowledge sprang up in Lin Feng's mind, and at the same time he felt that his hands had become extraordinarily flexible and strong. The loli looked silent, and the young woman looked tearful. Wonderful hands, your hand strength has been strengthened, while the strength is extraordinarily precise, ensuring that every massage is just right to satisfy the customer. Eye of Cave Knowledge, when opened, you can see all the information of the bizarre body, and any problematic parts will be known to you so that you can prescribe the right medicine. It doesn't feel too bad. Lin Feng looked at his thin, strong fingers. Although both skills were related to massage, they were also helpful in his battles. The former strengthened his hands and his attacks were more effective and precise. The latter allowed him to accurately see his opponent's discomfort, so he could target it when fighting. As for the task given by the system, the difficulty wasn't very high, it only required helping 5 weird massages. His current position in Dead Silence High School could be said to be rising, 1 person under 10,000 people. No. He should be above Xiao Meishue. It's no problem to grab 5 creepy massages at random. Lin Feng came to the classroom of the 3rd class, and the many creeps looked at Lin Feng in unison, their gazes full of admiration. Teacher, I heard that you're the principal's husband, is that true? It looked like this matter had already spread throughout the school. Of course Lin Feng didn't intend to hide it either. Aya, it's just the most mediocre of my many identities, there's no need to be too concerned. Wow, our 3rd class is really on the rise, with Mr. Lin here, let's see who in the other classes dares to bully us. Lin Feng immediately harvested a bunch of worship values. Lin Feng was non-committal, none of this matters, you guys are really rising when your grades are good. All of you take tomorrow's exam seriously, losing my face is losing the principal's face. The crowd of weird students all swore, don't worry Mr. Lin. Seeing their fighting spirit, Lin Feng was very satisfied. The other task was also steady. When Lin Feng finished his lecture, he was just about to leave, when he was called by one of the bizarre students. Mr. Lin. Lin Feng turned his head at the words, but he saw a young girl with a delicate and cute appearance pulling on his pants leg and said timidly, I remember your name is Ellie. Is there a topic you don't understand? Ellie couldn't help but smile sweetly when she saw that Lin Feng remembered her name. Then she timidly said, Teacher Lin, I'm feeling a bit sick, can you send me to the infirmary? Of course Lin Feng wouldn't refuse, as a teacher, the student's physical and mental health should also be paid more attention to. Of course, can you hold on? Do you want me to inform your parents? Ellie shook her head, it's fine, it's just a bit of a headache, I'm afraid it'll affect tomorrow's exams, just take a rest. Lin Feng brought Ellie to the infirmary. The infirmary was empty, the teachers here didn't know where they had run off to. Solely Lin Feng then directly let Ellie lie down on the bed in the infirmary. There's no need to force yourself, it's just an exam, it's still your own body that matters. Ellie's small hands gripped the corner of the quilt, but her tone was extraordinarily stubborn. Thank you, Teacher Lin. This exam is very important, Teacher Lin has been desperately teaching us these past few days, I also hope to repay you with my grades. Lin Feng couldn't help but be a bit touched, maybe this was the sense of fulfillment of a teacher. But even though the other party said that, Lin Feng could still be uneasy, it was impossible to really let the other party go to the examination center in such a state. With that, Lin Feng directly opened the Eye of Cave Sense and checked up on Ellie's body. In a flash, Ellie's body turned into another scene in Lin Feng's eyes. The green parts. They should represent health. The temples and eyes are showing purple color, it means that this child has consumed too much energy and is overworked. If this continues, I'm afraid that something will really go wrong. The shoulders show a blue color, is it caused by being sedentary for a long time? Creepy actually has this kind of problem. Nope. I can't see that this kid is quite deep, no wonder the shoulders are sore and swollen, they're almost the size of Shauna's. Further down. Before Lin Feng could continue to look down, Ellie's slightly shy voice came. Mr. Lin. Ellie's gaze was a bit averted and her cheeks were flushed. She didn't know why, but she felt that Lin Feng's gaze was a bit burning, as if it could see through everything about her, and her body was completely exposed to Lin Feng's eyes in general. What's wrong, Ellie? Lin Feng hurriedly pretended as if nothing had happened. What are you looking at? Nothing, I'm helping Ellie check her body. Like this, then thank you, teacher. Ellie said cluelessly. Ellie, do you want teacher to massage you so it won't be so hard? Lin Feng said kindly. It was just for the sake of the student's physical and mental health, and to complete the task in the meantime. It wasn't that there was anything else that was not what he had in mind. Ellie pursed her lips tightly, somewhat hesitant. Since she was a child, she had rarely come into contact with the opposite sex, let alone a handsome and mature human like Lin Feng. For a moment, she didn't know if she should say yes or not. Ellie doesn't want anything to happen in tomorrow's exam either. As long as teacher uses her fingers to help you press some parts, Ellie will be able to rejuvenate herself. Lin Feng continued. Once she heard that it was about tomorrow's exam, Ellie couldn't think of anything else. Then please, teacher. With that, Ellie closed her eyes, with a posture of being at the mercy of the king. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't politely do anything. Wonderful hands. Lin Feng's hands immediately looked like they had a layer of jade color attached to them, infinite energy wrapped around them. Afterwards, Lin Feng gently attached his hands to Ellie's head and pressed his two thumbs against his temples in a regular manner. Ellie only felt a surge of electricity going straight to the sky. This soothing feeling was unprecedented. Lin Feng's thumbs were thick and strong, and the force of the press was not too big or too small, precisely pressing on her sore areas. With Lin Feng's massage, the tiredness in her body actually began to dissipate rapidly. This made Ellie couldn't help but let out a low murmur. What? Did it hurt you? Lin Feng softly inquired. Ellie hurriedly covered her mouth with her small hand, fearing that Lin Feng would hear it. The expression on her own face right now must be very. But she didn't want Lin Feng to stop. No. It's fine, teacher, you continue. Receiving a reply, Lin Feng then continued pressing the temples, the eyes, and the shoulders. The skillful technique and precise force made Ellie realize what it meant to be in lust. Seeing that as he massaged, the purple and blue color on Ellie's body was gradually fading away. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. Ellie's favorability towards you plus 300, converted into 300 points of Gui Qi value. Why are there still yellow parts? Pressing and pressing, Lin Feng noticed that Ellie's chest and also her thighs and other parts of her body had a yellow color floating on them, and the more the cut went to the roots the deeper the yellow color became. I don't know what this color represented. Out of curiosity, Lin Feng stretched out his index finger and gently touched the yellow part. A soft touch came. Ellie's excitement towards you plus 100, converted into 100 points of Guile Qi value. There. It's not good, teacher. Ellie pouted. Even though Ellie's expression didn't look angry and resistant in the slightest, Lin Feng took it as it came. At this moment, he also understood what the color yellow stood for. After pressing for about 10 more minutes, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his head. Alright, now those colors are gone. Ellie, how are you feeling? Lin Feng asked, but he didn't see a response. Looking up, Ellie had fallen asleep at some point, her sleeping face quite peaceful. It seems like the effect is overwhelming. At night give my family Xiao Shui a massage as well. Focus on massaging the yellow parts. Lin Feng quietly walked out of the infirmary and went straight to the cafeteria. Too many things had happened today, making him quite tired and in need of a good meal to make up for it. After all, he still had a tough battle to fight at night, he needed to replenish his strength. After entering the cafeteria, Lin Feng ordered another large deluxe set meal. As his body strengthened, the nutrition he needed increased, and he spent 500 thrill coins on one meal. When the other human players around him saw Lin Feng, they all sat far away. After knowing the news that the three Williams had offended Lin Feng and had died directly and tragically, they knew that this man was terrifying, heading to not to provoke each other at will. In response to this, Lin Feng was also happy to be free, so that there would be no more ungrateful people looking for trouble. After eliminating the windswept clouds, Lin Feng didn't have anything else to do, so he went straight to Xiao Meishua's office. Inside the infirmary, Ellie woke up in a ghostly manner, only feeling that every pore of her body was quite soothed. The fatigue that she had accumulated from studying desperately for so many days was now swept away. This sleep was the most peaceful sleep she had ever had in her life. Where's Mr. Lin? Seeing that Lin Feng was no longer around her, Ellie couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in her heart. Why don't you continue back there? Ellie didn't reject it either. Ellie pouted, very dissatisfied with Lin Feng's proclivity to run away. Brushing over the area where Lin Feng had pressed, Ellie's fighting spirit was rekindled in her eyes. Mr. Lin, Ellie won't stop there. Knock knock knock. Lin Feng knocked on the door of Xiao Meishua's office. "Come in." Xiao Meishue's nice voice sounded from behind the door. Lin Feng directly pushed the door in. "Husband, you're here, next time you don't need to knock, just come straight in." Xiao Meishue saw that it was Lin Feng and immediately stood up and walked over from behind her desk. At the moment Xiao Meishue had changed out of her professional clothes and into a homey casual outfit. "What if I disturb your work?" Lin Feng said. Xiao Meishue came to Lin Feng's side and gently took off his jacket, then made a cup of tea for Lin Feng. "Hubby, wait here for a moment, I'm going to take a shower first," said Xiao Meishue. "There's a surprise for you later." Xiao Meishue's office could not only be used for office work, the room next to it was also a rest area, which had all kinds of items, a bedroom, kitchen, bath and so on, making it convenient for her to rest, as well as do something else. Surprise? What surprise? Lin Feng's curiosity was immediately aroused. However, Xiao Meishue just smiled charmingly. "You'll know later, no peeking." Saying that, Xiao Meishue hummed a song and walked into the rest area on the side. When Lin Feng heard this, he could only press down the anxiety in his heart and took a sip from his teacup. "Ha! There's something wrong with this tea?" The moment he drank it, Lin Feng immediately felt like his body had fallen into lava. His body was on fire and full of power. Yang Rising Tea, extremely rare tea, efficacy as the name suggests, know it all. A cup of tea can raise 10,000 experience points. Sure enough, after a cup of tea, 10,000 experience points arrived directly, and the level directly reached level 18, 400/1900. What a powerful tea! He had to complete several side quests to gain so many experience points. It only needed one cup to do it. After drinking the tea, Lin Feng's yang qi converged in his belly, as if it was a sharp sword ready to be sheathed at any moment. "No, I want to fight someone so badly." Lin Feng's eyes were crimson. In a trance he stood up and went straight to the rest area on the side. With a bang, Lin Feng pushed the door of the room open. When he met him, he saw Xiao Meishue sitting in front of the mirror, earnestly putting black silk into her legs. At this moment, she had just finished her shower, her hair was casually draped down, her cheeks still slightly flushed. The clothes on her body had been changed into a sexy sailor suit. Was this the surprise that Xiao Meishue had said in her mouth? Xiao Meishue also froze when she saw Lin Feng barging in. "Hubby, didn't I say for you to wait? Why did you suddenly come in?" Before she could finish her words, Lin Feng violently pounced towards her. And it was now that the live broadcast from Lin Feng's perspective went black once again. "What do you mean? I have my pants down and you're showing me this? A big battle is about to start. I still have to wave the flag for Lin Feng. Damn it, it's fine to defend against villains, even against decent people like me," the wolves watching wailed. After so many years of live broadcasting, Lin Feng is probably the first one to get on the shenanigans. It's really a model for my generation. More than that, I've watched 5 sessions of the National Games competition. Lin Feng is still the first one to live so well. Originally I was all set to watch it as a horror movie. I didn't expect Lin Feng to directly straighten it out in the Sakura Nation style. Xiao Meishue's heart was beating extremely fast at the moment. The Lin Feng in front of him seemed like a furnace, blazing yang qi poured out. I didn't expect this yang rising tea to work so fast. I haven't tried it before. Xiao Meishue was encircled by Lin Feng and leaned helplessly against Lin Feng's chest. "Husband, what do you want to do?" "Want?" Lin Feng was now very thirsty and desperately needed to quench his thirst, especially since Xiao Meishue was wearing a Sakura Nation sailor uniform and hay silk. And Xiao Meishue possessed a snow maiden physique, holding it in her arms was icy cold, just in line with Lin Feng's hopes. Now all that was needed was water to quench his thirst. Immediately, Xiao Meishue was ready to take off her black silk, but she was held down by Lin Feng. "No need, this can be used to add buffs." Before Xiao Meishue could understand what it meant, her lips were brutally attached by Lin Feng. 10,000 words omitted. The next day at noon, the sun sprinkled on Lin Feng's face before Lin Feng woke up leisurely. His body was unprecedentedly soothed as well as exhausted, and this feeling of pain and pleasure caused Lin Feng to let out a groan. "Is this what it feels like to be out of fledgling? I didn't realize that my 1st to 7th times were actually with my weird wife." Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Meishue who was lying quietly in his arms. At the moment Xiao Meishue was in a deep sleep, her eyelashes were lightly fluttering, the corners of her eyes still had tears in them, and her white jade-like skin had red marks everywhere, so it could be seen how intense the battle was last night. It was also thanks to the fact that today was exam time. Yan Bingyu was also very sensible and didn't give Lin Feng the task of invigilating the exams, which was why Lin Feng was so free. "It's good to praise her more when I have the chance." Lin Feng was just about to gently move his body when Xiao Meishue wooed and her eyes slowly opened. "Xiao Shui, you're awake." Seeing this, Lin Feng tenderly whispered in her ear. When Xiao Meishue saw Lin Feng near her eyes, she immediately remembered last night's big battle and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. Even though Xiao Meishue was strong and serious in her work and had a cool and lonely personality, she was completely a strong woman. But if she moved with true feelings, then she was like a green high school student, especially last night when Lin Feng pulled her into many difficult maneuvers, which were quite humiliating.
What's wrong, Xiao Shui? Isn't it enjoyable enough? Lin Feng couldn't help but tease when he saw Xiao Meishue's shy and cute appearance. Xiao Meishue hurriedly whispered, No, I just didn't expect this kind of thing to actually happen. Go take a bath first, I'll clean the room first. At this moment Xiao Meishue's office was full of mess. Last night's fight, the two people fought from the bedroom to the balcony, and from the balcony to the sofa, desk and the bathroom. Hey, silk all ripped and broken several strips. Okay, hubby. Xiao Meishue limped and trotted into the bathroom. Lin Feng, on the other hand, threw the torn strips of cloth into the trash can and then wiped off the stains on the floor, the desk and other places. This was how the office looked like normal. When Lin Feng finished cleaning up, the live broadcast was also opened. This is outrageous, it's already noon and Lin Feng's live broadcast only opened. I thought Lin Feng had been weirdly drained. As expected of Lin Feng, he's actually so persistent. The viewers looked at the springy Lin Feng and couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Ha! When did my guile chi value rise to 8,000 points? Lin Feng casually flicked through his panel and realized that the guile chi value had skyrocketed by nearly double in one night. Couldn't it be that this was all due to Xiao Meishue? Of course, without me working that hard, it wouldn't have been possible to go up this much. Right at this moment, Xiao Meishue had already finished washing up and changed her clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Lin Feng had already changed his clothes and was in a position to go out. Hubby, are you going out? Xiao Meishue said suspiciously. Well, isn't today an exam? As a teacher I still need to care about my students' exams. Lin Feng said. Xiao Meishue nodded, then solemnly said, Hubby, even though you're very strong, this is after all the world of thrillers, it's not guaranteed that there will be danger. There's no way I can stay by your side all the time. Why don't you just quit your job as a teacher and stay in my office for the next 10 days or so I can still protect you? Xiao Meishue's eyes were flooded with a strong meaning of concern. At this Lin Feng's heart was quite warm, but he still politely refused. Xiao Shui, I know you're doing it for my own good, but there's no need to be overprotective of me. The profession of guile teacher is something I really like, and these students are also very cute. Don't worry about it, your husband I'm so strong, I'm not that easy to die, on top of that I'm working right under your nose, the other shenanigans can't do anything to me. Lin Feng's attitude was resolute. Xiao Meishue couldn't be persuaded any further, instead she pulled out a black card from her pocket. This card has 100 million creepy coins in it. It can be used within any creepy copy. Husband, you can take it first. Consider it as last night's reward, just use it as pocket money. Xiao Meishue stuffed the card into Lin Feng's hands, but you're not allowed to reject it. Being good to my husband is what I should do. Hearing this, Lin Feng could only accept the soft food that had smashed over with tears in his eyes. Thank you, little snow. By the way, here's another rice silk cold clothes. It's made from the spider silk of the destruction grade creepy cold sky demon spider. It's extremely strong in defense, and it's also immune to ice attribute attacks. Hubby, that snakeskin was accidentally torn by me last night when I was exercising, it's as compensation. That said, this snakeskin was faded by MS. Shauna, right, hubby, what did you do with people? Xiao Meishue came up to Lin Feng, her expression carrying some questioning and jealousy. Lin Feng scratched his face awkwardly, his eyes dodged. No, nothing, just exchanged teaching experiences with MS. Shauna, she gave it to me in a good mood. Really? Hubby, don't lie to Xiao Shuio. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly took the cold clothes and put them on his body. Thank you for the treasure Xiao Shui sent me. Xiao Shui, you're so good to me, I love you to death. Xiao Mingxue sniffed, the jealousy on her face faded a bit and overflowed with a faint smile. People are not blaming husband you, people do not mind a few more sisters, as long as husband loves me on the line. After all, husband, you are too fierce, I am a person some can't resist. Xiao Meishue muttered in a small voice. Lin Feng smiled and swept over Xiao Meishue and kissed her forehead. Alright, little vinegar bag, I'll always love you, there's really nothing between me and teacher Shauna. That's good. By the way, hubby, these are 3 ice spirit talismans. I condensed them with my own power. Activating the talismans can release an ice spirit attack. The power is equivalent to my full power strike. I'm worried that hubby will encounter very strong opponents in the future. These 3 talismans are kept for defense. Xiao Meishue handed Lin Feng 3 more sea blue talismans. They were ice cold in his hand. The light inside was flowing and contained extremely strong energy. And these are 5 snow lotus pills. They can heal wounds and get rid of toxins. This is. Afterwards, Xiao Meishue took out a bunch of rare items out of nowhere and stuffed them into Lin Feng's hands in a brain. Every single one of these things taken out was worth a lot of money, and together the price was estimated to break through 500 million thrill coins. But Xiao Meishue didn't bat an eyelid. She gave them all to Lin Feng, as if she was just giving away some inconspicuous little toys. This scene really made the audience's eyes red, especially those players who had experienced the thriller game. They understood the value of these things. 100 million thriller coins. I've gone through more than a dozen copies, big and small, and I've been born to die for so many years before I've saved up tens of millions of dollars. People are so angry compared to people. Destruction level props said to send on send, to Hoet. I dumped my family to buy a handful of dangerous level props. On this I am still complacent for several months. Is this the feeling of eating soft food? This is also too cool. Why don't I have creepy rich girl maintenance? That group of creepy sees me like a dog sees shit, chasing and biting. Lin Feng looked at this huge pile of stuff, his eyes only glowed. This was really rich. It's true that when a man has a good waist, rich women's gifts are rare. Lin Feng saw Xiao Meishue still wanting to continue stuffing things into his arms and quickly called a halt. Alright Xiao Shui, that's enough. These things are already enough. I guess if these are taken out, nothing can kill me except a nuclear bomb. People are just heartbroken. Husband Xiao Meishue, this is not yet finished. To take back her hand. She just liked to see Lin Feng happy, as well as sweating like. Afterwards, the two of them warmed up in the office for a while, doing some live blackout stuff, before Lin Feng walked out of the office with a glowing face. Xiao Meishue, on the other hand, stayed behind and continued to deal with the unfinished work. At this time it was already afternoon. Lin Feng happened to catch the students finishing their exams. Seeing Wang Xiaochang and other shenanigans walking back, Lin Feng smiled and walked over. How did you do on the exams, Xiaochang? Teacher Lin. Don't worry teacher, I definitely didn't lose your face. I feel like I played exceptionally well, a lot of the knowledge my teacher taught in class. Wang Xiaochang said with particular excitement. At this moment, he had completely become Lin Feng's number one fanboy. Because of Lin Feng, he had fallen in love with learning and the feeling of his strength soaring. It was extraordinarily fulfilling inside. Not bad, there are a few more subjects tomorrow, keep it up. Lin Feng smiled and patted Wang Xiaochang's shoulder, quite pleased. Back inside the office, the other weird teachers were discussing the exams. Lin Feng sat leisurely in his seat. When those weird teachers saw Lin Feng coming over, they curiously came over. The inquiries were nothing more than Lin Feng's relationship with Principal Xiao Meishue, and Lin Feng didn't have anything to hide. He admitted their relationship in a big way. Teacher Lin, isn't this the first time you've entered a weird space? When did you meet our principal? A weird teacher asked a crucial question. It's a long story. It was a sunny night. Lin Feng began to talk nonsense. He couldn't say that they had met through a hot-blooded action minigame. After dealing with these weird teachers who liked to gossip, Lin Feng just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. And then he noticed a gaze staring straight at him, as if it were a snake and scorpion. Lin Feng twisted his head with difficulty, but he saw that Shauna was lying on the table, looking at him with a grudging face. Yo, isn't this the principal's husband? That's awesome, the principal was taken down by you. How's that? The taste of the snow maiden must be great, Shauna said sourly. When she heard that Lin Feng was Xiao Meishue's husband, she was still a bit unconvinced, thinking that someone was targeting Lin Feng. As a result, at night she had seen Lin Feng go straight to the top floor of the office building and hadn't come out since, so she had to believe this fact. What was even more infuriating was that she had actually subconsciously knocked on Lin Feng's dormitory door yesterday, and even lay down on Lin Feng's bed for the night. Who made this guy smell so good? Looked at people's bodies and took their molted skins. Now he says he has a family. What a scum. Hey, it's not so bad to steal a man from the principal. Afraid that he will be killed in seconds in a single glance. Shauna's heart was in a mess. Lin Feng saw that Shauna was in a depressed mood and quietly moved towards her. What's wrong, teacher Shauna? You won't be jealous. Oomph, I would be jealous of you? Shauna instantly exploded, her snake tail slapping the ground hard. Lin Feng, however, just laughed and pulled over Shauna's hand with a quick eye. Teacher Shauna, you must be very tired from working these past few days. Do you want me to massage your little hands for you? For women, hand care is also very important. No. Shauna just wanted to pull her hand back, but Lin Feng had already started kneading it. Who wants you? A surge of electricity hit Shauna, and Shauna instantly felt as if her hand was wrapped in a ball of cotton, extraordinarily comfortable, making her speechless for a moment, and a trace of a strange feeling welled up in her heart. These past few days she had been busy correcting homework and writing a lot of things. Her hands were very sore. These few strokes from Lin Feng were considered to be pressing on the tip of her heart. Lin Feng saw the condition of Shauna's body through the eye of insight. Shauna's hand was slim and soft, holding it in her hand and kneading it at will for profanity. Shauna's mouth let out a low moan from time to time, obviously enjoying it very much. Immediately after, Lin Feng attached his other hand to Shauna's slender and agile waist. Wait, where are you touching? Shauna instantly ranted in a small voice. Teacher Shauna doesn't want other people to see it either, right? So just don't say anything and enjoy it quietly, said Lin Feng as he started pressing on Shauna's waist. With a two-pronged approach, Shauna's pleasure was instantly doubled. Afraid of being noticed by the other creepy teachers, Shauna only had to cover her mouth with her hand to keep herself from making a sound. That's a good boy. Seeing this, Lin Feng simply increased his strength a few more times. Shauna's excitement towards you plus 200, converted into 200 points of guile chi value.
It had an effect. Lin Feng was very satisfied with Shauna's reaction. His own massage technique was getting better and better. No, don't think that I'll forgive you just because of this. Shauna looked at Lin Feng stubbornly and stoically, but her eyes were flooded with water waves. Oh, that's what you said. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng once again preached. Oh, Shauna's pupils shriveled. Pleasure rolled in like a wave. Shauna's snake tail curled up and her waist twisted with Lin Feng's pressure. This long-lost feeling made Shauna extraordinarily obsessed. And with the addition of Lin Feng's massage this time, it felt even better. I can't, at this rate. Shauna didn't know where she got the strength to break free from Lin Feng's hands, and her twisting snake tail quickly rushed out of the office. This still doesn't take you? Lin Feng looked at Shauna's back, looking rather smug. After a few moments, Shauna returned with a blushing face. You bad man. Shauna looked at Lin Feng with feigned anger. Lin Feng spread his hands out with a shameless attitude of a dead pig. With your strength, it's easy to break free from me. Obviously you're enjoying yourself. One person and one weird looked at each other and smiled. The slightly stiff relationship between the two also eased a lot. The first day's theory test ended, and the second day's grade evaluation was also successfully completed. The results came out very quickly, and not surprisingly, the results of the second grade class taught by Lin Feng had really improved a lot. The sixth overall in the whole year, this result wasn't much brighter, but it was still too much better than the previous bottom, a real improvement. After all, Lin Feng had only been teaching for a little over a week, and to be able to make this progress had already exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. The classroom was in a state of jubilation, and the many trickster students were happy about this result. Many thanks to Mr. Lin Feng for his guidance. Oh, finally I don't have to go home and get beaten up. The crowd of Bazaar's admiration value for Lin Feng went up another notch. Lin Feng's creepy chi value directly exceeded 10,000 points. This is all the result of everyone's efforts. Lin Feng's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Side quest completed, rewarded with 5,000 experience points and 100,000 thrill coins. Lin Feng's heart was extraordinarily flat. He was now worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This amount of thrill coins didn't even enter his eyes anymore. It feels like it doesn't matter if I do side quests or not, or else I'm going to do it in the future. The host is a little calm. The branch task reward is small, but it will affect the end of the copy of the score. The more the branch task to do, the higher the score. The end of the gift of the reward is also more generous. Some props unique to humans. Creepy spend money cannot be bought. Oh. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's negative attitude, a system that was like a dead man rarely issued a reminder. It was profitable, so Lin Feng reluctantly agreed. Knock knock. Just as Lin Feng and the system were pulling at each other, the classroom door was knocked on. Lin Feng turned his head to look. Yan Bingyu was standing at the door at some point. The group of creepy students were so frightened that they were silenced, thinking that they had messed with this old hag. Teacher Lin Feng, to discuss something with you. Yan Bingyu had a smile in her eyes and waved at Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng walked out of the door and came in front of Yan Bingyu. What is it, Director Yan? It's like this, Lord Lin Feng. Our school needs to arrange home visits at the end of every exam. Just pick a few students at random. Yan Bingyu said. That's so, I see. Lin Feng didn't think so and casually answered. Wait a moment, Lord Lin Feng. Do you need me to accompany you? Yan Bingyu asked tentatively. Why do you want to go as well? Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. Then Yan Bingyu explained the reason to Lin Feng, and only then did Lin Feng understand the other party's intentions. It turned out that Yan Bingyu was worried that if Lin Feng faced those weird parents, he would accidentally mess with the other party. After all, the weirdness of the outside world would only be more dangerous than this group of weird students from Dead Silence High School, and it was not guaranteed that they would encounter that kind of killing-obsessed weirdness, especially since Lin Feng was still a human being, and his life was even more in danger. Lin Feng was a different person now. His status was golden. Yan Bingyu was afraid that Lin Feng would be harmed and he himself would be implicated by Xiao Meishua's anger. You don't have to worry about that. I'll find a way. Lin Feng already had an attention in his heart. Lin Feng had just returned inside the classroom when the system's voice came to his ears. Side quest, home visit to 2 creepy parents, reward, 2,000 experience points, 30,000 thrill coins. In response to this, Lin Feng's face was as normal. Doing quests was all by the way. It was just the right opportunity to use this to improve his relationship with his creepy classmates. In the next few days I'm going to arrange home visits. Who wants to voluntarily sign up? Lin Feng said to the many Bazaar students. Upon hearing this, the crowd of Bazaar immediately lowered their heads. Even Bazaar people were extraordinarily afraid of things like home visits. Seeing that no one said anything, Lin Feng simply looked at Wang Xiaochang and said, Wang Xiaochang, the home visit quota counts for you. Don't teacher. Why pick me? Wang Xiaochang looked at Lin Feng incredulously. Cut the crap. You've made a lot of progress in this exam. I'll praise you in front of your mother then. Lin Feng said in a good-natured manner. No. It's not because of this. Wang Xiaochang stammered and tried to say something else, but Lin Feng didn't pay any attention. Just as Lin Feng was hunting for the next unlucky egg, a small hand trembled out from the middle seat. Lin, Teacher Lin, I want to enroll. Lin Feng followed the sound and looked, an unexpected look appearing on his face. The person who raised her hand was clearly Ellie. Ellie noticed Lin Feng's gaze and couldn't help but lower her head, but then clenched her fists and cheered herself up. Good, since student Ellie took the initiative to enroll, it's decided. Lin Feng remembered from the school's information that Ellie's father was always away on business trips and rarely came back. This was coupled with the fact that Wang Xiaoqian was a single parent and was brought up by his mother. Both families only had young wives who were trick wives. This way the danger of home visits will also be greatly reduced. Soon the day of the home visit arrived, and when it was time for school to be dismissed, Lin Feng was waiting at the school entrance early. There was only one human player left as a security guard at the entrance, and after so many days down the line, that human player had adapted to the job and his expression was no longer scared and nervous, but it was more like a raw numbness. To the side of where he was standing, a creepy in the same costume was lazily reclining on a recliner, cursing at the human contestant from time to time. Stand up straight, keep your legs together, tell me straight if you don't want your legs, I can help you eat them. When he saw Lin Feng walking over, the originally lazy bizarre security guard suddenly opened his eyes wide and stood up in a mischievous manner. Ha! Isn't this Mr. Lin Feng? Is Teacher Lin Feng going out? Name, Sage Pill. Identity, Deadly Silence High School Security Chief. Race, Carrion. Rank, Dangerous Low. Favorability, 33. Weakness, because the body is pieced together from different corpse pieces, the joint connections are weak. Yes, I'm going to visit my classmate's house today. Lin Feng nodded. Sage Pill didn't question it too much. In that case, Mr. Lin Feng is really working hard. According to the rules, human contestants were strictly forbidden to leave the school, and he was perfectly capable of directly executing violators. But what was Lin Feng's status? He, a security chief, knew very well that he couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, Lin Feng was allowed to come and go as he pleased. Lin Feng waited at the entrance for a few moments until most of the weird students had finished leaving, before Wang Xiaochang's figure slowly appeared. Seeing this, Lin Feng said, "Let's go, we have to hurry." Wang Xiaochang, however, reluctantly smiled. "It's okay, teacher, there's no need to be in such a hurry, we can walk slower." Even if Lin Feng was stupid, he could tell that Wang Xiaochang was deliberately stalling for time, as if he was trying to hide something. But Lin Feng didn't ask more questions, waiting to know the answer. Wang Xiaochang led the way, looking left and right along the way, as if he was afraid of encountering something. Lin Feng followed behind without slowing down, leisurely looking at the surrounding scenery. Was this the weird world? The buildings in the bizarre space and the human inhabitants are not bad, just not as prosperous as the human world is rich in vitality. On the contrary, it is dead and slightly gray. One person and one weird walked for about 10 minutes, turned into a small alley. Just then, 4 or 5 figures suddenly appeared in front, blocking the way. "Yo, Wang Xiaochang, can make us wait. You haven't grown up in a few days, how dare you resist us?" the leader of the bazaar arrogantly said. Seeing this group of bazaar appear, Wang Xiaochang's face immediately became quite ugly. "Teacher Lin, why don't we just do the home visit another day? You go back to school first, I have some things to take care of." Wang Xiaochang gritted his teeth and said to Lin Feng in a pleading tone. Those few creeps also noticed Lin Feng's presence. "Ha, that one beside you is humans. It's actually a human." "Really, you Wang Xiaochang, actually taking a human to honor me? For the sake of this, I'll punch you a few less times today." A few creeps looked at Lin Feng, and an excited light appeared in their eyes. They couldn't wait to directly pounce over and dismantle Lin Feng. "Interpol, come at me if you have anything to do, dare to make a move on my teacher, I'll make you pay for it." Wang Xiaochang cursed. Lin Feng's expression was bland and he swept the circle unhurriedly. These few creeps looked similar in age to Wang Xiaochang, wearing clothes from different schools, and had shoddy looks. "Wang Xiaochang, these guys are the ones you've been worrying about, right? Is it hard to believe that the wounds you had on your body before were also made by them?" Lin Feng asked, before he thought that those wounds were self-inflicted on Creepy. After all, Creepy was all crooked looking, even if he had a chopper on his head it wasn't strange. Now it seemed to be different. Wang Xiaochang was 80% being bullied in school. "I didn't expect this kind of thing to exist in Creepy. I'm sorry teacher, I shouldn't hide it from you, it's just that I'm afraid you'll tell my mom." Wang Xiaochang said guiltily. The leader of the bazaar named Penetrating Spirit saw that Wang Xiaochang was so hardened, his fire immediately skyrocketed. "Wang Xiaochang, you are really living more and more back, you actually managed to call a human a teacher? It looks like I should teach you how to write the dignity of a creepy as well." Saying that, Interpol greeted and a few minions behind him walked towards Lin Feng and the two of them. "Teacher, I can't beat them, you hurry up and run, I'll stay and stall for you." Wang Xiaochang took a stance as if he was facing an enemy. He was already prepared to be brutally beaten. Lin Feng smiled at his words. Are you kidding? What kind of teacher would let his students be bullied? He had already acquired information about these few creeps. Apart from the leader, the criminal spirit, who was at the middle ordinary level, the other few juniors were all below the high stage of the traveling soul level. The strength looked quite strong, but with Lin Feng's current strength, it wasn't a difficult task to deal with them. He had multiple life-saving killing weapons on him, so the big deal was to take a nuclear bomb and blow them up. Dare to bully my students? Today I'll teach you guys how to write the word death too. The few bazaars saw that instead of running away in fear, Lin Feng walked towards them, and they all somewhat couldn't help themselves. This human is afraid of being a fool. Won't eating it affect his IQ? They were used to being arrogant and domineering on a regular basis and didn't put Lin Feng in their eyes at all. As they spoke, a bloodthirsty light erupted in the eyes of a few of the creeps as they unleashed various attacks on Lin Feng. Die! Buzz! Lin Feng's aura was on full display, the strength of an intermediate-level creepy teacher was on full display. Intense fear and awe appeared in the hearts of several guile, and the attacks that hit Lin Feng were unconsciously curtailed. What's going on? Why am I so scared of this human? It's like facing our teacher, that kind of feeling. Wang Xiaochang, who was on the side, couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he saw this. He had learned about Lin Feng's strength. Even now that he had reached the high stage of the Wandering Soul class, in his eyes Lin Feng was still as untouchable. These few minions were going to suffer. As expected, Lin Feng already had a golden ruler in his hand. Before the few bazaar reacted, Lin Feng carried the ring ruler and rushed straight to them. Snap! The ring ruler struck out and hit the several bazaar bodies heavily. The golden scales on the surface of the ring ruler flashed with bloodthirsty coldness, and the scales scraped through the bazaar body tissues, actually directly scraping off a large area of skin and muscle. Ah! My head! How is it possible? How can a human's attack hurt so much? Help, boss! Red and white liquid splattered, and the putrid smell of blood spread out in all directions as several creepy were beaten to a haunting halt. However, the bazaar's vitality was still tenacious in the end. Being beaten to the point of broken bones and twisted limbs, they were still alive and kicking. Several creepies' fear of you plus 800, converted into 800 points of creepy chi value. Wang Xiaochang was also a bit alarmed by this scene. It looked like Lin Feng had still stayed his hand when he hit him in the first place. His own decision to recognize the time was really wise. This scene in front of him, Lin Feng was also a bit surprised, but he also felt it was reasonable. After all, this weapon could cause irremovable damage even when it hit Yendingyu, let alone this group of minions. At the back, the bizarre pupil named Criminal Pillow dilated. His body couldn't help but tremble a little. Just now, when Lin Feng released the aura of a middle-ranked creepy teacher, he was a little uneasy in his heart. Now that he saw how easily Lin Feng had disposed of his own men, he was even more flustered. This weapon, it's at least a dangerous grade prop. A mere human, what gives him the right to have such a precious thing? A few bazaar were beaten by Lin Feng in a single glance and hid behind Interpol, as the eldest brother, still had this bearing. Human teacher, we know we're wrong. From now on, we will never bully Wang Xiaochang again. On the surface, Criminal Spirit had a respectful look, but only a ferocious gaze was shown in his eyes. Oh, do you guys genuinely know the error of your ways, or are you superficially succumbing to my lustful authority? Or no, divine authority? In actuality, in your hearts, you can't wait to chop me into pieces. Lin Feng looked at Interpol playfully. Criminal Spirit immediately put on a sincere attitude. Sincerely admit our mistakes. In the future we will treat Wang Xiaochang as if he were a blood brother. To show sincerity, teacher can hit me with a slap. Saying this, the Criminal Spirit stretched his hand out and left it at Lin Feng's disposal. Wang Xiaochang's face sank as he whispered in Lin Feng's ear, Teacher Lin, this Xingpu was a complete scumbag. Teacher mustn't fall for it. Lin Feng patted Wang Xiaochang's shoulder, signaling him to rest assured. It's true that you're very sincere, teacher is very pleased. Saying that, Lin Feng slowly walked up and came to the front of Interpol. Seeing that Lin Feng was already close at hand, the killing intent in his eyes was no longer hidden, the corners of his mouth grinned. Oomph! What a fool! A mere human still wants to teach me a lesson? Die for me! In the next moment, the clothes in front of Interdictor's chest burst open violently, and in his abdomen, there was actually a human face. At his navel there was a large mouth open at the moment, which spat out a long section of tongue, while at the tip of the tongue there was a sharp bone spur. The bone spur violently stabbed at Lin Feng. At such a close distance, Criminal Spirit expected that the human in front of him wouldn't be able to react at all. Don't think you can be arrogant in front of me just because of your weapon. However, without waiting for him to be complacent, the smile on his face froze and the complacency in his eyes turned into disbelief. The imagined image of the bone spikes stabbing through Lin Feng's body didn't appear. Instead, the bone spikes were blocked by an extremely tough barrier the moment they touched Lin Feng's skin. No matter how he exerted himself, he couldn't pierce through Lin Feng. What's going on?
My bone thorns are able to pierce through even dangerous level shenanigans, how come they can't even injure a human skin?
Criminal Spirit raised his head violently, only to meet Lin Feng's playful eyes.
How's that? Destruction level ice silk cold clothes are tough enough, right? Want to try a few more times, maybe it'll work.
Lin Feng had anticipated that the other party would have some designs. Through the system he had already acquired the other party's information, learned that the other party still had a face on his abdomen. Coupled with the fact that he was so luxuriously equipped, this was what emboldened him.
Destruction level. Interdictor's eyes were a little lax.
He was never expecting that this human actually had so many props, and these props were also so precious.
On what basis?
No other skills, it all depends on creepy wife working hard enough. However, Criminal Spirit was still unwilling, and a ferocious light once again erupted in his eyes. The tongue in his abdomen stabbed out again, only this time it was stabbing at Lin Feng's head.
Can the ice silk cold clothes still protect your head? Let's see what you can block with this time. Still trying to struggle, I think you really don't want to live.
Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, then he held the opponent's stabbing tongue while the ring ruler was swung out, directly cutting off the opponent's tongue. This attack of the other party could only work wonders if it was a sneak attack, but it had no effect at all under his eyes.
Pooh!
Fresh blood sprayed out from Criminal Spirit's abdomen, and both mouths let out miserable screams at the same time.
Damn it! How could I lose to a human?
He wasn't dead yet, he still wanted to continue killing Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng just looked at him indifferently and casually waved the ring ruler in his hand, smashing it heavily on the head of the Criminal Spirit.
Criminal Spirit's head instantly deflated.
One after another, Lin Feng swung out another dozen times. Criminal Pora's head directly turned into a mass of paste, and his body was smashed into no shape. Even if the bizarre life force was strong, it was still dead. As for the other few creepy minions, they had also long been scared to the point of incontinence. It was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying human.
It would only be the last time as well.
Lin Feng didn't intend to let them go either. One of them came a few times, there was no resistance at all. The several creeps all died horribly in Lin Feng's hands. The alley was full of wreckage, the deaths of the several creeps were quite ugly. Wang Xiaochang stood on the side, looking at Lin Feng who had his hands behind his back and had a breezy face. The awe in his heart increased a few more points. Even though Lin Feng had solved his opponent easily and comfortably by relying on the power of the advanced props, Lin Feng's own strength was still something he was discouraged by. Worthy of being teacher Lin Feng. Previously, these few creeps had relied on their own strength and hadn't bullied the nearby low-ranked creeps. Now he was sort of out of his misery. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also quite shocked. Previously it was all about the bazaar being strong and the humans being hunted down by the bazaar, surviving between the cracks and leveling up at a later stage to barely survive. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was a different scene, killing the bazaar as if it were a chicken.
Alright, troublesome thing settled, let's hurry up and go.
Lin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief, no longer looking at the blood on the ground, turned his head to Wang Xiaochang and said,
Teacher Lin.
Wang Xiaochang was a bit at a loss for words, and felt very guilty about hiding the criminal spirit. In the future, if you encounter something similar, tell teacher in time, teacher will back you up. Lin Feng patted Wang Xiaochang's shoulder and comforted him.
Thank you teacher.
However, this criminal spirit's backstage is not simple. If teacher Lin kills him, there will definitely be trouble in the future.
It's all my fault. Wang Xiaochang was a little anxious. Is his so-called backstage more powerful than Xiao Shui?
At those words, Wang Xiaochang was stunned and reacted. It seemed like Lin Feng's backstage was even tougher. That's not more powerful than that. Criminal Spirit's father is only at the beginning of the calamity level. Naturally he's not a match for the principal. Joking aside, a powerhouse of Xiao Meishua's level was at the top of the list in the entire bizarre world. Who would dare to mess with her? Then it's not a problem. I'll just mention it to Xiao Shui when I turn around. Lin Feng was quite confident. It felt really good to have a bizarre big brother as a wife.
With that, the two of them were in a happy mood and continued on their way. Mom, I'm back.
After another journey, Wang Xiaochang finally reached the end of the line and came to a small house, pushing open the door and shouting. After a few breaths, Lin Feng saw a beautiful woman with a slender figure and mature temperament walk out from the room. Xiaochang is back, Mom just finished cooking. The beautiful woman's voice was extraordinarily gentle and she had an apron tied around her waist. As soon as the words fell, the beautiful woman noticed Lin Feng beside Wang Xiaochang. She was puzzled at first and then reacted.
You are the human homeroom teacher that Xiaochang was talking about, right?
Lin Feng nodded. Hello, Xiaochang's mom, my name is Lin Feng. I'm here to conduct a home visit. Looking at the other party up close, the beautiful woman's skin was extraordinarily fair. Her hair was tied up simply, and a mature flavor came out.
Come on in, Mr. Lin.
The beautiful woman covered her mouth and smiled, hurriedly inviting Lin Feng inside.
Name, Mei Jing. Identity, housewife. Race, In Seoul. Rank, ordinary low. Favorability, 70. Weakness, flame and strong light props have an extremely strong restraining effect on Yin souls. The reason why her favorability was not low was probably because Lin Feng had helped Wang Xiaochang improve his grades and strength. As a mother, this was why she was grateful. Teacher Lin, please take a seat. The house is rather humble. I hope teacher doesn't mind. The beautiful woman said with an apologetic face. It's okay, I don't care about that. Lin Feng scanned around. Wang Xiaochang's home was indeed average. The house was very small. It was probably not as big as Xiao Meishua's office, but the whole thing was very neat and tidy. Obviously the beautiful woman took care of it regularly. Yin souls didn't like light, so all the windows in the house were covered, and the room was relatively dim. Taking advantage of the time when the beautiful woman went to the kitchen to clean up, Wang Xiaochang whispered to Lin Feng, Teacher Lin, you have to say more good things and also, just now don't tell my mom about it. Lin Feng nodded, signaling him to feel at ease. I was a bit worried earlier when I learned that Xiaochang's homeroom teacher was a human. This child Xiaochang has a rather rebellious personality and is very repulsed by going to school. His grades haven't been able to go up. But I didn't expect that just in the past half a month, Xiaochang's grades would improve so fast. I heard him say that it was all because Mr. Lin taught him well, thanks to Mr. Lin. The beautiful woman said gratefully. Lin Feng quickly waved his hands. No way, Xiaochang is very obedient in school and is very talented. It's all his own effort that he's improved so fast. I've just done some guidance. Anyway, thanks to Mr. Lin. The beautiful woman bowed slightly. The snowy whites that her clothes could hardly cover were in Lin Feng's eyes. Next, the two sides continued to talk in a friendly manner. It was still Lin Feng's first home visit, and with the eloquence of a trick teacher, he was still able to cope. With a deeper understanding, the beautiful woman's favorability towards Lin Feng grew. The gaze that looked at Lin Feng was also much gentler. Lin Feng felt that it was about time and was about to leave, but was retained by the beautiful woman. Teacher Lin, do you want to stay for a meal before you leave? I still have a lot of words that I want to talk to Teacher Lin. The beautiful woman held Lin Feng's hand, her eyes glowing with a watery color. Yes, Teacher Lin, it's still early, stay a bit longer. Wang Xiaoqiang chimed in from the side. With such hospitality, Lin Feng couldn't refuse and could only stay. The weird food was a bit different from humans. Lin Feng was more or less not used to eating it. He only ate a few bites occasionally. A few people ate and chatted at the same time. The atmosphere in the room was quite harmonious. After eating, Wang Xiaoqiang was driven back to his room by the beautiful woman to write his homework. Only Lin Feng and the beautiful woman were left in the house. Mr. Lin looks so young to be able to take on the position of a trick teacher. He's really young and promising. The beautiful woman was still praising Lin Feng, and her gaze towards Lin Feng had a few more strange emotions. Thank you Auntie Mei Jing for the compliment. And Auntie Mei Jing's figure is really well maintained. You can't tell at all that she's a high school student's mom. Lin Feng said smilingly. Mei Jing's cheeks blushed slightly and she laughed. How could it be? I haven't done a lot of rough work over the years to support Xiaochang. My body has long since gone out of shape. Auntie Mei Jing is really not easy at pulling Xiaochang up to such a big age alone. Lin Feng said as he utilized his trick master skills to check out Mei Jing's body. The shoulders, waist and other parts of her body were blue in color. It was obvious that Mei Jing's body did have a lot of strain. Just why was the yellow color at the base of her thighs a bit darker? Mei Jing sighed softly, her expression became a little sad. I felt sorry for her. Xiaochang's father left early. It's naturally very hard for a woman like me to survive in this weird world. Now I can only hope that Xiaochang's strength will increase in the future and get a better life. Lin Feng gently held Mei Jing's hand and said in a sincere tone, Don't worry Auntie Mei Jing, with me guiding Xiaochang, he definitely won't let you down in the future. Feeling the warmth of Lin Feng's palm, Mei Jing couldn't help but blush a little, but she didn't pull her hand away and let Lin Feng hold it. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Auntie Mei Jing, it's better to care more about your body. Do you want me to give you a massage? Lin Feng said while the iron was hot. He was taking this opportunity to complete a task in passing, and he could also help people out, so it was a good move. There was also more sincerity in Lin Feng's eyes as he looked at Mei Jing. When Mei Jing felt Lin Feng's blazing gaze, her body couldn't help but tremble, and her beautiful eyes involuntarily averted their gaze. Pressing. Massaging. Teacher Lin actually still knows how to massage. It's just that would be too much trouble for you. I think it's better to. Without waiting for Mei Jing to continue refusing, Lin Feng forcefully grabbed Mei Jing's slender jade arm and gently kneaded it. While kneading, he said, Auntie Mei Jing, don't be polite with me, just enjoy yourself. The sensation of a crunchy feeling at her arm came, and Mei Jing instantly didn't dare to open her mouth for fear of letting out a moan. She, who was already a mother, hadn't had such intimate contact with the opposite sex for a long time, especially with a young and handsome man like Lin Feng. This made her originally silent heart more or less agitated. Mei Jing's arousal towards you plus 120. Converted into 120 points of Gui Qi value. Seeing this, Lin Feng gave an inch. Auntie Mei Jing, let me help you press your shoulders. No. Or no. Mei Jing inclined her head, not wanting Lin Feng to see her slutty face like this. A massage can dispel the body's fatigue and strain so that Auntie Mei Jing can take better care of Xiao Chanla. Xiao Chang will also have a better learning environment. Lin Feng moved out of Mei Jing's soft spot and followed her advice. Hearing that it would be helpful to Wang Xiao Chang, Mei Jing's lips pursed lightly, seemingly intent on moving. Then please ask Mr. Lin. She still compromised. After all, this feeling was indeed great. Her own arms that had been massaged by Lin Feng felt extraordinarily relaxed. At those words, Lin Feng came behind Mei Jing and put his hands on the other party's shoulders. Unlike Xiao Meishue Shana and the others, Mei Jing's body was extraordinarily soft and exuded a mature temperament. Perhaps this was the unique flavor of a divorced young woman. Lin Feng found the most crucial part of Mei Jing's shoulder and pressed with his 10 fingers to help dispel these strains. Ah! An even more soothing pleasure hit her, causing Mei Jing to almost scream out, frightening her so much that she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Mei Jing's arousal towards you plus 300. Converted into 300 points of Gui Qi value. Auntie Mei Jing, it's okay to shout out. No, Xiao Chang is still there, we can't let him hear. Mei Jing only felt a strong sense of shame filling her heart, fearing that Wang Xiaoshang would come out and see his mother like this. At the same time, there was a vague throbbing in her heart, as if she was returning to the light of the beginning. Then, let's go to Auntie's room so we won't be disturbed, said Lin Feng as he attached himself to Mei Jing's ear. Lin Feng's exhaled breath hit Mei Jing's ear, causing her to instantly feel a surge of electricity hit her, and her whole body went a little limp. Her consciousness was all a bit fuzzy. Mei Jing let Lin Feng pull her into her room. Closing the door to her room, Lin Feng then asked Mei Jing to take off her apron. Do I still have to take off my clothes for a massage? Mei Jing's gaze was a bit mesmerized, her hands blocking her chest. Her expression didn't have any revulsion or dissatisfaction, instead she was vaguely looking forward to it, which even she didn't notice. Massage is not a simple thing, the fingers have to press on the fixed acupoints and veins to get the best results. The barrier of the clothes will hinder the accuracy of the pressure, so the less you wear, the better. Lin Feng said seriously, as if he was saying something serious. In that case then I'll simply change my clothes. Mei Jing seemed to be taken in by Lin Feng's words and said with a nod. In here? Should I go out and evade it then? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Mei Jing smiled flirtatiously, a million times, no need to be so troublesome, you can just turn around, don't peek. Oh. That's true, I'm a decent person, I read spring and autumn. Lin Feng turned his head to face the wall and said in a righteous manner. Of course I believe in Mr. Lin's character. Mei Jing came to the closet and slowly took off the clothes on her body. At this moment, her heart was beating extremely fast, her cheeks were extraordinarily scarlet, she had actually let Lin Feng keep the room to change his clothes, a lone man and woman sharing a room. Soon, Lin Feng could hear a sizzling sound coming from behind him. The thought of a mature young woman changing behind him made his heart itch. After a torturous wait, Mei Jing's voice came from behind him. Changed, Mr. Lin, turn around. Lin Feng turned around and what met his eyes was a flawless torso. Mei Jing had removed the heavy apron tunic from her body and changed into a light black nightgown. The pajamas were close to Mei Jing's body, her skin was hidden, and the curves of the other party's plump body were perfectly outlined. Despite having given birth, Mei Jing's figure hadn't gotten out of shape, and instead added a bit of intoxicating charm. Well, Teacher Lin. Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Mei Jing crossed one hand in front of her body and grabbed the arm of the other. Auntie Mei Jing, you're so beautiful. Lin Feng praised from the bottom of his heart. Thank you. And, just call me Mei Jing. A smile appeared on Mei Jing's face. Mei Jing, why don't you lie down on the bed? I'll give you an all-around massage. Lin Feng signaled. Mei Jing nodded her head and lay flat on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, with a cute look of being at your mercy. Then I'm going to start. Oops, finally finished writing. I also wonder how Mom and Teacher Lin's chat went. Wang Xiaochan walked out of the bedroom and stretched. When he came to the living room, he found it empty. Could it be that Teacher Lin has already left? Wang Xiaochang was puzzled, but he heard a strange sound coming from Mei Jing's bedroom. This made him a little curious and he hurriedly came to Mei Jing's bedroom door. Mom, are you in there? Where did Mr. Lin go? Upon hearing Wang Xiaochang's voice, the movement within the bedroom came to an abrupt end. Mei Jing's voice then came from inside once again. It's Xiaochang. There's something wrong? Mei Jing's voice sounded a little shaky. Wang Xiaochang frowned. I'm fine, it's just that Mom, your voice doesn't sound right, is it uncomfortable? No. Mom is very comfortable right now. Little Feng is helping Mom pass on her knowledge. Mei Jing's voice came again. Don't worry Xiaochang, with me Mei Jing will be fine. Your mom wants more knowledge and wants me to teach her. You know, the process of imparting knowledge is very hard. You have to first solve the confusion, then preach, and finally teach. You go ahead and do your thing, we'll just wait.
Lin Feng's voice came out with it, only it sounded like he was still breathing heavily.
Is teacher this tired even when he teaches us?
And when did mom and teacher have such a good relationship? It seems like the two had a very deep exchange. Wang Xiaochang was puzzled in his heart, but did not say anything more. What could be going on between his most respected teacher and his own mom? After promising, Wang Xiaochang turned around and returned to the bedroom. It was just the right time to take advantage of the fact that his mom did not have time to mind herself and hurry up to play 2 games to go. After he left, Mei Jing's bedroom once again resounded with cheerful sounds.
After a few moments, the movement within the house faded away.
Mei Jing's bedroom door opened and Mei Jing quietly poked her head out. Seeing Wang Xiaochang leaving, she was relieved. At this moment, her clothes were a little messy, her forehead was still covered in fine sweat, and a large portion of her skin was exposed, making it even more seductive. Xiaofeng, Xiaochang has already left, you should also leave soon. Lin Feng hurriedly ran out from the bedroom, inexplicably having a vestigial feeling of being caught in bed.
Mei Jing, how does it feel? I'm very skillful, aren't I? Lin Feng laughed.
Mei Jing nodded, blushing. It does feel a lot more comfortable after pressing it, thank you little Feng.
It's okay, just a show of hands. I'll leave first if there's nothing else, Lin Feng said.
Take care little wind. Mei Jing's expression was a bit lost, but she didn't stop her, she just watched Lin Feng leave. Until Lin Feng's silhouette disappeared into the hanging corner, she also still didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Lin Feng returned to the school without any problems, and the sky was already dark. Coming to the school entrance, Lin Feng noticed a silhouette standing not far away. A head of long hair like snow was particularly conspicuous.
Xiao Shui?
Lin Feng was a little surprised and hurriedly ran forward.
The figure was definitely Xiao Meishui.
Seeing that Lin Feng had returned, Xiao Meishui's cold face suddenly bloomed into a smile.
Hubby, you're finally back. Xiao Meishui ran forward and directly jumped into Lin Feng's arms. I just went on a home visit for a while, as for missing me so much?
Lin Feng had a smile on his lips and rubbed Xiao Meishui's head. It's mainly because I'm worried about you, the bizarre world is so dangerous, I'm worried that my husband will get into trouble. I really want to stay by your side all the time and protect you. Xiao Meishui's way of expressing her love was so direct that Lin Feng couldn't help but be a little touched. He had thought that it was just a chance game of cheats, but now it did seem to have a few moments of true love. Which man has to rely on a woman to protect him? When my strength improves in the future, I will be the one to protect Snow. The two of them looked at each other with deep love, and the sparks of love were all over the place. On the side of the security room of the break pill, silently squatting in the corner, nibbling on this difficult to swallow dog food.
Can the show of love not be in my place please? Lin Feng led Xiao Meishui back inside the residence.
Back inside the room, Lin Feng told Xiao Meishui what had happened in the alley.
Xiao Meishui's expression didn't change at all after hearing it.
In the bizarre world, the weak are the strong. They couldn't match their husband's strength, so it's only right that they were killed. As for the subsequent retaliation, with me here, forgive them for not having the guts. Hearing Xiao Meishui speak so confidently, Lin Feng then put his heart down.
Hubby, let's not talk about those irrelevant topics. It's already dark now. We should sleep.
Xiao Meishui's eyes were ablaze with blazing fire, her eyes looking at Lin Feng without blinking. Lin Feng was somewhat helpless, he was destined to labor again tonight. Then he rolled onto his horse and raised his spear to meet the battle. The screen in the live broadcast room blacked out again, and the viewers had long since seen it. The next day, Lin Feng woke up early, refreshed. Helping Mei Jing with her massage, Lin Feng had extracted quite a lot of Gui Qi value, plus what he had earned from Xiao Meishui last night. The total amount reached 12,000 points.
It was time to continue upgrading the profession.
Upgrading from an intermediate guile teacher to an advanced guile teacher would cost 10,000 points of guile Qi value. This cost was considered quite huge, but in exchange for an increase in strength, it was worth it.
Will you spend 10,000 points of trickster Qi value to upgrade the trickster teacher profession?
Yes. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, the guile Qi values directly disappeared in large amounts like running water. Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade and becoming an advanced guile teacher.
Acquiring a new skill, 3,000 disciples.
Disciple 3000, host can contract with Guile to become a master and disciple. Guile who becomes a contracted student will unconditionally follow the host's orders. In addition, the host can pass on the vocational skills or knowledge that he has acquired to his students. Skills: preaching and teaching, might of the patriarch, and convincing people by virtue are strengthened. Preaching and teaching, the host can not only help Guile improve its strength, but also enable Guile to complete its racial evolution. The might of the patriarch, after becoming a senior trickster teacher, your prestige in the trickster world increases, and tricksters' killing intent towards you is reduced by 50% when performing skills. Convincing by virtue, the host can release his holy virtue Qi and transform it into a weapon or means of attack. Once again, all kinds of knowledge about the bazaar appeared in Lin Feng's mind, not just limited to books, but also including the rules of the bazaar world, the characteristics of the bazaar races, and so on. It was all-encompassing. It could be said that Lin Feng now knew more about the bazaar world than the vast majority of bazaar. The new skill still doesn't have much in the way of attacks. Lin Feng was a bit disappointed. But on second thought this skill was considered useful. Not only could he take in the bazaar to work for him, but he could also teach the skill to the other party. In this way, when he exchanged it for a profession such as a trick doctor, trick chef or something like that, he could pass it on to the trickster and quickly train them to become a talent. Open a massage parlor, restaurant, or something like that, and let them work for themselves. It seems like there's no need to pay wages? Lin Feng was excited just thinking about it. Even though the new skills didn't improve the battle power much, the other skills had gained reinforcement, so it was a good progress. Side quest, take in a weird becoming student, respect value greater than 500 to do so, reward, 5,000 experience value, 30,000 thrill coins. Respect value greater than 500, that's still quite a lot of options. Lin Feng remembered a suitable candidate. Another day passed in a flash. For the other remaining players, staying in this bizarre world was like spending years, but Lin Feng felt that time passed so quickly and that life was extraordinarily leisurely. Soon, Lin Feng walked out of the school gates with Ellie to start the second round of home visits. Ellie, why did you take the initiative to agree to a home visit? Lin Feng asked as he walked. Ellie walked beside Lin Feng, leaning so close that her arms were almost pressed together. Smiling, Ellie said, because I want to spend more time alone with my teacher. The massage last time was very comfortable. Thanks to teacher I was able to finish the exam successfully. No need to thank me, it's all what a teacher should do, Lin Feng said casually. And it seems that the last massage wasn't finished yet, right? Teacher doesn't want to continue? Suddenly, Ellie stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng turned his head in shock and looked at the delicate and youthful pretty face in front of him. Ellie had a sly smile on her lips, and her arms naturally encircled Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng immediately felt that his arm was sandwiched between two soft masses. Wasn't it over last time? Where is there a follow-up? Lin Feng stammered, besides, this time it's a home visit, your mother is still at home. My mother won't be back until later. Take advantage of this gap, teacher can do what you want to me. While talking, Lin Feng and Ellie had already reached their destination. Seeing this, Lin Feng froze in place. As for Ellie, she was holding onto Lin Feng's arm tightly and not letting go. Her eyes were an intoxicating burgundy color, and a strong color of excitement was contained within them. Come on, Mr. Lin, let's get inside. Ellie's voice with seduction came out. Lin Feng was in a dilemma. He didn't realize that such a seemingly well-behaved little girl actually appeared to be a sickly girl. Student Ellie, we can't do this. You're a student and I'm a teacher, and I'm still married, Lin Feng said in a hurry. Who would have thought that when she heard what Lin Feng said, Ellie appeared to be even more excited. Isn't that better? Teacher and student, human and weird. Aren't these shackles part of our play? Ellie seemed to be extraordinarily interested in such forbidden feelings, pulling on Lin Feng's hand even harder, wanting to drag him inside. The old folks from the Dragon Kingdom are still watching. I can't do something embarrassing. Lin Feng's reason still prevailed. The Dragon Country audience was speechless for a while. Haven't you done enough good deeds? We're almost becoming a part of your play. Half pushed into the house, Ellie directly pushed Lin Feng down onto the sofa. The rounded texture hit Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's asshole tightened. Teacher, I'm a bit hard here, can teacher help me massage it? Ellie's face flushed and she gasped. At the same time, Ellie's figure began to change. 3 extra furry tails appeared behind her and a pair of fox ears also appeared on top of her head. The pupils of Ellie's eyes unconsciously turned pink, emitting a seductive and demonic power, and just by looking at her, one felt that their body was constantly being swallowed by the vortex. This is a charming technique. Lin Feng was shocked and knew that he couldn't drag this out any longer. Ellie's respect value for you is 744, do you accept her as a student? Lin Feng hurriedly cast the trickster teacher's skill in order to prevent a fire from erupting, preparing to sign a contract with Ellie and take her as a student. Yes. Lin Feng's thoughts flowed and the trick teacher power burst out from his body, directly drilling into Ellie's body. Ellie's movements froze, she only felt a familiar power enter her mind and leave behind an imperceptible imprint. Teacher's power. In a flash, Lin Feng's image in her eyes was infinitely taller, and she had complete trust and respect for him. Completing the mission, rewarded with 5,000 experience value and 30,000 thrill coins. The system's voice rang out and Ellie gradually came back to her senses. She then realized that she couldn't cause any effect on Lin Feng. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time was able to clearly feel that he had an additional connection with the young girl in front of him. Name, Ellie. Identity, host student. Race, fox girl, three-tailed. Rank, traveling soul class middle level. Favorability, 233. Teacher Avery's pair of big eyes blinked, her tone was soft, and the ears on top of her head drooped down in a churlish manner.
No, it's wrong? No, it's wrong. Next time you still dare to.
Ellie muttered. Lin Feng propped up his forehead. As a weird new youth, you should focus all your energy on your studies and dedicate yourself to building a better weird world in the future.
Teacher, what did you do to me? I feel something weird.
Ellie directly interrupted Lin Feng's long speech.
Lin Feng didn't hide it. I'm accepting you as my real student.
Sort of a personal disciple. It happened suddenly without discussing it with you. If you don't want to, we can break the contract. Hearing this, Ellie hastily shook her little head. No, I'm willing. I can feel myself getting a little closer to my teacher. This is exactly what I was hoping for. I grew up with extremely poor talent. I couldn't do anything well, and I wasn't very impressive in my class. It was you, teacher, who made me feel the joy of learning and helped me in my difficult times, so I'm willing to be teacher's student. Ellie's eyes were firm and her tone carried an undeniable tone. Seeing this, Lin Feng also revealed a smile from the bottom of his heart. That's good. The benefits of being my student are many. Saying that, Lin Feng reached out and stroked Ellie's little head and cast preaching and teaching. The effect of the upgraded preaching and teaching was even more remarkable. A golden light sprinkled down from the top of Ellie's head, wrapping her entire body. Countless power and knowledge surged into her mind, and that feeling that was even stronger than Lin Feng's massage spread all over her limbs and bones. Ellie's body produced a huge change, and the golden light gradually disappeared, revealing Ellie's true body. The current Ellie looked even more bewitching in temperament, exuding an invisible charm from the inside out. The two rounded thighs were even more slender, and her body was even hotter, obviously less than 20, but those two masses were almost catching up with Yenbingyu. Six-tailed demon fox. The current Ellie had 3 more tails behind her, and her strength had directly broken through to the beginning of the ordinary level. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng was a bit surprised. He had only casually tested the upgraded skills and didn't expect this to happen. The original transmission could only help Guile raise his strength by a small amount. And now, not only was the effect more significant, it even helped Eerie evolve. I'm so powerful. The audience also looked stunned. How come the two of them just hugged for a while and that female creepy evolved?
Isn't Lin Feng a trickster teacher? Does a creepy teacher have the ability to help a creepy evolve?
Apart from being a creepy teacher, Lin Feng should also be a creepy doctor or something like that. But no matter what it is to be able to make a creepy complete its racial evolution, it's also perverted enough to make a Guile evolve. Unless it's a drug carefully concocted by a high-level or above Guile doctor, there's a probability of it happening. How did Lin Feng do it? Lin Feng's every move was naturally noticed by many of the trickster players, including some senior players, guild executives, 100 levels bigwigs and the like. They had seen a lot and had a deep understanding of the bizarre world. But even so, the scenarios that had happened to Lin Feng were beyond their knowledge. Not to mention anything else, just having a destruction-level weirdness as a wife was not something an ordinary person could do.
Many organizations were already prepared to make sure to recruit Lin Feng.
Ellie opened her eyes again, her eyes filled with surprise. Ellie's favorability towards you is increased by 100, translating into 100 points of creepy chi value.
Ellie's admiration for you is increased by 520, transformed into 520 points of trickster chi value.
She looked herself up and down, quite excited.
I actually evolved. Is this the benefit the teacher was talking about? I didn't realize that I would be able to become a 6-tailed demon fox in my lifetime. Thank you, teacher.
Saying that, Ellie directly jumped into Lin Feng's arms and boldly kissed Lin Feng on the cheek.
Teacher, you're so good to me, but what if I still want to be a charge master rebel? Then wait for teacher to whip you hard.
Just during the period when the two were enhancing their teacher-disciple relationship, there was a sudden ringing at the door.
Lily, why don't you close the door when you're back?
A mature female voice came from the door. Immediately afterward, a beautiful woman whose appearance was similar to Ellie's, but older by more than 20 years, was seen walking in. As the woman spoke, she saw Ellie on the sofa, as well as Lin Feng, who was holding Ellie in his arms. With just a glance, the woman's expression suddenly turned cold, a horrifying murderous aura emanated from her body, and 6 wantonly flailing tails lit up behind her back.
Human? What are you going to do to my daughter?
The woman's aura filled with killing intent struck her, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Feng in death. Lin Feng instantly felt a powerful pressure that scared him so much that his face changed.
Mom, listen to me explain.
Ellie was shocked and just wanted to say something, however the next moment the woman had already killed Lin Feng. The woman's 10 fingers stretched out 10 sharp claws and lunged straight at Lin Feng's neck, bound to take Lin Feng's life. In a moment of urgency, Lin Feng hastily exerted the might of a patriarch. The aura of an advanced trickster teacher was fully open. An unbelievable scene appeared. The woman's claw suddenly stopped in mid-air when it was a few feet away from Lin Feng's neck. Then the woman's claws unconsciously retracted, and the murderous aura emanating from her body dissipated in an instant.
What's the situation? Wasn't this young woman in a position where she was going to eat Lin Feng alive? Why did it stop again? The audience was a bit confused. And the expression on the woman's face was even more confused. She looked at Lin Feng with disbelief, trembling and raising her hands, still wanting to launch an attack on Lin Feng. But the weird thing was that her own heart actually couldn't raise any killing intent towards Lin Feng in the slightest. She couldn't raise her killing intent towards Lin Feng no matter what. Lin Feng's stature was exceptionally magnificent in her eyes, and her heart couldn't control the emotion of reverence that was born in her heart. After the thought rose, she was even more unable to launch an attack on Lin Feng. How is it possible? What kind of move is this? It can actually erase my killing intent. The woman was horrified in her heart while thinking of other countermeasures. Taking advantage of this opening, Ellie reacted and hurriedly stretched out her arms in front of Lin Feng. Mom, this is my teacher Lin Feng, not some bad guy. He's here for a home visit today, you stop it. Hearing what Ellie said, the woman was slightly stunned, then only then did she gather her offensive stance and looked Lin Feng up and down. The looks are quite handsome, the body looks sturdy, it looks like it can stand up to a lot of tossing and turning. And it was very strong, and it also had this weird skill. Speaking of which, my daughter mentioned a mouth before, there will be a teacher to visit the home, only that she did not take it seriously at that time. Now it was really a bit embarrassing. And Lin Feng was also observing the beautiful mature woman. The mature woman had 7 points of similarity to Ellie's appearance, but the overall appearance was more mature, and there was a small mole at the corner of her mouth, which added a bit more flavor. Name, Isuya. Identity, higher-ups of the Fox People clan. Race, Foxwoman, six-tailed. Rank, dangerous level high. Favorability, 0. Weaknesses, foxes are good at charming techniques, extremely weak in close defense, and easy to push down with a petite body. I didn't realize that Ellie's mother was actually a dangerous rank high powerhouse, or a high-ranking member of the Fox People clan. No wonder Ellie is so big at such a young age, so it's all inherited from her mother here. Ginger is still old, Wave is still old and big. But what was even more surprising to Lin Feng was the power of the Zone Master that he had cast himself. He had thought of weakening his opponent's attack and then using his ice silk cold clothes to eat the damage the hard way. The result was surprisingly effective. Not only did it make the opponent cancel his attack, it even erased the opponent's killing intent towards him. This is equivalent to a targeted strong control skill AW. And for a short period of time, the other party had no way to counterattack and had been suppressed by Tricky Teacher. That day, Guile finally remembered the fear of being dominated by his teacher. The opponent was a danger level and was still able to have such an effect, which made Lin Feng sigh. This 10,000 points of creepy chi value was really worth spending. I'm very sorry, Mr. Lin Feng, I was reckless. I thought that a human was plotting against my daughter. I was momentarily eager to save my daughter, which is why I rashly took action against you. You know, the relationship between humans and Guile within the Guile world isn't good. Isuya slightly lowered her head and said with an apologetic tone. It's fine, it's all a misunderstanding. Lin Feng waved his hand. Seeing as the other party was Ellie's mother, Lin Feng reluctantly disregarded it. Otherwise, he would have to turn her into a cream puff and show her the perils of society. Thank you for your large amount. The corners of Isuya's mouth slightly curved into a perfect arc. Her attitude was not pickable in the slightest. Seeing both sides reconcile, Ellie sighed in relief. If her mom and the teacher fought, it would have been difficult for her to be caught in the middle. After calming down, Isuya realized the change in Ellie. Just now her attention had been focused on Lin Feng, but now she suddenly noticed the 6 tails behind Ellie. Seeing this, Eshua covered her mouth in shock. Ellie, your tails. Oh my god, when did you finish evolving? Why didn't you say anything to mom? Despite being busy with her work during the weekdays, Isuya was still quite attached to her daughter. Upon learning that Ellie had average talent and was having a hard time making the next step in her evolution, she didn't dislike or neglect her daughter. Instead, she often sought out high-ranked trickster doctors, hoping to purchase potions that would assist in evolution. However, the existence of high-ranked trickster doctors was quite rare. Both tricksters and humans were rare to find. All of them were the guests of major hospitals or powers. It wasn't something that she could access as a mere danger-level bazaar. Even if there was a chance, the price of that kind of potion was exceptionally high and very sought after, not something she could afford. It was important to realize that the upper limit of a bazaar's strength was that it was determined by the race, just like a high-ranking race like the Snow Maiden was one that progressed faster and possessed more strength than ordinary in-spirit zombies and the like. Mom, it was Teacher Lin who helped me evolve. I'm now Teacher Lin's personal disciple. Ellie said softly, and her gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with gratitude and admiration. At those words, Isuya's gaze towards Lin Feng changed. How was this possible? Such a difficult thing had actually been easily accomplished by the human man in front of her. It was hard to believe that he was also an advanced trickster doctor. But this human in front of her looked so young, I guess no one would believe it even if they said it. Isuya shocked to you plus 730. converted into 730 points of guile chi value. Lin Feng didn't care about the difficulty and importance of racial evolution to guile. He was more interested in those 6 furry foxtails. It would be nice to touch them. And at this moment, Isuya had already made up her mind that no matter what price she paid, she was going to pull in this human man in front of her. Is Mr. Lin Feng a trick doctor? Being able to help Lily evolve so easily? Isuya asked tentatively. Lin Feng shook his head. Not at the moment, I'm just an ordinary teacher at the moment. As for student Ellie being able to evolve, I think it's all the result of her own efforts. I'm just playing a certain role in promoting it. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't intend to go into detail on this issue, Isuya couldn't say anything more. Now that she wanted to have a good relationship with Lin Feng, her words naturally couldn't be overly aggressive, she had to be gradual. So then, Isuya smiled charmingly, imperceptibly pulling the neckline, revealing her proud career line, at the same time leaning her body slightly forward, fearing that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to see clearly enough. Teacher Lin must be a very powerful senior player, right, to actually be able to take up the position of a teacher at the famous Dead Silence High School and survive without any problems. Isuya began to sidestep the question. No, it's my first time entering the creepy world. Maybe my character is more noble and that's how I managed to survive from creepy's hands. Lin Feng said non-committally. As a trickster teacher, he already knew the information of the Foxman race. Within the trickster world, the power of the Fox people couldn't be said to be much, but it was still a small reputation. After all, reaching the dangerous level would enable them to enter within the higher echelons. However, in the history of the bizarre world, the Foxman race had also been glorious, giving birth to a 9-tailed demon fox, whose strength had also reached the astonishing Ghost King level. The Fox people were the upper limit of talent based on the number of tails. The more tails the higher the talent. And since then, the Fox people clan had never seen a 9-tailed clan member. The most there was now was only 7 tails. Nonetheless, Lin Feng was happy to befriend the Fox people clan. Not only would it help him survive better in the bizarre world, but it would also provide a boost to Xiao Meishui. Lin Feng and Isuya had a friendly conversation around Ellie's campus life. During this time, both sides provided a lot of information for the other. Lin Feng had learned from Isuya that the Fox people clan had been committed to seeking ways to evolve their race, hoping to produce a 9-tailed demon fox once again. While seeking famous doctors, they were also searching for the legacy left behind by that 9-tailed demon fox back then. The whereabouts of that 9-tailed demon fox was still a mystery. Lin Feng intentionally or unintentionally revealed his relationship with Xiao Meishui, the principal of Dead Silence High School. Once again, he had harvested 1,000 points of sneaky chi value from Isuya. Isuya also didn't expect Xiao Meishui to actually have a human husband, and looking at Ellie it seemed like this was true. Was this still the weird world she knew? But this now made her even more determined to want to get in touch with Lin Feng. After all, Xiao Meishui's reputation was well known, even their Fox clan was very afraid of it. If they were to befriend Xiao Meishui, it would be of great benefit to their Fox people clan. At the same time, she felt some remorse in her heart. She had intentionally or unintentionally cast a charming spell on Lin Feng during the conversation just now in order to draw him in. But the other party was indifferent, which made her somewhat wonder if her charm had faded. Now it seemed that with such a stunning beauty as a wife, how could he still look at her as a married young woman? Although she was extraordinarily confident in her own looks, she was still a little defenseless in the face of Xiao Meishui. Thinking about this, her mood became even more depressed. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Feng had indeed been affected in no small way. Born to charm the body of Isuya is particularly seductive, married plus had a child is a great plus. To say that Xiao Meishui is a sweet snow lotus, that Isuya is ripe peach, anyone who looks at it cannot help but want a bite, draw sweet peach juice. Lin Feng, who had the bones of Jianan and the legacy of Wei Wu, was indeed attracted. But Lin Feng Chao Thief's downfall, besides, as a teacher, how could he reveal his flaws in front of a student? Besides, that student was still a rushing teacher and rebellious disciple who was eyeing himself. Mom, it's getting late, Teacher Lin should go back. Ellie was sitting on the side, watching Lin Feng and her own mother eyeballing each other, and had a sense of crisis in her heart. Could it be that teacher liked mature women older than herself? Therefore she hurriedly interrupted the conversation between the two. Lin Feng also felt that the conversation had gone on for a bit too long and decided to leave. Mr. Lin, this is my business card. In order to thank you for helping me with my woman's evolution, I'll be sure to give you a generous gift when I have time. Isuya reached out her hand and handed Lin Feng a black card. Forget about the gift, some other time. Lin Feng took the card. Then I'll definitely pay you and Principal Xiao a visit too. Isuya knew that Lin Feng was willing to befriend their Fox people clan. That was enough. Afterwards, Isuya respectfully sent Lin Feng off. Ellie looked at the direction Lin Feng had left and was lost in thought. Silly child, what are you thinking about? Seeing this, Isuya knocked on Li's little head. Mom, how can I grow up fast? Like you, mommy? Ellie was still obsessing about Lin Feng's sexual proclivities. As a mother, how could Isuya not see that little bit of Ellie's mind? Don't worry, Lily, it's not like you don't have a chance. Oh, the weird world is honored by the strong. As long as you are strong enough, you can fight for whatever you want. If you beat that old woman Xiao Meishue, Lin Feng is yours, even if you can't. Polygamy is common in the bizarre world. It's really hard to understand how he conquered Xiao Meishue. Is it hard to believe that Xiao Meishue took the initiative? Isuya muttered. Ellie clenched her fists, her cheeks puffing out as she cheered herself up. Teacher Lin, I will definitely get you. Completion of side quest, reward, 2,000 experience points, 30,000 thrill coins. Completing 2 quests in a row, Lin Feng's level reached 23, 1900/2400. That alone was already more than those players who had entered several copies, not to mention Lin Feng's current assets and family fortune. Back at school, Xiao Meishue was still standing at the door like yesterday, waiting for Lin Feng to come back. Lin Feng hurriedly walked up and held Xiao Meishue's hand as they walked towards the school together. Hubby, you have a woman's odor on you. Oh. Yesterday too, only today the smell is a bit strong. It seems to be the smell of a fox. Xiao Meishue came close to Lin Feng. Her amber eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Her face was still with a smile, but Lin Feng felt exceptionally cold. It's a coincidence that the parents of these 2 home visits are both female. I can't help it. It's a reasonable thing to get some flavor. Lin Feng didn't dare to look directly at Xiao Meishue and said carelessly, "Oh, husband better give a truthful account. Oh, a bad boy who lies is punished," Xiao Meishue said slyly. "It's just as well, tomorrow is the weekend and hubby doesn't have to go to class." Seeing this situation, a hint of bad luck rose in Lin Feng's heart. After these days of development, Lin Feng unexpectedly realized that Xiao Meishue's XP was even weirder than his. Unlike her cool and indifferent appearance, Xiao Meishue always showed a different kind of boldness and fire when it came to that kind of thing. For example, right now, Xiao Meishue dragged Lin Feng inside the classroom. It was relatively cold inside the classroom at night, and Xiao Meishue pushed Lin Feng onto the desk with one hand. "Student Lin Feng, you've been a bit misbehaved lately. Oh, teacher has decided to help you tutor you individually." Xiao Meishue looked at Lin Feng condescendingly, as if she was a queen. Her fingertips lit up and she used her power to condense an ice staff, holding it in her hand and playing with it. "Xiao Shui, why don't we go back into the office, in case someone passes by? That's not good," Lin Feng said apprehensively. "Don't worry, there will be a second round in the office after we finish here." Inside the corridor, 2 human players were holding flashlights and patrolling warily. At that moment, one of the players noticed that there seemed to be some movement coming from the classroom of the second year's 3rd class. It seemed to be human screams. "Bro, did you hear any strange sounds?" His voice trembled as he asked the companion beside him. Companion was startled by him, impatiently said, "Don't scare old man, hurry to turn around and go back to sleep. Shouldn't see we don't go blindly turn, when the time comes to die don't know how to die." Then he accelerated his pace, leaving the man behind. "Hey, maybe I misheard you, wait for me." The man hurriedly followed, no longer caring about anything else. Inside the classroom, a big battle came to an end. Lin Feng tidied up his clothes and looked at Xiao Meishue, who was sitting paralyzed on her desk, in a refreshed manner. "Teacher Xiao Shui, didn't you say you were going to punish me? How come you fell down yourself first?" Almost frightened by Xiao Hashue's aura, it was a good thing that he usually massaged his waist when he had nothing else to do, plus he clearly understood Xiao Hashue's weaknesses. Within a few rounds, he gained the upper hand. "Hate it, husband. I don't dare to talk big anymore." Xiao Meishue hurriedly begged for mercy. "Isn't there a second match later? This is not good right now." Lin Feng made a gesture to pull Xiao Meishue up. However, Xiao Meishue was lying on top of Lin Feng like a pile of mud, unable to muster any strength. "I know I'm wrong, I won't be jealous anymore. Hubby is so handsome, it's normal for so many girls to like him. People are just worried that you'll leave them out in the cold." Lin Feng smiled. "Feel it now, if you're still worried, we can still continue." "Feel it, hubby is too powerful, I can't handle it alone. It's okay for hubby to find a few more sisters to help me share the load." What silly words to say. Lin Feng kissed Xiao Meishue's forehead, then carried her back to the office. Lin Feng handed Xiao Meishue Isuya's business card and recounted the conversation between the two. Xiao Meishue recovered her strength slightly and took the business card, her eyes flickering. "The Fox People clan? Their power is not bad. When there is time we can meet up, if we can befriend them, we will be able to have an extra helping hand in the business world. Husband is really outstanding, actually attracting the Fox People race to rush to flatter." The Fox People clan Xiao Meishue naturally understands, it's just that they don't have much chance to socialize on weekdays, but they have been deeply rooted in the bizarre world for so many years, they still have a certain amount of influence, and even she doesn't have the means to ignore it. "What are husband's next plans?" "I previously accepted Ellie as a student and I'm going to cultivate her properly. As for the Fox People, then we'll see how they perform before we consider what comes after." Lin Feng laughed.
That's true, I'll pay attention to that child when my husband leaves. Speaking of this, Xiao Meishua's eyes dimmed and her mood was a bit low. Lin Feng sensed her emotions and reached out to hug her. Don't worry Xiao Shui, I'll come back again. I'll stay by your side for the rest of these 10 days. Aha! Xiao Meishua gently nodded her head, and her hand holding Lin Feng was slightly harder. Lin Feng remembered that there were props like that could help humans return within the copies they had been to, only it would be particularly expensive. But it didn't matter to Lin Feng. In order to see Xiao Meishua, it was worth it even if he had to spend more thrill coins. For the rest of these 10 days, Lin Feng's life was relatively a bit more casual. Classes during the day, gossiping with Shana in the office. At night, he exchanged feelings with Xiao Meishua and got to know each other. During his free time, Lin Feng found an excuse to go to Wang Xiaochang's house and meet Auntie Mei Jing. Auntie Mei Jing also didn't expect Lin Feng to come. It seemed that thanks to Lin Feng's massage, Auntie Mei Jing looked much better and looked even more charming. Every time she would cook a sumptuous meal, she even learned how to cook human food in order to satisfy Lin Feng's tastes, so that Lin Feng would have a great time. After eating, Mei Jing supported Wang Xiaochang and shyly but boldly pulled Lin Feng and exchanged massage techniques. Since taking Ellie as her disciple, Ellie had interacted with Lin Feng more, usually hanging around Lin Feng's heels intentionally or unintentionally. In the name of enhancing the relationship between teacher and student, she dragged Lin Feng home. Isuya didn't let go of such a good opportunity either, and her relationship with Lin Feng also got a few points closer. At first she had approached Lin Feng with a utilitarian mind, but as she got closer to Lin Feng, her heart that had calmed down for a long time also stirred. Especially after feeling Lin Feng's massage, she had also fallen completely. If it wasn't for the lack of time, Lin Feng might have been able to have a parent-child covered meal. The white pony passed by, and in a flash of time it came to the last day. Lin Feng pulled out a small bottle and handed it to Xiao Meishua. Beauty and skin elixir, after eating it your skin will get better. Oh, it's for you Xiao Meishua. Xiao Meishua carefully took it and held it in her arms. Thank you husband, I will cherish it. Compared to the one Xiao Shui sent me, this is nothing. Xiao Meishua, however, shook her head. This is hubby's heart, even just a grain of sand is a supreme treasure to me. The two of them warmed up again for a few moments before Lin Feng reluctantly let go of his embrace. With that, he headed to the entrance of the campus and waited for the copy to end. Before taking a few steps on the road, Lin Feng was surrounded by a hula large group of creeps, all of which were students from the second year, third class. Learning that Lin Feng was leaving today, they ran to see him off. Good luck teacher Lin, we'll miss you. Oh, Mr. Lin, what will I do with my grades without you? Teacher Lin, this is what my mom told me to give you. Wang Xiaochang was in the front, crying the most, with snot and tears. In addition, Lin Feng also saw Ellie in the creepy pile, looking at him with tears in her eyes. Shana also squeezed in at some point and held Lin Feng's hand. Little brother, you have to remember to think of your sister. It's okay to take your sister as a fantasy object when you're lonely. Shana flirted with her mouth, but her expression was still a bit sad. Don't worry sister Shana, I'll be back again. Lin Feng hurriedly comforted. After comforting the many creeps for a bit, Lin Feng was able to take a break. When Lin Feng arrived at the entrance, there were already quite a few people waiting there at the moment. Compared to the 25 people who had just entered the duplicate, these 9 people left now were really a bit brutal. Moreover, a large portion of them were incomplete on their bodies, and each of them looked quite miserable. The weird world was really scary, Lin Feng sighed. In comparison, Lin Feng's side was full of joy. Not only was there nothing wrong, but he even looked fatter. It was really a case of people being more angry than people. Nonetheless, their expressions were still quite exuberant. It was finally time to leave this hellish place. Mom, I miss you so much. Whoa, I don't want to stay in this shitty place for even a second longer. The crowd waited for a moment, and the familiar voice rang in their ears. Copy quest cut off, about to leave the bizarre world. The familiar feeling of dizziness hit his eyes as they were once again flooded by a tidal wave. Lin Feng felt his body gradually detach. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him once again returned to the dilapidated hotel he had stayed in a month ago. Back! Lin Feng muttered, then hurriedly checked his body, as well as the items within the thrill space. Seeing that his black card with over 1 billion thrill coins and a whole bunch of props were still there, he let go of his heart. It looked like none of this was a dream. The props that were brought out from within the thriller world would all be placed within the space that came with them and taken as they were used. Congratulations to player Lin Feng for successfully completing the National Luck Confrontation. Copy name, Deadly Silence High School. Mission name, survive 30 days on campus. Rating level, SSS level, highest rating. Reward settlement in progress. Lin Feng was not surprised by his rating, and then began to look forward to how generous the system's rewards would be, but anything less and he'd swing for the fences. The rewards for the quest are as follows: 300 million thrill coins, 50,000 points of Bazaar Chi value, 3 copy detachment coupons, 10 copies of the Bazaar marriage contract, and 1 copy of the teleportation talisman. In addition to the rewards that Lin Feng had received, the Dragon Kingdom that he represented had likewise received generous benefits. In this event, the Dragon Kingdom represented by Lin Feng won first place. Reward: Dragon Kingdom's treasury increased by 3 billion thriller coins. 1 copy detachment coupon for each Dragon Kingdom thriller player. The difficulty of the Dragon Kingdom's thriller copies is reduced and the rewards are doubled. Newbie players in the Dragon Kingdom within 5 years are given a chance to be exempted from death, limited to the first copy. Soon after, the rewards of the Dragon Kingdom were announced and made known to the crowd. The Dragon Kingdom audience cheered, especially the selected thrill players. Crap, I've finally seen Dragon Kingdom ranked number 1 for once in my lifetime. SSS level evaluation, it hasn't appeared in history, right? The second place Manhwa Kingdom is only an A level. Copy detachment vouchers, that thing costs 1 million thrill coins, it's actually given away for nothing. Lin Feng is awesome. I'm going to give him a soccer team. Far ahead. We continue to lead. Some were happy and some were sad. The spectators of the Dragon Country were naturally the happiest. Lin Feng's performance within the replica was perfect. In the past many sessions, they hadn't seen a player like Lin Feng. On the other hand, the Pretty Country and the Stick Country were in a bad way. They had thought of suppressing the Dragon Kingdom according to their previous gameplay, but who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom would come up with such a freak like Lin Feng? This is a loss of a wife and a soldier. Not only did they not get anything, but they also had to be punished. The players of these countries are going to suffer for a while. Unlike the revelry of ordinary players, those senior players and bigwigs didn't care about these frivolous rewards. They were more concerned about Lin Feng himself. Lin Feng's performance within the replica was too bright and had attracted the attention of many thrash organizations and guilds both at home and abroad. Organizations within the Dragon Country were frantically searching for clues about Lin Feng, wanting to pull him in at the first opportunity. However, Lin Feng was still a black man after all, living in such a remote and small place. They couldn't find him for a while. There was a brief moment of peace here for Lin Feng. The revelry outside couldn't affect Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng carefully checked up on the rewards he had obtained. Player, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Level, 25, 0/2600. Thrill coins, 1,300,070,000,000. Thrill Chi value, 57,483. Props, golden scale ring ruler, ice silk cold clothes, replica disengagement ticket, creepy wedding contract, replica teleportation talisman. Profession, action game master player, senior creepy teacher, junior creepy massage therapist. Skills, Eye of the Dead, Might of the Grandmaster, convincing people by virtue, teaching the way. 300 million thrill coins and 50,000 trickster chi values were indeed very generous. Even if he was so rich now, this wealth was quite rare. Copy disengagement coupon. After using this coupon within the copy, the player can directly disengage from the copy without any restrictions and without being penalized. It's a good life preservation prop. It can be used at a critical time. Lin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction and then checked the information of the Bazaar marriage contract. Creepy marriage contract. After using the marriage contract, players can marry the creepy within the replica. After becoming a husband and wife, players can send messages to their significant other within the creepy world and the real world, and have 3 chances to summon their significant other to their side to help them when they're in other replicas. If you have this kind of good thing, don't take it out earlier, so you can still get married to Snowy's wife and send messages. Lin Feng was slightly dissatisfied. And why does this thing give 10? Could it be possible to have 10 creepy wives at the same time? Lin Feng was a little excited just thinking about it. This could even pull a group. Copy teleportation talisman. After using this talisman, players can choose to enter a copy that they have participated in and stay in it for 10 days. They can break away from the copy at any time within the 10 days, but this talisman is null and void after breaking away from the copy. This was good. Lin Feng was still worried about having a way to return to Deadly Silence High School, and this was delivered to him. It was really like someone sent him a pillow when he wanted to sleep. But Lin Feng didn't intend to use it now. After all, it was only 10 days, or he had to leave, so naturally he had to leave it for when it mattered. And love doesn't discriminate between distance, height, and also age. Wait until some time later and go back to see for yourself. Congratulations to Lin Feng for officially becoming a Thriller player. The Thriller Mall is open. Players can open it at any time to buy props. The next copy entry time is 5 days from now. Please prepare yourself. At this time, Lin Feng's ears rang with the system's voice. 5 days ah. He still had 5 days of free time, so he could rest and relax. Even though he had been living a leisurely life in Deadly Silence High School, he was not really familiar with this world, so he could take a good vacation and observe this world. And just then, the door to the hotel room was suddenly opened and a figure walked in. That person saw Lin Feng, and Lin Feng also noticed the arrival.
Both sides stared in silence for a moment before the man suddenly erupted into a scream. Someone come! There's a thief! Lin Feng was startled by this sudden scene and his brain raced, before he remembered. He had left for as long as a month, so it was estimated that this hotel had already sold the room to someone else. This was more or less embarrassing. Quickly come to people. If the commotion on this side is made big, I think it will soon attract people to come over, then he will have a hard time arguing at that time. After all, he is now is but 3-0 population. Without waiting for that person to continue shouting, Lin Feng made an instant decision and directly pounced over and covered the other person's mouth with his hand. Little sister, don't misunderstand, I'm not a bad person. That young girl still wanted to struggle, so Lin Feng hurriedly explained. Oh, the young girl's petite body was pressed down by Lin Feng, unable to move. Her posture was more or less ambiguous. As long as you don't scream, I won't hurt you. Be good and listen to me, I'll let go later. Lin Feng felt that there was some ambiguity in these words and hastily added, you should understand what I mean. The young girl stopped struggling, 2 lines of humiliating tears flowed from the corners of her eyes and she nodded her head as if resigned to her fate. Seeing this, Lin Feng sighed in relief and released his hand. Then he quickly ran to the door and locked it, preventing anyone from noticing the difference and creating unnecessary misunderstandings. When he turned around, he saw the young girl wiping her tears while taking off her own clothes with trembling hands. Please, you don't hurt me. I'll give you just. The young girl's appearance was green, looking not very old, crying with pear blossoms, as if a wounded kitten. Why does it feel like there's a deep misunderstanding between us? Lin Feng rushed forward and pulled the young girl's arm, stopping the young girl from continuing to take it off. The young girl raised her head in surprise, her tearful eyes locked with Lin Feng. Could it be that this rascal wanted to do it himself? You misunderstood, I previously entered the bazaar world, I just finished my copy and returned here, I rented here a month ago. I guess the hotel owner mistakenly thought that I had left, that's why I rented it to you. Lin Feng quickly explained clearly. The young girl froze and listened, her guard was only slightly lowered. Now do you understand? Well, probably understand. The young girl's cheeks flushed, drew back her hand, and quickly put her clothes back on. Lin Feng was overjoyed at his words, the misunderstanding was lifted. I'm very sorry for almost giving you a fright. I'll leave here. Lin Feng said in a hurry, then turned around and left. The young girl stood frozen in place for a long time. That person just now feels a bit familiar, like I've seen him somewhere. The young girl thought back to Lin Feng's appearance, but for a moment she couldn't remember. Lin Feng quickly walked out of the hotel and felt his pants pockets. He came all alone. There was nothing in the hotel that he needed to take with him, and all he had on him was $12 or so in his pockets. I also don't know if thriller coins can be used in reality. Lin Feng was a bit worried, this billionaire within the bizarre world himself, don't starve to death in this real world. May I ask if it's Mr. Lin Feng? Right at this moment, a mellow voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Feng. Someone had actually recognized him so quickly. Lin Feng's heart shook, then he turned around, only to see 3 men dressed in black suits standing behind him, their gazes somewhat excited to see him. Men looking at themselves with particular excitement, that wasn't something to be happy about. But Lin Feng still hesitantly said, that's right, my name is indeed Lin Feng, may I ask who you are? The country-faced middle-aged man at the head was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward, pulling out a document from his pocket. Great, finally found you Mr. Lin Feng. I'm Chen Gang, the head of H City's creepy security bureau, and I came to see you immediately after you detached yourself from the copy. Seeing that the other party was official, Lin Feng's wariness was a little less. I didn't expect you guys to find me so quickly. Lin Feng was quite shocked at the country's energy, but he didn't even have an ID card. We've been searching for Mr. Lin ever since he entered the bizarre world a month ago. Chen Gang said lightly. That's so, what are you guys looking for me for? Mr. Lin Feng, please change the place to have a chat, it's more or less inconvenient on the street. Chen Gang said as he pointed to the luxury car parked next to the road. The burly men on both sides who looked like escorts also made a gesture of invitation. The official face Lin Feng still had to give, maybe the other party was here to deliver favors. Lin Feng sat in the back seat of the car, and then the car carried Lin Feng away, until it stopped in front of a luxuriously decorated hotel. The car door opened, Chen Gang warmly welcomed Lin Feng into the restaurant and ordered the most expensive private room. It wasn't long before a sumptuous meal was placed in front of him, all kinds of precious ingredients were available, watching Lin Feng's mouth water. What kind of a life he had before, if he could eat such good food every day, he would be willing to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. Mr. Lin don't have to be polite, just enjoy. Chen Gang laughed. Let Mr. Chen break the bank. Lin Feng pretended to be polite, then picked up a piece of lobster meat and put it in his mouth. Chen Gang waved his hand, how could it be, compared to what Mr. Lin has done for the Dragon Kingdom, this amount of spending is nothing. Thanks to having Mr. Lin representing the Dragon Kingdom, we were able to achieve such good results within this thriller copy.
It's nothing, it's all what I should have done, after all, it's the Dragon Kingdom and its people that I represent behind me. Lin Feng said modestly. In order to recognize Mr. Lin's contribution, the Erie Security Bureau has granted 200 million thriller coins for me to hand over to you, so please make sure you accept it. Chen Gang looked at Lin Feng with a little more appreciation in his eyes, then he pulled out a card covered in weird patterns and handed it to Lin Feng. This card was somewhat similar to the one Xiao Meishue had given Lin Feng, but it didn't look as advanced as that one. Lin Feng accepted it without any hesitation. Don't take what's given for nothing. It looked like the Dragon Kingdom was quite attached to him. 200 million thrilling coins were given away just like that. They even sent a cadre to befriend him. Thank you, La. Please make sure to notify me of any more good things like this. I wonder if Mr. Lin Feng is interested in joining the creepy security bureau? When Lin Feng had almost finished eating, Chen Gang revealed his purpose. The Erie Security Bureau is the official thriller player organization of the Dragon Kingdom. Nowadays countries are not just confined to the real world when they cross paths, humans are also opening up territories and wrestling with each other within the Erie world. Mr. Lin is young and promising. If he can join the Security Bureau, he'll definitely be able to make a name for himself and add to Dragon Kingdom's construction in the bizarre world. Lin Feng had long since realized this and didn't feel strange. After pretending to think for a moment, Lin Feng opened his mouth to refuse. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I don't have this idea at the moment, please forgive me for not being able to join. As a loafer, Lin Feng had little interest in the establishment. Even though he had shown some potential within the duplicate, it wasn't something that the Dragon Kingdom valued so highly. After all, the deaths within the bizarre world were so high. The probability that one's greater value to them was probably Xiao Meishue. Only a destruction-grade creepy would be worth the Dragon Kingdom pulling in him in such a big way. The energy of a destruction-level bizarre was quite terrifying, and it was estimated that a human would need to reach over 100 levels to have the power to be able to fight against it. If Lin Feng could be drawn in, Xiao Meishue could naturally be drawn into the Dragon Kingdom's camp as well, which would be of great benefit to the Dragon Kingdom's expansion in the bizarre world. But despite this, Lin Feng didn't want Xiao Meishue to get too involved in human disputes. Therefore, with the addition of many factors, Lin Feng decided to reject Chen Gang's request. Seeing this, the expression on Chen Gang's face didn't change much. After all, he was a high-ranking member of the organ, so he still had this amount of determination. In that case, it seems that Mr. Lin doesn't aspire to do this. I'm the one who forced the issue. I thank the country for cultivating me, but I just want to live a peaceful life. In the future, if there is an opportunity for cooperation, I definitely won't be stingy with my strength. Lin Feng didn't say anything to death either. Chen Gang was also an old fart. The topic turned elsewhere and the atmosphere between the two eased a bit. Taking this opportunity, Lin Feng brought up the issue of his identity. This kind of thing was naturally trivial for Chen Gang, and he casually agreed to help Lin Feng with it. By the way, Lin Feng had also acquired quite a few useful messages. For example, thriller coins had become a common currency used in the real world. The currencies of various countries could be exchanged for thriller coins, and likewise thriller coins could be used to directly purchase real items. The exchange rate between thrill coins and Dragon Kingdom currency was roughly 1-to-1. However, if you want to use thriller coins in reality, you need to download the software of Thriller Voice and bind your identity in order to use it. In addition to paying thriller coins, the software was also able to provide a forum as a communication platform for thriller players, which was the official software of the thriller game, and the security was unimpeachable. Players can exchange experience of copies, team up, buy props and so on it. Such information wasn't a secret to players, and Chen Gang didn't hide it, revealing it all to Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng's perception of Chen Gang go up a few notches. After a meal, Lin Feng said goodbye to Chen Gang. Mr. Lin, if you're interested in joining the Erie Security Bureau in the future, you can contact me anytime. This is my business card. Before leaving, Chen Gang handed Lin Feng his own business card. Lin Feng solemnly took it. Definitely. Walking out of the luxurious hotel, Lin Feng headed to the nearby police station to apply for an identity card. Chen Gang's efficiency was obviously very fast. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to have an additional identity card in his hand. Finally, he could spend recklessly. Lin Feng took out the second-hand cottage phone he had dumped his money into, downloaded the thrilling voice app and bound his identity. Looking at all the zeros in his account, Lin Feng felt extraordinarily satisfied. Immediately went to a nearby clothing store and changed his outfit. Then he went to a high-class hotel and rented a presidential suite. During this time the shopkeepers recognized Lin Feng's identity and looked at Lin Feng with more admiration and excitement. Their attitudes were much more respectful, which made Lin Feng feel extraordinarily flattered. Lying on the big bed in the presidential suite, Lin Feng clicked on the thrilling voice app and casually swiped through the posts within the forum.
D-level copy of the Misty Village Full Strategy Collection, new players must see. Recruitment for the Reaper Guild, 100 big guilds, super benefits, requires a level no lower than level 30 and at least one trick profession. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal on a new product or service, and you'll be able to get a good deal on a new product. Sells ordinary level props of the Trick Hound's teeth, private chat if interested. It's quite lively. In addition to these, Lin Feng also swiped quite a few posts related to him. After all, Deadly Silence High School was also considered a replica of notoriety, and so far, he didn't know how many people had died tragically in it, and for Lin Feng to pass it so rashly and perfectly was naturally causing a lot of fluctuations. Who would have thought that Xiao Meishui turned out to have a master? I told you with my charm, how did I not impress her? How on earth did Lin Feng do that? I really hope he holds a class. I'll just kneel down and listen to it. Lin Feng is just lucky, he's nothing without Xiao Meishui, he's just a soft rice man. Who's lucky enough to have a destroyer as a wife? That said, even without Xiao Meishui, Lin Feng's performance is also quite scary. Upstairs suggests checking the ingredients, maybe it's a pretty country's mole. Turning off his cell phone, Lin Feng looked at the ceiling and started thinking about his next step, preparing for the copy in a few days. With his current family fortune and strength, he could basically pass a normal copy with his eyes closed, but he had to be prepared just in case. It's about time to spend over 50,000 guile chi values. Lin Feng sat up and prepared to continue extracting guile professions. Even though his current guile chi value could continue to upgrade the guile teacher, Lin Feng felt that it was more cost-effective to draw new professions. There was no point in having too many skills. Does it cost 5,000 guile chi values to draw a new profession? Yes. In the process of drawing, the roulette will appear in front of Lin Feng's eyes once again, and after spending 5,000 gui chi values, the roulette will begin to rotate. Under Lin Feng's nervous gaze, the speed of the roulette will gradually slow down and eventually stopped. Congratulations to the host for drawing the occupation, Guile Martial Artist. Occupation, Trickster Martial Artist, Elementary. Classification, Beginner Guile Martial Artist, Intermediate Guile Martial Artist, Advanced Guile Martial Artist, Special Guile Martial Artist, Soul Shepherd. Skills, Mastery of all martial arts, 9 Spectral Underworld Body. Mastery of all martial arts, the host will master the use of various weapons, and sword, knife, and stick skills will be enhanced. 9 Spectre's Underworld Body. After using this skill, the host's body will be greatly strengthened, and will not be affected by the negative effects of the Gui Chi, and his strength, speed, and eyesight will be enhanced. A large amount of information once again flooded into his mind. Lin Feng's breathing stuttered a little, and a joyful color flashed before his eyes. Great! Finally swiped a profession that can fight. Lin Feng was overjoyed, now he didn't have to worry about the risk of fighting when facing shenanigans. With that, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and once again spent 30,000 guile chi values to pull the guile martial artist to advanced. Compared to the creepy teacher and creepy masseur, the creepy martial artist needed a bit more creepy chi values to upgrade, but such spending was worth it. Lin Feng closed his eyes and tried to digest the knowledge that flooded into his mind. Sword techniques, knife techniques and other attacking moves were mastered by Lin Feng in a very short period of time. At the same time, Lin Feng felt that his body's limbs had undergone tiny changes, gradually turning from an ordinary person into a weapon master. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, 2 auras burst out from his eyes, and the sharpness around his body was like a sharp knife, making people not dare to look directly at him. Became high-ranking trickster martial artist. The sharp aura was restrained. Lin Feng stood up and clenched his hands into fists. He just felt like he had inexhaustible power all over his body. It wouldn't be a problem if he could kill a creepy with one punch. Taking a look in the mirror, Lin Feng realized that he had grown a few more points taller, and his body had become well-proportioned and fit, with 8-pack abs and a handsome appearance, so that a young woman couldn't look at him without thinking that he was a water-filled man. At the same time, Lin Feng felt that his flexibility had also improved dramatically. The movement of his limbs was more flexible and his waist was more stretched. He could even bend down and give himself a cough. Afterwards, Lin Feng checked up on the skills of the advanced guile martial artist. The original 2 skills had been strengthened, and at the same time he had gained 2 new skills. Mastery of all martial arts. The host's 10,000 weapons have been practiced to a great extent, reaching the level of unity of human weapons. 9 Spectral Underworld Body. After using this skill, the host's body will be greatly strengthened, with the 9 Spectral Underworld Chi surrounding his body, reversing the suppression of the bizarre Gui Chi. Flesh and blood with spirit. The host's ability to recover from injuries is enhanced, even severed limbs can be slowly regenerated. Immortal creepy servants. The host can randomly summon 2 normal grade undead servants to fight for him. The servants will unconditionally follow the master's orders. The servants will be randomly refreshed, and their strengths will not fluctuate by and large. Amputation regeneration. What a perverted skill. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had to know that even if it was a trickster, only individual special races and high-level tricksters could do it. Now that he had this skill, he could be truly invincible. With that, Lin Feng ran towards the kitchen inside the hotel and took out a kitchen knife. With his heart in his mouth, he closed his eyes and made a cut on his own finger. As a result, the kitchen knife didn't leave any wounds on Lin Feng's finger at all, it just made a white mark. I'm so awesome. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and had a new perception of his body's strength. Once again, he used his full strength to swing the kitchen knife. This time it finally cut a shallow wound and drops of blood gushed out. However, the pain only lasted less than half a minute. Lin Feng was surprised to find that the wound on his finger had already healed, and it wasn't simply a scab of blood, but rather it had directly returned to its original form without even leaving a trace. Pulled full, this is really pulled full. Lin Feng generally had a preliminary understanding of blood and flesh having a spirit, his self-confidence burst. Returning to his bed, Lin Feng studied his next skill. Immortal Trickster's Servant. Lin Feng's mind moved and two circles of light appeared on the ground in front of him, followed by two figures slowly emerging from within the circles of light. See you, master. The aperture dissipated, and when those two figures saw Lin Feng, they both kneeled respectfully on the ground. Lin Feng looked over and saw that the two servants were dressed in tattered black robes and had a deathly aura surrounding them, causing the temperature in the room to drop quite a bit. Name, none. Race, undead. Rank, ordinary level middle stage. Favorability, 999. The strength of the two undead servants was not bad, it was just that this appearance Lin Feng really looked bad. One was a giant skeleton 3 meters tall, with green ghost fire coming out of its two eyes. The other hand carrying a door-wide machete, the body is strong and bloated, the brain flower is exposed in the air, also bubbling with pus. These two brothers looked like they weren't to be messed with, but they didn't fit Lin Feng's temperament. Lin Feng waved his hand and the two undead figures disappeared in place. Then Lin Feng summoned the undead again, the circle of light dissipated and two more figures appeared in front of him. Unlike the crooked ones in front of them, the two this time were quite pleasing to Lin Feng's eyes. Two female undead with a hot body were kneeling in front of Lin Feng. Master, the two servants' voices were soft and sticky, making Lin Feng feel like spring breeze. Very good, that's you guys. From now on let me have you guys when I summon, but don't give the opportunity to someone else. Lin Feng said. Yes, master. Come over and serve me. Lin Feng gave the order. The two servants understood and hurriedly stood up, sticking close to Lin Feng and helping him undress. The first day I didn't see Xia Shui, I miss her. Lin Feng's heart was quite empty, so he could only let these two undead servants fill it for good. Lin Feng lay on his back on the bed and the two servants obediently massaged Lin Feng's back and thighs. The delicate fingertips scratched the skin and felt itchy. Lin Feng was so full of coziness that he almost screamed out in comfort. For so many days it was him giving creepy massages, now he could finally enjoy one. It was a pity that the two undead servants' massage skills were no match for Lin Feng. When we return to Deadly Silence High School, pass on the knowledge of Ellie, creepy massage master, her little hands are softer and pinker. Lin Feng muttered. Lin Feng's whereabouts were quickly exposed, and there was no shortage of organizations or guilds coming to his door, hoping to meet him, making a lot of noise. So he just disguised himself and ran out to swim in the mountains and spend money recklessly, and then at night he found a high-class hotel nearby and stayed there in style. Anyway, he is not settled, alone, where to play to where. After 5 days of playing like this, Lin Feng waited for the next copy to arrive. Lying on the hotel's big bed, after waiting for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng's eyes gradually blurred and a familiar feeling of vertigo hit him. The second thriller game officially started. Opening his eyes again, the light in front of Lin Feng's eyes changed. It was no longer the gorgeously decorated hotel. Gray skies, oppressive air, the familiar bizarre world returned once again. Welcome to the Purgatory Apartment. Copy level, C grade, number of people, 10. Main quest, survive for 10 days. Side quest, kill 1 dangerous grade creepy, reward 1 dangerous grade prop. The rest of the side quests unlock on their own. Mission rewards will be settled after clearance. The better the performance, the more generous the rewards. Sweeping through the mission introduction, Lin Feng's heart was slightly calmed. It's just a C grade copy, that shouldn't be much more difficult. Lin Feng murmured in a low voice. After all, Deadly Silence High School was a B-ranked copy with destruction-ranked creepy Xiao Meishui in attendance. And a C-rank copy shouldn't be that strong of a creepy, at most it would only be calamity rank. With Lin Feng's current strength, not to say he could defeat it, he would definitely have no problem defending himself. Wow, it's actually this copy. I read the forum's guide, the difficulty isn't low. Aren't I only level 15? Why is it ranked as a C-ranked copy? Geez, isn't there a copy disengagement coupon? If you don't want to stay here, just use it up. I accidentally sold them, and I can't afford to use them even if I had them. Noisy exchanges came from all around. Lin Feng glanced forward, the other 9 players were also spread around himself. As he swept over a slender figure, Lin Feng was stunned. He had actually met a familiar face.
In the corner of the crowd, a young girl stood there alone, looking around nervously. Her appearance was charming. Lin Feng recognized the other party. This young girl was clearly the one that Lin Feng had met a few days ago when he had just returned to the real world, and there had been a wonderful little misunderstanding at the time. I didn't realize that she was actually a player of the thriller game as well. The young girl seemed to sense Lin Feng's line of sight and turned her head to meet Lin Feng's eyes. After a few seconds had passed, the young girl recognized Lin Feng and covered her mouth in surprise, while her ears flushed a little, obviously remembering the unpleasantness of when the two had met. Lin Feng revealed a friendly smile and waved his hand in greeting to the young girl. Seeing this, the young girl also timidly extended her hand towards Lin Feng and waved. The two of them sort of said hello. Without exchanging any more words, Lin Feng withdrew his sight and focused on the robust middle-aged man at the front of the crowd. Everyone, I'm sure you've all seen the content of the mission. The difficulty of the purgatory apartment isn't simple. It looks like everyone is from the Dragon Kingdom. It's even more important that we cooperate with each other in order to get through it. The stocky middle-aged man scanned the circle and said aloud. To be able to say such words so frankly, it was obvious that the middle-aged man was quite confident in his own strength. Where did you come from, and what gives you the right to command me? At this moment, a slim youth with dyed yellow hair in the crowd called out in an unkind tone. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't get annoyed, instead explaining in a deep voice, My name is Li Pang, my current level is 31, and I belong to the Ghost Flame Guild, one of the 100 major guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, I am also mastering a guile profession, junior guile martial artist. I don't know if all of this counts as enough to qualify? Li Peng's sharp gaze looked at Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair instantly shriveled up and shrunk his neck, but his mouth remained unconvinced, muttering in a low voice, what's so great about it? It's just that he's played a few more copies than Little Master. Not only Yellow Hair, the others present were also shocked by Li Peng. Level 31 was indeed the highest among them. Li Peng is quite satisfied with the scene in front of him. His own prestige has been set up. This is convenient to later command to squeeze this bunch of rookies. Sweeping his remaining light to the corner, Li Peng saw the rambunctious Lin Feng and couldn't help but freeze. Not only because Lin Feng wasn't shocked by his words, but also because he recognized Lin Feng's identity. This brother, are you the Lin Feng who represented the Dragon Kingdom not long ago? Li Peng exclaimed out in shock, instantly attracting everyone's attention as they all turned their gazes in unison towards Lin Feng in the corner. After seeing Lin Feng's appearance clearly, the crowd was also shocked. It's actually really Lin Feng. Crap, I didn't think this could even be ranked. Looks like I'm lucky. Doesn't a C-ranked copy require at least level 15? Lin Feng actually got to level 15 after only clearing one copy? What does it taste like to be weird? Can Brother Lin tell us about it? Is this the downside of being famous? Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. Hello everyone. Sort of a greeting. Li Peng walked towards Lin Feng in big strides, smiling broadly and looking all cordial. Ah, it's really Brother Lin Feng. I'm impressed by Brother Lin Feng's performance at Dead Silence High School. He really brought face to our Dragon Country. This place isn't like Dead Silence High School. We're all from Dragon Country. I'll definitely take care of Brother Lin Feng more. Li Peng patted Lin Feng's shoulder in a seemingly grandiose manner, seemingly befriending Lin Feng, but in actuality, between the words, he was consolidating his position by borrowing Lin Feng's fame. Lin Feng sensed this little thought of the other party, so naturally he couldn't let the other party take advantage of him. Don't worry, a C-rank copy isn't a difficult task for me. Everyone can also feel free to ask me for help if they are in danger. Lin Feng didn't pick up on Li Peng's words, but said to the others as if he had no intention of doing so. Seeing that Lin Feng had refuted his face, a hint of displeasure flashed in Li Peng's eyes, but he didn't show it. Oof, what a big talker. Still really think that this is still Deadly Silence High School? Without Xiao Meishua backing you up, you're nothing. I don't believe you can still make a weird wife. At this time, the yellow hair in the crowd said disdainfully. In his opinion, Lin Feng was nothing but a fox and a tiger, relying solely on Xiao Meishua, with no real skill. He himself was at least level 22, if he couldn't beat Li Peng, he still couldn't beat you? Li Peng stood on the sidelines, his hands clasping his chest, looking like he was watching a good show. Yellow Hair ventured out just in time to kill Lin Feng's sharpness, and when the time was ripe, he himself jumped out as a peacemaker, so that his image was also established. He was curious how Lin Feng should react. There was no more Xiao Meishua here. In his eyes, he was likewise somewhat contemptuous of Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng had previously performed brightly, it was mostly just by the high-level props that Xiao Meishua had given him. In the gap between levels and experience, these external items were all floating clouds. Hearing Yellow Hair shouting like that, Lin Feng didn't get angry and swept his gaze flatly. You know what? In the weird world, people with loud voices are easily attacked by weirdness. Oh, bullshit, why hasn't Little Master heard of it? Yellow Hair sneered, unimpressed. He thought it was Lin Feng recognizing his weakness. However, before he could say his dirty words, the next moment his cold hairs stood straight up and he felt a coolness coming between his legs. At some point, a circle of light lit up around his feet, and a ghostly figure sprang out from within the circle of light, holding a bone spur in his hand, pointing straight at Yellow Hair's second brother. Yellow Hair at least experienced a few rounds of copies. Strength is not weak, not a winebag. In the moment of sensing the danger, the body quickly backward. But the attack was too tricky for anyone to react. Even though he reacted in time, he still didn't completely dodge the attack. Puff! A bone spur slashed through, a blood splattered out, and an additional ball-shaped object was added to the ground. Ah! My egg! Sharp pain struck, Yellow Hair fell to the ground in a sorry state, covering his crotch with both hands, screaming his heart out. And that ghostly figure just now, after the attack, quickly disappeared in place again, as if nothing had happened. This process was too sudden and ended after only a few breaths. The crowd only saw a residual shadow passing by, and then only the Yellow Hair lying on the ground remained. The others didn't see it clearly, but Li Peng saw it clearly. It was the bizarre, the weirdness that suddenly appeared on the ground. Right after Lin Feng finished speaking, attacked Yellow Hair and turned him into a lone testicle warrior. Li Peng looked at the calm and collected Lin Feng. His eyes were full of shock. He knew very well that this was all a trick by Lin Feng. But how had he done it? Previously, he hadn't seen any images of Lin Feng being contractually weird, right? Could it be that it was really like he said, that the sound conference would attract weirdness? He didn't believe in this kind of words that lie to children. Only now did Li Peng pay attention to Lin Feng. This guy, he really had some tricks up his sleeve. Ah, Lin Feng, what have you done to me? Yellow Hair's eyes were bloodshot and he looked at Lin Feng with indignation. Lin Feng, however, had a face of innocence. I've reminded you, if you're so loud be careful of creepy taking away your last balls. Lone testicle warrior turned into the great inner chief. Upon hearing this, Yellow Hair was scared to death and hurriedly changed from covering his crotch to covering his mouth, not daring to make any noise. The people around them were also scared and alert, looking around for fear that the weirdness that just came out of nowhere would attack them again. The weirdness that had just appeared out of nowhere was naturally Lin Feng's undead servant, and just as he was thinking about how to continue to educate this yellow-haired person, a morose voice came into the ears of everyone present. Quiet! Behind the crowd, in front of the apartment door, a creepy stood there at some point. The creepy was holding a bloody chainsaw in one hand, his body was twisted and grotesque, and his eyes were filled with madness and cruelty. This creep was dangerous. The crowd didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly stood still and silenced themselves. Yellow Hair also stopped howling, picked up the stretcher on the ground, and also staggered to his feet. Name, check. Identity, Purgatory Apartment Building Manager. Race, undead. Rank, dangerous high. Favorability, 0. Weakness, frenzied state of increased power, loss of sanity, bloodthirsty frenzy, but will fall into atrophy after the frenzied state is lifted, just like a man's sage time. Troublesome guy. After checking the other party's information, Lin Feng didn't dare to slack off. Check's scarlet eyes swept over the crowd, then cackled and laughed maniacally. Jia, you're the new little lambs, right? Listen up, assignments for you guys. Later on, in groups of 2, go inside the apartments and collect rent, 800 thrill coins per household, and gather at the entrance of a building in the evening. The group that collects the least amount. Obliterate. Check spoke of obliteration with an extraordinarily exuberant expression, the chainsaw in his hand buzzing as if he couldn't wait to draw blood. Oh yeah, I don't care about the way the rent is collected, I just want the money. And again, if I catch you guys thinking of running away, wipe them out on the spot. Anyone who isn't back by the time we gather in the evening, obliterate. Don't think I can't find you. Check finished saying all this and left without looking back. Until he left, the crowd still didn't say a word, their faces extraordinarily ugly. Those few erasures were like heavy hammers hitting the hearts of the crowd. What a terrifying sense of oppression. This creepy is definitely a dangerous level. Damn it, how come it's not the same as the strategy one checked before? Thanks to that, I even spent a few hundred thrill coins to pay to watch it. Brother Li Peng, are you sure you can beat that creepy? Li Peng sniffed and revealed a bitter smile. What are you thinking? That's a dangerous level, and it's estimated to have to be of a high level. I'm only a level 31, what can I fight with? At most I can only defend myself. It's estimated that I'll need to be level 50 or above to have a chance of defeating it. Hearing even Li Peng, the highest ranked among them, say that, the others all looked deathly pale. Lin Feng estimated in his heart that at a danger level high, even if he couldn't beat it, he wouldn't be killed. Besides, not only had his strength risen greatly, he still had many means of preserving his life on him. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's mind calmed down a bit. Everyone, we're all from the Dragon Kingdom, there's no need to kill each other. I propose, why don't we work together and go collect the rent together? After all, the tenants we need to face are bizarre, it's only less risky to fight them together. At this point, Li Peng once again wanted to dominate the situation. But to his disappointment, there was nothing corresponding to him. How to distribute the rent received. You have not said a word. Nowadays, everyone's attention is more on finding a reliable teammate. After all, no one wants to be the last place and be wiped out by the weirdness. Seeing that no one took care of him, Li Peng's face was extraordinarily ugly, so he stopped saying anything and turned to join the ranks of finding teammates. After all, his rank was placed there and he was the strongest. Many people were willing to team up with him. Hey, little sister, it's too dangerous to be alone in the weird world. Do you want to team up with your brother? Brother, I'm a level 23. I'll definitely protect my sister. The young girl at the corner was currently being stopped by a fat, greasy man, his colorful eyes looking up and down at the young girl's youthful figure. He had long had his eyes on this little white flower. 10 people, 7 men and 3 women. When it comes to the young girl's looks, she is the most lovely, and she looks like a weak and vulnerable person. At first glance, it is very good to cheat. No, don't have to. The young girl clutched her chest helplessly and took a few steps back, trying to distance herself from the greasy man. However, the man did not intend to let go of the young girl, but rather gained an inch, stretching out his sinful little hand, grabbing towards the young girl. In the heat of the moment, the young girl inclined her head, and her line of sight met with Lin Feng, who had a flat gaze, but gave the young girl a feeling of peace of mind, calming her nervous state of mind. The young girl's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, as if she had made a decision. Immediately, she shook off the man's hand and ran directly towards Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, can you team up with me? The young girl nervously looked at Lin Feng and spoke. Very good. You do know how to hug a big leg. It wasn't like no one had just found Lin Feng and wished to team up with him, but they had all been rejected by Lin Feng in order to give the young girl a chance. It was up to the other party to grasp it. After all, there had been a little misunderstanding and he himself hadn't properly apologized. Now it seemed that the young girl wasn't stupid and dared to take the initiative to seek his help. Then he was also happy to help out. With his strength and whoever he teamed up with was the same, so why not find an eye candy? Happy cooperation. Lin Feng smiled and extended his hand to the young girl. The young girl didn't seem to expect Lin Feng to agree, and after a moment of stunned silence, she similarly stretched out her hand and shook it with Lin Feng. The greasy man on the side wanted to continue pestering her, but when he saw that it was Lin Feng, his face changed slightly, then he resentfully withdrew his sight and cursed and left. Bringing a moppet, let's see how long you can still be arrogant. He could see the conflict between Lin Feng and Yellow Hair just now. Lin Feng's methods were too evil. He couldn't be bothered to touch the bad luck. Losing Dan Dan for the sake of picking up a girl would not be worth the loss. Thank you for helping me. The young girl's voice was soft. She knew Lin Feng's good intentions. A show of hands. Don't worry, I will definitely not drag you down later, the young girl said in a firm tone. Lin Feng was non-committal. Haven't asked what your name is? Lin Feng asked casually. My name is Su Xiaoran. The young girl responded obediently. I haven't apologized to you for what happened before. I'm really sorry. That was all extenuating. It wasn't Mr. Lin Feng's fault. It's my good fortune to be able to take this opportunity to get to know Mr. Lin Feng. Su Xiaoran shook her head. The two of them had a chat, while the 10 people on the scene finished forming a team. Side quest, collect the rent from the tenants in the purgatory apartment. Reward, for each one you collect, you'll receive 100 experience points and 300 thrill coins. After forming the squad, the system released the side quest in due time, and it looked like everyone received it. Let's go. Lin Feng greeted. Su Xiaoran obediently followed behind Lin Feng and together they entered inside the purgatory apartments. There were a total of 6 buildings in the purgatory apartment, each with 10 floors and 20 households on each floor. If they were all full, there would be thousands of creeps in the entire apartment. It wasn't much compared to Deadly Silence High School, but it was exaggerated enough. The environment isn't bad, it's quite suitable to live in. Reconsider and decide if you want to buy this place. Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and looked around curiously. Stop daydreaming here. Want to buy this place at least need more than 1 billion thrillers. Yellow Hair felt very upset when he heard Lin Feng's words. He just wanted to continue mocking, but suddenly remembered that Xiao Meishua had boldly given Lin Feng 1 billion at the beginning. His mood was so complicated that he couldn't say anything. He had to admit that he was indeed sour. As the crowd passed through a doorway of a building, they saw Chek holding a chainsaw crouching on the ground. The chainsaw was buzzing and functioning. And underneath him was a corpse with a blurred face. The chainsaw swept through. The corpse's flesh and bones were cut open. Blood splattered on Chek's body. But he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead he showed an expression of enjoyment. Over there is the list as a record of your rent collection. Hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb the master's pleasure. Chek saw the crowd come in and pointed to the pamphlets stacked up on a side table, one for each hand. Then he focused on cutting up the corpses on the ground again. The faces of the crowd were all unimpressed, not daring to look at the bloody scene. Even though they had experienced many copies and seen many brutal images, they were still physically uncomfortable. After taking the list, the crowd didn't dare to delay. They rushed in and started doing the quests. the crowd dispersed and ran in all directions. Lin Feng and Su Xiaoran walked at the very back, not slowing down. When the other groups had finished choosing, Lin Feng chose the 5 buildings that no one had gone to. There are a total of 200 households in an apartment building, and each household gets 100 experience, so wouldn't that be earning 20,000 experience points? Lin Feng calculated. You can't say that, mister. Lin Feng, if you meet a good talking creep it's fine, but most of them are all fierce and brutal. It's hard to get the rent without paying some price. Su Xiaoran said seriously. And the creeps in the purgatory apartments are very strong. There's no lack of some ordinary level middle or even high level creeps here, even Mr. Lin Feng wouldn't be able to deal with them. You seem to know this place well. Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoran's pretty face and couldn't help but laugh. Su Xiaoran slightly lowered her head. I'm relatively weak, so I can only look up more information. Before I came here I looked up some C-level copies of the strategy on the forums, which likewise included the purgatory apartment. But you don't have to worry, I'm pretty strong. Just wait for the experience to arrive. Lin Feng said easily. With that said, the two of them had already entered inside the 5th building. The interior of the apartments looked damp and dim, and the weird qi was so dense that it made people shiver, but Lin Feng wasn't affected much. It was just Su Xiaoran's face that looked a bit worse. First was the first occupant on the first floor, room number 101. Su Xiaoran walked up and somewhat nervously knocked gently on the door of the room. Is someone there? Not right, should there be weirdness in? After a moment, the door of the room was opened with a creak. Behind the door was a short midget creepy with wrinkled skin. The midget creepy looked up and glanced at Su Xiaoran, but his vision was obscured by 2 peaks and he couldn't see Su Xiaoran's face. Human? Didn't anyone tell you to keep your head down and talk when you see creepy? The gnome creepy's sharp voice rang out, and Su Xiaoran hurriedly lowered her head and said, Hello, we're here to collect rent. It's time for you to pay this month's rent. Upon hearing this, the midget creepy showed disdain and was just about to punish the rather attractive human girl in front of him when his afterglow noticed Lin Feng standing behind him with his arms wrapped around him. An invisible aura spread out, and gnome creepy instantly felt his heartbeat accelerate, and the aura of death came over him, weighing him down. Gnome creepy's fear value of U plus 70, automatically converted to 70 points of creepy chi value. What are you looking at, Lao Dang? Hurry up and take out your money. Lin Feng glared at him. The expletive was just about to come out, but he had to swallow it. Gnome creepy turned to a fake smile. Haha, look at my memory, I'll go get it right now. After waiting for a moment, midget creepy tremblingly took out 8 $100 thriller coins and handed them to Su Xiaoran. Excuse me. Su Xiaoran excitedly took the money, then carefully wrote down the list. Mr. Lin Feng, we did it. Su Xiaoran came to Lin Feng's side and said excitedly. I didn't expect it. This is just where it's at. Lin Feng said indifferently. The pygmy creepy was only at the middle stage of the wandering soul class, it had no combat power to him at all, and just a slight release of the creepy teacher's pressure had scared him. But, Mr. Lin Feng should pay attention to the tone of his voice. Oh, in case he meets a guile with a worse temper, the other party can be unwilling to pay the rent. Su Xiaoran reminded. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng thought seriously, unwilling to pay rent, that would be difficult, it seems like we do need to pay attention to it. Seeing that Lin Feng had indeed listened, Su Xiaoran smiled happily and then powered off to knock on the door of the next house. Hello! Scram! Su Xiaoran had just opened her mouth when a muffled angry shout came from behind the door, directly shaking Su Xiaoran back a few steps. Tiny bedbugs dare to ask for this grandpa's money. A voice once again came from behind the door, its tone carrying a strong sense of disdain and contempt. Mr. Lin Feng, why don't we go to the next one? Su Xiaoran's voice was trembling, with teardrops hanging from the corners of her eyes, clearly terrified. She could feel the weird strength behind the door was strong. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, it was better to take the initiative to avoid it. The commotion over here wasn't small. The creeps on the entire first floor were all startled and opened the door to check the situation. Lin Feng glanced at 101 and realized that the midget creep from before was also lying behind the doorway, his eyes full of gloating, waiting to see what they were up to. I'll do it. Lin Feng walked up and said. Mr. Lin Feng, be careful with your tone. Su Xiaoran just wanted to remind Lin Feng, but she saw Lin Feng directly kick the door panel, and the heavy force directly sent the old and unforgiving door flying out. Tramping old Biden, give face don't you, hurry up and pay the old man. Since he had encountered a bad-tempered one, it was indeed time to change his tone. The creepy in the room obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to kick the door directly and actually didn't react for a short time. Not only him, the other creeps on the first floor were also startled. This human doesn't have a lot of guts, he actually dared to kick in Bloodslaughter's door. Jia, a rash one, thinking that he's lawless because he has some skills, the bizarre world won't let him go unchecked. I already foresee the image of Bloodslaughter tearing his little body in half, thinking about it is exciting. All get out of the way, I'm going to grab a nice piece of meat when this human dies. Almost all the bazaar felt that Lin Feng's move was too reckless, including the blood slaughter in the room. Damn stinker, you seek death. A hoarse and murderous sound of rage came, and Lin Feng was able to see the true face of this bazaar. This bazaar was stocky, with exaggerated muscle bulges, its skin was reddish-red in color, its two huge fangs were sharp and pointed, and its hair was spread out like a madman. It was a bit of a shame that such a big creep was crammed into such a small apartment. Name, Blood Slaughter. Identity, Home Squatting Death House. Race, Red Creepy. Rank, Ordinary High. Favorability, 0. Weaknesses, difficult to move around in tight spaces because of his overly wide stature, plus he can't quite scratch his own back. Notes, Blood Butcher is incredibly obsessed with his treasured hand-me-downs. Note, Blood Slaughter is immensely obsessed with his treasured hand-me-downs, but hates the title of Death House. Ordinary level high rank, then one could still deal with it. Simply probing his opponent's strength, Lin Feng let go of his hand to fully exert his power. The power of the Patriarch and the immortal underworld body were exerted. Lin Feng's eyes glowed with golden light, his aura rose greatly, at the same time wisps of lavender mist lingered around him, protecting him within it. Bloodslaughter originally intended to slap this ant to death, but the moment he saw Lin Feng, his heart couldn't help but tighten, a wave of fear slowly surfaced, his palm hung in mid-air and hesitated to slap it down. Fear? One is actually afraid? The object of fear is still a bedbug? And why does one suddenly not want to kill this bedbug? Bloodslaughter was extraordinarily puzzled in his heart. Lin Feng could tell that it was the effect of the sovereign's might that was showing, so he just added more fire to it to see where the limit of the sovereign's might's effect was. Yo dead fatty, where did the stance just now go? Why don't you make a move? In that case then it's better to hurry up and pay, or else I'll take your hand puppet for my debt. Bloodslaughter's temperament was fierce. Lin Feng continuously stepped on all of his mines. Where did he hold back? He immediately became furious. Suppressing the inexplicable fear in his heart, his monstrous anger was like substance, and blood chi lingered around him. Bloodslaughter's anger value towards you plus 200, converted into 200 points of guile chi value. How dare you call me a fat house? I hate it when people call me that. Die for me. Bloodslaughter's muscles bulged all over his body, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had completely lost his mind. With that, he slapped out his palm, bound to beat Lin Feng into a pulp. It's a pity that you can't grab any good meat. The bazaar around them shook their heads and sighed, all thinking that Lin Feng was bound to die. Su Xiaoran stood on the side, her face was pale. At the moment when Bloodslaughter wanted to strike at Lin Feng, she wanted to go forward to help Lin Feng fend it off, but it was too late. Facing this palm full of killing intent and power, Lin Feng had no fear on his face, instead he was very eager to try. He wanted to see how strong his power was after he became an advanced guile martial artist. Clenching his right hand into a fist, Lin Feng didn't retreat but advanced, swinging his fist out and colliding with Bloodslaughter's full-strength palm. Boom! Both sides collided fiercely, violent energy erupted, shaking the entire first floor a little. Crap, this kid is a bit strong. Actually dared to receive a punch from Bloodslaughter, respect you for being a man. How did it turn out? Numerous creeps looked curiously at 102, the dust cleared and the creeps saw the result. Lin Feng stood with his arms folded, maintaining the position he had just taken, looking unscathed. On the contrary, Bloodslaughter, who had just been imposing, was actually in a sorry state at the moment, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for air, looking wretched. His entire right hand showed a strange distortion, and the bones at the joints had penetrated through the skin and were exposed, dripping with blood and looking exceptionally creepy. How? Possible. Bloodslaughter actually lost. A frontal hard fight actually can't beat a human? Oh my god, just how many levels is this human? The many tricksters were shocked, exclaiming in shock and exploding a lot of trickster chi values. Su Xiaoran stood on the side and saw that Lin Feng was fine, so she let go of her heart, and at the same time, she was extraordinarily surprised by Lin Feng's strength. It seemed like he had gotten on a marvelous thigh. Lin Feng looked at his right fist. Apart from some numbness there was no discomfort, and this point was quickly repaired by the powerful recovery ability of the blood and flesh having spirit. He was still in full condition. Bastard, how could I lose to a stinky worm? Bloodslaughter spewed out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth and looking at Lin Feng, more fear in his eyes than indignation. He didn't expect Lin Feng's strength to be so perverted. Bloodslaughter's fear value of U plus 250, converted into 250 points of creepy chi value. The bizarre body was still more perverted. Blood 2's broken right arm was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. But even so, Bloodslaughter didn't have the courage to have to continue fighting Lin Feng. It's not just collecting a rent. As for being so resistant, give me the money and it won't be that much of a problem? Or is it that you don't have any money at all? Hey, I'm always reasonable. I've been a teacher before, I'm quite patient. Lin Feng slowly walked towards Blood 2 and leisurely sighed. The corners of Blood 2's mouth twitched. You're the one who still has patience, so this door wasn't kicked by you. But now that the situation was stronger than others, he didn't dare say anything more. Give me 2 days' time, I guarantee to pay the rent on time. Blood Slaughter compromised. No, I want it now. If you don't have the money you can mortgage your handiwork to me and I'll pay the rent for you. Lin Feng was determined not to give in. No, don't. I'm going to get the money. Together, Blood 2 was anxious. These are all my hard work. However, Lin Feng swung around Blood 2 and walked inside his room. Don't look at Blood 2's surface being so rough, but his room was quite neatly organized, and the decor was a bit girlish. In addition to simple furniture, the walls of Blood Slaughter's room were filled with beautiful girl posters, and the cabinet in the corner was filled with exquisite artifacts. These hand puppets are actually all made by you? Can't see that you are quite handy. Ha! How come these hand puppets are all one person? Lin Feng noticed that the models of the hand puppets were all of the same kind, a small loli with a petite figure and delicate appearance like a porcelain doll. Just as Lin Feng wanted to spit out Blood Slaughter's XP, he felt that the hand puppet looked a bit familiar. It feels like I've seen it somewhere? Isn't this one of my wives in the game? A fond memory surfaced in his mind, and Lin Feng was shocked beyond words. Yun Chanshan, within the action games that Lin Feng had previously played, she was the second wife to be rated by Lin Feng. It was a cute loli with long pink hair and a double ponytail, with a soft appearance, but an arrogant and capricious personality. However, under Lin Feng's persistent rating, Yin Kanchan finally bared her heart to Lin Feng, and after being rated, Yin Kanchan was extraordinarily clingy, calling out with a mouthful of her brother, which was quite cute. I thought I was already lucky to have met Xiao Meishue, but I didn't expect to find clues about Yin Kanchan. Hey Dead Otaku, where did you get the inspiration for these handmade dolls? Have you seen her in person? Where did you see her? Lin Feng couldn't wait to ask. If Yun Chanshan was within this replica, then he would be so happy. No calling me a dead house. Blood Slaughter retorted feebly, but compromised under Lin Feng's lustful authority. This girl I met by chance more than a month ago. From the first moment I saw her, I've never forgotten it in my life. Even though it was only for a moment, it was enough to leave indelible traces in my heart. Blood Slaughter's eyes glistened and his tone of voice slowed down. Lin Feng's face was as black as a pot. I am asking you where you met, don't talk about these useless things. Right at the Purgatory apartment. It's because of her that I moved in, but until now so much time has passed, I've never seen her again, and when I asked the previous tenants, they all said they hadn't seen her before, and could only nestle in here and make hand-me-downs. I tried to ask the administrators here, but the only thing that responded to me was their murderous eyes. Blood Slaughter said in a hurry. Saying it is the same as saying it for nothing. Lin Feng was a bit speechless, but at least he could be sure that Yin Kanchan was in the Purgatory apartment. After that, he'd take his time to find it. Anyway, he was collecting rent and could look from door to door. I'm confiscating these hand puppets and posters. I'll pay for you. You shouldn't think about this woman in the future. You guys are impossible. Lin Feng said. At least she was one of his wives. How could she be made into a hand puppet? How bad would that be? No way. If you dare to take it away, I'll fight you. Blood Slaughter sniffed, and his anger value skyrocketed once again. Don't worry, you won't be treated badly. Saying that, Lin Feng directly took out 20,000 thrill coins and slapped them on the table. No way. No amount of money can take away my true heart. 50,000 thrill coins. Oh, don't insult me with money. 100,000 thrill coins. I think we should discuss it. 200,000. Lin Feng threw out another 100,000 thrill coins on the table with an expressionless face. This time Blood Butcher finally couldn't hold back. Brother, you can take all these artifacts, thank you so much brother. $200,000 was just a drop in the bucket for Lin Feng, but for Blood Butcher it was a huge amount of money. Was this the joy of being rich? Lin Feng looked at Blood 2's fawning expression and felt happy in his heart. After including all of Yin Kanchan's posters and artifacts in the space, the whole room became a little more monotonous. I'm in a good mood now, so I'll give you a few of my treasures. Lin Feng pulled out a few small cards with drawings of a few of his favorite characters from his original world, Shinhayula and so on, which he had drawn himself in his spare time. Blood Slaughter glanced at them with a lack of interest. Brother, I don't like the big ones, are there any tiny ones? Holy shit, you pussy, is so perverted. Lin Feng's mind was shocked. Then these few, Shangling Walnut Nashida. When Blood 2 saw Lin Feng take out a few more, he immediately lit up. The face value of these few wasn't much worse than Yin Kanchan, and they fit his needs. Blood 2 was like a treasure and thanked Lin Feng repeatedly. Seeing Lin Feng strutting out of Blood Butcher's room, and Blood Butcher following his ass with a fawning face, the crowd of bizarre people hurriedly retreated back to their rooms. Blood 2 was considered to be the strongest at their level, and as a result, he had actually been easily disposed of by Lin Feng. How could they still dare to venture out? You've all seen enough drama too, why don't you hurry up and get out and pay the rent? Lin Feng shouted as he stood in the hallway. A moment later, the entire floor of creeps came out of their houses one after another, respectfully handing over 800 thrift coins to Lin Feng. Su Xiaoran was watching from the side. The ferocious, bloodthirsty and inhumane creepy was actually obediently handing it over like a white rabbit in front of Lin Feng. This scene was too shocking. Okay, the rent for the first floor is collected, let's hurry up and continue. Lin Feng threw the rent to Su Xiaoran, then took a step towards the stairs. In the round that had just come down, Lin Feng had directly acquired more than 2,000 guile chi values, which really gave him a sweet taste. So the next thing Lin Feng did was collect rent while earning trickster chi values. The bazaar strengths on the upper floors were all relatively average, the slightly weaker ones were all terrified and hurriedly handed over their rent. There were some individuals who were not convinced and were also convinced by Lin Feng with a few slaps. It was true that the bazaar were just itchy, they had to be beaten up before they would listen. Lin Feng didn't talk too much nonsense and his hands were crisp, so the process of collecting the rent was relatively smooth and the progress was quite rapid, averaging 1 or 2 minutes a family. In no time at all, the rents of the 9 weird floors below were all collected. At the same time as collecting the rent, Lin Feng was also inquiring about Yin Kanchen's whereabouts, however the clues came to nothing, making him quite depressed. Su Xiaoran just silently followed behind Lin Feng, looking at the thrill coins that were full, her heart couldn't be happier. With this branch quest completed, one would be able to get a large amount of experience value and raise one's level. This would give himself the ability to protect himself. Su Xiaoran realized that this was the easiest copy she had ever experienced. Other people were probably still dealing with creepy at this time, facing the risk of creepy flipping out. Instead, all she needed to do was knock on doors and receive the rent, and all other problems were solved by Lin Feng in passing. It's the last floor of this building, according to what the bazaar below said, there's a danger level bazaar on this floor, considered the strongest tenant in the entire 5th building. Lin Feng looked up at the stairs with an expression of eagerness. Because there was a danger level bazaar living here, very few bazaar dared to live on the top floor, and only 6 had bazaar living in them. Mr. Lin Feng, why don't we just change to another building? It's better not to mess with the danger level bazaar. Su Xiaoran said worriedly. Even though she felt that Lin Feng wouldn't even have a problem facing a danger level bazaar, but if there was a conflict, it would delay a lot of time, and it would be better to have that time to go find a low-level bazaar to get a good deal. Just kidding, I hate creeps that don't pay rent. Where else can we let them take advantage? Charge with me. Lin Feng said and directly took a big step towards the top floor. There was no way around it, Su Xiaoran could only follow with her head. Su Xiaoran came to the first heel and gently knocked on the door. Hello, we're here to collect rent. Come in. The door is unlocked. A moment later, a delicate female voice came from behind the door. Just by listening to the voice, one could feel the bones tingle. Lin Feng frowned while Su Xiaoran had already pushed the door open. Lin Feng took a step into the room, and as soon as he entered, a rich aroma hit his face, causing him to go into a slight mental trance. But in just an instant he recovered. It's not a perfume smell, there's a psychedelic effect. Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he walked inside the room. Ha! It's actually a human. Heh heh heh, another new toy. At that moment, a delicate silhouette walked out from the bedroom. As she appeared, the scent in the room became even more intense, causing Lin Feng to gasp a little. Lin Feng fixed his eyes on the woman. She was dressed in a thin black sarong, her hot body was on display, her long silver-gray hair was spread out, her legs were straight and long, and her jade feet were full. Beautiful face, seductive eyes, all highlight the charm of the woman. Notably, the woman's ears were pointed, and there was a black tail behind her buttocks, with the tip of the tail showing the shape of a love heart. With these features, the woman in front of her was a typical phantom. Name, Xin Ro. Identity, freelance. Race, phantom demon. Rank, ordinary level middle. Favorability, 0. Weakness, heh heh heh. Phantom demon is a rare race, I didn't expect to meet it here. Lin Feng spoke indifferently, without changing his face. But Su Xiaoran, who had followed him in, blushed in shame when she saw the phantom demon's bizarre costume. For an innocent college girl like her, this scene was really a bit of a shock. Little handsome human is quite knowledgeable, actually able to recognize Slave's identity. The phantom demon smiled faintly, flavored. And after such a long time, little handsome brother has not been affected by Slave's charming technique. It seems to be a human strong person, just don't know whether those aspects are strong or not. Strong or not, just try it later and you won't know, in addition to advising you to undo this boring trick. Lin Feng's afterglow looked at Su Xiaoran. At the moment she was in a somewhat abnormal state, her cheeks were flushed and her legs were involuntarily twisting, obviously she was affected by the charming technique. Mr. Lin Feng, I'm so hot. The phantom snapped her fingers, the aroma in the room quickly dissipated, Su Xiaoran suddenly went limp and sat helplessly on the floor. I can't believe there's an innocent sister. The chimera teased. Lin Feng was a bit impatient. Hurry up and pay the rent so we can go to the next one. Upon hearing this, the phantom demon's expression immediately became resigned. Her appearance was endearing.
Hey, it's not that slave doesn't want to pay, there's really nothing we can do about it. Nun's family is surviving in the cracks every day, begging for life under the stick. I really can't afford to pay the rent, please let me off once. Saying that, the chimera even pretended to wipe the non-existent tears. It's so hard, what do you do?
Lin Feng smiled.
Hardware softening project. Ha, isn't that quite profitable?
At those words, Phantom Demon regained her original look, her eyes glowing with pink love. Why don't you do it this way, little handsome? How about paying the rent with your body this time? The Phantom Demon boldly wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and exhaled.
In this situation, I believe that a man wouldn't be able to endure it. Fine, since you said so, how can I refuse?
Lin Feng happily agreed, then turned to Su Xiaoran, who had regained some of her senses, and said,
Xiaoran, go out and take shelter, I'll go out later.
Seeing this, the corners of the Phantom Demon's mouth hooked up slightly, and a look of triumph flashed in his eyes.
Humans, finally taking the bait.
It's true that men can't withstand this kind of temptation. Later on, we'll drain his chi and blood, and throw his body into the flower apron. This human looks quite strong, he should have quite a lot of chi and blood. I hope he can last for 10 rounds, don't let me down. Thinking of this, the Phantom Demon was about to broaden her clothes, when her hand was held by Lin Feng.
Don't be in a hurry, slave is all yours today.
The Phantom Demon pouted. She thought that Lin Feng was already impatient. But who knew, Lin Feng was looking at her playfully, giving her an ominous feeling in her heart.
Immortal servants summoning.
Lin Feng's mind moved and 2 servants came out from the aperture, still the same 2 beautiful undead from last time. Seeing these 2 weird servants suddenly appear, Phantom Creepy was a bit surprised. Where did they appear from?
What is the little handsome man doing? Could it be that he wants to for? Lin Feng, however, said mysteriously, don't you want to pay with your body? You'll find out later. Hold her down for me.
Lin Feng commanded 2 undead servants to grab the chimera's bizarre hands.
What do you want?
Phantom Creepy was shocked, with a slight anger on her face. She still wanted to break free from her bonds. But with her strength, where could she break free from the full force of 2 ordinary levels? The undead servants, 1 on each side, firmly grabbed the Phantom's arms, making her unable to move. Afterwards, Lin Feng commanded the servants to weirdly rack the chimera onto the table and forcefully prop her legs open.
The chimera was presented to Lin Feng in an extremely humiliating form. Xin rose fear value of U plus 50, converted into 50 points of creepy chi value.
Lin Feng walked over to the table and picked up a plate of grapes on the table. The grapes were full and crystal clear, they looked delicious.
Eat 1 grape and I'll spare you 100 thrill coins, how about it?
Lin Feng carried the grapes and came to Phantom Creepy's side. Phantom Creepy stared blankly at the grapes on the plate and asked with some uncertainty, you're talking about eating grapes, right? Lin Feng smiled without saying anything.
Make sure it's eating with your mouth right. He. Xin rose fear value of U plus 700, converted into 700 points of guile chi value. As if thinking of something bad, the chimera began to struggle desperately. No, don't you come over. I have money, I'll pay you. You get off me.
The Phantom's claws were sharp, scratching recklessly, leaving deep wounds on the 2 servants. However, the undead were born with no sense of pain and a strong physical body, so no matter how much she attacked, her face remained unchanged and she was firmly gripped.
It's not up to you now.
Lin Feng picked up a grape and slowly walked towards the chimera. At the moment, Lin Feng, who had an innocent appearance, was as terrifying as a demon in human skin in the eyes of the Phantom Demon. It had caused indelible trauma to her psyche.
Who on earth was the creepy Ah?
A chimera's wail came from inside the room. Su Xiaoran at the door rubbed her forehead, her sanity slightly recovered. Hearing the chimera's cries, she was still a little confused.
Isn't it just eating a grape? As for making such a big commotion? After a few moments, the sounds in the room gradually decreased and became strange.
The sound disappeared and Lin Feng walked out of the room refreshed. Worthy of being a chimera, it's really unfathomable.
Eat all 8 grapes, I kept my promise, the rent I gave for her.
Su Xiaoran was a little confused, but didn't think much of it and hurriedly recorded it.
Then let's go to the next one.
Soon, the 2 received the last house. Su Xiaoran was a bit nervous, it looked like that dangerous level creepy lived here. She was just about to go up and knock on the door when the door to the room was suddenly opened, startling her, and she hurriedly hid behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, but his body was ready to deal with unexpected situations. The door to the room opened wide and a tall and slim figure appeared in front of the 2. This danger level creepy actually took the initiative to show himself. Creepy was dressed in black with a wide hooded hat, so his true appearance could not be seen. And the parts of him that were exposed were all wrapped with circles and circles of bandages, which were slightly yellowed, and even some bloodstains could be seen.
Name, Void Rune. Identity, unknown.
Race, hairy stiff.
Rank, dangerous middle class. Favorability, 0.
Weakness, fear of seal-type props or spells. Dangerous grade middle order, very strong The race was still an advanced race among zombies, hairy stiffs, covered in hair, with copper heads and iron bones. The strength of their flesh was quite perverse. Knowledge about hairy stiffs quickly flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Hello, we're here to collect rent. Su Xiaoran was under a lot of pressure, but still said stiffly. The hairy stiff eerily raised his head slightly, seemingly glancing at Su Xiaoran, then spread his hand out, and in his palm were 8 thriller coins. Here. Hairy stiff Creepy's voice was hoarse, and he said bluntly. Lin Feng and Su Xiaoran were a bit surprised. They had thought that there would be a conflict when they faced a danger level Creepy, but they hadn't expected this Creepy to be unexpectedly very good at talking. Su Xiaoran looked at Lin Feng, then clenched her teeth and walked forward to take the other party's money, then hurriedly trotted back to Lin Feng's side, meticulously and abjectly. But gross stiff Creepy really didn't seem to have any malicious intent and was really just paying her rent. It's true that the quality of the high grade is also high. The group of crooked dates downstairs cannot be compared. This is to save a lot of trouble. It was just a pity that Lin Feng didn't have the chance to fight with a dangerous level Creepy, and it wasn't good for him, as a civilized person, to take the initiative to make trouble. Thanks for cooperating. Lin Feng nodded his head and was about to leave when he had a change of heart. With the idea of trying it out, he took out the poster that Bloodslaughter had drawn for Yin Kanchan and asked the hairy stiff Creepy. By the way, have you ever seen her? Hairy stiff Creepy raised his head, his eyes gray under the bandages, but at this moment, looking at the poster revealed inexplicable emotions. There's a drama? Lin Feng's heartbeat accelerated slightly when he saw Hairy stiff Creepy with this look. After a long moment of silence, Hairy stiff Creepy slowly spoke. What's your relationship with her? I'm her friend. Lin Feng wasn't sure about the other party's attitude towards Yin Kanchan and could only say so. Hairy stiffy Creepy sniffed and sneered. Friend? She's the landlord of the Purgatory apartment, the strongest person in the apartment. I haven't heard of her having human friends. But she does have a human boyfriend. His name is Lin Feng. I don't know if you recognize him. Lin Feng's pupils trembled. He had thought that the other party would have some clues, but he didn't expect to actually know so much. He even knew about his relationship with Yin Kanchan. It seemed like Crooked had found the right person. I'm Lin Feng. Do you know where she is right now? Lin Feng asked hurriedly. Just you? What proof do you have that you're Lin Feng? Hairy Stiffy's weird tone was tinged with skepticism. He's Lin Feng, I can prove it. Su Xiaoran raised her hand and said with a serious expression. What you say doesn't count. The hairy stiff said in a bizarre and merciless manner. Woo! Lin Feng pondered and thought for a moment, then said, although I can't prove that I'm Lin Feng, I can prove that I'm Yin Kanchan's boyfriend. I know that her favorite food is pig's feet rice and fried pork chops. Her catchphrase is miscellaneous fish. She hates it when people make fun of her for being short. She has a mole on the ball of her right foot, and she likes to. In bed. Okay, stop it. Hairy Stiff Creepy hurriedly interrupted Lin Feng to continue. You dare to say such private things. Is liking to cuddle dolls in bed considered private? Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. His eyes became indignant as he looked at Lin Feng. These do prove it. He then muttered in a small voice, looking not even half as handsome as me. How did she look at this human? Ignoring Hairy Stiff Creepy's complaints, Lin Feng hurriedly asked, then you can tell me where she is now. The Hairy Stiff Creepy was silent again for a while and said in a deep voice in the middle of the day, do me a favor and I'll tell you, otherwise you won't be able to find out where she is even if you kill me. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He knew it wasn't that easy. It was true that the process of finding a wife was always this difficult, but it couldn't shake his love for Yin Kanchan. What favor? Lin Feng asked. Help me kill the administrator of the second building and I'll tell you. Hairy Stiffy said eerily, his tone tinged with a little bit of hatred. The administrator of the second building. The administrator of the first building, check, was a dangerous level high-grade creepy, and if the administrators of the second building were all of this level as well, it would be really hard to deal with. Moreover, the status of the administrator was quite special in the Purgatory apartment. In case he accidentally attracted the hatred of all the administrators, then he could only run away. It wasn't even known if the other party's words were true, so it was more or less not worth it to take such a big risk for that. As if he could see Lin Feng's hesitation, Mao Zi said coldly, although I have some personal grudges with him, it's for your own good to let you kill him. I believe that it won't be long before he realizes that you're inquiring about Yin Kanchan, and at that time, he'll strike at you first. Besides, if you can't even kill him, then you don't have the ability to protect him as landlord. Fine, I can help you. Lin Feng agreed bluntly. Hairy Stiffy Creepy seemed satisfied with Lin Feng's words. Very well. Don't worry about the other administrators coming after you, their relationship isn't as good as you think. After you kill him, give me his corpse. After saying that, Hairy Stiffy Creepy turned around and closed the door. Side quest, kill the second building administrator, reward, 15,000 experience points, psychic doll *1. Lin Feng turned around and went straight to the stairs. Seeing this, Su Xiaoran hurriedly followed behind, her tone a little worried. Mr. Lin Feng, you really want to go? It's too dangerous. Is that a mess? In Kanchan so important to you? Lin Feng said rightfully, of course, I'm her boyfriend. If I can't find her, that would be too irresponsible. In that case, I don't know why, but Su Xiaoran felt a little lost. If you're scared, you can find a safe place to hide and wait for the evening to gather. After all, the danger level is still fatal for you. It would be bad if it spreads to you. Lin Feng said in a soft tone. No, I'll go with Mr. Lin Feng. Honestly, there's no place here that's safer than beside Mr. Lin Feng. Su Xiaoran clenched her fists with a firm expression. That's quite a point. Lin Feng stroked his chin. No wonder this girl was so weak and still managed to survive until now. Her brain was much better than the average person. In case if I can't beat you, you have to run in a hurry. Don't worry, Mr. Lin Feng, I don't have much skill, I just know how to run away. I survived to the end of the previous 3 copies by running away. Su Xiaoran lifted her chest and said very proudly. Let's go straight to the second building. Lin Feng said. Ah. Mao Ziwei returned to the room, came to the bed in silence and sat down, taking a long breath. The landlady's boyfriend does look strong. I hope that his arrival will change the predicament of the purgatory apartment and Miss Landlady can be saved. Lin Feng and Su Xiaoran walked out of the 5th building and went straight to the 2nd building diagonally in front of them. That said, we didn't see any other administrators along the way. Turned around inside the 5th building and didn't even see the hair of the 5th building's administrator. Lin Feng said doubtfully. Su Xiaoran cocked her head, searching for information in her mind earnestly. I read the tips on the forums about the purgatory apartments, and these administrators all have mysterious movements, appearing randomly within the realm of the apartments. It's just that each time, a different administrator would enact a mission based on their own preferences. That's so, it looks like we won't necessarily meet him yet, we'll just have to rely on our luck. Lin Feng drifted off. Lin Feng and Su Xiaoran arrived at the 2nd building, and to his disappointment, they didn't find any sign of the administrator of the 2nd building. It was only on the 3rd floor that they encountered 2 members who had come to the 2nd building to collect rent. Looking at their wretched appearance, it didn't seem to be going well. At the moment they were in a heated swearing match with a creepy. Watching the situation intensify, it was expected that they would have to fight again later. Lin Feng didn't want to help, but walked straight to the upper floors. Since he couldn't find a target, it would be better to just keep collecting rent. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. Towards evening, Lin Feng and Su Xiaoran had collected a total of 240 rents, 192,000 thrill coins. Being a landlord was good, this money came really easily, much better than his hard work on missions. Arriving in front of a building, Chek leaned against the door, playing with a skull with blood in his hand, his mouth smiling, seemingly satisfied with his masterpiece. Before Lin Feng and Su Xiaoran, 2 groups had already arrived. One group was the one they had just met in the 2nd building, and there was another group of a man and a woman, who looked like they were still a couple. Looking at their expressions, they were all a bit nervous, afraid that they would be the bottom of the list. Yellow hair, the greasy man, and Li Peng as well as the other door female had not returned yet. Hey, how much did you guys collect? Hand it all over. Chek saw Lin Feng and Su Xiaoran come and raised his head to ask. Su Xiaoran hurriedly handed over the list and the thrill coins she had collected. Looking at the thick pile of thrill coins she was carrying in her hand, the other 2 groups' faces were a bit ugly. Yo, you've collected quite a lot. Chek was also a bit surprised as he took the list Su Xiaoran handed over. Casually scanning through a few eyes, Chek nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it saves me a lot of trouble. Su Xiaoran heartily revealed a smile, her small hand making a victory gesture in front of her chest. How slow, I hate guys who are not punctual. The remaining 2 groups hadn't returned yet, causing Chek to be slightly impatient. And at that moment, an anxious shout came from the distance. Assholes! Stop right there you guys! Damn stinking bitch, actually robbing our rent. I've never seen such a brazen person. Lin Feng's crowd followed the sound and looked behind them. They saw that yellow hair and the greasy man were chasing after Li Peng in a fiery rage. Li Peng was carrying the woman he had teamed up with in his arms and was dashing ahead. Yellow hair was missing a Dan and the greasy man was too fat. Even if Li Peng was carrying a man, his speed was faster than yellow hair and the greasy man. At the moment, yellow hair didn't care. The wounds underneath his body began to drip blood because of the intense exercise, and the greasy man was also running sweating profusely. However, both of them still had bloodshot eyes, as if Li Peng was their father's enemy. Soon, Li Peng came to the Czech Republic and put down the woman in his arms. The woman looked at Li Peng with eyes full of admiration. Brother, you are so powerful. Your plan really worked, they really fell for it. It's all tactics, quickly hand over the list and the rent. Li Peng did not turn red in the face and looked quite calm. Okay. The woman nodded her head in a hurry, while about to hand over the 4 lists in her hand. 4 lists? That's a bit interesting. Lin Feng sensed that, and in his heart,
he roughly understood what Li Peng and the others had done. The Czech Republic glanced at Li Peng playfully. There was no immediate action. A moment later, Yellow Hair and the Greasy Man also ran over, their faces extremely pale and gasping for air. I reported them. They robbed our list in rent. They cheated. Yellow Hair shouted loudly, pointing at Li Peng and the woman, with a slight crying tone in his voice, as if he had been wronged by the heavens. Li Peng did not look at them, his expression stoic, as if it was not him who was speaking. Check counted over the rents and lists the woman had brought. 165 households, and the amount of money is right. Lord Administrator, there are 75 households here that we collected. The Greasy Man shouted in a hurry. They robbed our money. Check spread his hands, but I received it from her, and this money doesn't have your names written on it, so what evidence do you have to prove it? I don't care where he robbed it from, I only recognize the money, and it's whoever I took it from. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Hair and Greasy Man's faces turned white, while Li Peng was looking at them with a smile on the corner of his mouth, looking at them smugly. A look of I like to see you guys want to kill me but there's nothing you can do about it. It's all your fault. Who told you to bring that bitch here? Saying something about how she was abandoned by Li Peng and seeing her poor, you wanted to help her? There's only one Dan left on the treadmill and you still want to play with women? The Greasy Man was furious and violently slapped Yellow Hair's face, cursing. Yellow Hair was slapped all over the place, and his fire was beaten out of him. Backhandedly, he also punched the Greasy Man on the bridge of his nose. You still have the face to talk about lousy. You're the one who kept the money and the list. That woman just slightly seduced you for a moment, and then charmed you to the point where you couldn't find your way out of the room. The list and the money were given with both hands. The two then began to wrestle together. The scene was quite lively. The woman, on the other hand, hid behind Li Peng with a playful smile on her face. I'm sorry you two. Although her mouth said so, she didn't see any apologies in this attitude. So, you guys are considered a family that has not received it? A cruel smile appeared on Check's face as he slowly walked towards them. The chainsaw in his hand seemed to be ready to move. As I said before, the last group wipes out. Dangerous level of weird aura came. Yellow Hair and Greasy Man finally felt afraid. You don't come over. The Greasy Man clenched his teeth and wanted to take out his copy disengagement ticket and leave the copy. However, as if Check had anticipated it, his eyes and hands came to the two men, and one person directly knocked them out with a single blow. There was no chance for him to catalyze at all. Still want to make a small move? I do know that you humans have that kind of means of detachment, but as long as you are knocked out, you won't be able to exert it, Check said with a confident chest. It seemed that there were also weird ones with high IQs, actually even counting on that. The copy disengagement coupon was already a very buggy means of escape, ignoring any restrictions, but it was still a solution that Creepy had found. Lin Feng was slightly surprised in his heart. Seeing that there was already an ingrate, the other two groups were relieved, especially the couple. If the Yellow Hair and the Greasy Man hadn't been robbed, they would have been the last ones. This time there was no need to die. Lin Feng's afterglow glanced at Li Peng. The other party seemed to notice and turned his head to meet Lin Feng's eyes, revealing a kind smile. This guy was really not simple. Level 31 strength wasn't something to mix up. He must be more careful afterward. After the last time he suffered a loss at the hands of William and the others during Deadly Silence High School, Lin Feng knew that within the bizarre world, what was more dangerous than bizarre were humans. This move of the opponent was really vicious. Sure enough, they were old foxes. Your class is the class that has collected the most humans, saving Moncler a lot of time. Today Moncler is in a good mood. Give the first place group a deluxe king-size bedroom. The soundproofing is especially good. The rest of the group to sleep in the ordinary room. In the past, I used to let that group of losers sleep in the hallway. Check looked at the Yellow Hair and Greasy Man who passed out on the ground. The excitement on his face could no longer be suppressed. He couldn't wait to go back and enjoy himself. At those words, the woman beside Li Peng cheered. Yeah, she thought that they had collected so much, plus Yellow Hairs and theirs, they must be number one. Li Peng also had a winning look on his face and clasped his hands to his chest. Here, your king room keys. Check pulled it out in his pants pocket and then threw it to Lin Feng. The woman froze and her cheering came to an abrupt end. Only then did she notice that the other two groups were looking at her with expressions of looking at second idiots, which made her ashamed and annoyed. It can't be. What makes them taller than us? Don't bark again and I'll make you sleep in the street. Check said impatiently, then threw the other 3 sets of keys to them. Li Peng was also a bit stunned, looking incredulously at the bland Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng is really something. I was the one who looked away before. The resentment in his eyes flickered away. Li Peng still showed a harmless smile. Not as capable as you. I've only collected more than 200 families. Lin Feng pulled out his ears. If they didn't know that he had just screwed over Yellow Hair and the others would really think that he was some kind of good guy. Enjoy the night. There will be a new administrator enacting tasks tomorrow. Remember to wake up early. That guy hates it when people are late.
Saying that, Check dragged yellow hair and the greasy man with one hand, carried the chainsaw with the other, and turned around to leave in a leisurely manner. Today was destined to be the last time they would see yellow hair and the two brothers. Not having a moment to be sentimental about them, Lin Feng and Su Xiaoran joyfully headed to their residence. The woman beside Li Peng was quite red-eyed, but could only stomp her feet impotently. Relax, let them have their fun for a day, I have 9 ways to deal with him. Li Peng comforted from the side. I know, I've always believed in my brother's ability, the woman pouted. Remember what you promised me before? Let's hurry back to the room. Darn it, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, the woman pouted. As long as it's your tofu, I love to eat it whether it's cold or hot. Side quest completed, rewarded with 24,000 experience value, 72,000 thrill coins. The system's beep sounded, the reward this time was indeed very generous, more than 20,000 experience values. The level had directly reached level 33, 400/3400, the strength had crossed a large chunk, and it was more certain to take on the higher levels of the dangerous class. Su Xiaoran also progressed rapidly, her level crossing 10 levels to reach level 27. This made her happy. If it was at her level, she would only be able to gain a few thousand experience points at most. But who let her embrace Lin Feng as her thigh? Her strength had taken a qualitative leap. More than 70,000 thrill coins, now we can buy good props. That's just where it's at, there's meat to eat if you hang out with brother. Lin Feng said casually. The two of them came to the designated room and used the key to open the door. The layout inside came into view. The room as a whole was quite spacious. With all kinds of facilities and furniture, it looked a bit better than an apartment room. It just seemed that it hadn't been lived in for a long time, and a lot of dust had fallen. Su Xiaoran took the initiative and started to clean it vigorously, and Lin Feng summoned the 2 undead servants to help her clean it together to save time. When Su Xiaoran saw the 2 servants, she was surprised in her heart, but she didn't ask much. Lin Feng, on the other hand, went to the bathroom and took a shower, briefly rinsed himself off, then sat on the clean sofa, closed his eyes and rested his mind, and in the meantime, tallied up today's harvest. Apart from the over 20,000 experience gained from the side quests, Lin Feng had also collected over 15,000 GUI values. Counting what was left over from before, he now had a total of over 40,000 points of guile chi value. Afterwards, Lin Feng took out 10,000 points of trick chi values and upgraded Tricky Masseur to advanced. The new skills of the advanced Tricky Masseur didn't help him too much right now. At most, he had achieved superiority in the field of massage. At the same time, Lin Feng had some itchy hands and once again wanted to extract a new profession. Now his lungs were itching and he was happy to take a drag. Does it cost 10,000 GUI value to extract a new profession? As the number of professions increased, the amount of GUI value spent on extraction also became more. Lin Feng had some meat pains, but he still gritted his teeth and extracted it. In the process of extraction, the speed of the roulette will gradually slow down, and eventually the pointer pointed to a point. Congratulations to the host for extracting the occupation, Guile Chef. Occupation, Sneaky Chef, Elementary. Classification, Beginner Guile Chef, Intermediate Guile Chef, Advanced Guile Chef, Extra Guile Chef Saint. Skills, Master Chef's Hand, Butcher's Beef. Divine Chef's Wonderful Hands. The host has completely mastered the production method of most dishes, and is able to skillfully produce gourmet food. Butcher's Mastery. The host's knife skills are exquisite, able to see the structure of the food at a glance and process and break it down perfectly. A large amount of knowledge flooded into his mind, recipes, production processes, names of ingredients, and so on. It's a profession that can't be used for the time being. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. It could only be used as a decoration for now. It would always be used in the future. Opening a restaurant in the bizarre world should also be able to earn a lot of money. As for the rest of the guile chi value, Lin Feng planned to save it up and save up 100,000 to upgrade the guile martial artist to extraordinary level. Mr. Lin Feng, the rooms are all cleaned, go rest. At this time, Su Xiaoran came to Lin Feng's side and said softly. Lin Feng opened his eyes and agreed softly, oh, got it. After a day of running around and roaming around the various floors, he was indeed a bit tired as well. Walking inside the bedroom, there was a large bed in the center of the bedroom. The bedding on it had already been laid out by Su Xiaoran. Lin Feng was halfway there when he suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Xiaoran, who was standing outside. Aren't you coming in? Su Xiaoran was startled, her cheeks flushed. Blushing, she said, there is just one bed inside. I'll just sleep on the sofa. How can that be? This room is what we fought for together. How can I let you sleep on the sofa? This bed is quite big. Sleeping 2 people is no problem. Lin Feng said as a matter of course. His demeanor looked very serious, as if he was really a decent person. Su Xiaoran was a bit at a loss for words. Certain bad images surfaced in her mind. Then I will go take a shower first. She then ran into the bathroom in a panic to go. Hurry back when you're done washing. Lin Feng shouted.
After a long time, Su Xiaoran stood at the door of her bedroom, as if she had made some sort of determination. She took a deep breath and walked into the bedroom. I'm done washing. However, she didn't get a response and looked towards the bed, only to see that Lin Feng had already closed his eyes tightly and fell into a deep sleep. His breathing was long. Su Xiaoran didn't expect that Lin Feng had actually fallen asleep. While she was relieved, she inexplicably lost some of her heart. Coming to the other side of the bed, Su Xiaoran carefully laid on it. This was the first time she had slept with a man. She didn't think that it was really just pure sleep. Lin Feng's handsome side face came into her eyes. Su Xiaoran's heartbeat quickened and she hurriedly closed her eyes. Sleep. She then quietly moved her body towards Lin Feng's side, a sweet smile on her face as she entered dreamland. Mr. Lin Feng, time to get up. Mr. Lin Feng, breakfast is ready, get up. In a daze, Su Xiaoran's sweet voice came from Lin Feng's ears, and a slightly sweet scent came to his face, which made Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the happy times he had with Xiao Meishui. Yikes! Mr. Lin Feng, you there? Su Xiaoran's shy voice rang out, waking Lin Feng up. Cough. This is force majeure. I'll get up, you go out first. Lin Feng said in a panic. It's okay, then I'll go out first. Su Xiaoran ran out, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. Lin Feng scratched his hair, somewhat helpless. His own big brother was, more or less, a bit of a non-starter. But it couldn't be helped. 1 day without a fight, come yang de. 2 days without a fight, come yang de. After getting dressed and walking out of the bedroom, Su Xiaoran had already set up food on the table. Where did you get these from? Lin Feng was puzzled. He didn't remember that there was food in this room. He had thought about going out to rob Creepy later. Su Xiaoran said as a matter of course, I prepared some in advance and loaded it into space to bring it in. Because the administrators of the Purgatory apartment don't prepare food for humans, so if you want to eat, you can only buy it in the hands of the creepy. And that would cost a lot of thrill coins. You're quite experienced. Lin Feng praised heartily, and then he also sat down without ceremony and picked up a piece of bread to nibble on. After having breakfast, Lin Feng and Su Xiaoran headed to the entrance of the apartment, ready to complete the next day's mission. By the time they arrived, the other groups had already arrived. Only their states looked different from each other. Li Peng looked majestic, and the woman beside him was in springtime, snuggling up to Li Peng with a smile on her face. The couple, although they both had dark circles under their eyes, looked in good shape as well, and presumably did what couples should do. After all, in this weird world of crisis, no one knows if it's the last time, and having fun in time is the way to go. The remaining 2 single dogs were a bit miserable. Their faces were quite ugly. Their room was sandwiched in the middle of these 2 groups, and the soundproofing effect of the walls was extremely poor, so if both sides started playing at the same time, no one would be able to stand it. Coupled with the mournful screams ringing out of the door from time to time, as well as checks in human laughter, this night suffered both physical and mental torture. Tramp, when I go out, I'll definitely have a hard time with meat, a man said through gritted teeth. Brothers, don't set up a flag blindly, don't wanna die. Another person hastily covered his mouth. It was already morning, and quite a few creeps were coming out of their apartments, leaving their apartments and running for their lives. Lin Feng even saw the phantom creepy who was wearing proper clothes. She looked quite decent in her clothes and attracted quite a few gazes. When phantom creepy saw Lin Feng, her body crouched in place and her face turned a little pale. Obviously yesterday Lin Feng had left her with quite a psychological shadow. High out of politeness, Lin Feng smiled and greeted. Phantom creepy accelerated her steps, pretending as if she hadn't seen it, and fled. What a rude guy. Thanks to me helping her get free rent. Quite a few creeps saw Lin Feng standing there and chose to lower their heads and go around him, as if he was some kind of unforgivable demon. After waiting for a long time, the crowd didn't wait for the administrator to arrive. What happened to the promise of hating being late? How come they were still lazy themselves? Cough. I didn't expect you guys to come quite early. Very good. I like humans who are punctual. Cough. This kind of human's body tends to be healthy, and the blood is even more delicious. An extremely weak voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Suddenly, a large mass of fresh blood appeared out of nowhere on the empty space in front of the crowd. As if the blood was alive, it began to wriggle and converge, gradually growing in size. It finally formed a humanoid shape and appeared in the eyes of the crowd. I am the 3rd building administrator, Red Rin. That bizarre hair white, pale face whiter than white paper, body thin was wrapped in blood robes, footsteps floating, give a person a kind of weak feeling of the wind blowing down. Name, Red Rin. Identity, administrator of the 3rd building of the Shrieking Apartment. Race, blood guile. Rank, dangerous grade high. Favorability, 0. Weakness, mastery of extremely strong blood magic and corrosive power, but a single means of attack, no explosiveness, easily restrained by spatial props. It wasn't the 2nd building administrator, which made Lin Feng a little disappointed. Sure enough, he's also a dangerous rank higher.
Lin Feng's heart fluttered. Now it seemed that the average strength of the administrators were all dangerous grade high order.
Good morning everyone.
At this moment, Chek came wobbling along, looking in an extraordinarily free-flowing mood.
In his hand, he was dragging a sack with blood all over it, dragging a long blood trail on the ground that stretched into the distance.
It didn't take any guessing to realize that this was probably the yellow hair and greasy man's skin fragments. Akane Rin seemed to be extraordinarily excited when she saw the sack behind Chek.
Cough cough. Chek, you little brat, actually eating alone. It's a pity that such a healthy human, such fresh blood, was wasted by you for nothing.
The Czech Republic did not care, grinning. Sorry, there is still a lot left in here. Why don't I give it to you? Humph, I only drink blood that has just been spewed out from within a human's body. None of yours is fresh anymore. Akarin coldly snorted in disdain.
Isn't there a bunch of fresh humans over there? Just pick one that suits your eyes.
Enough of that, I have to hurry up and clean up the trash. Chek pointed at Lin Feng and the others and said, speaking unapologetically, as if he didn't care what Lin Feng and the others thought at all.
There's no need for you to say that.
Although the two creeps were chatting in an extremely loud voice, what they were talking about gave the crowd the creeps. As Chek dragged the sack away, Red Rin retracted his sight and focused on Lin Feng and the others, his eyes filled with greed and bloodlust, completely unrecognizable from the frail look he had just had.
Damn Chek, tickled my cravings. Alright, enacting today's mission for you all, listen carefully.
You two, sweep the street outside the apartment, especially the blood on this ground, wipe it carefully, I'm very sensitive to the smell of blood.
Akira said as he pointed at the couple.
He then looked at Li Peng, you go to the first building and clean the toilets and hallways. If I catch you slacking off, I'll press your head into the toilet.
The same goes for you guys.
Red Rin separately told Lin Feng Su Xiaoran, the woman next to Li Peng and the two single dogs to clean the other apartment buildings.
Definitely,
Li Peng said with a slight bow. Speaking of which, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Lin Feng's assigned apartment happened to be the second building. Go to the warehouse in the back and get your tools. I'll come and check before dark. The one who performs the worst I'm going to enjoy. Red Rin revealed his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. After saying that, he then transformed into a puddle of blood again, disappeared into the ground and vanished.
The crowd's faces turned white. Another person was going to die.
Side quest, clean up the second apartment, reward, 2,000 experience points, blood sack *1.
Is it okay to act on your own?
Lin Feng tilted his head and looked at Su Xiaoran with inquiring eyes. Su Xiaoran clenched her fists, her expression was tense but she said firmly, it's no problem, don't worry Mr.
Lin Feng, I always have to act alone.
The area you're in charge of happens to be the fifth building, if you're in danger, you can run to that bandage creep. Lin Feng said with concern. Since the hairy stiffy creepy had asked for him, he definitely wouldn't let Su Xiaoran encounter danger. In addition to the administrator who hadn't shown up within the 5 buildings, it was estimated that he was the strongest, so there wasn't much of a problem.
Okay. Su Xiaoran nodded. Mr.
Lin Feng should also be careful, after all.
I was hoping that he would really show up, I'm already prepared.
Lin Feng said confidently. The people arrived at the warehouse, grabbed their respective tools and prepared to go their separate ways. At this time, Lin Feng glanced at Li Peng from the rest of his eyes, but realized that the other party was also stealing glances at him. The two of them awkwardly stared at each other, and naturally averted their eyes, pretending that nothing had happened. This old fox, he definitely wasn't holding back any good farts, he had to be on guard as well. Lin Feng felt tired, here he had to guard against weirdness and humans, it was really painful. Arriving at the familiar second building, Lin Feng randomly knocked on a few rooms. There were still a few weirdos in the apartment who hadn't gone out. They opened the door cursing and just wanted to vent their anger, but when they realized that the person coming was Lin Feng, they deflated. The big mouths that Lin Feng's fan had slapped on their faces yesterday were still vaguely painful.
Master, what are you doing here again? Haven't we already paid the rent?
A trickster revealed a pleasing smile. Lin Feng pointed to the broom and dunnage on the floor. It just so happens that you guys are at home. Help me with some work.
It's not much, it's just cleaning the toilets and hallways of the second building.
Lin Feng naturally wouldn't do the task honestly, a mere 2,000 experience value and he wanted him to work personally. What a joke.
This entire building's free labor could not be wasted. At those words, a few creepy faces collapsed.
They knew that no good things awaited them. Had they known that they would have gone out today to avoid the wind. Grandpa, I suddenly remembered that my mother-in-law is having a difficult labor and needs to go and take care of it.
My wife is also in difficult labor today, the hospital just called. A few creeps still want to struggle a bit. Less nonsense, you want to have an object still to stay at home?
Lin Feng said in a bad mood. All get your asses to work, there's a reward for slow work.
What reward?
Reward you with a few mouths. The few creeps were quite stifled, but their strength wasn't good, so they could only succumb to Lin Feng's lustful authority. It was sad, it was so sad. In the past, these jobs were done by the humans they watched come, now this job actually fell on their heads. They had no choice but to pick up their tools and start cleaning up. That's right, young people just need to get out more and exercise. Feel the hard work of the laboring people, that's the only way to have commitment and ambition. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. After saying that, Lin Feng moved a stool from somewhere and leisurely sat on the side, watching them clean. To say that Creepy's stamina is just good, it's really efficient when it comes to work. Not long after, the hallways and toilets on the first floor were cleaned. Lin Feng looked at the floor, which was so clean that it reflected light instead. The bazaar by the side of the heart slandered, efficiency cannot be high, the face of the inefficient was slapped and swollen. Alright, I won't treat you guys poorly either, more or less give you some favors. Lin Feng waved his hand and cast a preaching on them. Golden light flashed, and the few bazaar suddenly felt their power skyrocket. My power has increased. How did this happen? I feel like I'm about to reach the ordinary grade high rank. A few creepy shouted incredulously, tisking at their changes. Help me finish sweeping this apartment. The benefits don't stop there. Lin Feng's seductive words drew a few creeps into excitement. Don't worry, master, I promise to complete the task. A few creeps shouted like they were pumped up with chicken blood. This is the right thing to do, only when you have the strength will you work harder. You guys go clean the downstairs floors, I'm going to go around upstairs. Lin Feng said casually, then walked towards the stairs with his hands behind his back. Alright. Watching the few creeps run downstairs, the expression on Lin Feng's face disappeared and he walked upstairs in silence. The upstairs hallway was extraordinarily quiet, the doors to the various rooms were tightly closed. I've given you the chance, it would be rude if you don't make a move. Lin Feng spoke faintly into the air. After saying that, the air was still extraordinarily quiet, as if it was all an illusion of Lin Feng. But Lin Feng still had confidence on his face. In the next moment, Lin Feng had just taken a step forward when a shadow above the building squirmed, and then a few cold auras struck at Lin Feng at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Not only were the arrows extremely fast, the angles were also extremely tricky, blocking off all of Lin Feng's paths of retreat. Lin Feng was now an advanced guile martial artist, his eyesight was amazing, and he could see the trajectory of these arrows clearly with a glance. Taking out his golden scale ring ruler and casually waving it a few times, Lin Feng easily sent these arrows flying out. The arrows were all shot on the ground or on the wall, and the strong corrosive force directly corroded a small hole in the wall, emitting white smoke. It was actually poisonous. Lin Feng became even more careful. Jia, I can't believe you were actually able to discover my ambush, it's really not simple. Human, you're a bit stronger than I expected, and you actually have a calamity level prop. No wonder you were able to become the drought demon's little boyfriend. Sharp voices rang out, the shadows in the corner squirmed, and a figure was revealed. The assassin finally showed up. It turned out that Yin Kanchen's race was Dryad, the highest level race in zombies. Lin Feng's heart flinched. You're the so-called administrator of the second building, right? I didn't expect to be so eager to strike at me. I haven't even gone to look for you yet. You came to my door instead. Do you want to die so badly? In the shadows, a huge rat covered in green hair came out. The rat was similar in size to a human, with a hideous and ugly appearance, a mouth full of sharp teeth, holding a crossbow, and was sizing up Lin Feng with his cunning little eyes. A mere human, you don't have a small mouth. When I learned about your identity I immediately rushed back. I never thought that you seemed to have expected it. It seems that you got the news from that long-haired zombie. The rat grinned, revealing an ugly smile, his voice shrill. But it doesn't even matter, after I kill you, I'll go and do away with that fellow. Young human, you purposely stayed away from those minions because you were afraid of hurting them by mistake, right? Being kind is not a good thing. Oh, sometimes it will only harm you. Lin Feng laughed coldly, unperturbed, thinking too much. I'm afraid that I'll dirty the ground if I fight. If I hurt them I won't have any guile to help me with my work. Don't worry, I won't be kind to you. As he spoke, Lin Feng took the initiative and performed the advanced trickster teacher skill, convincing people with virtue. Holy virtue chi overflowed and wrapped around the golden scale ring ruler in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng then swung out with a direct strike, a golden blade of light striking straight at the opponent. At the same time, the green-haired rat took 2 steps back, his figure actually disappeared straight away, and the light blade he struck only hit the wall, making a deep dent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several more crossbow arrows with poison came from behind Lin Feng's back. However, as if Lin Feng had eyes behind his back, he faced the front, and his golden scale ring ruler naturally went backward, blocking the attacks once again. A rat is a rat, likes to hide in the gutter and can't see the light. Lin Feng opened his mouth to mock. Swish! Dozens of crossbow arrows came from all sides of Lin Feng. Mouse Creepy seemed to be enraged by Lin Feng. Movement spread out from Lin Feng's surroundings. The 9 underworlds' body was exerted. The 9 underworlds' chi dominantly nibbled away at the bizarre chi around Lin Feng and rapidly expanded around him. After the crossbow arrows entered the range of the 9 underworld chi, their speed immediately slowed down and their power was greatly reduced.
The originally powerful and frantic attack was immediately neutralized by Lin Feng. Rocky's anger value against you plus 300, automatically converted into 300 points of guile chi value. Why? Why can you see through all my attacks? The rat's shrill voice rang out. Lin Feng twisted his head to look at the shadows in the corner, and without any bias, it was right at the place where the rat was hiding weirdly. Seeing this, the rat could only show up again, his eyes glowing green as he stared at Lin Feng. Why? Of course it's because you're too good. You can't hide your little tricks from my eyes. Lin Feng pointed at his eyes, and only then did Mouse Creepy notice that Lin Feng's eyes were glowing with a light golden color. Eye of Insight, since Lin Feng upgraded Trickster to Advanced, the effect of this skill was enhanced, too. As long as it was cast, all of Creepy's physical conditions simply couldn't be hidden from Lin Feng's eyes. The rat Creepy, even if he was stealthy, would be nothing more than a pile of moving color blocks in Lin Feng's eyes. That's why Lin Feng was able to detect his opponent's attack in time. Name, Rocky. Identity, Administrator of the second building of the Shrieking Apartment, employee under the Duke of Corpse. Race, Mouseman. Rank, Dangerous High. Favorability, 0. Weaknesses, doesn't dare to stay in sunny, open terrain, only likes dark, damp corners, crawls freely, extremely afraid of feline weirdness. Weaknesses, doesn't dare to stay in sunny, open terrain, only likes dark, damp corners, crawls freely, extremely afraid of feline weirdness. Unlike the information of the two administrators that Lin Feng had seen, there was one more identity for Rocky. What's a corpse duke? Lin Feng's heart moved slightly. It seemed like this was the reason why the other party was going to attack him. This rat was an undercover agent. I don't know how that girl in Kanchan recruited him. Seeing that stealth didn't work on Lin Feng, Rocky simply attacked directly and head-on. He was at least a high dangerous rank. How could he possibly have just this means of attack? Luoqi dropped his crossbow and turned his hand to pull out two curved knives from his waist, which were also glowing with green light. This blade of mine is coated with a highly poisonous poison. Scratched by it, even if it's a wound the size of a fingernail cap, you'll immediately die of poisoning. Luoqi sounded excited. After saying that, Rocky's figure flashed and directly pounced on Lin Feng. The two curved swords stabbed at Lin Feng's chest like vipers, bound to slice Lin Feng into pieces. The 9 underworlds chi leaned towards Lin Feng's circumference. Lin Feng held the ring ruler with both hands and picked it upwards, directly picking off Rocky's attack. However, Rocky's attack was more than that. A tyrannical emotion filled its eyes. Its dual swords were once again gripped tightly, and it kept swinging at Lin Feng's various parts. As long as Lin Feng was slashed, that would be its victory. However, Lin Feng wasn't going to give the other party this chance. The advanced guile martial artist had already achieved great success with his sword art. At the moment he used the golden scale ring ruler as a long sword in his hand, his body flashed and turned, the ring ruler in his hand flew up and down, deftly blocking all the attacks. In the hands of a master swordsman, everything could be a sword. Although Luoqi's attacks were quite sharp, he lacked skill. While he was all about offense and lacked defense, Lin Feng's eye of insight had been observing his opponent's movements, looking for his opponent's breaks. In the next moment, Lin Feng found the right moment to take advantage of the moment when Locke raised his hand and swung out his ring ruler, directly hitting the opponent's left ribcage. The Virtue and Golden Scale ring ruler both had extremely strong real damage against shenanigans. Rocky was careless and was directly knocked out by the strong force. Lin Feng clearly heard the sound of his opponent's ribs breaking. Damn! With a bang, Rocky fell to the ground, blood spurting out of its mouth. It only felt a piercing pain under its ribs. If it wasn't for its strong will, it probably would have fainted directly from the pain. How could it hurt so much? This human's attack method was so peculiar. Locke's fear value of U plus 200, automatically converted into 200 points of guile chi value. Rocky was horrified in his heart and hurriedly took a pill. The healing effect of the pill plus the bizarre self-healing ability caused its injuries to recover quickly. However, the pain at his ribs continued to torment him, and even if it recovered it would have an effect on his movement. It was the effect of that ruler. Calamity grade props really made Creepy's eyes red. Luoqi was gasping for air. The attack just now had depleted his guile chi greatly, plus the 9 underworld chi around Lin Feng was also quietly eating away at his guile chi. At the moment, he was quite scornful of Lin Feng in his heart. He even had fear. Lin Feng didn't multiply his attacks. This was the first time he had performed so many skills at the same time, and the exertion on him was equally huge. If he attacked rashly, in case this cunning mouse sneaked in with a dirty trick, then he would be in trouble. The two sides were thus at a stalemate. Inside the 5th building, Su Xiaoran wiped her sweat and cleaned the corridor vigorously with an extraordinarily serious look, not sparing any dead ends. Miss Su, do you need me to help you? Bloodslaughter opened the door to her room and said to Su Xiaoran with concern. Because of Lin Feng, Blood 2's attitude was much better compared to when they met. Su Xiaoran shook her head and smiled sweetly. No need, I can finish it myself. Didn't Grandmaster Lin Feng come with you? Bloodslaughter looked around and didn't see Lin Feng figure. No, mister.
Lin Feng is in charge of the second building today. I'm the only one who came over today. Su Xiaoran said. That's too bad, I wanted to thank him. The character cards he gave me are too nice. Especially the character of Cooley. The more you look at it, the cuter it gets. An anti-smile appeared on Blood 2's rough face. Su Xiaoran just laughed along with him as she sniffed. That said, Mr. Blood 2's face looks a bit worse. Cough, last night's all-night hand puppet making came. Blood 2 turned his head away rather sheepishly. That's so, even if it's weird you need to pay more attention to rest. Oh, thank you MS. Su for your concern. Su Xiaoran cleaned up the first floor, then bid farewell to Blood 2 and headed to the second floor. Waiting until Su Xiaoran's figure disappeared from the hallway, Blood 2 was also about to turn around and go back inside his room. At this time, his body stiffened, his eyesight sweeping over the distant hallway, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. However, after he stared for half a day, that sight remained as usual. Is it an illusion? Blood Slaughter was suspicious in his heart, but it was also true that nothing had happened, so he could only is to go back inside the room and close the door. I can't imagine that this bazaar looks five big and thick. Perception is actually quite sharp, almost discovered. Li Peng crouched in the shadows and quietly sighed in relief. Even if he had the certainty of defeating the other party, that would definitely cause a lot of commotion, and startling his target would not be worth it. Hey, are we really going to go after that woman? Will this attract the attention of the administrators? There were two people crouching beside Li Peng as well, and it was clearly the two single dogs. If you don't lay your hands on her, do you guys think you've accomplished your mission brilliantly? If you come in last place, you'll be the ones to die. Li Peng spoke quietly. The two men fell silent. You guys have to think differently. What the creeps want from the beginning to the end is the life of a human being. No matter who that human being is, then why can't it be that woman? As long as it satisfies these bazaar, they don't care what means you used. Li Peng's voice was compelling, and he said to the two men in a persuasive manner. They weren't very strong and were harassed by the bazaar while cleaning, recklessly throwing garbage and splashing dirty water in the area they were responsible for cleaning. There was no way for them to resist even if they wanted to. The couple duo was in charge of the outside area. No weirdness disturbed them. Lin Feng and Li Peng were strong. They didn't have to worry about weirdness disturbing them at all. Even Lin Feng and Li Peng both tacitly handed over the cleaning work to Creepy, which gave Li Peng time to quietly snub the two of them to the fifth building. Now that Su Xiaoran was also progressing extraordinarily well, it now seemed that they were the only ones in the most danger. And therefore, it was Li Peng who seized the psychological weakness and snubbed them to come and lay hands on Su Xiaoran. But Su Xiaoran is Lin Feng's person. If he knows about it, won't we be dead? Another person said worriedly. They saw that Lin Feng and Su Xiaoran were close and decided that Su Xiaoran was having an affair with Lin Feng. And there was no doubt about Lin Feng's strength. They had seen Lin Feng subdue a trickster with a few slaps. If Lin Feng knew that they had framed Su Xiaoran, Lin Feng would not be able to skin them. Li Peng sneered. Lin Feng? He's having trouble protecting himself right now. Where does he have the energy to care about this woman? Plus, you guys move fast. Who would know it was you who did it? With all the shenanigans here, you can't be suspected. As long as Su Xiaoran was tied up, her work naturally couldn't be completed, and then the garbage from the area they were in charge of was thrown to the fifth building, so they wouldn't be the bottom of the list. They knew that working with Li Peng was working with a tiger, but the truth was that they were helpless. This is really too unethical. The two sighed. It's better than losing your life, Li Peng said in relief. The words have been said to this point. You guys love to do it or not, I didn't force you, and it won't be me who dies anyway. At those words, the two clenched their teeth, and ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. Do it! Seeing this appearance of the two, Li Peng sneered in his heart. Human nature was so easy to pin down. Even if the other party knew that they were being used as a gun, they had no choice. Without strength, one can only be at the mercy of others. Two people tiptoed upstairs, one of them held a box in his hand. Sound shield, this is a prop that they have, can isolate all the surrounding sounds, will not be transmitted to the outside of the field, the range of the field can be self-adjusted, the maximum can reach a circle of 10 meters. In order to prevent Su Xiaoran from crying out for help and causing unnecessary trouble, the props could only be used for 5 minutes at a time, and they had to hurry before they could do so. At this moment, Su Xiaoran upstairs was still leisurely cleaning the corridor, not realizing that she was being watched. Inside the second building. I did underestimate you, human. To actually be able to fight a tie with me at full strength, you shouldn't be here with your rank and strength. The rat said in a weird and gloomy manner. Lin Feng's expression was relaxed as he mocked. Is that so? But I haven't even used my full strength yet, and you can't do this? Mouse Creepy's face turned ugly. Human, you forced me. Don't think that you're the only one who has a calamity-grade creepy weapon, I have one too. The rat roared out angrily, while his abdomen suddenly bulged, followed by a writhing in his chest, the bulge gradually rising upwards. Bah! The rat's bizarrely large mouth opened and spat out an item from its stomach. It was a bone flute slightly larger than the palm of a hand. The surface of the flute was engraved with mysterious patterns, and it was stained with shit-green mucus, which was particularly disgusting to look at. Feel the power of the calamity. Saying that, Mouse Creepy picked up the bone flute, put it in his mouth and blew. Spitting it out from your own stomach and putting it in your mouth to blow. Aren't you too disgusting yourself? Lin Feng suddenly said, interrupting Mouse Creepy's movements. Tramp, no distracting me. Mouse Creepy roared in annoyance. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng suddenly stormed forward, his figure quickly moving forward, killing the other party with the golden scale ring ruler in his hand. Just kidding, Lin Feng wouldn't let you blow this bone flute. Mouse Creepy's face was horrified and he hurriedly retreated backwards, while his mouth tried to blow the bone flute. Lin Feng performed a virtue to conquer and once again struck a light blade, shooting straight at the bone flute. However, the rat bizarrely revealed a mocking expression, his slender tail stretched out behind him, the end of his tail holding the bow that he had discarded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His tail was as flexible as his hand, holding the crossbow and shooting several crossbow bolts in Lin Feng's direction. The crossbow arrows collided with the light blades in midair and exploded, fending off Lin Feng's attack. At the same time, Mouse Creepy had this brief moment to blow his bone flute. Inside the fifth building, the duo saw Su Xiaoran in the center of the building, and at the moment, her back was turned to them, so it was a good time to strike. Sound shield. One of them unleashed a prop, covering a 10-meter radius. The other held a baseball bat in his hand, striding towards Su Xiaoran, ready to knock her out with a bat. Just when he was a few steps away from Su Xiaoran suddenly turned around and copied the broom in her hand to smash him in the face. This action was too sudden. The man was already highly tense and was startled by this turn of events, the broom smashing into his face, causing him to have a brief moment of daze. Taking advantage of this opening, Su Xiaoran pulled out her legs and ran towards the stairs in front of her. Damn it! Give chase! The man with the sound shield in hand anxiously said. As the owner of the prop, he could make sounds at will. How did this bitch find out about them? The sound shield was the one that had blocked all of their movements. Without time to think, the two quickly chased after Su Xiaoran, who ran away. Since they had been discovered by the other party, there was no way back for them to go, so they could only put up a fight. Su Xiaoran had discovered the two of them as early as when they revealed themselves, and through the reflection of the window diagonally in front of her, she could just about see behind her. This was a position she had specifically chosen in order to prevent a creepy from sneaking up on her from behind. Unexpectedly, it wasn't a creepy that sneaked up on her, but two other humans instead. Shocked, she immediately thought of a countermeasure, pretending that she hadn't noticed them, then taking advantage of their inattention, she turned around and interfered with them before quickly escaping. Thanks to this cautious mind of hers, it allowed her to get rid of many dangers. Can't make a sound, can't hear anything either, looks like it's the effect of the prop in that person's hand. Su Xiaoran couldn't hear the footsteps, and at the same time, she couldn't make a sound when she shouted out loud, and quickly understood the situation. The other party was trying to make her die. Since this was the case, she couldn't stay her hand. Although she was timid and kind, she was not a saintly mother, and people who were saintly within the bizarre world would not be able to live until now. The speed of the two men was fast, and the distance between the two sides quickly closed. Su Xiaoran ran to the entrance of the staircase and saw that she was about to be caught up, when suddenly she turned back once again and scattered a ball of powder from her hand. Poof! The two men were unable to avoid it, their faces were stained by the powder, and a sour and pungent sensation came from their nose and eyes, making them extraordinarily wretched. Bastard! I'll kill you! With their eyes temporarily losing their vision, the two stood still, weapons in their hands swinging haphazardly. But Su Xiaoran was 8 feet away from them, where to hit her. Taking advantage of your illness, Su Xiaoran had an extra dagger in her hand, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes staring at the duo in death. The effect of the powder didn't last long. In the instant it disappeared, Su Xiaoran found the right moment, clenched her shell teeth and stabbed at one of them. Ah! Sharp pain came from his ribs, and that person instantly glared with his eyes rounded, his expression extraordinarily agonized. His mouth was open, but he couldn't make a sound because of the prop. Pulling out the dagger, blood spurted from his ribs, and the man instantly collapsed to the ground. Too late to think, Su Xiaoran immediately aimed the dagger at the next person. Taking advantage of this brief opening, the other man regained some sight and was scared out of his wits when he saw Su Xiaoran standing in front of him, holding the blood-stained dagger in her hand. Just as she was about to strike again, a stone suddenly flew in and accurately struck her hand. The sharp pain caused her hands to let go, and the dagger fell to the ground. There's someone else! Su Xiaoran was startled, her mind racing, then regardless of the stunned man, she turned around and ran towards the upper floors. The opponent's strength was even stronger than hers, she simply couldn't fight. Had to hurry to the 10th floor and find the hairy stiff trickster to help herself. As she ran around the corner, she threw a glass bottle on the stairs. The glass bottle shattered and oozed out the liquid inside, staining the entire staircase.
Li Peng quickly rushed over and saw one on his knees in fear, trembling, his crotch soaking wet, and the other with his eyes closed tightly and gurgling blood flowing out. His face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Two wastes who can't make things happen, they can't even beat a girl. He had taken in this scene just now, but it had infuriated him. If he hadn't kindly stepped in, it was estimated that the rest of this one would have been killed back. Looks like I still have to do it myself. At this moment, he didn't care about any gains or losses. All he wanted to do now was to kill Su Xiaoran and get himself back in the game. He was just about to give chase when he saw the entire staircase stained with a slimy, milky white liquid. Slime? What a cunning little girl. Li Peng sneered. This little trick could not stop him. With a leap of his body, he stood on the handrail and took a few steps, jumping back and forth between the handrail and the wall, and in 3 or 2 steps, he crossed the barrier set up by Su Xiaoran. Then his speed did not decrease, and he continued to chase after her. At the entrance of the staircase, the remaining surviving man came back to his senses, his heart extraordinarily remorseful and ashamed. He had actually almost died in the hands of a little girl. It was truly a strange shame. Ignoring his own wretchedness, he stood up and wanted to hurry to escape from here. At this time, he remembered his unconscious companion on the ground and hurriedly crouched down. He certainly wasn't there to save him, but to scavenge the props and thrill coins on him. Hey, all your stuff is mine. You're injured anyway, one has to die, so why can't it be you? Tramp, that old bastard Li Peng, dared to use me as a gun, jealous that someone else Lin Feng is stronger than you, and didn't dare to fight them, only dared to look for his concubine. What a wimp. He, while he's away, that little lover of his is mine. That ass. That leg. While rummaging around, he revealed an evil smile, oblivious to the fact that a bloody shadow gradually emerged behind him. Red Rin looked at him playfully from above. Too bad, you don't have that chance. The man's body stiffened and trembling, he turned around to see a cruel smile on Akrin's pale face. No, don't kill me. This person is still breathing, you suck his blood well. After sucking his but don't suck mine. He hastily pointed at his accomplice on the ground and said, I can't believe he's still alive, looks like I'm really lucky. I can suck the blood of 2 people at a time. Akrin became even more excited. 2 people. Didn't you agree before that you would only suck the blood of 1 person? Creepy words you also believe, really hopeless. Akrin sighed lightly. The man's face was pale and bloodless, his eyes filled with despair. Before he could finish, Red Rin's figure flashed and came behind the man, opening his bloody mouth, his sharp fangs biting on his neck. In just a few breaths of time, that person was sucked into a human stem and was casually thrown to the ground by Red Rin. Afterwards, Red Rin picked up the other man on the ground and sucked him dry in the same way, not even sparing what flowed out on the ground. There were 2 more dried-up corpses on the ground. Akrin's face was filled with an intoxicated look, as if she had eaten some kind of delicacy. Sure enough, it's true that it's still the blood of the living that's the most vital and delicious. As he sucked in the blood of the 2, Red Rin's appearance actually changed dramatically. The originally old and wrinkled face became smooth and delicate, his hair became black and shiny, his dry and thin body became straight and young by more than 50 years. From a dying old man to a beautiful man. Great tonic sighed Akane as she stretched her refreshed body. With the fresh blood from these 2, I'll have the capital to cast more powerful blood magic, dry up that old dog from corpse wreck, and guard my most beloved master. Red Rin's blood eyes were cold and his aura was extraordinarily harsh. As Su Xiaoran ran, she threw all sorts of strange props backward to interfere with Li Peng's pursuit. These were all props that she had collected in her previous copies, either she had purchased them within the mall. These props did not have too much lethality, but they were more difficult to deal with and very disgusting. Seeing that the 10th floor was close at hand, Su Xiaoran's heart had just calmed down when Li Peng suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her way. After all, Li Peng was a junior guile martial artist, plus his level had reached 36, too much higher than Su Xiaoran. Her means had minimal effect on Li Peng, which was why she was caught up by him. It's you! Su Xiaoran's face changed, the person chasing her was actually Li Peng. Li Peng revealed a cruel smile, trying to stop me with these child tricks, fool's errand. As he spoke, a long knife had already appeared in his hand. Su Xiaoran's pretty face turned slightly white. With her strength, she was a complete match for Li Peng. She had to quickly find a way to obtain the help of the furry stiff and weird, only then could she have a chance of survival. You don't dare to make a move against Mr. Lin Feng, instead you come to attack me, a weak woman. How imposing. Su Xiaoran's words were full of mockery. You seek death. Li Peng's face was ugly and his voice was filled with anger. Admit it, you'll never be able to compare to Mr. Lin Feng, lies don't hurt. Su Xiaoran continued to stimulate the other party with her words. In the next moment, Li Peng raised his long sword and slashed at Su Xiaoran. Li Peng had a lot of battle experience and superior intelligence. He knew that a lion fighting a rabbit also used its full strength, and he came up with a killing move. Su Xiaoran clenched her teeth and gripped the dagger in her hand, wanting to block the knife. Snap!
With a force as heavy as a mountain, the long knife directly severed Su Xiaoran's dagger with a devastating attack. Luckily, she had her arm guard with her, which blocked the remaining force for her, or else this arm of hers would have been chopped off. Su Xiaoran rolled backward a few times to pull away, her entire right arm trembling with gusts of numbness, the intense pain causing her pretty face to distort and her forehead to be covered in sweat. Actually able to block my attack. Li Peng was really a bit surprised. Su Xiaoran's appearance was the best looking out of the three females, as well as the youngest. He had thought that she was just a vase who hugged Lin Feng's thighs, but he hadn't expected that she had some skills. No wonder she was able to calmly kill those two people back. Compared to her, the other woman was just a vase selling her sex. Thinking about this, he became even more irritated. This woman must die. Strongly holding back her injuries, Su Xiaoran glanced at the rear. The stairway in front of her had been blocked by Li Peng, and the only way she could get up to the 10th floor was from the other end behind her. Without Lin Feng here, let's see what you can do to escape me. Li Peng killed again. Su Xiaoran sprinkled a handful of powder once again, then hurriedly ran towards the back. Naturally, Li Peng wasn't trapped like the other two losers, but he was always on guard against what strange props Su Xiaoran would pull out. At the moment when the powder was scattered towards him, he casually swung out his sword, and the strong wind whistled, directly blowing the powder away. Watching Su Xiaoran rolling and crawling towards the back, Li Peng calmly took out an iron ball from within his space. Aiming at Su Xiaoran's back, he ruthlessly smashed it. Boom! The iron ball smashed straight onto Su Xiaoran's thin back. The huge impact caused her feet to stagger. A muffled grunt emitted from her throat and she directly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. A few bones were broken, and her movement was greatly restricted. Su Xiaoran was seriously injured, her legs softened and she nearly fell to the ground. However, her willpower was extraordinarily tenacious, even if she had to roll over. Li Peng looked playfully at Su Xiaoran, who was still struggling, and slowly walked towards her with a sense of control of a cat playing with a mouse. Tramp, who's so ungrateful, what's the noise? With a bang, the door of a closed room was violently opened, and a creepy, full of impatience, came out cursing. However, without waiting for him to get a good look, Li Peng's figure flashed before his eyes, and he was instantly cut in half by a knife, collapsing helplessly on the ground. Don't pray that someone will come to your rescue. I guess Lin Feng is already cold by now. Being targeted by a dangerous rank higher, I don't believe he won't die. Li Peng came to Su Xiaoran's body with his sword and looked down on him from above, his eyes full of pleasure. Nothing will happen to Mr. Lin Feng. Su Xiaoran's heart was full of confidence in Lin Feng. It was just a pity that he was going to be accounted for here. Although there was some reluctance in her heart, she closed her eyes in resignation. Li Peng raised his long sword high and swung it down heavily. However, the imagined image of Su Xiaoran's death did not appear. A hand wrapped in bandages suddenly came out and firmly grasped the long knife. Li Peng's pupils suddenly dilated, his hair stood on end, and alarm bells rang loudly in his heart. Almost instinctively, he suddenly retracted his long knife, his body quickly retreated backwards, his eyes staring at this uninvited guest. Who are you? The visitor's body was covered by a wide jacket, the exposed body was wrapped in bandages, and his body revealed an extraordinarily dangerous aura. It's creepy, or a dangerous level of bizarre. Li Peng was shocked in his heart. This situation was not at all in line with his expectations. Why would a dangerous level of weirdness pop up and help Su Xiaoran? Su Xiaoran opened her eyes and saw a figure blocking in front of her. Mr. Bandage. Su Xiaoran's heart was greatly relieved, and she had a feeling that she had been robbed of her life. I have a request from Lin Feng, so naturally I won't sit back and do nothing to you, Harry Stiffy said in a weirdly hoarse voice. Gray eyes swept over Li Peng, frightening him as if he were an enemy, gripping the long knife in his hand. Human, with you are not my opponent. If you don't roll, die, the Harry Stiff said in a weirdly cold voice. Li Peng was calculating the pros and cons in his heart, and honestly, he really didn't want to just run away in ashes. Danger level creepy, it's not like I haven't killed before. The current me is even stronger than before. Li Peng roared angrily and raised his sword to slash at the hairy stiff creepy. The long blade whistled, heavy and sharp, yet the hairy stiff creepy just stood there and raised his hand up. He wanted to use his physical body to resist. Unconscionable. Clang. The long knife slashed at the hairy stiff creepy's arm, but a buzzing sound of metal clashing resounded. Li Peng was shocked as a tingling sensation traveled from the long blade to his arms. It was so hard. The opponent's physical body was actually so strong. His own knife was a dangerous grade prop, and it had actually been easily blocked by the opponent. The hairy stiff clan, copperhead and iron bones, flesh body is exceptionally strong, hard rigid long knife unharmed. After blocking the attack, the hairy stiff strangely moved its joints, emitting a crunching sound, and then took a step out, taking the initiative to kill Li Peng. Phew! A simple fist swung out, driving a strong gale. Boom! Caught off guard, Li Peng panicked and used his long sword to fend off,
and was directly knocked back several meters by the punch before he managed to stabilize his body with difficulty. Bastard! Li Peng stood still, intending to use his underhanded tactics, exerting his junior guile martial artist's power. Blood rage. Li Peng's blood boiled up, his temperature rose abruptly, his muscles bulged, white vapor rose from the top of his head, and his power skyrocketed. At the same time, several blood-colored patterns surfaced on his body surface while spreading to the long blade in his hand. The entire person's aura was even better, and even the originally bland hairy stiff creepy couldn't help but look squarely at the other party. Trickster profession's ability? Rather some means. In the next second, Li Peng's figure disappeared, leaving behind a bloody light. His speed was faster and his attacks were even more severe. Clang clang clang. The hairy stiffy weirdly charged out at the same time, and the two sides carried out an all-out confrontation. Blade light and fist wind collided in the air, and the aftershocks of the battle shook the entire floor. The creepy that stayed in the room held his head and hid in the corner shivering. Boom! Both sides staggered. The hairy stiff creepy punched Li Peng in the chest, sending him flying out. At the same time, Li Peng also took the opportunity to swing out his long knife, heavily slashing at the hairy stiff's head. Li Peng fell heavily on the ground, covered his chest and sprayed a large mouthful of blood. The hairy stiff bizarre hat fell off, revealing the head wrapped in bandages. At the moment the long knife had already cut into his head, stuck there. Hairy stiff creepy looked indifferent, as if such an injury did not have any effect on him. He stretched out his hand and pulled the long knife from his head alive, and the wound on his head actually healed in an instant and returned to its original state. Li Peng's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood-colored patterns on his body surface were hardened and lost. As the blood rage state disappeared, his strength immediately declined, and his expression was somewhat depressed. It was a complete defeat. Just now, the hairy stiff's bizarre punch caused his sternum to shatter, and he almost went black before his eyes, seeing that he was too milky. With that, he clenched his teeth and forced himself to stand up. We'll see. Purgatory apartment is about to be finished. You won't be able to be complacent for long. In the next moment, Li Peng's feet gave birth to smoke, wrapping his figure in it and disappearing, fleeing in an extraordinarily sorry state, not even wanting his weapon. Mr. Bandage, we can't let him get away. Seeing Li Peng's figure disappear, Su Xiaoran was a little anxious. Hairy stiff creepy, however, did not chase after him and said faintly, "A poor enemy is never chased. My chasing ability is not strong, 80% of the time I can't catch this loach. Plus I don't have the obligation to help Lin Feng catch people, this opponent is better left to him." Su Xiaoran nodded her head. The other party had already been kind enough to save herself. Throwing the long knife into Su Xiaoran's hands, Mao Stiff Creepy said once again, "I'm giving it to you, although this knife is good, but I believe in my own power more, I can't use this thing." Su Xiaoran took the long knife, her arms sank and she almost didn't hold it. A bright light shone in her eyes as she gladly put the long knife away. This was a dangerous grade prop, estimated to be worth at least 1,000,000 thrill coins, and the other party had actually casually given it to herself. "Thank you, Mr. Bandage. Ahem. My name is Void Rune." The hairy stiff coughed softly in a bizarre manner. "Thank you, Mr. Void Rune." Su Xiaoran's attitude was sincere. Void Talisman looked out through the window of the corridor and muttered, listening to what that man said, "Lin Feng should have met the dead rat by now. Let's quickly go and take a look." Su Xiaoran nodded at that. She had just been worried about Lin Feng's safety, so she was naturally impatient. The task of cleaning was put on hold, but Lin Feng was more important. "The old bastard got off on sucking blood and won't care about that," Void Talisman said. Su Xiaoran was stunned, remembering the two people who were chasing after her. It was estimated that they had already dried up as adults. There wasn't a moment to mourn for them at the moment. They had to quickly get to the second building and help Lin Feng. Outside the apartment, the couple was hiding in the corner, looking at each other with affection. "Baby, give me a kiss," the man said with excitement in his tone. The woman had a shy face and pouted with desire. At the moment when their lips were about to touch, only a muffled sound could be heard coming from behind them. "Yeah, shame on you," the woman suddenly exclaimed out in shock. The man was interrupted and said somewhat reluctantly, "Where is the shame? It's not just a kiss, there's no one else here." At this time, he noticed that the woman had a look of horror on her face, looking behind him. Only then did he notice that something was wrong, and hurriedly turned his head to look at the open space behind him, only to see two dried-up corpses lying silently on the clean street. The corpses had extraordinarily grim expressions, their eyes were rounded and almost protruding out because their skin was too dried out. "It's still true." The man was equally surprised. "What do we do? These two look somewhat familiar, like the two that cleaned the third and fourth buildings." The woman's voice trembled. A playful voice rang in their ears, "The corpses have to be cleaned up too." Oh. It was Akira's voice. Only it sounded even younger and middle-aged. "There's no way around it, let's throw the bodies in the dumpster, one of us." The man suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said to the woman. The woman looked resistant and shook her head in a hurry. "Don't. I don't want to touch the corpse. You move it yourself. If it wasn't for the mortgage payment, I wouldn't want to enter the weird world. Seeing that the woman was getting a little angry, the man could only as hastily consoled, fine, I'll do it myself, or I can't bear to let baby work. Don't worry about it, when this copy is over, I'll take baby on a trip. This is what you said, don't lie to me. Saying that, the man lifted the two corpses with one hand. After all, having gone through several copies, the man's bearing capacity was still quite strong. It's quite light. A step too late, the rat creepy blew his bone flute. The sharp and ear-piercing sound of the flute rang out, resonating throughout the building, traveling straight to the soul. Not only Lin Feng, even Creepy felt a headache. Fighting between high ranks, those creeps only dared to hide inside the house and didn't dare to come out. However, even so, they were still affected. After blowing the flute, the rat creepy had a cold smile on his face and looked at Lin Feng calmly, as if Lin Feng was already a dead man in his eyes. After waiting for a few moments, nothing seemed to happen. There was only dead silence. However, Lin Feng knew that this was just the calm before the storm. A raging agitation was coming from all directions, making him extraordinarily uneasy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the next moment, the entire floor suddenly began to shake violently. Ear-piercing shrieks rose and fell in dense succession, sweeping in from all directions. Boom! Windows shattered and pipes broke. Countless huge rats drilled out from all corners, each with red eyes, sharp teeth and claws, their gray hairs standing up all over their bodies, like gray waves, frantically pouncing on Lin Feng. Rat calamity. A bone flute made from the bizarre finger bones of destruction-level rats. When blown, one can summon a swarm of rats to help them fight. The more bizarre chi one catalyzes, the more swarms of rats one can summon. Looking at this situation, the swarm of rats was at least 10,000. Ah! Help! The door to the side of the room was pushed open with a loud bang, and Creepy, who had stayed inside the apartment, ran out in a panic, and along with him, there was also the swarm of rats that were in hot pursuit of him. The rats swamped Creepy and instantly devoured him to the last crumb. Seeing the swarm of rats encircle towards Lin Feng with an unstoppable stance, the rat Creepy stood at the back with a smug look on his face. Calamity-level props also have gaps. Let's see what you can resist with. Lin Feng set up his stance, his hands gripped the golden scale ring ruler. Seeing that the rats were close at hand, he hastily urged the golden scale ring ruler in his hands. Dragon might! The scales on the surface of the ring ruler lit up with golden light. A loud and clear dragon's roar rang out, and a strong aura swept across the entire field. The rats that were like wolves and tigers that wanted to devour everything were immediately subdued by this dragon's roar and were a few steps away from Lin Feng, not daring to come any closer. Where could a mere rat fight against the dragon's might? Getting a short time to catch his breath, Lin Feng went all out, summoned two undead servants, performed the 9 underworlds body, and began to wantonly strangle the rats in front of him with virtue. Although the rat swarm was scary, the individual fighting strength was extremely weak. Just a few light blades could kill a large swath of them. In just a few breaths Lin Feng had a circle of rat corpses surrounding him. Bastard! All get on me! The rat Creepy got anxious and hurriedly blew his bone flute again, driving the rats to kill Lin Feng. The power of the bone flute eventually won out over the pressure of the golden scale ring ruler, and the rat swarm swept towards Lin Feng once again. Lin Feng didn't slow down. He quickly waved the ruler and harvested the rats one by one like cutting wheat. The two undead servants were dead behind Lin Feng, strangling the rats. Their defenses were extremely strong and they had no sense of pain. The rats couldn't break through their defenses at all and let them hack into pieces. The will of the rats was exceptionally tenacious. They didn't fear death. They would even devour the corpses of their companions to strengthen themselves, and then they would kill Lin Feng again. Seeing Lin Feng fall into the quagmire of the rat swarm, Mouse Creepy quietly performed stealth and disappeared into the shadows. Mouse Creepy's figure rapidly shrunk, gradually becoming similar in size to the rats in the rat pack, and with a stomp of his claws, his figure directly disappeared into the rat pack, killing towards Lin Feng. This time let's see how you can deal with it. Later he just needed to get close to Lin Feng with the rats, and then when he wasn't paying attention, he would directly slit his throat. Seeing how Lin Feng was so overwhelmed, he was sure that Lin Feng must not have expected it. With this trick, he had almost killed a calamity-level Creepy, and even if he didn't kill the other party, he could still vanish into the rats and leave in style. Jia. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Seeing that Lin Feng's neck was right in front of him, a smile of triumph couldn't help but spread across the rat creep's face. However, just at that moment, he suddenly met Lin Feng's line of sight and his heart thumped. Discovered? But now it was no longer up to him. The killing intent was determined. The rat bizarrely stretched out his claws and lunged out from the group of rats, straight at Lin Feng's neck. Too naive. The might of a patriarch. Buzz. The rat bizarre's mind exploded. A vibrating buzzing sound rang out, causing him to lurch in his movements.
At this moment, in his eyes, Lin Feng's image was inexplicably tall and sacrosanct. His killing intent abruptly disappeared for the most part, and deep down he actually couldn't help but respect and even fear Lin Feng. Not good. In the end, he was a dangerous rank higher. Mouse Creepy immediately realized that he had been hit. Only a few seconds passed before the strange feeling disappeared, but as a result, he missed a great opportunity to attack Lin Feng and was caught by him. Boom! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to strike with all his might. A strike of light blade struck out, accurately hitting the rat guile in its stealthy state in the midst of the rats. Poof! Caught off guard, the rat Creepy hastily recovered his real body, but he was still hit hard and was directly sent flying out. In front of his chest, there was an extremely deep wound, blood and flesh, and even exposed his ribs, so it could be seen that he was seriously injured by this blow. Luckily he had switched forms in time, otherwise this blow would have hit his head and he would probably have died violently on the spot. Lin Feng didn't give the other party a chance to catch his breath. He directly crossed the group of rats and once again slashed at Mouse Creepy. Several light blades were once again swung out. Mouse Creepy ignored the wounds on his body and hurriedly rolled on the ground, trying to dodge. But he was no longer as flexible as he was in his heyday, and was still hit by 2 light blades, and was seriously injured again. Another large mouth of blood sprayed out. At this moment, Mouseri was exceptionally depressed, with serious wounds on his chest, legs, and back. If it wasn't for his strong vitality, he would probably have already died. Rocky's fear value of U plus 500, automatically converted into 500 points of trickster chi value. The rat bizarrely cowering on the ground, looking at Lin Feng with fear filling his eyes. The fear and respect that he had forcefully suppressed before surged up again. At this moment, he couldn't raise the slightest will to resist against Lin Feng, just like a student being physically punished by a teacher who was generally at the mercy of others. The effect of the might of a patriarch on a dangerous high-level bazaar, the duration is only a few seconds. This point should be remembered and kept as a reference. Lin Feng silently calculated in his mind. Luckily, he had left some power behind and was able to activate the might of the patriarch, buying himself a few seconds. It was these precious seconds that he was able to kill the rats bizarrely back. The rats behind him were killed, and the remaining ones were no longer affected by the rat plague, each fleeing the area. The dangerous rank higher rat Creepy no longer had the means to resist Lin Feng at the moment. By the time Su Xiaoran and Void Talisman arrived, they saw that amongst the rat corpses all over the place, Lin Feng was standing tall, looking down at the dying rat bazaar. The rats had just moved quite a bit, scaring the entire second building of Creepy into fleeing in a panic. When Su Xiaoran and Void Rune saw this, their faces sank. Su Xiaoran clenched her fists, ignoring her injuries. She accelerated her steps and ran towards the center of the rat swarm. She wanted to go help Lin Feng, but it was still one step too late. The battle had already ended. Yo, you guys are here. Lin Feng saw Su Xiaoran and Void Talisman and casually greeted them. Seeing that Lin Feng was fine, Su Xiaoran breathed a sigh of relief and settled down in her heart. Great, Mr. Lin Feng, thankfully you're fine. Sure enough, it was Mr. Lin Feng. He could defeat even a high dangerous rank. Dead rat, you also have today. Seeing Mouse Creepy in such a sorry state, Void Talisman's eyes behind his bandages were filled with pleasure. When Mouse Creepy saw the Void Talisman, his heart was clear, but his tone was still stubborn. Humph, defeated underlings, and you have the nerve to laugh at me. Relying on humans to kill me, you're so imposing. Regarding the rat's weird mockery, Void Runes didn't care. It doesn't matter, you're the one who will die in the end anyway, and for the sake of Miss Landlady's safety, I can borrow any power. You won't be able to be complacent for long. Lord Corpse will definitely avenge me. His old man will soon be a destruction-level powerhouse, and that will be the end of Purgatory Apartment as well as that dry demon. You all have to die. Mouse Creepy shouted furiously with his eyes rounded. Immediately afterward, his expression froze on his face as Lin Feng indifferently swung out a blade of light, killing Mouse Creepy body and head. Noisy! After decapitating the Mouse Creepy, Lin Feng directly crouched down and scavenged the items on its body. 2 danger level props, 1 calamity level prop. This dead rat is quite rich. Side quest completed, rewarded with 15,000 experience points. Psychic doll *1. Side quest, kill dangerous grade creepy completed, reward dangerous grade props *1. Lin Feng took the rat plague, the 2 curved swords and the crossbow together. Completing 2 side quests in one go and reaping the spoils of war, Lin Feng was in an exceptionally good mood. The effects of these 3 weapons were all very good. They were worth collecting, and if you really couldn't, you could sell them, and it was estimated that they would be worth tens of millions of thrill coins. Thank you, Lin Feng. Looking at the rat's bizarre corpse, Void Talisman's eyes flickered, then he thanked Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. This is just a deal between us, no need to thank you, you just need to pay your reward. Lin Feng said. Void Runes nodded seriously. I'll tell you everything I know, including that corpse duke. How did you guys come together and why are you still injured? Lin Feng saw Su Xiaoran, who had blood on the corner of her mouth and looked extremely bad. Her brows furrowed and the air pressure around her body plummeted. Mr. Lin Feng cares about me, ah. Su Xiaoran's heart warmed, then she hurriedly told Lin Feng about Li Peng encouraging the others to sneak up on her. If it wasn't for Mr. Void Rune saving me, I guess I would have. Lin Feng's heart was on fire. This Li Peng had actually hit his head. He really didn't know any better. Dare to touch my people, really tired of living. Wait for me to catch him next time to take revenge for you. Su Xiaoran's ears turned a little red as she sniffed. This is a healing pill. You'll get better quickly if you eat it. Lin Feng took out a small bottle and poured out a pill and handed it to Su Xiaoran. This was one of the props Xiao Meishua had given him, and it had an extremely strong healing effect. No need, this must be expensive. I've already taken medicine to heal my wounds. Su Xiaoran knew that this pill was worth a lot. It's not expensive, one pill is only 50,000 to 60,000 thrift coins, Lin Feng said lightly. Then I can't. Even more, Su Xiaoran still wanted to refuse, but Lin Feng forcefully stuffed the pill into her mouth. The touching of her rosy lips with Lin Feng's fingertips made Su Xiaoran's brain go down in shame all of a sudden. The pill immediately melted away after entering her mouth, forming a warm current that naturally flowed into her body. It made Su Xiaoran instantly feel warm all over her body, the pain in all parts of her body instantly dissipated, her injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her face was rosy and healthy. Now it's time to tell me there's news about the corpse duke or my girlfriend. Lin Feng couldn't wait to ask Void Talisman. He vaguely guessed that this corpse-wrecked duke wasn't a good thing, and that Yin Kanchan's inability to appear was 80% related to this item. The corpse-wrecked duke is one of the strongest people in this weird area, he owns many industries and powerful henchmen, and his own strength has reached the high calamity level, half a foot into the destruction level. It's quite terrifying. The landlady's strength was originally at the middle stage of the calamity grade, but her nature doesn't like to fight, so she just owns a purgatory apartment as well as her own small manor, and she usually doesn't interfere with other forces. But the corpse-wrecked duke's ambition prompted him to frantically expand his territory and set his sights on the landlady's purgatory apartment, and many frictions erupted between the two sides as a result. At the very beginning, Miss Landlord was unable to defeat the corpse-wrecked duke due to some disparity in strength, and hid in the manor for a month to recuperate, and after a month, her strength actually stepped directly into the high rank, the corpse-wrecked duke's advantage was wiped out, and the purgatory apartment was preserved. Speaking of this, Lin Feng remembered that this time period seemed to be the point in time when he had gotten to know Yin Kanchan through the game. During this month he had suddenly arrived within the manor, which was very large, yet only Yun Chanshan lived by herself. At that time, she was curled up on the sofa, caught in the middle of self-doubt, with an extraordinarily pitiful and compassionate appearance. From time to time, she muttered, is she really capable of guarding this place? This place is the last memory of Kanchan and Mom and Dad. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took this opportunity to go into Yin Kanchan's heart, taking care of Yin Kanchan's living during this month, helping her with laundry and cooking, and toning up her body, so that the little girl gradually became cheerful and confident, regaining her arrogant and eccentric Missy image, and developing a love affair with Lin Feng. The landlady is really kind. All the other apartments around the purgatory apartments have reached 2,000 or 3,000 thrift coins in rent, but she still maintains a price of 800 thrift coins. Her parents are kind to me. I can't just sit back and watch coldly. Void Talisman's tone had a rare hint of excitement in it. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Void Fu. So what about now? Where is Yin Kanchan? Still at the manor? Void Talisman looked complicated. After repelling the Corpse Duke's attack, the Corpse Duke suddenly closed down and prepared to break through the destruction level, which ushered in a short period of calm. But this is only on the surface. If he succeeds in making a breakthrough, with the strength of the destruction class, Miss Landlord would be no match at all. Therefore Miss Landlord, even though she had just reached the high calamity level, she still risked her life with the intention of forcibly breaking through to the destruction level. Lin Feng's face changed when he heard this. He didn't expect Yin Kanchan to be this determined. With her strength, as long as she left nothing would happen, but she still chose to fight hard to the end. Currently, it seemed that both sides, the purgatory apartment and the Corpse Duke, were calm on the surface, but in fact, they were both fighting for time. It could be said that whoever broke through to the destruction level first would gain victory. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the corpse-wrecked Duke had deep roots and would probably break through first, which would be too unfavorable for Yin Kanchan. It looks like you still know quite a lot. I thought that you only coveted your master's drought demon bloodline, but I didn't expect you to still be loyal and weird. Playful voice suddenly rang out, blood gushed on the ground, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the refreshed Red Rin. So what if you know more? It's not the turn of outsiders to meddle in the affairs of the purgatory apartment. Chek walked up from the stairway with a six-parent pace, very disdainful of Void Rune. Void Runner sneered, your own interior is about to be gnawed clean by rats, and you're still blabbering about it. If you ask me, you administrators are the ones who are redundant, aren't you? Chek pulled out his ears and ignored the void rune, walking straight to the rat's bizarre corpse and kicking it with his foot. I was thinking of settling the score in the fall, but since you guys did it for us, it saved us a lot of trouble. Akron scanned around the piles of rat corpses on the ground and frowned. Obviously there's a lot more trouble. How long is this going to take to clean up? It seems like a few more tenants have become rat food. That's just as well, there's a new room rented out. The rent is in hand anyway, so dead is dead. Chek said indifferently. Void Talisman clenched his fists, obviously a little angry, hoarsely roaring. What time is it? Actually still caring about these trivial matters. Do you guys pay attention to Purgatory Apartment or not? Again, this is none of your business here. Chek's eyes were fierce, and he did not budge at all, getting into a sword fight with Void Talisman. Seeing this, Red Rin turned her head to look at Lin Feng, a few more moments of curiosity on her handsome face. You're the Lin Feng that Master always mentions, aren't you? You have some skills, even the rats have fallen into your hands, and you also have a few good looks. No wonder Master fell in love with you. But Master explained, I hope you don't get involved. If you come back, we will send you away to a safe place. Lin Feng sniffed and took a firm step. I don't intend to leave in the dust and leave my girlfriend behind. It's just some corpse duke, dare to bully my girlfriend, I want him dead. Red Rin gently shook her head, non-committal. Despite Lin Feng's strength, it wasn't enough to turn the tide of the battle. All hope still had to be placed on Yin Kanchan. The master is in seclusion within the manor, the other two administrators are guarding the periphery of the manor, there is another one scouting the periphery. Originally the rat was outside together, but I didn't realize that he had already defected. Can I go to the manor to see her? Lin Feng said in a deep voice. After thinking about it, Red Rin still nodded. Little white boy, when did you seduce my master? Obviously we're all guarding 24 hours a day without any dead ends, but we were actually still drilled by you. And, what's your relationship with this human girl next to you? You'd better not have committed the act of betraying my master. Chek shouted with slight dissatisfaction. Su Xiaoran felt Chek's line of sight and nervously lowered her head, clutching the corner of her coat. Xiaoran and I are a pure male-female relationship, don't slander me. Lin Feng said in a hurry, then remembered that he seemed to have 8 wives by accident. Su Xiaoran was aware of Lin Feng's relationship with Xiao Meishua, luckily she didn't say anything. Let me take you to the manor, the master must be very happy to see you. Shi Rin said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded his head in a hurry, then said to Su Xiaoran, Xiaoran, go back to your room first, there's no need to do today's mission. Okay. I don't know why, Su Xiaoran's tone sounded a bit lost, and Lin Feng didn't think much about it. Chek stopped paying attention to Void Rune and said indifferently, I'm watching here, nothing will happen. Void Rune said similarly, I'll look after this young lady's safety. The 2 danger-level creeps from the Purgatory Apartment were both his own people, so Lin Feng wouldn't be too worried about Su Xiaoran's safety. Both sides said their goodbyes, and Lin Feng followed Red Rin, heading to the manor on the hill behind the Purgatory Apartment. Su Xiaoran, on the other hand, headed to the big bedroom, looking a bit soulful. As for the wretchedness of the place, Chek had already gone to catch the strong man. I should have known that I would have killed it later, and now there are just this many people left. Chek has some regrets. Not long after, the couple and the remaining woman were brought over by Chek. Both sides looked at each other, and both saw the strong uneasiness in the other's eyes. Is it hard to believe that? There are only 3 of them left? When did the casualty rate of the C-grade copies become so high? This is only the 2nd day. The woman who was companion with Li Peng looked at the mess all over the ground and knew that a big battle had happened here. Where did Peng go? Didn't you say you'd take me to eat and drink? Where's Lin Feng and that prodigal Huff? Can it be that they've already been taken care of by Brother Peng? Sweep this clean and I'll give you guys more rewards later. Chek pointed at the corpses of the rats on the ground and said, then twisted his head and left in style. There was no way around it. The 3 of them were considered to be at the bottom of the battlefield, so they could only obediently do as they were told. Enduring the nausea and blood, they cleaned up the place. Back inside the big bedroom, Su Xiaoran flopped down on the bed with an extraordinarily complicated mood. Mr. Lin Feng really cares about Miss Kankana, and Xiao Meishue did everything with Mr. Lin Feng. But why does my heart hurt vaguely? It must be caused by the injuries from the battle just now. A faint aroma could be smelled faintly on the bed, making Su Xiaoran feel extraordinarily at ease, a smell she was very familiar with. Mr. Lin Feng's smell. Su Xiaoran's eyes gradually moistened. No way. I'm going to work hard. Catch up with Mr. Lin Feng. She suddenly sat up and cheered for herself. Her opponents were very powerful. Xiao Meishue and Yin Kanchan were both extremely strong and bizarre. Trying to compete with them was not a simple task. Passing through the Purgatory Apartments, Lin Feng followed Red Rin to the small hill at the back. The hill wasn't very high, it would be more apt to say that it was a small dirt slope, and standing at the foot of the hill, he was able to see a manor house nestled on top of the hill. That was where Yun Chan lived. The appearance of the manor is very luxurious, covering an extremely wide area, surrounded by a fence, with only a gate in front. The entire mountain was bare, not an inch of grass grew, only where Lin Feng stood towards the back did vegetation grow. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng and Red Rin arrived at the entrance of the manor. Creak! The gate suddenly opened automatically with an ear-piercing scuffling sound. White-haired ghost, why did you bring humans here? My master doesn't have a penchant for eating humans. Or is this a gift for me? A sorrowful voice suddenly rang out, and a tall figure slowly stepped out from the shadows behind the gate. That creep was over 2 meters tall, his entire body was wrapped in a wide black leather coat, his head was covered in a black bowler hat, and his face was concealed by a bird's beak mask. In his hand he held an equally huge scythe, resembling a western god of death. Sig, you don't have this blessing to enjoy it, he's Lin Feng, that boyfriend that the master has his heart set on. Akira Rin wasn't the least bit surprised by the bizarre appearance in front of her, but instead spoke faintly. Oh. The bizarre name Sig sniffed, and underneath his mask, he let out a meaningful sound, and looked at Lin Feng with a bit more interest in his eyes. Sig's favor value towards you plus 40, automatically converted into 40 points of creepy chi value. Lin Feng also checked up on his opponent's information while observing him. Name, Sig. Identity, shrieking apartment building for administrator. Race, skeleton guile. Rank, dangerous level high. Favorability, 40. Weakness, extreme social fear, afraid of people seeing his face, only able to communicate properly when wearing a mask. Weakness, extreme social fear, afraid of people seeing his face, only able to communicate properly when wearing a mask. Unsurprisingly, it's still a danger class high order creepy. It's the weakness that's more or less odd. It should be said that the purgatory apartment was full of gold as a C-rank copy, and the several administrators had outstanding strengths, almost catching up with the number of dangerous rank higher orders in Dead Silence High School. If Yin Kanchan broke through to the destruction rank, he didn't know if purgatory apartment would become a B-rank copy. Lin Feng's mind gradually drifted away. I heard the master chanting about it a lot before, but I didn't expect to see my true self now. Sig said casually. How is the master's situation? Red Rin didn't say too much on the topic and asked directly. Sig instantly became serious, with worry in his tone. Master attempted to break through again, but still failed. His breath is a bit disorganized. The master is resting right now, you guys came at the right time. Then let's quickly go inside. Red Rin said anxiously, the concern on her face couldn't be faked. Lin Feng nodded. You guys go, I'll stand guard here, lest that old dog corpse wreck plays dirty. Sig waved his hand and said. Red Rin and Lin Feng quickened their pace and walked towards the villa in the center of the estate. Seeing the exterior of the villa, memories within Kanchan flooded Lin Feng's mind. Master, you should rest and take a break first, trying again will cause irreversible strain on your body. No, I'm not going to give this place up to that group of mongrels. This is where I live with my mom and dad, and with Lin Feng. I don't believe that with my bloodline power, I can't even break through to the district destruction level. I've already got some feeling, try it a few times. A clear and pleasant young girl's voice came out from within the villa, with stubbornness and a hint of aggression in her voice. This voice was so familiar, Lin Feng's heartbeat accelerated. He couldn't wait to walk up and push open the door. In the center of the spacious living room, a petite silhouette sat on a luxurious sofa. The young girl was dressed in a gorgeous princess dress, her long pink hair was tied into a double ponytail draped behind her, her features were exquisite and her eyes were as bright as starlight, just like an exquisite doll. The young girl took off her shoes and wore white stockings, swaying in the air, looking extraordinarily playful. What person? Lin Feng's sudden intrusion instantly attracted the attention of the two. The female creepy standing at the side in a maid's outfit was the first to react, shouting angrily and looking about to kill Lin Feng. At that moment, the young girl's freaky voice rang out. Brother Lin Feng. At those words, the female bizarre turned her head and looked at the young girl who hadn't been so happy in a long time. Her expression was stunned. Lin Feng's expression was equally elated. Kanchan, I'm back. Yin Kanchan just wanted to jump into Lin Feng's embrace, but at that moment, as if she had remembered something, she forced herself to hold back the thought of getting up, the smile on her face woodenly disappearing, and she turned her head away. Humph. I didn't miss you very much. Nor have I been chanting your name before bed or anything. You just haven't been by my side for 42 days and 7 hours. I forgot about you a long time ago. Lin Feng's smile didn't diminish. After so many days together, he could have long ago figured out this girl's nature. Proud little lowly, the two wiggling pink little feet had already revealed what was going on inside the little girl's mind. You're Lin Feng? The maid on the side weirdly looked Lin Feng up and down, her eyes full of scrutiny. Alright Wendy, master needs to rest now, you leave with me. Akira Rin walked out from the back and said to the maid outfit creepy. Akira naturally understood that this time should be left for people's young lovers to spend time alone, and even pulled and dragged Wendy, who was trying to linger on the side, out of the villa. Alright little princess, don't be angry. I'll make you your favorite fried pork chops, Lin Feng said in a soft tone in Yin Kenshin's ear. Really? Too good. I love eating brother Lin Feng's cooking the most. I've been thinking about it for a long time since you left, and Wendy's cooking isn't as good as yours at all. Sure enough. When Yin Kanchan heard this, she immediately turned her head and looked at Lin Feng with delight, completely lacking the look of being in a tizzy just now. Okay, I'll make it for you. Saying that, Lin Feng walked into the kitchen, skillfully took out the ingredients and started organizing the production. Yin Kanchan also didn't move an inch and followed closely behind Lin Feng's ass. Be a good boy and go wait at the dining table, the heavy kitchen area is not for you to come in. Lin Feng gently tapped Yun Chanchan's forehead. Yun Chanchan, however, unexpectedly blushed and her eyes fluttered. But, I want to stay with you for a while longer. Saying such blunt words was rare for this girl, so it was clear that she really missed him. Lin Feng only had to let it stand by his side and started cooking for himself. Yin Kanchan also just quietly watched Lin Feng, her pretty face overflowing with joy and happiness. Within a short time, a plate of steaming hot fried pork chops was finished, and with the support of the junior guile chef, Lin Feng was able to cook even more skillfully and with ease. Bringing the fried pork chops to the table, Yin Cancan couldn't wait to pick up a piece and open her cherry mouth to eat a whole piece. The pork chop was fried just right, the skin was golden and crispy, and the rich juices inside were firmly locked in, and when she bit down, the juices of the pork chop exploded in her mouth, and the aroma of the meat overflowed, which made people's appetites grow. Woo! I haven't seen you for so many days, brother Lin Feng's fried pork chops are even better. Yin Kanchan's eyes were glowing as she ate with joy. In a short while, she had eaten all of the plate of fried pork chops into her stomach, and Lin Feng was just sitting across from her quietly watching her. Her flat belly slightly bulged, and Yun Chan burped. Don't think a plate of fried pork chops can satisfy me. You've been away for over 40 days, I'm going to punish you. Immediately afterward, Yun Chan was arrogant again and brushed her head away. Yes, the little princess can punish me any way she wants. Lin Feng took out a tissue and pinched Yun Chanchan's somewhat fleshy little face, wiping the corners of her mouth clean. Yun Chanchan closed her eyes and tilted her little head back, letting Lin Feng do whatever he wanted. When the cleanup was done, Lin Feng was about to clean up the dishes, but Yun Chanchan suddenly did it and jumped into Lin Feng's arms. You shouldn't have come back. More than here, I hope you're alright. Yun Chanchan buried her small head into Lin Feng's chest, seemingly pampered and concerned. Seeing this, Lin Feng let out a light laugh, rubbed Yin Kanchan's head and said softly, What are you talking about? How could I leave you behind? There are the same memories between us here, I won't stop there. But, I can't beat that old skeleton right now. If he breaks through to the destruction level again, I won't be able to beat him even more. Yun Chanchan said. Although I have the feeling of touching the threshold now, the accumulation of Gui Qi is too weak, this extremely short period of time won't be able to support me to cross over. Yin Kanchan frowned and said in a worried tone. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he crouched down and locked eyes with Yin Kanchan, his tone not to be questioned. Don't worry, with me supporting you, it's no problem at all. The current me is not the mongrel I was back then. Oh. Yun Chanchan was instantly moved, her eyes reddened a little, but she didn't want Lin Feng to see it and once again turned her head. District mongrel, it's better to let this young lady protect you. Yin Kanchan's favorability towards you plus 300, converted into 300 points of Gui Qi value. Side quest, help Yun Chanchan break through the destruction level, reward, 20,000 experience points, creepy ground deed *1. After warming up with Yin Kanchan for a moment, Lin Feng told her to take a bath and then wait for him in his room. The new side quest wasn't too difficult and was a great challenge for Lin Feng. But as long as it was completed, the situation in the purgatory apartment would take a turn for the better, and he was going to try it with or without the quest. As he watched Yin Kanchan walk up to the second floor with light footsteps, Lin Feng opened the door and walked out of the villa. Outside the villa, Red Rin and Wendy stood at the door on the left and right. Seeing Lin Feng walk out, Wendy's emotions were a bit agitated and she walked forward. Human, what means did you use to confuse my masters? She's still so young, or just a child of over 200 years old, you actually managed to get your hands on her. Wendy looked like she was going to eat Lin Feng alive. Luckily there was Akarin on the side to stop her. It can't be helped, true love is never limited by height race age. Lin Feng's small hands were spread out. A dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Wendy's anger value towards you plus 70, converted into 70 points of shenanigans. Wendy's cool eyes swept over Lin Feng's legs and suddenly said coldly, have you ever done that kind of thing to your master? Wendy's anger value towards you plus 200, converted into 200 points of trickster chi value. Wendy's hair flared and her trickster aura surged around her, unable to hold back any longer. Blood flashed in Akarin's eyes at the sight, and one hand rested on Wendy's shoulder. Wendy, it's time to temper your nature. A dangerous level creepy, yet you're as brainless as those low-ranked creepy. Is Master spoiling you too much lately? At those words, Wendy's aura gradually tightened and she lowered her eyes.
Seeing that the other party had calmed down, Lin Feng felt that it was time to talk about business. I'm going to help Can break through the destruction level, it'll take at least 3 days. Big talk, just by you? The master didn't even manage to do it with a month. What are you going to help with? Wendy sneered. Lin Feng's expression was cold, he exerted the might of a patriarch on Wendy. Instantly Wendy's face went white, she closed her mouth and looked at Lin Feng with more probing eyes. What do we need to do? In comparison, Red Rin looked much more calm and said bluntly. Lin Feng liked to talk to smart people, and hurriedly said, it's best if you guys don't stay at the manor during this period, so that you don't get hurt by mistake. And you are required to keep an eye on the other party's movements at all times. If the other party lashes out, I hope you can buy time. Without questioning, Akron nodded. Good, I will inform the other administrators, even if I sacrifice my own life, I won't let any shenanigans bother you guys. You trust me that much? Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Red Rin said frankly, because there's no choice, if I really had any other hope, I wouldn't believe your bullshit. And it's obvious that you do have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, maybe you can really do it. You have a good mindset. Lin Feng smiled. Since Master decided to stay, then I'm also ready to die. Red Rin stroked the broken hair at her temples. Only when Lin Feng returned to the villa again did Wendy speak. Red Rin, you're really old and confused, even believing the words of a human. He's staying in a room with the master and still won't let us in case he does something to the master. Red Rin suddenly shouted coldly, enough Wendy, I know you have deep preconceptions about humans, but Lin Feng is the master's choice, and as a servant you have no qualifications to question it. If you don't want to be an administrator, I can exempt you from your status and leave the purgatory apartment. Red Rin seemed to have quite a bit of authority within the administrators. Wendy sniffed her lips lightly and mumbled, I'm sorry, I was overcome with anger. Go away, save your strength for protecting purgatory apartments. 100 kilometers away from the purgatory apartment, it was barren and dead. The twisted and gloomy jungle seemed to hide countless dangers. Click 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 click. Endless silence suddenly resounded with rising and falling strange sounds. A white bone suddenly stretched out from the originally leveled land. The white bone arms dug the soil apart, and countless white bone skeletons drilled out from the ground, the sound of bones rubbing together giving people goosebumps. The countless skeletons shook and stood up, their empty pupils rising with a ghastly ghostly flame. As if guided, these white bones walked in the same direction, and their destination was a giant palace in the center of the jungle. The entire palace was built from tired white bones, and some of the bones were even thicker than stone pillars. Inside the white bone palace was silent, only on the white bone throne in the center of the palace sat a figure. It was a skeleton with a pitch-black body, and the air pressure around the skeleton was exceptionally low. Lord Corpse Skeleton, Luoqi has been killed, and there seems to be a change in the purgatory apartment. I wonder what your lordship plans to do. At this time, a black fog suddenly appeared below the empty hall, and a hoarse voice came from the black fog. The pitch-black skeleton sitting at the top sniffed, its body shook slightly, and a majestic old voice rang out. Doesn't matter, are just dying, let them make a fuss is. The black fog promised a sound, then as if remembering something and said, Corpse Skeleton adults, there is a human to join you, said it is the Ghost Fire Guild people, come to help you to level the purgatory apartment, I do not know how to dispose of. Leave him alive, wait for me to come out before sending him off. The voice of the corpse duke resounded once again. The black mist nodded, and then dissipated in place once again, leaving the palace. Ha ha ha, it's been 100 years, I'm about to succeed. The shame you guys gave me back then, I'm going to get it back from your daughter. The corpse duke's voice was slightly agitated, as well as unrestrained. Shaking the entire hall could not help but shake a little, a lightning bolt crossed in the dark sky, the storm was coming. Back inside the villa, at the moment the sky was darkening, the candles on the walls of the villa automatically lit up, illuminating the interior. Lin Feng walked up to the second floor rather skillfully. The sparse sound of running water came from the bathroom, the fog inside the bathroom was steaming, a slender carcass was faintly visible, hidden and evocative. Lin Feng, I forgot to take a towel. Ian Kenshin's voice came from inside the bathroom. Lin Feng was a bit helpless and went to his room to get a light pink towel. How many times has it been, always forgetting to take a towel? Saying that, Lin Feng handed the towel in through the bathroom doorway, who knew that a slender jade hand reached out and directly tugged on Lin Feng's arm, pulling him vigorously into the bathroom. Hey, it's not you. I'm done washing, help me dry off. Yun Chanchan crossed her waist, her bare skin visible. Ah, that vast big plain with green wild fruits growing on it, one couldn't help but have the urge to run. Lin Feng's old face flushed and he skimmed his head, handing over the towel in his hand. Wipe yourself. Aren't you a drought demon? This bit of moisture won't you dry it up with a single thought? Don't, I just ate my fill, I'm too lazy to move. Why are you blushing? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Yun Chanchan pouted. Unable to help, Lin Feng could only as slightly skillfully help Yun Chanchan dry off and change into light pink pajamas. Carry me back to my room. Yun Chan opened her arms and looked at Lin Feng with her head tilted up. Lin Feng picked her up in a princess hug. The young girl's body was light and close to Lin Feng's chest, and she had just finished showering, her body emitting a faint peach blossom aroma. Walking to the innermost room, Lin Feng placed the young girl on the bed. The smile on the young girl's face hadn't disappeared since just now. Here, a gift for you. Lin Feng took out the psychic doll that he had previously obtained after completing the side quest. It was a fluffy rabbit doll with 2 rubies inlaid in its 2 eyes, which looked exceptionally delicate. Spiritual doll, a cursed doll that harbors a bizarre, unjust spirit. If it is weak, the doll will cause the holder to become mentally confused and delirious. If it is extremely strong, it can have the effect of tranquilizing the spirit and condensing the soul. This kind of bullying doll is most suitable for Yun Chan. When Yun Chan saw the doll, her eyes lit up and she took it. What a cute rabbit, thank you Lin Feng. Yun Chan's favorability towards you plus 100, converted to 100 points of Guichi value. Taking the doll into his arms, Lin Feng could detect with the naked eye that the doll's expression was rather unnatural, and there seemed to be fear in its 2 rubies. If it messes with you, you can tear it to pieces. Oh, psychic doll? Lin Feng gave me something, of course I have to cherish it. Yun Chan said as she hugged the doll. Afterwards, Yun Chan lay down on the bed and Lin Feng similarly laid down next to her and told Yun Chan a story. Soon, Yun Chan's eyelids began to fight and she fell asleep in a short while. It was reasonable to say that a creep like her wouldn't fall asleep so easily. It was evident that her mental strain had been very severe lately and she needed to rely on sleep to replenish it. Lin Feng cast the Eye of Cave Sense and observed In Kenshin's entire body once. It was found that there were indeed quite a few parts of her that had abnormalities. After upgrading the Eye of Cave Sense, it was no longer just able to see color distinctions. Up close, Lin Feng could even see the veins and acupoints of In Kenshin's body, and it was clear at a glance which areas had problems. Many of the major meridians have varying degrees of strain. It looks like it's a backlash caused by the forced breakthrough. If it's not dealt with in time, if it builds up in the future, it can cause even more serious damage to Can. There's also the nerves around the brain that likewise need to be freshened up. Lin Feng decided to first utilize the advanced Guile massage teacher to help In Can restore her body and open up her meridians so that she could absorb the Guile chi more fully. Then, he would utilize the advanced Guile teacher's preaching to provide Yun Chan with the strength to lay the foundation for her breakthrough. With his current rank, he could perform many preaching teachings on Yun Chan and provide more than a dozen times more power than he did during his time at Deadly Silence High School, plus the fact that having a spirit in his flesh and blood could allow him to recover his condition quickly. The current him could completely turn into a mobile experience pack. The Dryad's own talent was considered the first tier among all the bizarre races, and coupled with her physique, she could quickly draw on the bizarre chi and life force in as many ranges as she could, quickly transforming it into her own power, which would also cause the surrounding area to become barren. But right now it didn't matter that much, it would recover after a while anyway. With such a 3-pronged approach, Lin Feng believed that In Kenshin's strength must have rocketed up. Let's sleep first to recover our strength, and then we'll help Can boost her strength tomorrow. Lin Feng likewise felt a little sleepy. Today's weird fight with the rats had made him consume too much. The next day, Lin Feng woke up early, feeling physically and mentally relieved. Yesterday's fatigue was swept away and his state was back to full strength. At this time, he noticed that In Kenshin, who was sleeping beside him, was missing. Doesn't that girl often like to stay in bed? Puzzled, Lin Feng got up, changed his clothes and searched the villa for In Kenshin. Soon, Lin Feng saw that in the basement, In Kan's eyes were tightly closed and she was sitting on top of a futon with a solemn expression. In her hand, she was holding an earth-colored crystal, the size of a fist. At this moment, strands of pure Guichi within the crystal were drilling into In Kenshin's body along her arm. Was this girl so diligent? Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the basement and didn't disturb her. After a few moments, Yun Chan's brows furrowed, her breath began to become agitated and a muffled grunt escaped her mouth. Lin Feng's face changed when he saw this. The stupid girl actually wanted to force a breakthrough. Where is this coming from? Forcing a breakthrough would only harm yourself. Without hesitation, Lin Feng quickly rushed over, opened the Eye of Insight, performed the myriad hands, began to stretch along her meridians, helping In Kenshin to force down this agitation. Soon, as Lin Feng pressed, In Kenshin's face returned to normal and the agitation around her body calmed down. When Yun Chan opened her eyes, she saw Lin Feng smile without a trace of laughter. Student Kenshin, you're not behaving well. Oh, how do you want your teacher to punish you? In Kenshin lowered her head a bit sheepishly. Even if her strength was too much higher than Lin Feng's, she couldn't help but feel nervous when she saw Lin Feng angry. Lin Feng, I'm hungry. In Kenshin pulled on the corner of Lin Feng's coat, raised her small face and pouted in a soft voice. She had often used this trick on Lin Feng before and it had worked 100 times. Unsurprisingly, Lin Feng's face returned to a bit of normalcy, his anger slightly reduced. What is this? Lin Feng looked at the earth-colored crystal in Kenshin's hand. It's called the Burning Rock Crystal. It was left to me by mom and dad. I heard them say that it was produced from the land of extreme barrenness and death. It's also extremely rare in the bizarre world. It's condensed from a common fusion of barrenness chi and bizarre chi and a hint of fire chi. This kind of crystal is most suitable for my physique, and absorbing the energy inside can quickly help me improve my strength. In Kanchan explained. So it's this thing. Lin Feng nodded. After dinner in a while, I'll help you cultivate together. The way you're hurting yourself like this is too ill-considered. I guess you'll play yourself to death before you can make a breakthrough. How can I help? Can we still rely on people to help with this kind of thing? Yun Chan was greatly puzzled. You'll find out later. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Some strange images came to Yun Chan's mind. It seems like there's weirdness through that kind of method. She immediately became a little nervous, as if she was a little white rabbit. Later on, when Lin Feng pounced on her, should she resist moderately or just? While she was rambling, Lin Feng had long since gone out and started preparing breakfast. A meal was eaten in a muddled manner. Im Kanchan rarely showed her arrogant attributes, which made Lin Feng a bit surprised. Go wait for me in your room and change into lighter clothes. Lin Feng instructed. Yun Chanchan's brain was hot. It's really still that kind of thing? Hurry up and get moving. Time waits for no one. Lin Feng urged. The period of breakthrough was imminent. Every second had to be utilized. Im Kanchan nodded her head in fear, then walked up to the second floor with flustered footsteps. After cleaning up everything, Lin Feng adjusted his state to the best, then walked up to the second floor and opened Im Kanchan's room. However, he saw Im Kanchan holding a doll, sitting upright by the bed. At the moment, her long pink hair was spread out and she looked charming. After hearing Lin Feng's words, she had changed into a light yellow short dress, which was light and loose, and was indeed very suitable for massages. It's not too late. Let's start. Seeing that Im Kanchan was ready, Lin Feng closed the door and said bluntly. Yun Chan was shocked and a red color appeared on her face. Hey, isn't this the time to start? Shouldn't there be some in front? Should I close the curtains, doing this kind of thing in the daytime? What curtains do you need to pull for a massage? Hurry up and get down. I'll help you repair the damage to your meridians first. Lin Feng looked at Im Kanchan in confusion. Massage? After half a day you want a massage? The shyness and nervousness on Yun Chanchan's face disappeared and she looked at Lin Feng incredulously. Otherwise, what do you think? In your current state, directly starting to absorb energy will only increase your load. There's no way to proceed to the next step without first restoring your body's meridians through. Lin Feng said seriously. Why do you look a bit unhappy? Lin Feng noticed that the light in Im Kanchan's eyes disappeared. Her lips pursed and there seemed to be a hint of disappointment and regret. Idiot Lin Feng, go to hell. Yun Chanchan smashed the doll in her hand at Lin Feng in shame. On this day, the news that the corpse Duke of the White Bone Jungle had broken through to the destruction level suddenly spread, creating a furor in several surrounding areas. Even though most people in the know had expected this day, the fact that it had actually arrived still made them feel shocked. Corpse Wreck Old Dog still managed to take this step. These forces of ours will probably have to reshuffle their cards. On top of a towering iron tower, a demonic man held a wine cup in his hand as he looked down, his tone tinged with worry. Beside him stood a tall man with a lanky and muscular body, covered in long gray hair and topped with a gray wolf head. This was a werewolf. Both of them were famous calamity-class bizarre, powerful, and sitting on many properties. The werewolf's tone carried a gloating tone. It doesn't matter, we won't be the first ones to be unlucky anyway. I don't know how the purgatory apartment messed with him, making him take crazy revenge, and it only slightly subsided for a while ago. Now that he's managed to make a breakthrough, he'll definitely be the first to look for trouble with that drought demon girl. The demonic man tilted his head and took a sip of the liquid in his cup. You don't know about the feud between their two families? I've heard about it, but I don't know exactly what it is. I spent most of the last few hundred years sleeping. The werewolf scratched his head. It's not a big deal. The demonic man laughed softly. Once upon a time, the corpse was still just a little skeleton with no name, working under the Ghost King of Green Mountain. Green Mountain Ghost King? Hasn't he become scum long ago? The demonic man continued. Yeah, at that time, the Green Mountain Ghost King and the Dryad Girl's parents were at the same Ghost King level, but because of the same mysterious treasure they were on the same level. Both sides fought. In the end, the Green Mountain Ghost King was outnumbered and was killed by the Drought Girl's parents, but as for the whereabouts of the treasure, it is unknown, and it is rumored that the couple ended up with nothing. But strangely, after that, the Ghost King couple suddenly disappeared, leaving only their daughter to stay in the purgatory apartment. Corpse Skeleton, on the other hand, took advantage of this opportunity and, in the name of avenging the Ghost King's death, recruited the Green Mountain Ghost King's old troops to form their own forces, preparing to exterminate Purgatory Apartment. The demonic man narrated the story, listening to the werewolf. Then it looks like Corpse Wreck is quite inspirational in that way.
Inspirational my ass, nothing more than coveting the many possessions left behind by the Ghost King, as well as the whereabouts of that mysterious treasure. Just the Green Mountain Ghost King's legacy allowed him to skyrocket, and after reaching the destruction level in such a short period of time, he would naturally set his mind on Purgatory Apartment. The demonic man said with a slight mockery. That said, in that big battle back then, it was his corpse that was the most egregious, as a shrunken head turtle too, which was lucky to survive. The other calamity-level henchmen were all decimated by the Ghost King's couple, or else it wouldn't have been his turn to rise to the occasion, and this period of black history has always been a blemish on that old dog.
You know quite a lot,
the werewolf said heartily.
It's just that I happened to be awake at the time,
the demonic man said casually.
So what are you going to do next? Bow down to the corpse? The werewolf asked again. The demonic man sneered. Joke, he deserves it.
Immediately, he added meaningfully, wait and see first. I always have a premonition that things are not that simple. It seems like something unexpected will happen. It is really not possible to run away with the family property again, and change a quieter place to slumber.
Give you and I a few more years, and the destruction level isn't just around the corner. What's the need to look up to others? Our racial talent is much stronger than that corpse. Makes sense. I should also go back to prepare for the preparations.
Im Kanchan flopped down on the bed, hugging her pillow, her little face bulging, obviously not yet dispelled. Lin Feng also didn't care and performed the skills of an advanced trick masseur. His hands were immediately dyed a jade color, and the veins of Yun Chan Chan's body were visible in his eyes.
I'm going to start,
Lin Feng said in a deep voice. With that, Lin Feng began to comb through it according to the knowledge of the tricky masseur in his mind. Lin Feng pressed his hands on Im Kanchan's back, finding various acupoints and pressing them with just the right amount of force. As he pressed, the damage in those acupoints and meridians caused by the impact of the agitated power was being smoothed out and dispersed little by little. Hiss! Even though for Im Kanchan's strong physical body, these small damages were nothing, they made it quite difficult for her. However, under Lin Feng's pressing, it was as if these uncomfortable parts had penetrated, making her body permeable and light.
Unprecedented sensations caused her to make involuntary noises.
Yun Chanchan's arousal value towards you plus 200, converted into 200 points of GUHE value.
Does it feel like it's having an effect?
Lin Feng leaned down and whispered in Im Kanchan's ear. Yun Chanchan buried her cheeks into the pillow, but the roots of her ears had already turned pink.
It's not.
I just hiccuped after I ate too much just now. Im Kanchan's voice became smaller and smaller and was gradually replaced by a light hum. Lin Feng lifted her long hair up, revealing her snow-white swan neck, and began to press on her neck as well as the back of her head and other parts of her body. After a few moments, Lin Feng finished pressing her back all the way. During this time, Im Kanchan kept her head buried in the pillow, trying as much as possible not to let out any sound. She was too embarrassed to show that unpleasant side in front of Lin Feng, it was too shameful.
Alright, time to flip.
Lin Feng lightly patted Yun Chanchan's back, making her come out of the immersed feeling.
Upon hearing this, Yun Chanchan instantly exploded. What? The front side too? What else? The Dantian area needs a massage the most.
Lin Feng laughed. Looking at Lin Feng's smirking look, Im Kanchan became even more mortified. This guy must be doing it on purpose, wanting to see his embarrassed side. But Lin Feng's massage was indeed very effective. All that accumulated tiredness and damage had indeed dissipated, and her entire body felt as if it had been refreshed. Thinking of this, Im Kanchan could only as lie down flat on her back, and still couldn't help but blush when she met Lin Feng's eyes. No wonder the girls in those comics say that.
She could kind of feel it now.
Lin Feng looked serious, and after erasing the damage to his Dantian again, he could perform a transmission to help Yun Chanchan quickly increase her strength.
Inside the Purgatory Apartment,
Chek and Red Rin stood at the front door of the apartment with a rare somewhat serious expression. They had also learned of the news of the Corpse Duke's breakthrough, and believed that it wouldn't be long before a big battle was inevitable. It is estimated that in about 2 days or so, the Corpse-wrecked Duke's army will gather and kill here. Red Rin said indifferently. Chek played with the skull in his hand. Almost. There are already a few rats that are planning to sneak in. They really don't put me in their eyes. At least send out those guys from the 8-faced floating turtle in order to let me have my fun. The 8-faced buccaneers were the 8 cadres under the Duke of Corpse Rex. The race was the same as the skeleton race, only that the species were slightly different. There were humanoid and animal shapes, and some were oddly shaped. The strength was all dangerous grade, although there were only 3 dangerous grade high ranks, but compared to the Purgatory Apartments, the victory was in their numbers. Let's wait until tomorrow to notify the apartments and have them leave this place.
It's no longer safe here, it will become a true purgatory then, Akane said. Don't even need you to say it, the ones who heard the news are basically ready to run.
Chek laughed lightly. Indeed, the bizarre faces that came back from outside were not very pretty, their footsteps were hurried, they had obviously gotten the news and rushed back to pack up their things. Why haven't Wendy and the others returned yet? They won't have encountered any danger. Red Rin looked into the distance with a somewhat worried expression. Maybe they ran away too. Nonsense, of the few of us guys, you're the most likely. Just as they were chatting idly, in the distance, there were a number of figures passing back and forth in the distance, 2 groups in front and 2 groups in the back, apparently chasing. A little closer, they saw Wendy carrying a little boy covered in wounds in her arms, quickly running towards this side. Wendy's face was also a bit ugly, and from time to time, she looked to the rear, only to see that there were several black shadows in hot pursuit behind her, and they were closing in step by step. Red Rin was the first to react, her complexion condensed, and her figure instantly disappeared in place. It's Wendy and the others. Check's eyes reflected a ferocious light, and the chainsaw in his hand then buzzed, similarly running towards the front. Wendy's face lit up with hope when she saw Red Rin and the others coming to meet her. Rude's whereabouts were exposed and he was surrounded by corpse Rex men. Fortunately I was able to receive them in time, otherwise. Looking at the unconscious little boy in Wendy's arms, Akarin's face went cold. The boy's brow was furrowed, his expression was agonized, there were a dozen wounds on his body, large and small, although he did not bleed. He was also suffering from a considerable amount of damage. Seek death. Red Rin condensed a ball of blood in his hand and swung it out violently. The ball transformed into several lines of blood and shot towards the several bazaar that were chasing after him. Clang clang clang. The blood lines were blocked, but they also stopped the several bazaar from pursuing. Eight-faced Faust, one more step forward and you can stay today. Red Rin said in a cold voice. The several bazaar revealed their true faces, which were clearly skeletons. Red Rin, not a small mouth, I'm really quite curious. What can you do to me? A skeleton bazaar in the center stood out, its tone carrying mockery. Check's fire surged, his expression was frantic, the chainsaw in his hand turned rapidly. Tramp, if you have the ability to come up and fight, watch as I dismantle this skeleton frame of yours and feed it to the dogs. Red Rin's eyes flashed with a flash of bloodlight, and his body's aura skyrocketed. In the next moment, a pillar of blood suddenly sprang out from the ground underneath that skeleton's bazaar feet, transforming into a blood sword that stabbed at the other party. The speed of the blood sword was too fast, so fast that the few creeps present did not react. Whoosh! The blood sword slashed through the knee joint of the skeleton bazaar, directly slicing off one of its calves. Bastard! The skeleton creepy was instantly furious. Being at the same dangerous rank higher level, he was actually injured by the other party. Even if it was just a sneak attack, it was enough to bring shame to him. I don't want to say the same words a second time, Red Rin said in a cold voice. That skeleton creepy hurriedly grabbed his broken calf bone and took a few steps backward. Don't get cocky, Red Rin, you guys don't have a few good days left. Lord Corpse Wreck has already made a breakthrough, in a few days it will be your death. At that time, even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, I won't let you go. While his mouth said harsh words, his body was very honest as he retreated towards the back, and after that, he directly pulled out his legs and ran away. Check still wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Akarin. First, take Rude to heal his wounds and go to the 5th building to look for that chimera, if she's still there, Akarin said. Wendy nodded, then quickly ran towards the apartment with the little boy in her arms. Pissed me off. That really pisses me off. Check stood in place, his chainsaw waving haphazardly in the air, venting the anger in his heart. Okay brat, don't waste your energy, chasing after them now is equal to sending them to their deaths. If you want to fight, wait for the other side to kill them in a few days, so that you can have a good fight, Red Rin said softly. Inside the manor, Lin Feng spent 2 hours massaging every corner of Yun Chan Chan's entire body. The effect was immediate, and Yun Chan Chan sat up and stretched, looking extraordinarily enjoyable and relaxed. Is this really my body? I feel like a new life. Yun Chan Chan looked herself up and down. It's hard to tell, little Lindsay, you know quite a lot. Yun Chan Chan stood on the bed and happened to be able to touch Lin Feng's shoulders. Lin Feng directly gave her a chestnut on the forehead. No big deal, it's not over yet, next is the main event. I'm over 100 years older than you, who's younger than who? I didn't say age. Yun Chan Chan didn't turn around for a while. Can, I'll do my best to help you raise your strength in the next few days, and try to build up the power needed for your breakthrough as fast as possible. Anything has to follow until you break through to the destruction level. At this moment, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and took her small hand in his, saying seriously. Feeling the warmth coming from Lin Feng's palm, Ying Kanchan's heart instantly warmed up, and the anxiety and worry she had been feeling all these days was swept away. This man would always appear when she needed it the most, providing her with a fulfilling sense of security, and she would certainly not let him down. With that, Lin Feng closed his eyes and fully mobilized the power in his body to perform a transmission. In a flash, majestic power like a long river surged out from Lin Feng's body and traveled along the arms that the two of them were holding together into Ying Kanchan's body. Ying Kanchan's pupils dilated slightly, somewhat incredulous. This power. It was like the turbulent and raging waterfall that cascaded down in a loud and powerful way. However, she didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, she very reasonably accepted this power, and every part of her body was constantly drawing on it. The meridians that had been combed by Lin Feng were also unimpeded at the moment, without any burden. Her power was increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. This could be several times more swift than if she had used the burning rock crystal to cultivate, and she would have needed to spend efforts separating the several strands of power within the burning rock crystal and digesting them gradually, but this point wasn't needed at all right now. After a few moments, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and in his eyes was a fleshly fatigue, and he stopped casting transmission. How does it feel? Lin Feng asked as he looked towards Yun Chanchan, who had a face of enjoyment. Yun Chanchan looked back. It feels even more than a massage. Nope. It feels more useful than if I practiced on my own for 10 days. Lin Feng, you're amazing. Lin Feng nodded. That's good. Let's continue when I take a break. Will this harm your body? If that's the case, then it's better not to come back. Yin Kanchan looked at Lin Feng's face and asked with concern. It's fine, it's just that the consumption is rather high. I'll be able to recover in a few hours. Lin Feng shook his head. Blood and flesh with spirit was able to quickly restore Lin Feng's physical state, much faster than before, and he was able to use this skill more without burden. Despite what Lin Feng said, Yin Kanchan was still uneasy and ran to the basement, carrying out a bunch of items. 500-year-old portions of blood ginseng, the weird waste of a Ghost King-level demon, and oysters from the Sea of Death. These are all left behind by my mom and dad. They usually don't have much use for me. They're all good for Lin Feng, so you can recover quickly. That's how I used to see dad. Every time he looked in bad shape he would eat these and then become alive. Mom obviously never ate these, but she looks great every day. Maybe she's hiding some treasure. Yin Kanchan pointed at the pile of items and said to Lin Feng as if she was offering a treasure. Lin Feng almost dropped his jaw in shock. These things were a bit extravagant. It was estimated that if they were taken outside, each piece wouldn't have to be sold for tens of millions of thrift coins. Will this be eaten to supplement death? Can, these things are a bit precious. It's better to forget about it. Lin Feng shrugged it off. No way. Your body is important. Yin Kanchan crossed her arms and insisted that Lin Feng eat it. There was no way around it, so Lin Feng picked a few items with milder effects that wouldn't make his nose bleed 3 meters high. Jade Ganoderma, Xian Huang Fruit, Auger's Heart. It should be said that these heavenly treasures were really effective. After taking them, Lin Feng's strength really recovered quickly. In less than an hour, he was in full condition. Very good, let's continue then. Lin Feng pulled Yin Kanchan back to the bedroom once again. Thus, Lin Feng and Yin Kanchan's life became boring, absorbing energy day and night. Lin Feng, on the other hand, exerted his full power to preach and replenish his state, during which Yun Chanchan wasn't idle either, taking the burning rock crystal and continuing to draw on it. After Lin Feng's massage, her meridians and body were now completely able to withstand such an intense infusion of power. Yun Chanchan gradually felt that the boundary of breakthrough was just around the corner. Several days passed in a flash. Outside had undergone a sea change. Inside the purgatory apartment was slightly cooler at the moment. After the Duke of Corpses and Rex broke through the destruction level, he gathered his army and killed towards the purgatory apartment in great numbers. Everywhere they went, they either looked to surrender or were mercilessly annihilated. And he released the message that he would spare her life if Yun Chanchan came out to surrender and become his slave. The creeps in the apartment hoofed it and ran away for the night, with only a smattering of creeps remaining. Well, little brother, your injuries have almost healed. Xian Ro ruffled her long hair and said to the little boy named Rude. At the moment, she was wearing a white coat lined with a light shirt, matching her beautiful face with a different flavor. The table was filled with various medicines and medical facilities. Rude nodded his head obediently. Thank you, Auntie, you're so kind. Next time I'll ask my master to give you free rent. Auntie. Xian Ro's smile froze on her face and looked at Rude unkindly. Remember to sister in the future, or next time the stitches won't be anesthetized. And don't mention the rent-free thing to me. Xian Ro was so angry that her cheeks were a little red. That scene from the other day still surfaced in her mind from time to time. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't beat Lin Feng, she would have stabbed him hard with a hose-thick needle. Rent-free and not even happy about it. What a troublesome guy. Rude muttered in a small voice. Wendy on the side pulled Rude over, looked him up and down, and asked with concern, how are you feeling? Recovered to the 7th degree, completely able to fight for my master. Rude clenched his fists and said with conviction. Thank you, Dr. Xian Ro, it was really hard for you. Wendy whispered to Xian Ro. Xian Ro waved her hand. It's fine, just a favor. On the other side, Void Rune, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Xian Ro with a strange look, and finally didn't hold back or said, I can't imagine that you are really a doctor. After being a neighbor for so long, I actually know for the first time, obviously a chimera. Xian Ro's seductive eyes blankly glanced at him. I have this costume and this pile of things, isn't it obvious? I thought it was a work requirement to satisfy the special hobbies of the guests. I was the one who thought wrongly. Void Runner's tone carried a strong apology. I'll stab you to death with a needle.
Xin exasperately said. What's wrong with a chimera? I'm at least a mid-level trickster doctor. Skill is not enough, doctor is just one of my many professions. Void Talisman quietly took a few steps backward to avoid Xin scratching, and naturally changed the topic. Speaking of which, the Duke of Corpse Rex is about to kill over. Why haven't you run away yet? Aren't you afraid that a fight will involve you? Xin calmed down her heaving chest and said in an unkind manner, why should I run if you haven't run away? I naturally want to help guard the purgatory apartment. Miss Landlady's family has been kind to me, and now is the time for me to repay the favor. Void Rune said hoarsely. So I can't help? At least I've lived here for quite a long time, I'm really too lazy to move out. Xin sighed lightly. Wendy on the side looked at the two of you don't have to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the purgatory apartment. The power of the Corpse Wreck Duke is there for all to see, don't lose your lives for nothing. There is no need to say more, if it wasn't for Miss Landlady, I would have died decades ago. Don't worry about it, even if I can't beat it, I can still sneak and run away, my charming technique is very strong. That said, skeletons should be able to be charmed. Void Runner and Xin laughed lightly, both revealing a determined look in their eyes. Seeing this, Wendy didn't say anything more, but only solemnly said, then thank you too. Nowadays, the purgatory apartment was isolated, and having Guile willing to stay would indeed provide a great help. Thank you brother and sister Rude followed suit. At that moment, a cloud of blood suddenly gushed out from the ground, and Akira Rin's voice came from within, with a tone of gravity. The Corpse Wreck Duke is here, come out to meet the enemy, the master can't be disturbed there now. Upon hearing this, the few creeps present also collected their smiles and quickly ran towards the apartment's entrance. Inside the apartment, Su Xiaoran sat on the bench next to the road, worry written all over her pretty face. Over the past few days, one after another, the Eerie had left the apartment, and the place had become cold and quiet, and as a result, the few humans, unexpectedly had no one to take care of them. Even the side quests didn't need to be done, it was quite idle. They also learned about the news that the Corpse Duke was planning to overthrow the purgatory apartment. The couple next to them and the other woman looked a bit haggard. Obviously it's just a C-ranked copy, why did we crash into this kind of event? There are still 4 more days. There are still 4 more days before we can leave the copy. Why don't we use the copy detachment ticket to leave? Big deal, we don't want that reward. One ticket costs millions of thrill coins, you're willing to give it up. It's better to wait until the end to use it. The woman who had teamed up with Li Pang before, her palms were covered in sweat at the moment. Brother Pang, didn't you say you would come to save me? Where are you? Looking at them like that, Su Xiaoran's heart was much calmer instead, her only worry was Lin Feng's safety. Lin Feng had chosen to help his girlfriend, Yin Kanchan, and inevitably chose to stay behind and fight head-on against the Corpse Duke's army. That would inevitably lead to a big battle, and although Lin Feng was powerful, the other party was after all a destruction-level powerhouse, so Lin Feng really wasn't necessarily able to deal with it. I can only hope that Yin Kanchan will be able to make a breakthrough, so that big brother Lin Feng won't be alright. Su Xiaoran prayed silently in her heart. Right at this moment, the wind suddenly rose, and Su Xiaoran felt the temperature around her suddenly drop a few degrees. She subconsciously raised her head to look, only to see that the sky, which had been quite calm just a moment ago, was now gusting with wild winds, and in the distant sky, a large area of dark clouds converged, rapidly coming towards this side. The air pressure began to become low, making it difficult to catch one's breath. Could it be? It's really coming. Su Xiaoran's heart shook slightly as she saw several figures quickly running towards the apartment entrance. It was the administrators of those apartments. Akira Rin and Chek stood at the doorway, standing by. A distant roar resounded through the blackness, as if a flood was coming. But if you looked closely, you would realize that it wasn't a flood, but a dense army of skeletons, killing this way. Moving really fast, the corpse skeleton old dog is really in a hurry. A few kilometers away from here, the demonic man stood high in the sky, watching with great interest as the army approached the purgatory apartment. This location was the best viewpoint to watch, a place he had carefully selected and ordered his men to build a high platform in a few days' time. He naturally wouldn't miss such a lively event. It wasn't just him, many other forces were paying attention to this great battle and how it would be staged. With a flash of his figure, the werewolf leaped and jumped directly onto the high platform, carrying a package. Opening the parcel up, it was filled with all sorts of meat, adding up to several pounds. Just as he came up, he picked up a chicken leg and gnawed on it. Has it started already? I have all my snacks ready. Just in time, the good show is about to start. I hope I won't be disappointed. The demonic man laughed softly. Soon, Wendy and a few other shenanigans rushed out to join Akira and the others. Sig held a scythe and appeared without a word. And at this moment, the skeleton army also stopped a few hundred meters away in front of the apartment. The army split into two and arranged themselves on both sides, giving way to a path in the center.
9 figures slowly walked from the center to the front. Red Rin's eyes narrowed slightly. It's the 8-faced floaters, and
a human.
This human still looked somewhat familiar. It was Li Peng, who hadn't been seen for a long time. Ever since Li Peng escaped from the purgatory apartment, he hadn't appeared again until now, when he stood in the corpse-wrecked Duke's camp. At this moment, he looked complacent, and his entire aura was not what it used to be, and there was a stark difference between his woeful state when he first escaped. In addition, his body had also changed. All the flesh and blood on his right arm had disappeared, leaving only white bones, the surface of which was covered with black lines. This bone arm was still able to move freely, and hideous and gruesome power was revealed from this slender bone arm.
Without waiting for Red Rin to scrutinize this human's abnormality, a commotion once again came from the army.
A great and tall figure slowly walked to the very front, and in a flash, a strong and tyrannical pressure swept across the entire field, pressurizing Akira Rin and a few other bizarre people who could not raise their heads. Corpse-wrecked Duke. Red Rin barely straightened his back, staring at the figure dead on. The Duke of Corpse Rex was clad in a wide black robe. His pitch-black skeletal body was ancient and hard, and there were ghostly green flames burning in his 2 hollow eyes. Under its left rib, a fist-sized black heart was beating powerfully, and along with its beating, a few of Red Rin's bizarre hearts trembled.
Destruction-level bizarre pressure. Terrifying as hell. Bold. When you see Lord Corpse Wreck, why don't you hurry and kneel down to greet him?
A bizarre in the 8-faced pontoon stood out and shouted sternly.
Czech laughed coldly. Even he deserves it?
This body skeleton might as well be fed to dogs. Dogs shake their heads when they look at it. The next moment, a stern line of sight was thrown over. Czech only felt his breath stagnate. The breath of death was close at hand. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Red Rin hurriedly blocked in front of Czech, diffusing the aura for him.
Where did Yin's girl go? Could it be that she left you few lackeys behind and escaped on her own?
The corpse-wrecked Duke said casually, his tone flat.
Joke, the master would be afraid of you? Today is the day you die.
Hearing this, the corpse-wrecked Duke seemed to feel some regret and sighed softly. Why bother? Even if you give her a year's time, she may not be able to make a breakthrough. Why bother to do this pointless struggle? It would be better to obediently become my slave. It's just as well to do it yourself. Kill these few lackeys, this lord's path also dares to block? The Duke of Corpse Wreck ordered, and in a flash, the 8 floating slaves responded in unison, and Li Peng also revealed a sardonic smile.
Oof, after killing you all and wiping out Lin Feng, the winner of this copy will only be me.
9 figures killed out in unison, heading straight for Red Rin and the others. Red Rin's side was considered to be a void talisman. There were only 6 dangerous levels, but they weren't the least bit weak against them. Facing the attack of the 8 faces of Faust and Li Peng, they met it calmly. They had to resist with all their might now, and a second's delay was a second's delay. Red Rin's entire body was wrapped in blood. Countless threads of blood erupted from it, directly enveloping the 2 dangerous rank-higher 8-faced floaters.
Akira Rin, don't think you're strong enough to actually try to beat the 2 of us.
One of the bizarre snapped. Red Rin's expression was indifferent. Don't you know if you've tried it, if 2 against 1 is countered, then you guys will be disgraced. Czech's eyes were bloodshot and he entered a frenzied state. The chainsaw in his hand swung up and down, beating the 2 dangerous grade middle ranks out of breath.
Several other administrators also showed their skills against their enemies. Hello again, last time I let you get a lucky win over me, but this time will be different.
Li Peng clenched his right bone arm into a fist, and the black lines on his bone arm lit up with an overwhelming aura.
Void Talisman cocked his head and looked at Li Peng, asking seriously, who are you?
The flames in the eyes of the corpse Duke became hot, as if he had already secured a victory.
The Ghost King's possessions, the mysterious treasure, would all be his, and if he got his hands on all of them, the Ghost King level would no longer be illusory to him and would become a reality. Thinking of this, he was already a little impatient, so he simply made his move directly, lest there be any changes. Subsequently, he clenched one hand in vain, and a skeleton scepter was added to his hand. His figure slowly rose into the air, and the gem on the scepter in his hand began to accumulate pitch-black energy as the corpse skeleton Duke poured as much power into it as he could. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color. The corpse-wrecked Duke looked towards the manor behind the purgatory apartments, cruelty in his eyes. Red Rin and the rest of them each had ugly faces, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as the corpse-wrecked Duke condensed a ball of energy light and struck at the place where Inkanchan was. No!
A violent explosion resounded through the sky, as if it was announcing the success of the corpse Duke.
This is the end, it's too boring.
The werewolf sat on the high platform, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. The eyes of the demonic man on the side narrowed slightly as he looked at the place where the explosion was.
No, the part one was looking forward to seems to be coming.
In the face of this explosion, the corpse Duke didn't look very happy. Instead, the air pressure around him was a bit low. It was because the manor was unharmed, and his attack had been blocked.
How is that possible?
The corpse Duke's tone rarely fluctuated. In the next moment, he saw a figure rapidly coming this way. and the sharp-eyed him instantly saw the other party's appearance clearly. Human! The figure arrived in front of the apartment in the blink of an eye, confronting the corpse duke. The human was clearly Lin Feng, who hadn't shown up for a few days. Lin Feng, you finally came out. Red Rin and the other creeps were ecstatic when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng cast a glance towards them, signaling that they were at ease, and the few administrators were also a little excited at the sight. It looked like it was stable. Stall for a bit longer, Kanchan has already attempted to break through. Upon hearing this, the several administrators were instantly energized and attacked with all their strength, the 5 dangerous grade higher levels pressing down on the 8-faced floating buttress. Li Peng clenched his right arm and punched at the void talisman, the 2 fists clashing in the center with a fierce boom. The current him was actually not the least bit weak in terms of power to the void talisman, who was known for his physical body. Seeing Lin Feng, Li Peng grinned wildly. Lin Feng, I haven't even gone to look for you yet and you popped up instead. Wait for me to finish this zombie and then I'll kill you. Now that I have calamity level props with me, it's easy to kill you. With Lord Corpse Skeleton here, let's see how you can live. There is no Xiao Meishui here to cover you. I don't believe that you still have a destruction grade creepy to back you up. Saying that, he raised his bone arm and pointed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw him and didn't recognize him for a moment. Who are you here? Li Peng was choked and almost lost his breath. He was still trying to put in some harsh words when the virtual talisman in front of him suddenly drank. Pass me first. With that, the bandages on his entire body fell apart, revealing bronze-colored skin and dark gray hair. In the next moment, his body rapidly expanded, bursting his outer clothes and transforming from a slightly thin body into a zombie giant over 2 meters tall in a flash. The real body of the virtual talisman appeared, his eyes were bloodshot, his mouth was full of fangs, and a sense of oppression swept over Li Peng's entire body. Another punch came, but it was several times stronger than the previous aura, and the air produced a popping sound because of it. Li Peng's scalp was numb, he could only as to raise his bone arm, fully resisting the virtual runic gale-like fist. Damn, why is this zombie so difficult to deal with? Ignoring these eyesores, Lin Feng's gaze went to the corpse wreck duke, and the two's eyes met. Old thing, I'll be your opponent. Before Chan breaks through, I won't let you come one step closer to here. The corpse duke lowered his head and looked at Lin Feng, the color of obscurity within his empty eyes. In addition to that, Lin Feng had 3 runes that were all blue in color suspended in one of his hands. The runes looked plain and unadorned, but he could feel that the power contained within each of them was enough to shake him. These 3 runes were clearly the ice spirit talismans that Xiao Meishui had gifted him, and now that he was facing destruction level shenanigans, Lin Feng had to take them out to deal with them. On top of that, at the moment, his feet were stepping on an earth-colored gourd engraved with golden patterns, because of which Lin Feng was able to come to the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The other Bazaar didn't notice it, but he could see it clearly. Just now his full force strike was resisted by the power of this gourd. And the gourd under Lin Feng's feet, he recognized it. Ghost King level props, the Earth Fiend treasure gourd, the weapon used by Yin Kanchan's father back then, relying on this gourd to wear out the Green Mountain Ghost King. Now it actually appeared in the hands of a human. It seems that the relationship between this human and Yin Kanchan is extraordinary. Just now, this human said that Yin Kanchan was about to make a breakthrough, but to be honest, he scoffed at this. He had just made a breakthrough not long ago. Didn't he know how difficult it was to make a breakthrough at the destruction level? It was nothing more than a bluff. Thinking of this, the corpse duke sneered and once again raised the skeleton bone staff in his hand, making it seem as if anyone didn't have a Ghost King level prop. Human, you want to die, then I'll fulfill you. In his eyes, Lin Feng himself was extremely weak. Consuming the other party's means would be a handful. He had been coveting this earthly fiendish treasure gourd for a long time. The corpse duke didn't hesitate. The bone staff in his hand was once again activated, and the majestic Bazaar Chi materialized, forming a huge skeleton that opened its mouth towards Lin Feng, wanting to devour him. Lin Feng stomped his foot at the earthly fiendish treasure gourd below him, and immediately the gourd's bottle mouth opened, and a desolate chi erupted out of it, turning into a barrier in front of Lin Feng. Boom! The hideous skull collided with the barren barrier. However, the barrier only lasted for 5 seconds before it exploded. The aftermath of the skeleton hit Lin Feng directly, sending him flying backwards and crashing into the outer wall of the apartment at the back. Cough cough cough. The smoke cleared and Lin Feng crawled out of the rubble with great difficulty. It's actually okay. The corpse duke was surprised, while Red Rin and the other creeps were relieved. Sure enough, this level of mind-catalyzing Ghost King class prop still can't be compared to Destruction class. Lin Feng laughed bitterly. With his current strength, it was still a bit of a stretch to catalyze a Ghost King level prop like the Earthbane treasure gourd, but fortunately, the desolate chi of the Earthbane treasure gourd still weakened most of its power. With his ice silk cold clothes and his own strength as a senior guile martial artist, he hardened himself against the remaining power. He had only suffered some minor injuries to his 5 organs, and with the rapid recovery of his flesh and blood having a spirit, there was nothing much to worry about.
Lin Feng stood up again and flew back by stepping on the earth-destroying treasure gourd. Destruction level on this old dog, did you not eat? No, go back and find a class. Lin Feng sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. Corpse Duke's anger value towards you plus 1000, converted into 1000 points of trickster chi value. Flames rose in the eyes of the Corpse Duke, the temperature around him dropped to freezing point, clearly enraged by Lin Feng's words. This old dang, he was quite angry, exploding 1000 points of trickster chi value in one go. But now there was no time for Lin Feng to rejoice, enraging the Duke of Corpses would usher in a storm of retaliation from the other side. Sure enough, the Duke of Corpse Rex spread his arms wide and chanted a mysterious incantation. Lin Feng felt bad and just wanted to retreat backwards, however, the space around him was actually bound and he couldn't escape. Dark clouds swept across the sky directly above his head, and a huge vortex emerged in the center, shocking the heavens and the earth. Human, I want you dead. With the roar of the Corpse Duke, a pitch-black lightning bolt in the center of the vortex fell violently. The lightning bolt was as thick as a bucket, its destructive power was undisguised, accompanied by ghostly cries and wolves. It slammed straight at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart stopped abruptly. He hurriedly threw out the Ice Vibrancy Talisman in his hand. He knew that this strike wasn't something that could be carried off as hard as before. The Ice Spirit Talisman was activated. A terrifying power erupted from this tiny talisman, directly shattering the confinement of the space around Lin Feng. In the next moment, the Ice Spirit Talisman released a little snowflake, which transformed into an absolutely beautiful blurred figure in the air. The figure's long hair was like snow, and it was cold and dusty. In the face of the incoming lightning, the cold and beautiful woman's eyes were calm, and she stretched out her jade finger. An ice blue light column shot out and collided with the pitch-black lightning. Boom! Ice blue column of light rises up to the sky, the sound of the pitch-black lightning directly through, and then the remaining momentum has not been reduced, shot into the vortex in the air. Snowflakes flew in the sky, the giant vortex was brutally broken up, and a large hole burst open in the center of the dark clouds, which gradually spread out, revealing the original sky. The Corpse Duke's shock value to you plus 2000, converted into 2000 points of trickster chi value. The Czech Republic's shock value to you is plus 500, converting it to 500 points of trickster chi value. Red Rins. To you. Such a shocking scene shook all the trickster minds present, and not only that, the leaders and high-ranking members of the various forces watching from afar couldn't help but change their colors. An all-out strike from a destruction-grade high rank was just this shocking. How is it possible? How could you possibly possess such means? The Corpse Duke had disbelief in his voice. Lin Feng laughed lightly. Hee, I can still use a tactic like this twice, do you still want to try? But the Corpse Duke was in the end old and cunning and immediately calmed down. Do you really think I'm a fool? Why should I waste time with you here, after killing in Kanchan? Even if you have more means, they are all useless. With a wave of his hand, the skeleton army below received orders and directly killed towards the manor at the back of the purgatory apartment. At the same time, the Corpse Duke's figure flickered and disappeared in place, and in the next moment, he reappeared behind Lin Feng, and then killed towards the manor without looking back. Lin Feng's face went cold and he cursed the old dog. Then he didn't dare to delay, stepping on the Earth Fiend treasure gourd and chasing after him. At the same time, no matter how precious the Ice Spirit Talisman was, he threw out another strike and smashed it at the Corpse Wreck Duke. The Duke of Corpse Wreck did not dare to be careless, and turned back to fully mobilize the bone staff to resist this attack. But this could not stop the Duke of Corpse Wreck's footsteps. Seeing that it was about to approach the manor, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with blood, and he was about to plan to detonate all of the desolate chi within the Earth Fiend treasure gourd as well as the last Ice Vibrancy Talisman, and die with the other party. At this time, the turnaround came. Side quest completed. In Kankan breaks through the destruction level, rewarded with 20,000 experience points. Strange Earth Deed *1. The system's voice rang in Lin Feng's ears like heavenly music. Sha 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 sha. The air stagnated abruptly, and the originally fierce winds and dark clouds became equally calm. The Corpse Duke paused in place, looking at the inconspicuous manor with some disbelief. He could feel that the guile chi in his body was rapidly drying up. Not only that, the guile chi within a radius of a few hundred meters was also drained in an instant. The vegetation rapidly withered, the earth became dry and cracked, and the barren atmosphere spread out. And the source of all these strange changes came from the villa within that manor. An extremely powerful aura was gradually growing. Impossible. This is impossible. It's only been a few days, and it's actually a breakthrough. The Corpse Duke was furious. He knew that his last chance to kill In Kanchan was gone. Thinking of this, he turned his head violently, his empty eyes looking at Lin Feng. Since he couldn't kill In Kanchan, then he would capture Lin Feng. Seeing as this human had an extraordinary relationship with In Kanchan, if he captured him, In Kanchan would still have to beg for mercy. Without hesitation, the Corpse Duke's figure flickered and pushed straight towards Lin Feng, who was very close to him. Seeing that his withered palm was about to grab Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng wasn't the least bit panicked. instead he revealed a light smile and shouted, "Wife, save me." "Don't shout so loud, fool." A shy and annoyed chortle came out. In the next moment, Lin Feng's figure disappeared in place and appeared in the air a few dozen meters away. Yin Kanchan held Lin Feng in her arms in the form of a princess hug, and this size difference between the two of them appeared to be a kind of contrasting adorableness. The corpse duke pounced and glared angrily at the suddenly appearing Yin Kanchan. "My man, you dare to touch. Sundry fish, this lady wants you dead." Yun Chan's ears flushed red, but she still stared viciously at the corpse duke. "Wow, Cancan's wife is so handsome." Lin Feng clamped his voice and looked at Yin Cancan with a face of adoration. Yun Chan instantly exploded and pushed Lin Feng's face away. "Hate it, it's so meaty." Yun Chan's favorability towards you plus 200, converted into 200 points of GUHE value. Seeing the other party so embarrassed, Lin Feng revealed a bad smile. This girl was still so unamused. After more than 3 days of Lin Feng's continuous infusion, Yin Kanchan's energy was finally filled up and had the basis for a breakthrough. It was thanks to the fact that it was Yin Kanchan, the Dryads, as the top race of zombies, had a terrifyingly strong physical body. If it was any other bazaar, it would probably have been burst by so much majestic energy. It was good that it ended well. "Lin Feng, go help Wendy and the others, I'll deal with this old guy." Yin Kanchan said softly. "What did you call me?" Lin Feng came over cheaply. Yun Chan's eyes dodged, but in the end, she blushed and whispered, "Old husband." Satisfied, Lin Feng got up and threw the earthly fiend treasure gourd to Yin Kanchan, then leapt down. "As you wish, your honorable wife." As Lin Feng left, a happy smile on Yin Cancan's face disappeared and her fierce gaze swept towards the corpse-wrecked duke in front of her. "Old mongrel, after being rampant for so long, it's time for you to learn a lesson. Say it, how do you want to die?" The corpse-wrecked duke calmed the bizarre chi in his body and laughed hoarsely. "Jia, a little girl who just made a breakthrough and her breath hasn't even calmed down yet, and she's just blabbering about it. What are you going to fight me with?" Even though Yin Kanchan's breakthrough speed shocked the corpse duke, he didn't feel that he would lose. In his opinion, even if Yin Kanchan barely made a breakthrough, his foundation was bound to be unstable, and he was no match for his destruction level that relied on accumulation. "The advantage is still mine. We won't know if we can fight or not if we try." Yin Kanchan didn't talk much. Her feet stepped on the earth destruction treasure gourd, and a majestic desolate chi erupted from it, many times more than Lin Feng was using. The Duke of Corpses raised his bone staff, and pitch-black bizarre chi similarly erupted out. The two destruction classes went all out, one black and one yellow each occupying half of the sky. The scene was quite grand. "Is this a destruction class? It's too strong. How did the drop demon girl break through so quickly? I really want to teach her." The wolves watching from afar were stunned at the sight of this scene, and the leg of lamb in their hands didn't even smell good anymore. "Not quite sure, but I have a feeling that it's unrelated to that human." The demonic man turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, quite interested in him. "You're really right, there really is a good show. 2 great destruction levels, I wonder who will win." The werewolf said heartily. "We'll see." Below the original, the Purgatory Apartments and the Corpse Duke's men were on equal footing. However, with a large army of skeletons coming from the rear, the crowd of shenanigans were a bit overwhelmed, and the pressure was much higher, so they could only fight and retreat. "We're here to help." Inside the apartment, dozens of creeps such as Xian Ro as well as Blood Slaughter ran out and joined the battlefield to fend off the skeleton army. These bazaar were all voluntarily staying behind to guard the Purgatory Apartment, and a small portion were forced to volunteer. Still, their presence provided a lot of help. Su Xiaoran also quietly followed behind, carrying a machete in her hand that didn't match her petite figure at all, chanting, "Killing a skeleton gives 50 experience points, charge the duck." Hero on stage. At this moment, Lin Feng descended from the sky and directly killed the battlefield. With the golden scale ring ruler in his hand and many skills in full swing, the skeletons were harvested like wheat by Lin Feng in a frenzy. "Lin Feng, take life." A furious shout came out. Li Peng's figure scurried out and killed Lin Feng. Void Talisman was entangled by the humongous skeleton army and accidentally let Li Peng go. "Isn't it good to live a little longer, but you have to come over to die?" Lin Feng sighed lightly. The golden scale ring ruler in his hand struck over without hesitation. The ring ruler collided with the fist. However, Li Peng didn't last long before he was suppressed by Lin Feng. The current Lin Feng's level had already surpassed Li Peng's, and with the guile profession on his side, Li Peng wasn't Lin Feng's opponent even if he had gotten a calamity level prop boost. Boom! Li Peng's pupils shrunk. Even if he was stupid, he understood the gap between the two now. "Mouse Creepy was killed by you?" He had thought that it was the apartment manager who had saved Lin Feng. Now he understood how terrifying Lin Feng's strength was. What responded to him was Lin Feng's relentless attack. "Lin Feng, I think there's some misunderstanding between us. You see, we didn't have any grudges before, there's no need to shout and fight." Li Peng stretched out his bony arm and fended it off with difficulty. His mouth began to speak kind words and he began to play the emotional card.
At the same time, he was holding a copy detachment coupon in his other normal hand, ready to detach from the copy at any time and slip away. How could Lin Feng not know this little thought? That makes some sense. Then I won't kill you. Lin Feng pretended to look entangled. Li Peng's guard in his heart relaxed slightly when he saw this. However, in the next moment, the ingratiating smile on his face froze, only to see that his hand holding the copy disengagement voucher had somehow been pierced by a crossbow bolt. Immediately, his arm corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the toxin spread towards his brain and heart at an extremely fast speed. Li Peng turned his head with difficulty and saw an undead creepy emerging from the ground, holding a crossbow and arrow in his hand, gazing at him icily. There are so many creepy looking here, it wasn't me who moved. No. Don't Lin Feng, how can you kill me? The toxin was rapidly spreading through his body, and a few more crossbow arrows came and hit his body, making him not even have the chance to activate his copy to get out of the voucher or take the antidote medicine. In a few breaths, Li Peng's body gradually decayed and withered, and eventually became a puddle of green water eroded by the toxin, while the arm bone was lying quietly in it. Lin Feng directly went over to lick the bag and pocketed the arm bone. Another calamity level prop arrived. As for Li Peng's personal space, Lin Feng was too lazy to search. He was a billionaire who would still look at this mosquito leg. After finishing off Li Peng, Lin Feng wasn't idle, and once again killed the other enemies with a strong stance. Lin Feng's appearance directly pushed the originally relatively stable situation instantly to a one-sided situation. The Corpse Duke's men had originally been held back by the administrators, but with Yin Kenshin's appearance, the administrators' morale was greatly boosted, and then Lin Feng's joining in was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The eight-faced buccaneers were broken down one by one they died horribly at the hands of the administrators and Lin Feng. Lord Corpse. Lord will definitely avenge us. With the last danger class creepy falling, all of the skeletons of the Corpse Wreck Duke had been taken care of, while the administrator's side had basically only suffered some minor injuries and had been somewhat depleted. As for the remaining skeleton army, they didn't pose much of a threat anymore. They appeared to be extremely numerous, but their individual strength was extremely weak, and they were only at the level of a traveling soul rank or an ordinary rank, so it was only a matter of time before they were all killed. At the same time in the sky above, the battle between the Duke of Corpses and Yin Kanchan was also in full swing. The pitch-black Guile Chi and Desolate Chi were constantly clashing fiercely, hitting the surrounding space and causing it to tremble. Yun Chan Chan had just broken through and was slightly uncomfortable at first, but as the battle became progressively more intense, she began to become skillful. Her pink double ponytail flew, and her fist wrapped in Desolate Chi continuously smashed into the Duke of Corpse Wreck. With such a terrifying power coming at him, the Corpse Duke could only use his bone staff to desperately fend it off while looking for a chance to counterattack. However, these counterattacks smashed on Yin Kanshin's body, but they were painless. Obviously, her body was so petite, but she fought with extraordinary ferocity. Was this the legendary saying that the pinker the hair, the more vicious the fight? While fighting, the Duke of Corpse Wreck's Afterglow also noticed that below, his own men were being killed. The fire in his eyes darkened, seemingly quite dissatisfied. A bunch of useless trash. Just as well, let's let you all play your last bit of usefulness. The pitch-black ball of light shook Yin Kanchan away, and before she could kill again, the Corpse Duke immediately pulled away while waving the bone staff in his hand. Undead, heed my call. The Corpse Wreck Duke opened his mouth, and all of a sudden an inexplicable suction force came. In the next moment, the skeleton army on the ground stopped moving at once, and they all raised their heads to look at the Corpse Wreck Duke in the sky. Not good, quickly stop them. Seemingly sensing something, Sig, who was also a skeleton guile, anxiously yelled out, wanting to cut down more skeletons. But it seemed to be too late. These skeletons opened their mouths in unison, a grayish-white air mass floated out and slowly drifted into the air. Thousands of grayish-white air masses formed a torrent and surged towards the Corpse Duke. And after spitting out the airball, these skeleton army quickly weathered and turned into a ground of white bone powder. The gray-white torrent surged into the body of the Duke of Corpses, and all of a sudden, his breath climbed up, and his pitch-black skeleton body instantly burned with gray-white flames. Yin Kankan's beautiful eyes were cold, and all of the Desolate Chi in the Earth Fiend treasure gourd surged out, attacking the Duke of Corpses who was still drawing power. However, the Duke of Corpses only gave her a contemptuous glance. Stretching out a hand wrapped in grayish-white flames, he directly blocked Yin Kankan's attack. In a few breaths, all of the grayish-white chi clusters were swallowed by the Corpse Wreck Duke, whose strength had climbed to the middle destruction class at this moment. Compared to me, you're still too young. The Corpse Wreck Duke laughed coldly, his words were incomparably confident. A stray fish is still a stray fish even if it is well fed. Within 3 moves, beat you old dog. Yin Kanshan crossed her arms and scolded nonchalantly. Big words. The Corpse Duke raised his bone staff, then made a false point in the air. Then, let's use Lord Aoyama's stance from back in the day to settle you. Sorrowful Narama. The power of the entire body converged at this moment. After the air was briefly quiet, a giant crack was torn in the void like a spring thunderbolt. Whoa! The moment the crack was opened, countless sorrowful and wailing ghosts strangely swarmed out from the crack. Their grievances were monstrous, and they pounced straight at Inkanchan in front of them. Whoa! I'm so miserable. Kill. All to die. All die. The unjust souls crowded around each other, their cries and angry curses resounding through the sky in a mixture of sounds. Lin Feng on the ground as well as the many bizarre minds were filled with this mournful sound and immediately felt a splitting headache, each of them holding their heads and falling to the ground in pain. All the bizarre inhumans within a few miles were affected by it. Even those few calamity-level bizarre couldn't help but feel chills all over their bodies when they looked at it. Chan. Lin Feng stood at the bottom and raised his head with difficulty, unable to help but squeeze a cold sweat for Inkanchan. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught of unjust souls, Inkanchan's face had flattened out, and her pretty face instead held a slight disdain. The stance of dad's underdogs back then, do you really think it's powerful? Miscellaneous fish, let's show you the true desolation. Inkanchan's eyes lit up with hot flames as the blazing sun broke through the clouds and poured sunlight down. It was rare for the sun of the weird world to be so scorching hot, baking the weirdos dizzy. Red Earth 1,000 miles. Inkanchan droned out, and desolate chi swept across the entire sky with blazing temperatures. In a flash, the bizarre chi within a few kilometers was drained in an instant, and there was no vitality, only a sense of despair filled the barren earth. Boom! The moment the sky-covering grievous souls came into contact with that barren air, the bizarre chi within their bodies was eroded and dried up, and the grievous souls instantly stopped crying and howling, because only now did they feel what true despair was. The drought demon is as cheerful as a fire. This aura of despair was equally disturbing to the Duke of Corpses and Skeletons. That bad memory from 100 years ago surged to the forefront of his mind. The desolate aura quickly engulfed the unjust souls that swooped over, and the unjust souls went from ghostly cries in the beginning to realizing that something wasn't quite right later on. The souls that came into contact with the aura instantly turned into a ball of flying sand and dissipated in midair. This caused the unjust souls that came before and after to very naturally turn around and run towards the crack in the air. Bastards, why are you guys even more wimpy than I was back then? What happened to the promise of being trapped for 1,000 years with a great deal of grievances and coming out to destroy everything in sight? The corpse-wrecked Duke was furious when he saw this. Seeing the desolate chi engulfing everything with an unstoppable momentum, the corpse-wrecked Duke's heart was hardened and he sprayed out a pitch-black colored breath. After releasing this breath, the flames in the Duke of Corpse's eyes slightly wilted, but he still held out hope. The black-colored breath drilled into the crack and disappeared. Immediately afterward, the crack opened up violently and then began to tremble. The corpse Duke was ecstatic at the sight. It's coming. Boom! A large skeletal hand violently probed out and grabbed the edge of the crack, seemingly wanting to prop it up. In the next moment, a huge skeleton head slowly poked out from the crack, and an extremely strong sense of oppression instantly struck. Roar! The skeleton head seemed to be extremely desperate to come out, continuously emitting roars. His body then slowly drilled out as well, only for his body to be wrapped with a thigh-thick chain, firmly locking him inside. The retreat of the unjust souls was blocked by the giant skeleton, and with no place to escape, they could only hang around at the entrance of the rift. The giant skeleton that was not able to win directly swung out its large hand and slapped these unjust souls apart. This is destruction level high grade. Lin Feng stood up and eyed the giant skeleton that poked out half of its body. Kill her and I'll let you regain your freedom, the corpse Duke said from the back, pointing at Inkanchan. As for whether he had the ability to actually free the giant skeleton, that was something only he knew. The giant skeleton stopped moving and looked with both eyes towards Inkanchan who was wrapped in the desolate aura. He seemed to hate these auras very much, or was unwilling to let go of this possible chance to escape. Roaring angrily at Inkanchan, he poked out his giant claws and slapped towards her. At this moment, after absorbing the many unjust souls and the surrounding bizarre chi, Inkanchan's figure became even more slender and her appearance even more beautiful. The desolate chi around her was at her disposal. Facing this strike, Inkanchan did not have any reservations, releasing all her strength to fight with the other party. At the same time, Lin Feng on the ground stood up, holding the last ice spirit talisman in his hand. Right now in this situation, Inkanchan didn't have the advantage. In order to break this stalemate, he had to make a move. Red Rin seemed to see Lin Feng's thoughts and stood up with strong support, because he had released too much blood magic. At the moment his face was a bit pale and his breath had become shriveled, like the way he looked when they first met. However, he still understood and cast blood magic to help Lin Feng. A pillar of blood rose from under Lin Feng's feet, lifting him up in the air and gradually approaching the corpse-wrecked Duke. The corpse-wrecked Duke was originally focused on maintaining the stability of the rift to facilitate the giant skeleton's attack on Inkanchan. When he saw with his afterimage that Lin Feng was stepping on the pillar of blood and holding the ice spirit talisman in his hand as he flew towards him. Thinking about the terrifying power of the ice spirit talisman, the Duke of Corpse Skeletons was immediately scared out of his wits. There was no way he could carry this blow in his current state. Thinking of this, the corpse duke hurriedly raised his bone staff, releasing a barrier of bizarre chi, and as a result, gave up control of the lesser cracks. However, Lin Feng just stood on the blood pillar and raised the ice spirit talisman, looking like he was going to throw it or not. I'll throw it. Teasing you, scaring you. I'll throw it again. Sweating it out, aren't you, old brother? Lin Feng's several rounds of fake moves scared the corpse duke's heartbeat a bit too much, his eyes filled with rage. Damn it, you dare to trick me. Corpse duke's anger value towards you plus 1000, converted into 1000 points of trickster chi value. On the other hand, without the support of the corpse duke, the cracks were vaguely contracting, and the chains began to tense up, dragging the giant skeleton backwards. And In Kanchan, who was originally slightly disadvantaged, thus gained a chance to catch her breath and take advantage of your illness. Taking advantage of the giant skeleton's greatly restricted movement, she jumped directly onto its head, waved her little pink fist, and smashed it down one by one. Boom boom boom. Being pounded by In Kanchan so brutally, the giant skeleton's figure became even more unstable, and its huge body slowly disappeared into the cracks, and no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't come out for a bit more. The Duke of Corpses and Skeletons was shocked and hurriedly mobilized his bone staff, trying to salvage the situation. However, Lin Feng found the right moment and directly threw the ice talisman over. Boom! That stunningly beautiful figure reappeared and an icicle with a destructive aura directly stabbed at the corpse duke. Countless cracking sounds rang out, and the guile chi shield laid down by the corpse duke was broken through layer after layer. No! As death came, the corpse duke screamed, and without caring about any losses, he directly threw out the bone staff in his hand and detonated it. The icicle clashed with the bone staff, blooming a brilliant snowflake in the air. The snowflakes drifted away, revealing the lousy figure of the corpse duke, who at the moment had his black robe shattered, his entire body covered in frost, and his breath was exceptionally shriveled. Pity Lin Feng felt slightly regretful, not only because he didn't kill the corpse duke, but also because he was heartbroken over the destruction of that Ghost King level prop, which could be worth a lot of money. I'll kill you. Gray-white flames rose on the surface of the corpse duke's body, dispersing the frost. The corpse duke's anger value against you is plus 5000, converted into 5000 points of trickster chi value. The corpse duke didn't care about anything at the moment, his only thought was to kill Lin Feng. This human, who had hindered him 3 times, who was obviously so weak, had left him in a terrible situation. Without the appearance of this human, he would have killed In Kanchan, occupied this area and become a dominant party. Kill you. The corpse duke lunged towards Lin Feng with open teeth and claws. He wanted Lin Feng to pay. However, without waiting for him to get close, a slender fist smashed directly into his face. The crack had closed with the corpse duke's serious injury, and the giant skeleton was dragged back into it once more. In Kanchan was able to get away and killed directly without delay. The Duke of Skeletons was already at the end of his rope after the successive consumption, and without the Ghost King level props, he had no power to fight back in front of the invincible In Kankan. This punch directly smashed the eye socket of the Duke of Corpses to smithereens. The figure directly smashed into the ground, smashing out a large pit. Before he could climb out of the pit in a sorry state, In Kankan leapt down and kicked him in the chest, directly crushing his ribs one by one. Ah! Spare me, I'm willing to recognize you as my master and be your slave for all eternity. In Kankan shattered the bones of the corpse duke's entire body one by one. A strong sense of despair filled his heart. At this moment, he completely lacked the arrogant flair he had before. All he wanted to do now was to live. To be my slave, you are also worthy? Die, mongrel! In Kanchan's virtual grip, the desolate chi directly covered the beating heart under his ribs and yanked it off. The flames within the corpse duke's eyes suddenly dissipated, and the aura around his body was all gone, losing its vitality. History is always amazingly similar. Years ago, the Green Mountain Ghost King died in the hands of In Kanchan's parents. Now, the corpse duke died at the hands of In Kankan and Lin Feng. Not only is the desolate breath, even the fight with many is ancestral. What do you take to win? It's over. It's all over. The crowd of bizarre bigwigs watching from afar couldn't help but sigh a little. They had just witnessed the birth of a destruction class and now they were going to witness his death. Wonderful, wonderful. The demonic man stood on the high platform with an extraordinarily excited expression and couldn't help but clap his hands and applaud. The pattern is gradually becoming clearer, and it seems that the winner of this area has finally fallen to the Dryad girl. The werewolf also finished nibbling his snack. So what are you going to do next? Still want to run away? There's no rush. Let's see what this In Kanchan plans to do next. If she expands wildly like the corpse, then there's no point in staying. Yun Chan grabbed the corpse-wrecked duke's heart and took off his skull again. Even if he died, these were still well preserved. After all, they were destruction-level creepy body parts, still very precious. When the time came to spend a heavy amount of money to find a high-level tricky forge master, creating a destruction-grade prop was not a problem. Winning. We won. Thanks to the master. Yin Chan Chan climbed out of the pit as the many administrators and the weird tenants left behind cheered. Lin Feng also walked over slowly, smiling from the bottom of his heart. Hubby. When Yin Canchan saw Lin Feng, she instantly revealed a sweet smile and opened her arms, her warm and soft petite body directly jumping into Lin Feng's arms. At this moment, she completely lost the stern look she had when she fought with the corpse duke just now, and instead looked like a little girl in love. Yo, the crowd of creeps in the back saw this scene and made single dog noises. It was only then that Yin Cancan noticed that there were still so many eyes watching. She instantly blushed and turned her head arrogantly. You guys heard wrong. I didn't say those two words. Lin Feng's big hand caressed Yun Chan Chan's waist and laughed softly in her ear. So many people have heard it, do you still want to renege? Yun Chan Chan raised her pink fist, gently pounded on Lin Feng's chest, shyly whispered, it's not that before in the villa, you idiot forced people to call, I don't call my husband you just. The two separated, and the crowd of Bazaar also came over. Thanks to you Lin Feng, if it wasn't for you coming, that corpse duke probably couldn't be defeated. Red Rin thanked from the bottom of her heart. Wendy pinched the corner of her skirt and squirmed as she said to Lin Feng, I'm sorry, it was my bad attitude before, I apologize. At this moment, Lin Feng's image in their eyes was incomparably tall, and this series of actions directly helped them turn the tide of battle. Lin Feng harvested a whole bunch of respect values, which transformed into a few thousand points of Guiqi value. The matter was over, everyone was happy, and the many administrators began to clear the battlefield. Because of the battle, the trickster chi around the purgatory apartment had been drained by Yin Canchan and wouldn't recover for a while. The several apartments in the purgatory apartment were also damaged to varying degrees, and Lin Feng came to the back of the apartment and saw Su Xiaoran who was resting. Su Xiaoran's face was slightly white, but overall there was no major damage, so Lin Feng let go of his heart. Mr. Lin Feng, I knew you would win. Seeing Lin Feng, who he hadn't seen in days, Su Xiaoran revealed a sweet smile. You're not hurt, are you? Lin Feng asked with concern. Su Xiaoran shook her head, I'm fine. Where are the other few players? Where did they hide? Lin Feng looked around and didn't see the figures of the few surviving humans. They used the copy disengagement ticket to leave. Su Xiaoran said. It turned out that back during the weird battle between the two destruction levels, they couldn't take the pressure and chose to run away. However, this was irrelevant to Lin Feng and he just casually asked. The battle just now made me gain quite a lot of experience. I'll be able to reach level 30 soon. Su Xiaoran's expression was a bit flustered, her eyes flashed with light, she had progressed a bit more. That said, when you reach level 30 you can acquire a trick profession. Which category are you planning on acquiring? Lin Feng remembered that human players could exchange for a guile profession every time they leveled up by 30 levels, of course it could also be acquired through other means, for example, Lin Feng relied on the system to no longer need to break through at level 30. As long as there was enough guile chi value, he could extract and upgrade guile professions as he wished. I'm going to trade for a guile martial artist, I don't have much in the way of fighting right now. Su Xiaoran said truthfully. Lin Feng rubbed Su Xiaoran's head, that's good, in the future you'll be able to defend yourself if you enter a copy again. Su Xiaoran's ears were flushed and her expression was tinged with leaps of joy, like a kitten, she seemed to be enjoying Lin Feng's touch. Lin Feng, who is she? Yin Canchan's sultry voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng's body stiffened and when he turned around, he saw Yin Canchan looking at Su Xiaoran without blinking. Her name is Su Xiaoran, she's my human friend. Hello MS. Canchan. Su Xiaoran clasped her hands in front of her body and said in a well-behaved manner. With her hands behind her back, Yun Chan Chan slowly walked towards Su Xiaoran and stopped in front of her, then stood on her tiptoes and came close to Su Xiaoran's face to look at her seriously. MS. Can. Su Xiaoran was stared at a little uncomfortable, but in front of her was a destruction level of weirdness, and she didn't dare to make a move. What a beautiful sister, will you play with me? There's not a single friend here who plays with me, and that Wendy guy is especially respectful to me. Yin Canchan took Su Xiaoran's hand and revealed a kind smile. Su Xiaoran glanced at Lin Feng with her afterglow and saw him nodding, then she happily agreed, yes, I'm happy to get to know him as Canchan. Just call me Can. Let's go back to the manor. Yun Canchan hugged Su Xiaoran's arm intimately and pulled her towards the manor. Lin Feng, on the other hand, sought Yun Canchan's permission to invite the many helping shenanigans into the manor to host a celebration banquet. He even personally cooked and prepared the feast, while Wendy also entered the kitchen to help Lin Feng with the ingredients. Does Mr. Lin Feng still cook? Looking at Lin Feng's skillful movements, Wendy asked curiously. Wendy not only acted as the janitor but also as Yun Canchan's personal maid, and she was the one who took care of Yun Canchan's daily life when Lin Feng was away. However, her cooking hadn't been able to make Yun Canchan particularly satisfied. It's just junior trick chef, it's nothing, Lin Feng said casually. Mr. Lin Feng, can you teach me how to cook? I want my master to eat my cooking and praise my craftsmanship, Wendy said with a bit of a twist, looking at Lin Feng hopefully.
Lin Feng thought for a moment, then said, "Then do you want to be my apprentice? If that's the case, I can teach you and quickly bring you up to the level of a junior creepy chef." "Really? Then I'm willing." Wendy sniffed and said excitedly. Wendy had already been convinced by Lin Feng's magnificent maneuvers and had enough respect value, so Lin Feng directly signed a contract with him and took him as his second disciple. Lin Feng then taught her the knowledge and skills of a beginner trickster chef. This knowledge is what a beginner trickster chef needs to master. You can digest it carefully and practice more. I believe you'll be able to master it in a few days, Lin Feng said. A large amount of information suddenly appeared in her mind, causing Wendy to go into a bit of a trance. When she slowed down, her gaze towards Lin Feng became awe-inspiring. This human master of his own, he actually even had this kind of tactic, as expected of a master, his vision was just better than his own. The next day, the big battle between Yin Kanchan and the corpse duke spread completely. Not only were the creeps taken aback, but the real-world side was also aware of the news. There was a lot of talk on the Voice of Thrill app. The C-level copy of the Skeleton Jungle disappeared and was downgraded to a D-level copy. Do any of the big hangers-on know what's going on? I'm big but I don't know anything. Why don't you ask the ones that are dragging or wrapped around their waist? I know. The boss of the Skeleton Jungle, the Duke of Corpse Rex, broke through the destruction level and then was killed in less than a week, and according to those in the know, it was by the boss of the Purgatory Apartment. WC. So explosive, bizarre fire merge, destruction level violent death. Is a new B-rank copy coming? According to Wild History, Lin Feng and Purgatory Apartment's boss had a thing. This wild history of yours is not only wild, it's also history. It's better to believe you than to believe that I'm the first emperor of Qin. Inside the villa of the Purgatory Apartment, Lin Feng woke up leisurely. Yesterday's banquet had a bit of a high time, and Yin Kanchan even took out the treasured wine. Drinking directly unconscious, a drink a squeak. The deep sleep had restored his energy and made him stretch. Then he felt a soft and elastic touch coming from his hand. Boing! A murmuring sound came from his ears. Lin Feng turned his head and was instantly filled with furrows filling his sight. The size of this, it can't be Cancan by any stretch of the imagination. Lin Feng looked up from the gully and saw Su Xiaoran's sleeping face. Sitting up in a mischievous manner, Lin Feng realized that there was another one lying on his lap. Yin Kanchan was unclothed and lying on his lap. It seemed that his movements were too loud, and Yun Chanchan was woken up and sat up in a daze. Morning, Lin Feng. My head hurts, said Yun Chanchan as she smiled at Lin Feng and rubbed her eyes. Ha! Why is there a hair in my mouth? It's still curly. Did you sneak a drink last night? I told you kids aren't allowed to drink. Lin Feng calmly and quickly put on his clothes and pants, then feigned anger. Yin Kanchan said aggrievedly, I just took a sip, and I'm not a child. Well. On the side, Su Xiaoran hummed softly and opened her eyes slyly, lazily propping herself up, her long hair falling out, her light clothing slipping down, revealing her bare shoulders and tantalizing curves. Lin Feng subconsciously cast his eyes, taking in the beauty. Yeah, Mr. Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng's face near her eyes, Su Xiaoran instantly woke up in shock. Realizing that she was completely exposed to Lin Feng's line of sight, she hastily covered herself with a blushing face. No looking. Seeing Lin Feng's demented look, Yin Kanchan eagerly pounced over and twisted Lin Feng's head around, giving him a brainpad wave. I didn't see anything. Fine, Lin Feng, I knew you liked the big ones. Yin Kanchan bit her shell teeth lightly and couldn't help but say. Lin Feng said eagerly, misunderstanding, Can, I like you the most, those are all external things. Then what do you like about me? Yun Chanchan held Lin Feng's head and forced him to look at him. Looking at the delicate pretty face in front of him, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with tenderness. I just like the way you look when you stay in your room and go deep, and the way you concentrate when you go in and out. You're perfect in my eyes. Without waiting for Lin Feng to continue, Yun Chanchan first turned her head shyly. Alright, I know. Just why does that sound weird to you? Lin Feng then turned around and Su Xiaoran had already gotten dressed at the moment. Xiaoran, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lin Feng scratched his head. Su Xiaoran nodded shyly. I know I don't blame Mr. Lin Feng, after all, I drank last night. At this time, Yin Kanchan pulled Su Xiaoran's hand. Let's go Xiaoran, let's go wash up. Su Xiaoran hummed and the two women walked out of the room intimately. Stupid Lin Feng, go make breakfast. Got it. Lin Feng casually answered. After tidying up, he walked downstairs. The mess from last night had been cleaned up and restored to its original state. It seemed like the administrators were still very responsible. Master, you're awake. Wendy walked out from the kitchen and greeted Lin Feng cordially when she saw him. Lin Feng nodded. Trouble you guys. Taking care of Master is what we should do. Is Master awake? Wendy asked. She'll come down later, that said. You're in this outfit. Lin Feng looked at Wendy and said hesitantly. In the past, Wendy had short yellow hair, wore a long skirt-made outfit in black and white, her pretty face was tight and cold, and she looked competent. And today, although she was already wearing a maid outfit, the picture was not quite right. The black and white changed into a light pink color, the neckline became lower, and the snow-white rounds were vaguely visible, and the long skirt became a small short skirt, revealing her pair of slender and well-proportioned thighs. The most important thing is that she is still wearing garter socks. Wendy's cold face had a rare look of shyness, squirming. Master, have you forgotten? This is what you asked me to wear last night, and also said that this is helpful for cooking. So I altered the clothes overnight. Lin Feng's eyes went black and he lamented in his heart. Drinking is wrong. Drinking is wrong. Drinking hurts people. From today, quit drinking. In Kanchan and Su Xiaoran came downstairs and noticed the greatly changed Wendy. Wendy, you look so good dressed like this. If you ask me, you should have been like this a long time ago. You are obviously good looking, but you were dressed so rigidly. If only you smiled more. Yun Chan curiously looked at Wendy from left to right. Thank you, master, for the compliment. Wendy forced a smile that looked even more stiff. Hurry up and eat, master. Wendy said. Wow, did Wendy make all this? It looks pretty good. It's an improvement from before. Yun Chan marveled. Lin Feng and Su Xiaoran also sat on the table and picked up the bread as well as the ham to eat. It's delicious. It's not as good as what Lin Feng made, but it's still pretty impressive. In Kanchan was full of praise. Wendy said solemnly, I'll have to learn more from master in the future. After breakfast, Akira Rin came to the villa at just the right time. Master, Lord Lin Feng, it's time to take care of things afterward. Lin Feng in Kanchan and a group of administrators gathered together, and to Lin Feng's surprise, Void Rune had also mixed in as an administrator, replacing the rat creepy, who had been killed by Lin Feng, as the administrator of the second building, even though the status of administrator was already a pose. Master, now that the corpse duke has just died and his men have been cleared out as much as they can, you're the strongest in a few hundred miles around now, and the several surrounding forces are all watching to see what we're going to do next. I wonder what master has planned. Red Rin asked as she looked at In Kanchan, her eyes burning with fire, as if she was very much looking forward to In Kanchan giving the order and leading them to attack the city. The other administrators also looked at her pleadingly. Previously the purgatory apartment had been suppressed by the corpse duke for a long time, and now they were finally raising their eyebrows. In Kanchan tapped her chin with her fingers in a thoughtful manner. For a long time she turned her head and looked at Lin Feng for help. Lin Feng, what do you think I should do? Just do what you think, I'll always support you. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed Yun Chanchan's hair and said. Lin Feng didn't know what In Kanchan was thinking. She didn't want to get involved in all the interest entanglements. She just wanted to stay in her own little world and live a plain and cozy life. Lin Feng naturally supported this, but the reality was often not what was expected. All the major powers were waiting for In Kanchan to state her position. After all, her destruction level strength was here. Even if she said she had no desires, the other powers wouldn't dare to believe her. Yun Chanchan wasn't stupid and knew that Akira and the others wanted her to expand her power, unify the other nearby creepy forces and become the ruler, but that kind of life wasn't what she wanted. Although she wanted to be a queen, it wasn't that kind of queen, but, everyone, listen to me. Lin Feng suddenly spoke. The crowd bizarrely turned their eyes towards Lin Feng. They still valued his statement. Lord Lin Feng can speak directly. Akirin said. You all want Kanchan to follow what Duke Corpswreck did and conquer the remaining few powers by force, right? But as you all know, Kanchan doesn't want to do that. Lin Feng said in a cold voice. A few administrators of Red Rin looked at each other, then hesitantly said, Master doesn't want to do that, and we won't force Master to do that. It's just, times are different. The bizarre world doesn't just have fighting and killing, and conquering them isn't just a means of force. The vampires of the Blood Spirit Tower, the werewolves of the Killing Duel Arena, the 8-foot lady of the Twilight Manor, these are all calamity-level powerhouses. If we don't rely on force to conquer them, what else can we do? Chek said. This area has never been peaceful because of the jockeying of various forces. Now that Chan Chan has broken through the devastation level, it's time to make a change, and I reckon that these bazaar chiefs are thinking the same way. I've learned that this place has an extremely high number of bazaar, mixed with fish and dragons, but it is not rich in commerce and entertainment, and has high business potential. After the corpse-wrecked Duke broke through, he pushed all the way to level the field and exterminated many forces, causing the bazaar to be on edge. If Kankan does the same, it will definitely cause these forces to rebel, and that would not be worth the loss. It would be better for Kankan to lead the way, and several families to form an alliance to establish a bazaar community to jointly take charge of the economic lifelines of this area. It's only hard to get rich together, and this won't bother Kankan too much. Lin Feng narrated his words. Red Rin's eyes flickered and her hands clenched, as if she was very interested in Lin Feng's proposal. No fighting? How uninteresting that would be. Chek was a bit disappointed. To him a life of fighting and killing was interesting. Lin Feng smiled. After the alliance, there will definitely be less disputes. You'll be busy then. And when it gets bigger, the level of the copies will be raised, and more humans will enter the copies then as well. At those words, Chek also sat up straight with a rather excited expression.
Several other administrators were also quite agreeable to Lin Feng's proposal.
What do you think, Kanchan?
Lin Feng turned his head to look at Yin Kanchan and asked.
Is there really no need for me to do anything? Yun Chanchan asked in a soft voice.
As long as you're here to make a stand, with you making a stand, those forces will definitely come together to cooperate, and leave the rest to me and Red Rin and the others. With money for this place to develop, there will be more fun. I'm still thinking of building an amusement park, Lin Feng said in a good manner.
Amusement park.
Upon hearing this, Yin Kanchan's eyes lit up and a look of longing appeared on her pretty face.
I also want to plant a sea of flowers, right behind the manor, is that okay? Of course there's no problem, Can do whatever she wants,
Lin Feng said gently. Seeing this, the administrators also agreed to the proposal, and Akane was even rubbing her fists and jumping into action. Even though with Yin Kanchan's strength, it was only a matter of time before he took over this area, that process was bound to involve a lot of losses, and after unification, he would still have to face management problems.
Nowadays, following Lin Feng's methods was going to be much easier.
Afterwards, everyone continued to discuss some details and sketched out the general plan before the meeting was adjourned. Yin Kanchan went upstairs with light footsteps, exchanging some boudoir secrets with Su Xiaoran, when Lin Feng called out to Red Rin, who was about to leave.
Lord Lin Feng, is there anything else you want to explain? Red Rin asked suspiciously. Lin Feng took Red Rin's shoulder and smiled mysteriously. Brother Red Rin, I'm planning to build a foot-washing city, what do you think? A foot-washing city? Aren't you going to build an amusement park? Red Rin froze. Keep your voice down. An amusement park is going to be there, a foot-washing city is going to be built as well. As far as I understand it, there doesn't seem to be any similar establishments in this neighboring area, right?
Lin Feng said softly. Red Rin thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, the vampire mainly masters the medical field, several hospitals are under his name, the werewolf is an underground trade, with the gladiator arena as the main source of income, the 8-foot madam is a merchandise trade, and some of the other small forces are not involved. Then this is a business opportunity, think about it, Creepy also needs to work and rest, how tiring it is to work all day, isn't Footwash City exactly what they need? Lin Feng followed the temptation. But we also don't know how to massage and the name Footwash City is not inevitable, Red Rin hesitated. Lin Feng, on the other hand, waved his hand, what's this, you won't I will I'm still a senior trick masseur, I can teach you at that time, as for the name,
change it to a senior clubhouse and it'll be fine.
Senior masseur. Red Rin was a bit surprised, Lord Lin Feng was really versatile. This is a bazaar land deed in 200 million thrill coins, you find bazaar to help me build one to test the waters, and then open a branch when it gets bigger. Lin Feng took out a piece of parchment and a black card. It was the 200 million thrill coins that Eerie Security had sent him and the land deed he had gotten from the mission.
Creepy land deed, it's proof that you own real estate in the creepy world.
The location was next to a street a few kilometers away from the Purgatory apartment, covering more than 1,000 square meters and worth tens of millions of thrill coins.
200 million is a bit too much, isn't it?
Akira felt a bit thirsty and said hesitantly as he looked at the black card. Spend it towards more is all, the rest is considered a subsidy for you guys, thank you for taking care of Kanchan for so many years. Lin Feng said generously, forcing the black card into its hands. Until Red Rin walked out of the villa, her expression was still in a bit of a trance. If Lord Lin Feng said this, there must be a reason for him to say it. 2 days later, it was time for the replica to end again. 10 days passed in a flash. Su Xiaoran and Yin Kanchan clasped their hands together, somewhat reluctant to part. In these few days, the two became very close friends. Xiaoran, this calamity level prop is for you, as well as this dasha pishi flower, this red refined fruit.
Yun Chanchan stuffed a whole bunch of gifts into Su Xiaoran's arms.
Thank you Chanchan, when I obtain the copy teleportation talisman, I will definitely come back to see you.
Su Xiaoran couldn't resist the hospitality and could only accept these rather precious gifts with a smile. Goodbye, Mr. Lin Feng.
Su Xiaoran waved her hand towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng used the copy teleportation talisman and stayed in the Purgatory apartment for another 10 days. There wasn't much to do back in the real world anyway.
Might as well spend more time with Yin Kanchan. Bye.
Lin Feng nodded his head. Soon, Su Xiaoran's figure gradually disappeared, and at the moment it immediately detached, as if she had summoned up courage. Her cheeks blushed as she said to Lin Feng,
Mr. Lin Feng, I like you.
After saying that, she disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a dumbfounded Lin Feng. After returning to the real world, Yun Chanshan saw the familiar hotel, and remembering such bold words just now, as soon as she buried herself under the quilt, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground.
Oh, why am I so bold today?
Mr. Lin Feng must be very angry. But once she thought about how hard it would be for the two of them to meet in the future, Su Xiaoran felt that she was still glad that she had said it.
I really hope I'll meet Mr. Lin Feng again.
Su Xiaoran murmured softly. This
Lin Feng looked at Yin Kanchan with some embarrassment. Big pig's hooves, fangirl arsonist. It's amazing that someone likes it, isn't it? You must be happy in your heart. As expected, Yun Chan's sour words directly slammed over. Ken can listen to my explanation, I only treat her as a sister. Lin Feng said in a hurry. Yun Chan twisted her head away and whispered, forget it, who made you so attractive? It's normal to be liked by a girl, and that person is still Xiaoran, I don't mind. I just need you to like me. At the end of her words, Yun Chan's voice was as thin as a mosquito, but it was still heard by Lin Feng. Really? That's great, to tell you the truth Chan, I actually have 7 more. Idiot Lin Feng, you're dead. The two battered around a bit. Yin Kanchan returned to her room. The forced breakthrough still left many hidden dangers. She needed to spend some time stabilizing the gui qi in her body. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was asked to cook a big meal to beg for Yun Chan's forgiveness. Inside the kitchen, Lin Feng was cooking while checking up on the rewards for the end of the copy. Congratulations to player Lin Feng for successfully completing his second copy. Copy name, Purgatory Apartment. Replica level, Class C. Quest name, survive for 10 days, side quest, kill a danger class creepy. Scoring level, SSS level, highest scoring. Reward settlement in progress. Unsurprisingly, it was the highest rating again. Lin Feng was happy in his heart, looking forward to what his reward would be this time. The rewards for the mission are as follows. 100 million thrill coins, 30,000 points of creepy chi value, 1 random creepy profession upgrade, destruction level props *1, and a creepy land deed for the commercial center of Heavenly Fury City *1. Although the rewards didn't seem as much as the first time, they were still very generous. Player, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Level, 40, 300/4100. Creepy coins, 1,200,195,000,000. Thrill chi value, 75,300. Props, golden scale ring ruler, ice silk cold clothes, replica disengagement ticket, creepy wedding contract, replica teleportation talisman. Occupation, action game master player, senior creepy teacher, senior creepy massage therapist, senior creepy martial artist, junior creepy chef. Skills, Eye of the Dead, Power of the Patriarch, convincing people by virtue, preaching and teaching. Heavenly Fury City. Seems to be a city in the trickster world, and I don't know if it will come with this copy. Lin Feng pondered, feeling like turning back to check the information here on Thrilling Voice. Questioning heart ring, destruction level prop, can store a large amount of bizarre chi in it, can release an attack during battle, if enough bizarre chi is stored, can release an attack that is comparable to a high-level destruction level. The effects of the ring were quite good and were quite helpful to Lin Feng, but he decided to give it to Yin Kanchan. It just saved him from having to ask Red Rin to order it. Yes, Lin Feng was planning to propose to Yin Kanchan. There was no telling what kind of look that girl would show when she found out. Afterwards, Lin Feng noticed the reward of random trickster profession enhancement. The word random is so annoying, it's best if the enhancement is on the trickster martial artist. Lin Feng now had 4 types of professions, of which the one he valued the most was the guile martial artist. With Lin Feng's nervousness, he immediately used this reward. Congratulations to the host for completing the reinforcement. Advanced Tricky Masseur upgraded to Extraordinary Tricky Masseur. The system's voice came and Lin Feng wailed. I elaborated on your dream. No more games, I'm going to swing. Creepy Masseur, what a garbage profession. Dogs don't even play. The host is not anxious. First see the new skills of the Extraordinary Creepy Massage Therapist. When Lin Feng heard this, he lifted the table with a start and half-heartedly clicked on the panel. Sure enough, he saw that there were 2 more new skills in the status bar. Golden Gun, a masseur without a good waist is not a good masseur. The host's waist has been significantly strengthened. Rest for 2 minutes and renew for 2 hours. Treasure of Creepy, after the host and female creepy, that's it, both sides can get a boost. The host will gain experience value and creepy chi value. Female creepy can boost her cultivation, unlimited times, no ceiling. System, you are really my good system. I love you. Creepy massage therapist is really the best profession in the world. Lin Feng's mouth was grinning up to his ears after reading this, changing his face faster than flipping a book. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt a gush of warmth coming from the location of his waist, and a soothing feeling lingered all over his body. I feel like I can fight all day. As for how much experience value and gui chi value can be acquired, this is still waiting for the experiment to know. Baby Kanchan must be happy to experiment with me. By the time Yin Kanchan came down, Lin Feng had already prepared a large table of food and was waiting for her. Seeing Lin Feng's smirking demeanor, Yun Chanchan looked at him somewhat warily. What do you want? I want if you want. Before Yun Chanchan could react, Lin Feng suddenly knelt down on one knee with an extra ring in his hand and said with deep emotion, Yun Chanchan, I love you, let's get married. Not. Get married. Upon hearing this, Yun Chanchan first froze, then her cheeks colored with a blush at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yun Chan's favor value towards you plus 200, converted to 200 points of shenanigans.
Now that she had forgotten to even get angry, looking at Lin Feng's sincere look, Yin Can instantly felt her heartbeat accelerate. Her hands unconsciously gripped the corner of her skirt, and her pink Q-tip toes also gripped the ground because of her nervousness.
Hate it. Marriage or something. Wouldn't it be a bit early? Yun Chan stammered. But looking at the ring in Lin Feng's hand near her eyes, she still couldn't help but show a look of yearning. Not willing?
Lin Feng laughed lightly and made a gesture to withdraw his hand.
Then forget it.
Yin Can instantly became anxious and grabbed Lin Feng's hand, saying eagerly, "How dare you?" Immediately, she met Lin Feng's playful smile again. Lin Feng knew how to take her.
Really can't do anything with you, then I'll reluctantly agree law. After we get married to do the laundry and cook, and then give you 3 children, one named Lin.
Seeing that Yin Can had even thought of the name of the child, Lin Feng stood up, took Yin Can's waist which was as thin as a willow, and set the asking ring on her ring finger.
How about 5 days later, we hold our wedding here?
Lin Feng whispered in Yin Can's ear. Water misted in Yin Can's eyes and she looked at the ring on her hand with infinite warmth in her heart. She then gently nodded, "I'm willing, Lin Feng." The two embraced each other tightly, and they could feel each other's heartbeats. Lin Feng took out the bizarre marriage contract, both sides signed their names on it, and instantly both felt that watery sense of bonding with each other.
Knock knock knock. A knock on the door interrupted the two of them.
Then Red Rin walked in slightly embarrassed and said, "Master, Lord Lin Feng, those honored guests have arrived."
Lin Feng and Yin Can looked at each other. "We'll be right there."
In a room within the purgatory apartment, Wendy was pouring tea for the 3 creeps. Among the 3 creeps, the werewolf and the demonic man were relaxed and casually chatting about something. On the other side, a tall 8-foot-tall female creepy was sitting quietly on a chair, holding a folding fan in her hand with a decent smile on her face. The woman wore a white dress that wrapped around her extremely voluptuous figure, especially her chest, which seemed to be stuffed with the exaggerated size of 2 soccer balls, and her long black hair was cascading with a flamboyant aura. Soon after, Yin Can walked in first, attracting the attention of the 3 creeps, followed by Lin Feng and Red Rin. Seeing Yin Can, the 3 creeps hurriedly got up. "I think this must be Miss Yin Can. I was only looking at her from afar before, but now that I've seen her face up close, it's truly an honor." The demonic man was the first to speak, his demeanor elegant. Lady 8 Feet similarly giggled, "I also had the honor of watching that battle. Sister Can is truly majestic." The werewolf held his tongue for half a day before finally coming up with, "Me too." Yin Can sat at the top hand seat and showed the same decent smile. "The 3 of you are too kind. I don't know what Miss Yun Chan has called us here for?" The demonic man went straight to the point. Yin Can pointed at Lin Feng, "Let my husband tell you." Upon hearing this, the 3 bizarres spared a glance at Lin Feng, for whom they were all aware. Lin Feng's performance in the previous battle had been equally bright, making it impossible for them to ignore, but when they heard about Lin Feng's relationship with Yin Can, they still couldn't help but be a little surprised. "What a handsome little human brother. I really envy Sister Can, much better than those humans I have in captivity." Lady 8 Feet's scarlet tongue licked her lips and her charming eyes looked straight at Lin Feng as if she wanted to eat him up. Lin Feng coughed lightly and then began to narrate according to the wording he had tried to think of before. At first, the 3 weirdos were still a bit distracted, but as Lin Feng's pie got bigger and bigger, a strange look flickered in their eyes. After a long time, when Lin Feng finished speaking, Yin Can spoke at the right time. "What do the 3 of you think?" The 3 bizarre exchanged glances with each other, then the demonic man spoke first. "A very tempting offer, to be honest I'm quite moved. If Miss Can takes the lead, coupled with the power of our 3 families, we will definitely be able to grasp all the commercial channels in this area, and the flow of funds will all flow through our hands." Lady 8 Feet followed suit, her voice delicate. "In the past, our several forces checked and balanced each other, and our hands didn't reach out long enough. I didn't think that we would be able to have a day of cooperation today. I also feel good." Seeing that these 2 guys both said so, the werewolf nodded along. Red Rin stood up and took out 3 pieces of information and handed them to the 3 tricksters. "This is the detailed program we've worked out, as well as the division of benefits, to ensure that the 3 of you will be paid satisfactorily. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. All 3 of you are smart people, you don't need me to say anything more." Lin Feng spoke blandly. The demonic man narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Lin Feng, you're one of the most interesting humans I've ever met. You made the result I wanted. If it wasn't to guard their own interests, who would want to fight and kill every day?" Now that Lin Feng had given them choices and attractive benefits, they were naturally happy to cooperate with him, and with Yin Can, the great Buddha, their movements could be much easier. The 8-foot lady's body was slightly tilted, her 2 soccer balls pressed against the table, squeezing out a tantalizing shape. "Your name is Lin Feng, isn't it? If you're free you can come to my manor as a guest. I'll entertain you with all my might," said Mrs. 8 Feet seductively. "Full power?" Lin Feng's cheeks were tight and he didn't have any expression, even though his waist had been twisted into a twist by Yin Kanchan.
I'll definitely go when I have the chance,
Lin Feng said indifferently. The two sides talked about a few more details, then the three creeps each got up to leave.
Mrs.
8 feet stretched and stood up, the greatness in front of her swaying with her.
Maturity is probably the first thing that comes to mind when you see the waves and it's not the ocean.
5 days from now is mine and Kankan's wedding. I hope the three of you will honor us. Lin Feng handed out 3 invitations and handed them over. Congratulations to you too, the demonic man said softly. Lady 8 feet sighed softly, seeming to feel a bit sorry for herself. I'll definitely come to dip my toe in the joy.
Me too.
The werewolf followed suit. The second most important thing was resolved. Lin Feng sighed in relief. Just leave all the rest to Red Rin. He and Yin Kanchan sat back and enjoyed themselves. Red Rin was also very keen on these things, saving him a lot of trouble. On this day, Lin Feng was walking around the purgatory apartments holding his waist. Even if he was invincible, he couldn't stand up to Yun Chan Chan.
Sundry fish, is that all you've got? Lin Feng, you're really lame. Noon, I hate it, it has to be during dinner. I can't hold my chopsticks steady like this. Afternoon, miscellaneous fish. Lin Feng, aren't you tired? I'm going to die of exhaustion. Evening, miscellaneous fish. Miscellaneous. Ah.
Until now, Yin Kanchan was still lying on the bed, not wanting to move a single finger, and started lying down. Lin Feng simply ran out and walked around. In the past few days, Lin Feng had earned almost 20,000 experience points from Yun Chanchan, an average of 1 or 2,000 per time, and had leveled up another 5 levels. He had also gained almost 10,000 Guile Chi values. When he saved up 100,000, he would be able to raise his Guile martial artist to extraordinary level.
Lin Feng,
you finally let me catch you. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened last time. A delicate voice mixed with resentment came from behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked back and saw Xin Ro crossing her arms and glaring at him angrily. A white shirt on top, a light blue speedy skirt on the bottom half as well as fishing net stockings that were second only to hay silk, and small leather shoes on her feet. As for what a speedy skirt is, no at all. Xin Ro's loving tail was slightly tilted up, expressing her strong emotions. Big sister, how many days have passed? Why haven't you forgotten?
Didn't you also try to suck my yang energy at that time? We're kind of even.
Lin Feng said helplessly.
At those words Xin Ro instantly exploded. Which is even? Didn't I not inhale it, instead you? Actually, the more Xin Ro thought about it, the more red her ears became. Then how do you want me to compensate you? Treat you to fruit alright, strawberries that are bigger than grapes, or oranges? And you talk about fruits. Xin Ro's legs went weak, and her mind couldn't help but think of eating strawberries or even oranges. This can't be eaten right. How can I think about it? I heard that you're a senior trick master, and you're planning to open some kind of club. When it's built and let me go to work, I'll forgive you. Xin Ro said in a delicate voice. Just this, well said. Some other day you can just go directly to Akane and say so, just report my name. But you don't know how to massage, what's the point of going? Are you going to utilize your chimera traits? I'm going to do serious business.
Lin Feng said doubtfully.
Xin Ro patted her high chest and said with slight pride, I'm at least a beginner trick master. Why can't I be competent? Can't see that you know quite a lot of serious things.
Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, but just a beginner is still a bit poor. Do you want me to teach you to become an intermediate or even a senior trick master?
Upon hearing this, Xin Ro's eyes lit up. Really? Can you really teach me?
Lin Feng was like the big bad wolf coaxing Little Red Riding Hood, revealing a simple harmless smile. Of course, it's only the respect value that's almost there. If you replenish it some more you'll be able to teach.
Respect value. What is that? Come with me and you'll know.
Lin Feng said mysteriously.
You dang chimera, it's actually. What's wrong with a phantom demon?
Who stipulates that a phantom demon has to be?
Xin Ro's exasperated voice rang out.
1 koan hour later, Xin Ro limped holding the wall, slowly walked out from the shadows. There is still unfaded scarlet on the face, legs are still a little trembling.
You've learned it all, you need to practice more in the future to quickly grasp this knowledge.
Lin Feng said behind him.
Xin Ro's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips. Bastard Lin Feng, where did you teach like this?
Call me master, no calling me by my name. Lin Feng fainted. Xin Ro almost sat on the ground, her tone softened. No,
master.
Don't say how I teach, just say whether you learned it or not. To get a quick result there is always a price to pay, for the sake of the master or for your own good. Lin Feng carried his hands, his mood was extraordinarily good. He gained more than 2,000 experience value again. This was much more enjoyable than doing quests. Just by repeating mechanized actions, he could gain a lot of experience and quickly upgrade. Have to get a few more copy teleportation talismans, turn around and sign the marriage contract with Xiao Shui as soon as possible before I can do so. I don't know if half a month has passed. Did Xiao Shui miss me? The next copy was still 20 days away. he still had to level up as soon as possible. The shenanigans he would face in the future would only get stronger. That's right, it's all for the sake of leveling up. I have no choice. Ken should have woken up already. As a zombie, the recovery ability must be very strong. Lin Feng said this. If he could restrain the smile on his face, the credibility would be even higher. 2 days later, Lin Feng and Yin Cancan's wedding was held smoothly at the manor. All the major powers of the surrounding areas of the bazaar basically came. The scene was quite lively. Yin Cancan was wearing a white wedding dress. She was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. Her temperament was extraordinarily out of this world, and she had Lin Feng looking dumbfounded. Can, you're so beautiful, Lin Feng said softly. Yin Canchan rarely didn't squirm. Her eyes were full of tenderness. Lin Feng, I'm very lucky to have met you, and thank you for standing by me all this time. The two sides exchanged rings, and Lin Feng once again put the questioning heart ring on Yin Canchan's ring finger. Yin Canchan also took out a ring, also a destruction grade prop, and wore it on Lin Feng's hand. Soul Seduction Ring, destruction grade prop. Inside it is blocked with the remnant soul of a destruction grade phantom demon. It can perform skills such as hypnosis and seduction. The wedding was decorated quite luxuriously. Just the 2 destruction grade rings were enough to make the eerie present blush. Many of the creeps were puzzled as to why Yun Shanshan would fall in love with a human. It was completely beyond their knowledge. Weren't humans just food or slaves? But they didn't dare to say anything. The werewolf demonic man and the 8-foot lady were sitting at the very front, quite the showstopper. After the wedding process, Lin Feng and Yin Canchan returned to the villa. This was when the banquet at the manor was considered to have officially begun. For these weirdos, it didn't matter to them who got married. It was only hard to have the chance to get to know the other weirdo bigwigs, especially since there were also 3 calamity-level weirdos in the purgatory apartment. Red Rin took the opportunity to mix in. There were quite a few projects that they could cooperate with, so naturally they had to exchange more ideas. The banquet was over, the many bizarre guests had left, and only Lin Feng and Yin Canchan were left in the villa. Yun Chan was lying flat on the bed, changing back into her homey pink pajamas. At the moment her expression hadn't completely calmed down and she was still immersed in joyful happiness. Mom and Dad, Can is very happy now, you don't have to worry too much. At those words, Lin Feng's eyes flickered on the side. He had heard Yin Canchan's parents mentioned before, but only knew that they were very powerful and loving towards Yin Canchan. As for why they disappeared and where they went, it was unknown, as if they had evaporated overnight in the bizarre world. Seeing that Yun Shanshan missed them so much, it was clear that they didn't leave her behind on purpose, but encountered some unexpected situation and had no choice but to leave. It seems like there's a need to investigate properly before doing so, Lin Feng muttered. At this moment, Yin Canchan kicked her small leather shoes away, revealing her soft little feet in small white socks. Hubby, my feet are sore, help me press them, Yun Shanshan pouted. Lin Feng took off Yun Shanshan's socks, revealing her pink and flawless feet. Go wash your feet first, I'll press them for you. Don't, I'm too lazy to wash them, Yin Canchan said petulantly, her body squirming on the bed. Of course you have to wash the imported stuff before you can do it, obeyed, laughed Lin Feng. As the two of them communicated deeply over the past few days, Yun Shanshan also understood many of Lin Feng's flirty words. Then I'll just take another shower. You need to take a shower too. Then how about together? There was a vicious battle that went from the bathroom to the bedroom. Lin Feng and Yun Shanshan embraced each other on the bed, and Yun Shanshan was a little sad. There's still 3 days left, and you're leaving too. Lin Feng looked at the ceiling and softly said, parting is for a better reunion, plus I won't be traveling too far, we can still write messages to each other, I'll be back in a few days. But I want you to be by my side all the time. There will definitely be opportunities in the future. As I level up and the difficulty of the replica rises, the rewards I get will become generous, and I might be able to get props that permanently carry the bizarre world. That's true. Yin Canchan wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Feng and buried her face in Lin Feng's chest. After you leave, you're not allowed to forget about me. If you forget about me, I'll never forgive you. In the 2 days that followed, Yin Canchan was extraordinarily clinging to Lin Feng, from being passive in the first few days, to being active now. Other than them, the administrators' lives were busy. Akira was busy hiring a weird construction team to help Lin Feng build the foot-washing city, and the other administrators all started taking care of their own jobs. The purgatory apartment began to rebuild, and one after another, the previous tenants came back, and everything was moving in a good direction. The duplicate teleportation talisman is not working, the host is about to leave the duplicate. With Lin Feng's last kiss with Yun Shanshan, Lin Feng's figure disappeared inside the purgatory apartment. Yun Shanshan stood in the same place, a frustrated look on her face. Master, Lord Lin Feng has left, said Akira Rin softly. Hurry up and build me an amusement park. On Lin Feng's next return, I want to ride the Ferris wheel with him, said Yun Shanshan suddenly. Red Rin solemnly said, don't worry master. Opening his eyes again, Lin Feng was back inside the luxurious hotel. Learning from last time's experience, Lin Feng directly bought a month to avoid the embarrassment of having his room occupied when he returned. It's time to buy a suite, always staying in a hotel isn't a good idea. Lin Feng muttered, and did as he said. He had always been a man of action, he wouldn't use his mouth if he could do it. Lin Feng came to the entrance of the hotel. The lady at the front desk was still the same person as before. Mr. Lin Feng, do you have any orders? The girl at the front desk immediately revealed a sweet smile when she saw Lin Feng. After not seeing her for half a month, Lin Feng looked even more elegant. It looked like he had completed another copy. What a powerful man. May I ask where in our city is the most expensive? Lin Feng asked casually. The girl was first stunned, then she quickly said, does Mr. Lin Feng want to buy a villa or a large flat? A large bungalow. Villa is too boring to live alone. Lin Feng said casually. Was this the spontaneity of the rich? The front desk of the high-class hotel was still professional after all. The girl immediately recommended a few locations for Lin Feng upon hearing this. The hidden spring hall in the city center, where entrepreneurs predominate. There's also the Nine Dragons residence, which is very suitable for Mr. Lin Feng to reside in. It's generally filled with executives from the major thriller game guilds, and the Wangjiang Xian, close to the riverside, where you can enjoy the river view. Lin Feng nodded. He had heard of these neighborhoods. They were indeed a good place to live. Thanks La, a gift for you. By the way, help me check out of my room. Lin Feng casually threw down a bunch of thrift coins and turned away in a dashing manner. The receptionist lady looked at the mountain of thrill coins that Luo had turned into a small mountain in front of her and her brain went down. So many. At least 100,000 thriller coins. Just give it to me like this? She then collected all of the thrill coins in a swift manner. Lin Feng, on the other hand, went straight to the Nine Dragons residence. Since many guilds were over there, it was definitely possible to pay with thrill coins. Moreover, the death rate of thrash players was generally high. Even these high-leveled players weren't necessarily spared. Maybe one day his own neighbor would send it, saving him the trouble of socializing. In a high-rise building within the Nine Dragons residence, a delicate figure stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of coffee in her hand as she quietly watched the scene outside. The woman looked not very old, but she was dressed warmly and maturely, and she had a shrewd and capable temperament between her hands and feet. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door came. Come in, the woman said softly. Afterwards, a tall female secretary in professional attire walked in and said in a respectful manner, President, the information you asked for has been brought to you, please take a look. The tall female secretary handed over a pile of documents to the woman addressed as the President. The woman handed the coffee into the secretary's hand, then opened the documents, and the first line clearly and strikingly wrote the 4 big words Devil Prison. Carefully reading up on the information inside, the woman's frown grew tighter. President, why are you investigating the information of Devil Prison? The secretary couldn't help but ask. The woman said while reading, Devil's Prison is exactly my next copy, so naturally I need to investigate it. But this is only a B-grade copy. With Lord Chairman's strength, there must be no problem. If not, you can still use the copy disengagement coupon to leave. The secretary said casually, thinking that the woman was more or less making a big deal out of this copy by placing so much importance on it. At first I thought the same thing, but a month ago, 50 players entered this copy, and as a result, all of them died, and none of them came out. There was even a level 89 human powerhouse inside, not to mention me, a level 72. I guess that it might have been due to his carelessness that he didn't use the disengagement coupon to leave in time, but it was enough to make me take it seriously. Now that the guild is just starting out, something can't happen to me, the President, the woman said in a deep voice. Then you can use the disengagement ticket to leave immediately after entering the copy. The woman sniffed and lightly glanced at the secretary. Do you think I would choose to escape? The secretary was immediately shocked by the woman's aura, lowering her head and not daring to breathe a single breath. Nowadays, my Heaven's Question guild has just risen to power, and the other major guilds are eyeing us. If I use the disengagement coupon this time, there will be a gap of more than a month where I can't enter the bazaar world to gain experience value, and at that time, there will be a big gap with other rival guilds. I can't back down from this Devil's Prison copy this time. A determined look filled the woman's eyes. The secretary had a face of adoration. Lord President is deeply righteous. The guild is lucky to have you. Alright, enough with the horse's ass. Is there any news on the other matter I wanted you to investigate? The woman closed the file and asked the secretary. That player called Lin Feng, is there any news about him? The secretary sniffed and shook her head with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Lord President. My subordinate's work was unfavorable. Some time ago Lin Feng entered a high-class hotel and hasn't come out since. He should have entered the Bazaar World Challenge copy. The woman's eyes flickered and she waved her hand. I don't blame you. This is also force majeure. When he comes out, must get in touch with him in time. Nowadays the guild is precisely the time to use people. Such a potential player must be recruited to us. No matter what conditions he puts forward, as long as he is willing to join our guild, we must try to fulfill them. Yes, Lord President, the secretary said respectfully. And while they were talking, Lin Feng had already arrived at the sales office of the Nine Dragons residence and casually spent tens of millions of thrill coins to buy a large flat floor under the attentive and fiery service of the salesman. Lin Feng. This bold behavior immediately alarmed the manager. The manager, after all, is seen the world, relatively calm, with Lin Feng to complete the formalities, directly with Lin Feng handbag to move in. The rooms are all decorated in advance, each with full facilities, saving Lin Feng still have to go to the hotel to make do. After the manager brought Lin Feng into the room, the next moment the woman came down from the room upstairs with her secretary. Both sides were a few minutes short of bumping into each other. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, he admired the scenery for a moment. Not bad, trouble, Lin Feng said casually. The manager hurriedly said respectfully, it's an honor for us at the Nine Dragons residence to have a character like Mr. Lin Feng stay with us. Thanks to the rewards you fought for the Dragon Kingdom, many of the Dragon Kingdom's thrillers were able to be spared. In the end, he was a manager, he just spoke well. Where can I buy food around here? Lin Feng touched his stomach. He had known that he would have eaten before coming to see the room. The manager sniffed. You can call the property, they will purchase items according to your needs and deliver them directly to your doorstep. What a thoughtful service. Lin Feng dismissed the manager and left, then asked the property to buy some more ingredients and started his flat home time. This world's entertainment was quite developed. There were a lot of novelty programs that Lin Feng hadn't seen, only the food was rather lacking. The richness wasn't comparable to the original world's Chinese cuisine. This makes Lin Feng thought, it is possible to promote their own cognitive food to this world. This is not earn a lot. It was just that he only knew how to eat and couldn't cook. It seemed that he would wait until he had the chance to level up as a trickster chef so that he could try it. In addition to playing recklessly, Lin Feng exchanged messages with Yin Kanchan from time to continuously improve their relationship. Lin Feng also kept an eye out on Thrilling Voice for news of anyone selling copy teleportation talismans. But after all, such props were quite rare and could only be purchased through duplicate rewards and from other people. They couldn't be bought in the Thriller Mall. For a while Lin Feng couldn't use his power even if he was full of money. He could only condescend to Xiao Shui for a while. Time passed and the third copy was about to open. As the countdown ended, Lin Feng's eyes went black and he once again returned to the creepy world. At the same time, upstairs from him, the woman sighed softly. What was meant to be was always meant to be, and then her eyes also gradually blurred before her eyes, and her figure similarly disappeared. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, noisy sounds came to his ears. His nose twitched and a bloody, foul-smelling scent drilled directly into the tip of his nose. His own posture was a bit strange. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked clearly at his current situation. He realized that he was in a clearing, surrounded by tall fences and thorny guardrails, and traces of congealed blood could be seen everywhere on the ground. He himself was kneeling on the ground, with his hands behind his back and heavy iron cuffs on his hands and feet. At the same time, the clothes on his body changed, turning into a black and white striped prison uniform. What is the situation? Welcome to the Devil's Prison. Copy level, B class. Number of people, 50. Main quest I, successfully survived from the hands of the executioner. Reward, primary trickster profession random *1, 5,000 experience value. Main quest 2, unlocked by yourself after completing main quest I. Side quest, countless unknown secrets are hidden within the prison, mysterious unknown weirdness, inexplicable screams of pain in the middle of the night, and the sudden disappearance of prisoners are waiting to be unlocked by you. Mission rewards will be settled after clearing the level. The better the performance, the more generous the rewards. It's actually a B-rank copy. It does seem to be difficult. What does this main line mean? Successful survival? Are we going to have to fight creepy later? Lin Feng murmured in his heart. It wouldn't take long for him to understand the meaning of this quest. When he raised his head, he saw human players on either side of him who were also wearing prison uniforms and had their hands and feet cuffed. The color of the people's race and language varied, so it seemed that it was another copy with a mixture of multiple countries. These were the same players who had entered the copy, and at the moment they had different expressions, obviously not very knowledgeable about the situation in front of them. Some of them even tried to forcefully break free from the shackles, but no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break free. 8 ballasts, I'm level 50, how could I not even be able to break free from a small handcuff? There's something wrong with this handcuff, it will limit our power. Someone soon noticed this. Damn it, my crotch is itchy, I can't even scratch it when I'm handcuffed like this. Dude, I'll help you out. Lin Feng also tried slightly and realized that his power was indeed inexplicably suppressed. He couldn't even use 1% of his power. Stupid humans, all shut up. Anyone who dares to make a sound again, I will pull out his tongue as a downer. A majestic voice suddenly rang out, shocking the crowd into silence and instantly quieting them down. Not far away, a man who was over 2 meters tall and had a huge body like a meatball moved his steps with great difficulty. He was wearing a dark blue police uniform, and his wide body had changed the shape of the uniform. Behind him were 2 rows of weirdos also wearing police uniforms and holding batons. The 2 rows of creeps came to stand a few meters away across from the crowd, and similarly, a blood-soaked table was directly across from them. Lin Feng seemed to have figured out what the main quest meant. As expected, the tall creep coughed lightly and had an additional list in his hand. Prisoner Park Jinshong, sentenced to death for willfully killing Creepy, to be executed immediately. What the hell is about to be executed? In the next moment, 2 jailers Creepy suddenly came into the crowd and picked up a player from the Stick Country. That Stick Country player was still in a daze when he was directly dragged onto the stage, forcing down his body and forcing him to kneel in front of the crowd. No. Wait a minute. What did I do? Before he could argue anything, Creepy on the side lifted his large knife and slashed down heavily on his neck. Ka-ching! The head rolled down, blood splattered, and the headless body fell to the ground without a sound, and the scene was dead silent. Damn it! Quickly let go of me. This copy isn't right. Is it usually assigning tasks or something? How come it's straight up murder? Damn Creepy, no martial virtues, not following the rules. Seeing that just after entering the copy, someone was directly hacked to death, the crowd immediately panicked and cried out in ghosts. Boom! Fatty Creepy slapped over, directly flipping over a dozen people to the ground. This time the scene quieted down once again. Everyone was someone who had experienced many copies. The priority was still to find a way to be spared from the death penalty first. Next, Shi Jinshong, suspected of stealing important secrets, death penalty. As Fatty Creepy finished speaking, a Dragon Country human was pulled out. Wrongfully accused. I'm an illiterate person who can't read. How can you slander an illiterate person for stealing any important secrets? Ka-ching! The hand rose up and another player was directly hacked to death. Yang Wei, rape of multiple women bizarre, death penalty. Another man with a thin body and sunken eyes was dragged out. You can't kill me. I'm the young master of the poisonous wolf guild. I'm sitting on more than $1 billion of family wealth. My father is a 100-level powerhouse. He won't let you guys off the hook if you kill me. The fat and weird paused for a moment before asking, with such a dangling background, come up with something to prove your strength. Upon hearing this, the man named Yang Wei suddenly revealed an awkward smile. I'm sorry, I'm talking nonsense. This didn't even bluff you. Chop. Cut. Before he could read the next name, a figure stood up in the middle of the crowd. That person had yellow hair and an extremely majestic figure, a player from the pretty country. Humph, don't eat the sour radish, stupid danger level shenanigans, and you still wanna kill me? I'm a level 60 powerhouse, and I'm armed with calamity level props. A mere handcuff is nothing more than a toy. Saying that, his arms shook, and the handcuffs and ankle cuffs on his body directly fell off. In the next moment, he turned around without hesitation and directly rushed towards the unguarded fence in the distance, intending to climb over the fence and escape from here. Want to kill me, Smith, in your next life? Swish swish swish. Before he could take a few steps, densely packed bows and arrows shot towards him, directly shooting him into a sieve. What the hell? It's not like your name was called out. Don't jump the queue. Fatty Creepy said impatiently. In the crowd, Su Yanyan lowered her eyes, seriously thinking about countermeasures. Damn it, there's no mention of this situation in that document. I can't imagine that even though I reached level 72, I can't actually break free from these shackles. Do I really have to use the copy disengagement ticket to escape? Su Yanran's lips pursed, not wanting to give up on this. However, there were already 2 Dragon Nation people amongst the crowd who had directly used their copy detachment coupons to escape, causing her to be even more shaken. The rest had either used them up a long time ago or didn't have them. After all, the players from other countries weren't as lucky as the Dragon Country players. Millions of thrill coins of copy detachment coupons weren't available to everyone. Next, Lin Feng, suspected of molesting a 7-year-old toddler shenanigans, death penalty. Lin Feng? Hearing this name, Su Yanyan snapped her head up and saw the figure she desperately wanted to see. How did he also come to this copy? With his level, shouldn't he still be staying in a copy below C rank? Seeing Lin Feng being dragged over by 2 creeps, Su Yanyan was a little anxious in her heart. She still wanted to recruit Lin Feng to her guild, but as a result, Lin Feng was about to be cut down now. At this time, Lin Feng, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Officer, I have an opinion. I like older mature women, preferably with the kind of body that's still front and center. How could I possibly molest a young girl? The fat creep sniffed and looked squarely at Lin Feng, then casually said, then change it to molesting an 80-year-old creep. Cut the crap and hurry up and cut it. I'm tramping. Lin Feng was speechless. It seems that he can only make a killer move. Right at the moment the machete was swung, Lin Feng smiled evilly. Splat. A bunch of extra banknotes on the stage. The original impatient fat bazaar saw the banknotes. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he was busy dragging his huge body up to the front. Cough cough. What do you mean by this?
Fatty Creepy blocked the crowd's line of sight, quietly put the paper money away, coughed lightly a few times, and looked at Lin Feng with a bit more affection. Dong Dashin's favorability towards you plus 200, converted into 200 points of creepy chi value. Buy some good cigarettes and wine for the brothers, everyone has worked hard. Lin Feng laughed. The fat creep named Dong Dashin sniffed and smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. No hard work, it's all for the service of the bizarre world. It seems like there is indeed a misunderstanding here. As the embodiment of justice, I will definitely not allow this to happen. Quickly, untie brother Lin Feng. Transfer to the deluxe single suite. Dong Dashin hurriedly ordered the creeps on both sides to untie Lin Feng's iron cuffs and personally assist him up. Lin Feng moved his body a bit and felt his strength start to work again, then he breathed a sigh of relief. These iron cuffs were quite evil. It was good that his abilities weren't blocked and he directly checked the other party's information to understand their characteristics. Name, Dong Dashin. Identity, Devil Prison Sergeant. Race, Obese Guile. Rank, Dangerous Rank Middle. Favorability, 200. Weakness, too bloated, extremely inconvenient to move, extremely greedy for money, likes to collect protection money from prisoners, afraid of being known by the warden. Can things that can be solved with money still be called things? A jailer then eerily respectfully led Lin Feng out of the open space and into the interior of the prison. Before leaving, Lin Feng even waved enthusiastically towards Dong Dashin and the other creeps. Take care. Dong Dashin also waved cheerfully. This harmonious image in this gloomy and grey prison was quite out of place. The crowd on the side all looked dumbfounded, and for a moment no one knew what to say. Su Yanran also had her small mouth slightly open. Her delicate pretty face was similarly written with shock. This was solved? Thought it was much harder? At the same time, Su Yanyan's evaluation of Lin Feng in her heart was a few points higher. Worthy of being the person I've had my eye on, I'm sure he has a lively enough mind. With Lin Feng's demonstration, the rest of the contestants also knew the way to do it, and one by one, they all took out varying amounts of thrill coins to save themselves from being beheaded. Su Yanran likewise took out tens of thousands of thrill coins. The small amount was nothing to her. Unsurprisingly, Dong Dashin's eyes looked at her a little more kindly, and like Lin Feng, she was uncuffed and invited to the luxury single suite cell. The rest of the waiters were also assigned to rooms with different specifications based on how many thrill coins they had taken out. Main quest 1 was easily completed, 44 humans survived. By the time the crowd dispersed, Dong Dashin had already made a fortune and was smiling from ear to ear. Boss Dong, this month's performance hasn't been put together enough. There are still a few heads missing. This is not good to deliver. The jailer on the side, Guile, whispered worriedly in his ear. Dong Dashin said indifferently, it's not a big deal. Remember which humans gave the least just now? All remembered clearly. Pick out those few humans and assign them a few of the most vicious and vicious creeps as cellmates. Just wait to collect the corpses in a few days, and remember to instruct them not to tear the people to pieces too much. Alright, don't worry Boss Dong, it will be arranged properly. Jailer Creepy agreed excitedly. Afterward, Dong Dashin casually pulled out a few piles of thriller coins from the small mountain of them and threw them to the jailer Guile beside him. Fill up the brethren with some good wine and food tonight. Many thanks boss, it's true that it's still better to follow Boss Dong and have meat to eat. The jailer by his side, Creepy, instantly and happily took it. Clean this up, I'll go back first to turn in. Commanding one more sentence, Dong Dashin rested his fat belly and slowly and leisurely left. Main quest 1 completed, reward, primary guile profession random *1, 5,000 experience value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary guile doctor profession. Mainline mission 2, obtain a job within the prison, unlimited categories, reward, 7,000 experience value, 100,000 creepy coins. Following the jailer Creepy into the interior of the prison, Lin Feng looked around with great interest, and the system's voice came to his ears. Looking for a job? Let's take a step first. The Devil's Prison was very large inside, divided into 2 prisons by gender. There was a layer above the surface that served as a living area for the inmates' cafeteria, activity rooms, interrogation rooms and so on. There were 3 layers below the surface, which were where the prisoners were held, and as the layers went deeper downwards, the strength and crimes of the prisoners held increased. The jailer bizarrely brought Lin Feng to the underground level, passing through the various cells, and Lin Feng saw the situation inside through the small windows on the doors. The cells didn't cover a large area, only a dozen square meters, and housed 6 creepy. The underground floor was relatively dark and damp, and the floor was very dirty, but the bazaar seemed to like it. Humans? I smell the odor of humans. Jia, it's been a long time since I've had a meat feast. Lin Feng walked by, many weird prisoners heard the commotion and huddled at the door in unison, looking at Lin Feng with greedy bloodthirsty gazes through the small windows. Tramp, want to revolt, all of you get back. The jailer Creepy drew the baton on his waist and banged on the doorframe, chiding the group of creeps. Brother Lin Feng, this is your room.
Jailer Creepy led Lin Feng through several corridors and the noises faded away, eventually stopping in front of a room with the room number 101 written on the door. This room looked much more normal than the cell he had seen before. With an area of more than 20 square meters, a single bed, and equipped with facilities such as a refrigerator kitchen, it looked pretty much like the same thing. Just greet your brother if there's anything, and you can have whatever you want sent to you. Every day you can have 2 hours of free time, the rest of the time can only condemn you to stay inside. The jailer said with weird enthusiasm, as if Lin Feng wasn't a prisoner, more like his relative. Thanks. Lin Feng took out a few thrill coins and handed them to Jailer Creepy, and the other party was instantly beaming with joy. May I ask what I need to do to get a job within this prison? Lin Feng asked smoothly. Jailer Creepy had an advantage and naturally knew everything. Every prisoner has to participate in labor within the prison, it's just that different working conditions and pay vary greatly. If brother Lin Feng wants to get a good job, he can talk to Boss Dong. Lin Feng stroked his chin and nodded. That's right, I see. I'll go and get busy if there's nothing else, brother Lin Feng. The jailer said slyly. Lin Feng waved his hand and then walked inside his room. Jailer Creepy locked the door to Lin Feng's room, and through the door and window, Lin Feng watched him walk away. At that moment, another figure came from the direction Lin Feng had come from. Lin Feng stopped and observed his opponent. The woman had long black hair, combed into a single ponytail, her eyes were clear, she had a slender figure, and was wearing the same black and white striped prison uniform as him, but such clothing didn't affect her outstanding appearance. The woman didn't look very old, similar to Lin Feng, but her temperament was exceptionally calm and mature. This woman was Lin Feng's upstairs neighbor, Su Yanyan. Su Yanyan noticed Lin Feng's line of sight and her footsteps quickened by a few points. As she passed by Lin Feng's door, Su Yanyan suddenly spoke, Mr. Lin Feng, I'm Su Yanyan. After you turn off the lights at night, no matter what movements there are outside, don't ever go and look. Never. Su Yanyan's pleasant voice traveled through the door of the room into Lin Feng's ears, her tone extraordinarily solemn. Lin Feng froze and was about to say something when Su Yanyan had already been bizarrely brought inside the next room by another jailer. What does that mean? Does this girl know something inside? Lin Feng was puzzled in his heart. It wasn't that strange for the other party to recognize him, but it was a bit intriguing that there was acquired information that would actually remind him of it. Lin Feng didn't have the habit of looking up raids beforehand, even if he knew what the copy he was entering was, because those raids were half-true and needed to be sifted through with thought. Furthermore, wasn't the challenge of the unknown more exciting? Lin Feng thought that he was able to see what he could do. But since a good person was willing to remind him, he was also happy to accept it. Our main focus is to listen to advice. Although the two of them were only separated by a room, the soundproofing here was so good that you could only hear a little bit of sound by lying down here in the doorway. Therefore Lin Feng also had no way to continue communicating with her. It's not hard to break this door lock. Lin Feng stood in front of the door and made a few gestures. However, Lin Feng still chose to lie down on the single bed and close his eyes. At this point in time, doing nothing was the right thing to do, even though he had spent tens of thousands of thrill coins to make Sheriff Creepy Dong Dashin take care of him quite a bit. It didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted. This is, after all, a B-level copy, and Deadly Silence High School is on the same level, and even more dangerous. After a few moments, the sound of the door lock opening came from the doorway. Click! The door was opened once again and Lin Feng opened his eyes and sat up. Ha ha ha, brother Lin Feng. Are you still used to living here? Dong Dashin's fat body struggled to get through the narrow gate and said cheerfully to Lin Feng. The fat meat on his face trembled from the laughter. It's not bad, everyone in the prison is talented and speaks well, it makes me feel like I'm home. Lin Feng said casually. That's good, brother Lin Feng is so approachable, naturally he can't be treated the same as those vicious criminals. Just let me know if you need anything brother. Dong Dashin said. Lin Feng was quite appreciative of this creep. Giving money to him was a real job. Such a trickster talent was rare. At this time, another figure walked in from behind Dong Dashin with his hands behind his back, and all of a sudden an invisible pressure enveloped the entire cell. Human, I am the director of the underground level of Devil Prison, you can call me Lord 100 Eyes. It was a humanoid bazaar, with extraordinarily long arms and legs, a slim body, and a waxy face. If he didn't look at his dozen or so densely packed eyes, it was estimated that Lin Feng would have thought that he was a human. Name, Song Ying. Identity, director of the underground level of the Devil's Prison. Race, 100 Eyes. Rank, Calamity low level. Favorability, 0. Weakness, too many eyes, will feel uncomfortable when facing bright light, good at illusion attack and easily affected by charm and other skills. A dozen or so eyes were squeezed together, turning very deathly, staring at Lin Feng with interest. Lin Feng forced himself not to look, but having so much sight staring at him still made him very uncomfortable and gave him goosebumps. Lord 100 Eyes. Lin Feng nodded slightly. The low calamity level was a bit of a struggle for the current Lin Feng to deal with. When he leveled up to 50, and then raise the guile martial artist to extraordinary level, he should be able to deal with it. Human, you're a smart person, it's best to stay here honestly and just leave on your own when the time comes. A word of advice, whatever happens inside the prison, don't get involved and mind your own business. 100 Eyes Guile said in a cold voice, then left without looking back with his hands behind his back. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, another reminder similar to Su Yenran's. It looked like this devil's prison wasn't as calm as it appeared. Ha, brother Lin Feng, don't be afraid, Lord 100 Eyes has a rather eccentric temper. But since you're my Dong Dashan's brother, he won't make things difficult for you. Dong Dashan said casually. Lin Feng nodded, then stated his purpose, Brother Dong, I want to find a job within the prison, do you have any ideas? Dong Dashan sniffed and rubbed his belly, his small eyes turning. A job, that's a good one. Every human who comes within the prison needs to labor. I'll arrange it even if you don't say so. Then I don't know what kind of jobs humans have? Lin Feng asked. Scrubbing toilets, cleaning sewers, stepping on sewing machines and whatnot. Of course Brother Lin Feng naturally doesn't need to do that kind of menial work. What does Brother Lin Feng want to do? Dong Dashan said with a smile. Lin Feng tapped his index finger, thought for a moment and then spoke. I don't know if Devil's Prison is short of a prison doctor, I'm up to it. Prison doctor. Dong Dashan muttered, is Brother Lin Feng still a trick doctor? It's really unrecognizable. It's just that there are already 3 junior guile doctor humans signed up, so it's not easy for me to arrange it. Dong Dashan's eyes narrowed and his tone lengthened. It's just junior trickster doctors, I'm still an intermediate. I won't make things difficult for Brother Dong. Lin Feng said and stuffed another 10,000 thrill coins into Dong Dashan's hand. Dong Dashan's favorability towards you plus 50, converted into 50 points of creepy chi value. Dong Dashan immediately smiled with a big smile. In that case, then the prison doctor is none other than Brother Lin Feng. A talent like you is exactly what I need in Devil's Prison. I'll definitely report it to the warden tomorrow so that Brother Lin Feng's talent won't be buried. Both sides were superficially polite again and sent Dong Dashan off amidst laughter. The door to the room closed again, the fake smile on Lin Feng's face disappeared. The matter of the main quest had a place and he didn't have to worry too much. The reason why he chose the job of a prison doctor was because he had just obtained the profession of a trickster doctor, so he naturally had to make good use of it. Whether or not to spend 3,000 guile chi values to upgrade Dr. Guile to intermediate level? When you go out, you give your identity to yourself, isn't it a casual thing to become an intermediate level trickster doctor? Subsequently, Lin Feng spent 3,000 trickster chi values to upgrade Dr. Trickster. Occupation, Dr. Creepy, Intermediate. Classification, Beginner Trickster, Intermediate Trickster, Advanced Trickster, Extraordinary Trickster, Trickster Sage. Skills, Sense and Sense, Potion Mixing, Surgical Mastery. Surveying and Sniffing. The host is proficient in medical science, and can directly obtain the cause of the bizarre disease and quickly summarize the treatment method. Potion Blending, the host has mastered a large amount of information on medicinal herbs, and can blend various effects of potions, such as healing, berserking, and pandering. Surgical Proficiency, the host has mastered the repair methods of various bizarre traumas, skillfully performing surgical treatments such as cutting, removing, and suturing. A large amount of knowledge of trickster doctors surfaced in his mind, and Lin Feng digested it all in just a few breaths. With these 3 skills, it should be enough to cope. At night, Lin Feng ate and drank enough to lie on his bed. The food within the prison was rather average, and it was still made according to Creepy's tastes. Lin Feng simply asked for some ingredients and made his own meal. In this gap, Lin Feng also tried to communicate with Su Yenran next door, but there wasn't much of a chance, so Lin Feng simply gave up and waited until tomorrow when he was released. The sky was getting dark, the cell gradually became quiet. Lights out, all roll back to bed. The jailer, Creepy, held a flashlight and shouted from within the aisle. Lin Feng leaned against the door and observed the outside through the small window. Jailer Creepy left, and a few moments later the lights in the house were turned off. Although his vision was limited by the darkness, Lin Feng's eyesight had been strengthened and he was still able to barely see the situation outside. Lin Feng, don't make a sound later. There's nothing wrong with trusting me. At this moment, Su Yenran's voice came, although it was extremely subtle, it was still captured by Lin Feng. Why? What exactly will happen here? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. However, he never received a response for a few minutes after that. Su Yenyan directly shut her mouth. Granny, I hate riddlers the most. You're making me panic inside like this, okay? Lin Feng was a bit helpless, so he simply lay back on the bed and slept. In the dead silence, Lin Feng's drowsiness hit him. However, at that moment, a subtle vibration came from the ground, waking him up. Thud thud thud. A dull vibrating sound suddenly came from the ground and was transmitted to Lin Feng through the single bed. Lin Feng woke up in a flash and sat up in a hurry. What kind of movement? The vibrating sound was very rhythmic. It seemed like a behemoth was walking. It's just that. This behemoth seems to have quite a lot of feet. Bang bang bang. The vibrations were coming from far and near, and it was already very obvious that they could be heard, coming from within the corridor of the cell outside. Lin Feng remembered Su Yenran and Hundred Eyes Guile's reminder. Could it be that the maker of this vibration was the reason why they told them not to make a sound? Lin Feng stood on his tiptoes, curiosity driving him to gently move his body and lean against the door, carefully surveying the outside. The next moment, he only heard a bang as a large hand directly slapped on the doorframe of his room, and through the small window, Lin Feng saw a strangely shaped behemoth standing in the middle of the corridor. With the enhancement brought about by the advanced guile martial artist, the appearance of this giant monster was unobstructed by Lin Feng. The monster was humanoid, but it had 4 hands and 4 feet, and its 8 limbs were extremely long and thin, like spider legs. The whole body was not wearing clothes, a large area of skin was full of dirt and blood mixed with dirt, 2 piles of white meat in front of the chest directly hanging on the ground. From this point Lin Feng probably deduced that this monster was female. The neck was stretched very long, the collarbone was exposed, a head was hanging on it, the hair was spread out, it was impossible to see its appearance. Marred, what a pervert! Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Even though he had seen so many weirdness, this one in front of him still refreshed the lower limit of his cognition. How did this devil's prison's weirdness look so strange? The originally small corridor was even more crowded because of its existence. The monster had no choice but to use its own limbs to prop itself up on the wall so that it could move. Lin Feng moved his body backwards. Suddenly, a face emerged from the small window on the door, coincidentally locking eyes with Lin Feng. The appearance of this face directly dispersed Lin Feng's half a year of lust directly. It would be a shadow that he wouldn't want to recall in the future. The blood-covered pupils were as if they had pierced through Lin Feng's brain, stirring back and forth in his cerebral plasma, and crazy tyrannical emotions spread in Lin Feng's mind. That giant bazaar unexpectedly twisted its head around directly and discovered Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart had a momentary stagnation, cold sweat broke out behind his back, an extremely terrifying pressure pressed towards him. He didn't dare to move a single time for fear that his movements would cause the other party's malice. Ghost King level. Name, unknown. Identity, unknown. Race, unknown. Rank, Ghost King rank middle. Favorability, 0. Weakness, extremely low intelligence, like a strawworm, only able to act instinctively, extremely developed hearing, the slightest ringing will cause it to attack frantically. Lin Feng hastily exerted the power of the patriarch to lower the opponent's killing intent towards him. Even if it only had a small effect, it was still enough. At the same time, he made every effort to suppress the negative emotions in his mind. The Ghost King level was truly terrifying, just looking at it almost caused him to become mentally deranged. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, echoing in the corridor. The giant bazaar that was originally staring at Lin Feng with a death glare heard the commotion and turned its head violently, swinging its 8 limbs frantically, striding with a 6-fold pace straight towards the source of the sound. Had ha! The giant bazaar emitted an inexplicable strange sound from its throat, seemingly very excited. The monster's figure disappeared. Lin Feng still stood still and didn't move until 10 minutes later. When the vibrating sound completely dissipated, he tiptoed back to the bed and lay down. The whole thing didn't make a single sound. Make a fool of myself again, I'm a dog. Lin Feng closed his eyes and cursed in his heart. At the same time his brain began to race. Why would there be a Ghost King level creepy appearance in AB level copy? He originally thought that a copy of the level of Deadly Silence High School was already high enough, but he didn't expect there to be experts. Moreover, the state of this Ghost King level creepy wasn't quite right. It was reasonable to say that the average intelligence level of a creepy wasn't worse than that of a human, and it was completely possible to communicate and interact. But this Ghost King level creepy was more like a pure monster, a monster with great power, and it was unknown why it had appeared within Devil Prison, and what exactly its relationship with Devil Prison was. The higher-ups of Devil Prison, that 100 Eyes creepy, should be aware of this monster's existence. As for Dong Dashin and the others, it's probably just to the extent of following the arrangements or having heard about it. As Lin Feng analyzed, sleepiness started to rise, so he just started sleeping straight away. When he asked Su Yenran tomorrow, he would probably have an understanding. By the next day, the door to Lin Feng's room was opened and a jailer weirdly walked in and saw Lin Feng, who had long since gotten up. "Brother Lin Feng, it's free time," Jailer Creepy said enthusiastically. "How did you sleep last night?" Lin Feng stretched. "I slept quite well, I even had a beautiful dream. I dreamt of a big-breasted beauty, lying on the small window on the door, looking at me with affection." "Ha, brother Lin Feng, wanna go eat some? There's 5 strands of chicken claws, marinated pig's feet, and marinated duck necks today." Lin Feng's mind floated back to last night's horrible scene, and he immediately refused righteously. "No, it's a bit appetizing, don't mention to me about limb organ type of food. Suddenly I want to eat vegetarian, main light diet, have some vegetarian noodles, vegetarian dishes, vegetarian people." "Vegetarian? Do people even have vegetarians?" The jailer was weirdly puzzled. Walking out of the room, he saw a mess in the corridor. The walls and corridors were left with shallow claw marks, and a mixture of blood as well as clear-colored sticky liquid coated everywhere. The jailer, creepy, seemed to be used to this and was not surprised, explaining to Lin Feng, "This is all normal for prisons, Brother Lin Feng doesn't need to worry. Boss Dong has already asked people to clean it up, Brother Lin Feng can go around the activity area on the first floor." Lin Feng casually responded. The jailer bizarrely left and started to busy himself. "I can't imagine that your tastes are quite heavy, seeing creepy like that can actually make you have wet dreams." A pleasant voice sounded from Lin Feng's ears. Su Yanran walked slowly towards him, her flawlessly long eyes looking at Lin Feng. "Stop it, that kind of weirdness I never want to see again, especially still looking at each other," Lin Feng said with an ugly face. "You made the commotion last night, right? Thanks La, not only were you kind enough to remind me, but you also helped me lure that monster away," Lin Feng said in a sincere tone. Su Yanyan pursed her lips and laughed softly, flirtatious. "It's no big deal, but to be able to take the opportunity to get to know Mr. Lin Feng, it's still me taking advantage of it." Lin Feng looked at her doubtfully. Su Yanyan's glossy chin was slightly raised, signaling Lin Feng to take a walk together, and the two of them went straight to the activity room on the first floor. When they arrived at the activity room on the first floor, quite a few bizarre prisoners as well as human contestants were resting here, chatting with each other in pairs. Lin Feng and Su Yanran picked a place by the window with a wide view. "Get reacquainted, Mr. Lin Feng. My name is Su Yanyan, I'm the president of the Heavenly Question Guild." Su Yanyan stretched out her slender hand and said to Lin Feng with a smile, "Heavenly Question Guild. What a domineering name." Lin Feng similarly stretched out his hand and shook it with Su Yanyan. "It's just a small guild that was just established not long ago, taking this name is mainly to bring the guild to a bright future." Su Yanran smiled to herself. "No matter what, having this heart is good, I believe that with Ms. Su's leadership, sooner or later your guild will be able to make a name for itself." Lin Feng casually said a couple of polite words. Su Yanyan sighed at his words, the tips of her pretty eyebrows drooping slightly, causing people to pity her. "If the guild wants to grow, it still has to need the absorption of talent, although with my level 72, I can rival some of the mid-tier guild executives, but the members within the guild are all too frail." "I wonder how many levels Mr. Lin Feng is?" Su Yanyan asked smoothly. Lin Feng heard the other party's meaning of solicitation. He didn't pick it out, but said sloppily, "I'm not really high, I'm just over level 40. At those words, Su Yanyan's red lips slightly opened, quite surprised. 40 levels. Mr. Lin Feng is so powerful, it's only been a few copies that he's actually reached level 40. It seems like 2 or 3 months ago, Mr. Lin Feng was still an ordinary person, right?" Saying that, Su Yanyan's breathing was a little short and her eyes became eager as she looked at Lin Feng. "Big sister, please respect yourself." Lin Feng quietly took half a step back. Su Yanyan also noticed that she was a bit out of character and hurriedly stroked the broken hair on her temples to cover her embarrassment. "It's just that I've been more lucky, the creeps I've encountered have all been more amiable and have deeper friendships," Lin Feng said casually. Lin Feng didn't say nonsense, but the fellowship was deep. "I wonder if Mr. Lin Feng has joined a guild?" Su Yanyan looked at Lin Feng seriously and said carefully, "If not, I hope Mr. Lin Feng will consider thinking about joining the Heavenly Question Guild. Our guild lacks talents like Mr. Lin Feng." Lin Feng pretended to look thoughtful and pondered for a moment. "I'll consider it, but right now, the primary task is still to pass Devil's Prison alive." "What Mr. Lin Feng said is very true. I have gathered a lot of information about Devil's Prison before this and I can share it with Mr. Lin Feng." Su Yanyan heard Lin Feng's refusal, but she wasn't discouraged. Instead, she still maintained her elegant smile. "Thank you." Lin Feng sincerely thanked. "According to the information I've obtained, it's not easy to pass Devil's Prison, especially since the difficulty of some of the side quests exceeds that of a B-level copy," Su Yanyan said in a deep voice. Lin Feng wanted to continue asking, but at that moment he was interrupted. Right in the middle of their conversation, the originally quite harmonious activity room suddenly stirred up, attracting the attention of the two of them, and there seemed to be a conflict not far away. The two followed the sound and saw that a group of bizarre prisoners and 4 human contestants suddenly confronted each other. "Human, what are you yelling so loud for? Don't you know that you're disturbing my eyes?" The creepy prisoners directly surrounded the 4 humans, and the leading creepy viciously glared at the 4 humans with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. The 4 human players were all from the Sakura country, and had been exchanging movies from their hometowns. When they heard the words, they were a bit confused. However, upholding the attitude of trying not to provoke weirdness, they still coyly said, "Private Marseille, we'll keep our voices down." However, their concessions did not exchange for the forgiveness of the creeps. The lead creepy gripped a handful of hair from one of the humans and lifted him up. "What did you say? What do you need a sheriff for if apologizing works?" The lead creepy was a high-level danger class, while that little Sakura was only in her 40s, and both of them were carrying handcuffs restricting their power, but it's still no match for the creepy. The Sakura player's expression was agonizing, and he kept struggling, however, that creepy's big hands were like iron pincers firmly gripping him. Baka, don't bully yourselves too much. The other three human players understood that the other party was purposely looking for a fight, and could only chortle stiffly. Holy shit, how dare you resist? Really don't know what your last name is? Give me a beating. The leader of the bazaar gave an order, and the minions behind him directly pounced over, holding down the four Sakura players on the ground and beating them violently due to their numerical advantage. Creepy's hands were not light or heavy, causing the four to scream and splash blood everywhere. Seeing the blood, the creeps became even more excited. When the surrounding creeps saw this scene, they all shouted out in excitement and began to raise a ruckus. The human players could only be silent and hide farther away, lest they be affected. Seeing the scene, Lin Feng leaned against the window with interest. Su Yan sighed but was also indifferent. Instead she silently turned her head away. Soon, the whistle sounded, and a few jailer creeps ran over, batons in hand, and drank back the group of creeps. The few Sakura Nation players left on the ground were dying and passed out, beaten up and covered in blood, and the serious ones even had their arms broken. Dong Dashin slowly walked over, his face still smiling. Really, didn't let you guys do it here. Our devil's prison is a prison of overall excellence in morality, intelligence, physicality, beauty and labor. You guys will ruin the reputation of the prison like this. Next time, remember to do this kind of thing back in the cell. Dong Dashin said to the leader of the creeps. The group of creeps seemed to be very respectful to Dong Dashin, lowering their eyebrows and agreeing several times. Dong Dashin then told a few jailer creeps to drag the four Sakura Nation players away, and the scene returned to calm. It looks like they were targeted for giving too little money. Su Yenran said softly. Lin Feng shrugged, that's the price of being stingy. The bizarre world is also about human feelings, unless you're strong enough to ignore it all. Just then, Dong Dashin, who was presiding over the situation, came over. Brother Lin Feng, the prison doctor you're applying for has a place. In view of the negligence of the prison, which wronged Brother Lin Feng, and your outstanding ability, therefore Brother Lin Feng is specially hired as the prison doctor of Devil's Prison, exempted from the status of a prisoner, with 8 hours of working time, and the rest of the time you can move around freely within the regulations. But by 9 o'clock in the evening after that you will be inside the room. Dong Dashin said smilingly. Money can make tricky push mill. This saying is not true at all. The effort of saying this himself, people helped to get things done. Thanks for the recommendation, Brother Dong. I'll definitely find you for a drink when I have time. Lin Feng said kindly. Mr. Lin Feng actually applied to become a prison doctor? Could it be that you're still a trick doctor? Hearing Dong Dashin's words, Su Yan was surprised at the side. I accidentally obtained the profession of an intermediate-level trickster doctor. It's good to be idle. Lin Feng said casually. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's gaze towards Lin Feng became even hotter. The look was like a wolf-like young woman seeing a youthful male big. By the way, Miss Su, the job you applied for as a cafeteria chef is experiencing some difficulties. Brother Lin Feng, because the last prison doctor's wife is pregnant, anxious to go back to take care of her, after all, have not gone back for 2 years, homesickness, directly chose to leave. But the head chef of the cafeteria is doing a good job. We can't let him leave just because he says so. How about replacing him with an ordinary chef for you? Dong Dashin looked at Su Yan with some difficulty. Su Yan seemed to have invested a lot of money, and was a little dissatisfied with the result, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. I am at least a senior trick chef, how can I be an ordinary chef? Think about it again, I but gave you 100,000 thrill coins. Dong Dashin's forehead was sweating. That chef said that unless your culinary skills are better than his, he would say nothing to give up his position. Then the cooking skills right, just what I want, take me to the cafeteria, I'll personally fix him. Su Yenran said dryly, confidence written all over her face. Senior trick chef. Lin Feng was surprised, this woman has some skills. At that, Dong Dashin nodded. Just in time, that chef is waiting in the cafeteria. Miss Su, come with me. There was still a lot of time left, so Lin Feng simply followed over to join in the fun. The two of them went straight to the back kitchen of the cafeteria. At the moment there were a few creeps and 3 humans busy. The 3 humans were all junior creepy cooks, plus they had stuffed in some favor fees and were assigned to the back kitchen of the cafeteria, which was quite smooth within this devil's prison. And in the very center of the kitchen, a creepy wearing a tall hat leisurely sat on the table, directing them to be busy. That bazaar was not humanoid, but a strange creature with 8 tentacles, with a light blue transparent body, and his 5 senses were still clear, but there was a strange feeling with this body. Hey, surname Dong, what are you doing again? This is the kitchen, not your backyard. When that creepy saw Dong Dashin come in, his face instantly turned ugly down, his tone extraordinarily unkind. Someone wanted to take over your position as chef, so I brought her here. Dong Dashin casually said, pointing to Su Yenran on the side. Tentacle Creepy sniffed and looked at the other party with an unkind gaze. but Su Yanyan was very calmly locking eyes with her. Oof. With you being a human still wanting to challenge my position, you really don't know your place. I've been in this back kitchen for decades, no one has dared to challenge me yet. Tentacle Creepy said nonchalantly, his tone extraordinarily contemptuous. Su Yanran wasn't annoyed either, but still maintained her noble and elegant image. That's because I haven't been here before. Didn't you say you want to compare cooking skills? How about the losing party gets out of the back kitchen? Su Yanran said blandly. Both sides were at swords drawn, and the entire back kitchen's creeps and humans were attracted by the commotion over here, stopping their hand movements and preparing to watch the show. The Tentacle Creepy smiled back in anger at the words, what a big mouth. Let's have a match then, but I have a request, the losing party not only has to roll out, but also leave one of their hands behind. It's a deal. Su Yanran didn't hesitate, directly agreeing the moment the other party finished speaking. I wonder how you plan to compete, and what are the judging criteria? Since you're going to challenge me, the rules and standards will naturally be decided by me. Tentacle Creepy said rightfully. It just so happens that 2 new magic dragon fish arrived today, and I was going to dedicate them to the Lord Warden, so let's just use them as the ingredients for today's competition. Let's see who cooks the magic dragon fish better. Tentacle Creepy said smugly. That whoever, bring out the fish in the cold storage. Several humans hurriedly ran inside the cold storage room and ganged up to carry out 2 huge fish. The 2 fish were each 2 meters long, with 2 strands of bulges growing on their huge heads, their mouths were open, their teeth were as sharp as rooted iron thorns, and their bodies were pitch black, with a layer of dark green scales wrapped around their exterior. Lin Feng had the knowledge of a bizarre chef and naturally recognized this kind of fish. The devil dragon fish was a fish that originated from the eastern waters of the bizarre world, ferocious in nature, with teeth capable of tearing everything apart, extremely difficult to catch and expensive. However, its meat was fatty, delicate, and rich in nutrients, making it very popular even though rare. Su Yanyan propped her chin up and carefully surveyed the devil dragon fish, pondering in her heart. What? Is this scared? Seeing Su Yanyan's silence, the tentacle bizarrely mocked. Nothing, just thinking about what approach to use. Su Yanyan casually said. Then let's get started. Both sides moved nimbly, each choosing a fish and starting to make it. Tentacle Creepy moved quickly, with 2 tentacles supporting his body and the remaining 6 tentacles breaking down the demon dragonfish while mixing the spices as well as starting the pot to boil the oil. Even if he was multitasking, he was able to do so with ease. On the contrary, on Su Yanyan's side, even though her technique was equally skillful, it was evident that this senior trickster chef wasn't just talking nonsense. However, her movements were a bit slower and she encountered some trouble during the dissection process. Because the magic dragonfish had just been taken out of the cold storage, the scales of the epidermis had become extremely difficult to cut because of the freezing, and without the ingredients, Su Yanyan had nowhere to utilize her skills. Tentacle Creepy had a winning smile at the corner of his mouth, while his magic dragonfish didn't know what means had been used, rapidly thawing out and cutting much easier. He had anticipated this and deliberately created trouble for Su Yanyan. Seeing the tentacles bizarrely cutting the devil dragonfish to completion and starting to make it, Su Yanyan had still only sliced through a small part of the scales, and if she were to exert her full strength, it would destroy the texture of the ingredients and be even more unfavorable. At this moment, Su Yanyan's forehead was covered in delicate beads of sweat. When I'm done within 10 minutes, if you haven't finished it, it will be equally counted as a failure, the tentacle said in a bizarre teasing manner. Su Yanyan took a long breath, intending to risk destroying the ingredients and use brute force to split the magic dragon fish, when Lin Feng suddenly said, "Do you want me to help you?" At those words, Su Yanyan raised her head in surprise and met Lin Feng's flat gaze. So what if there's one more person? He still wants to win against me. But since he's going to join, both of you will have to leave your hands behind when you fail. Tentacle Creepy felt like he had one. Lin Feng didn't wait for Su Yanyan to speak, he directly took the knife and said, "You go prepare the other things, leave the dissection to me." Hearing what Lin Feng said, Su Yanyan's heart inexplicably felt relieved. She chose to trust Lin Feng. Despite being the same trick chef, even at the same level, the cuisine that each chef specialized in and the skills they possessed were different. The same was true for other professions, each trickster martial artist had their own exclusive skills. Therefore Su Yanran didn't find this situation strange. Lin Feng held the kitchen knife in his hand, and the frozen, hardened devil dragon fish in his vision turned into a different light. Wispy lines were present on the surface of the magic dragonfish, and they were all in Lin Feng's eyes. This was Lin Feng's beginner trickster chef skill, butchery. Lin Feng followed the lines presented in his eyes and directly started cutting up. The next scene shocked everyone and shenanigans. The magic dragonfish that had made Su Yanyan helpless was actually cut apart with ease. Lin Feng's movements were so smooth and elegant, the chopper cut through a perfect arc, not only retaining the organization and structure of the magic dragonfish, but also perfectly separating the fish meat from the spines.
Tentacle Creepy looked at Lin Feng's movements incredulously, and for a moment he forgot to look after the ingredients in the pot. How is it possible? You're a tricky chef too. In the next moment, he remembered his ingredients and hurriedly lowered his head and started to deal with them, but he obviously didn't have the confidence he had just had and became flustered. Su Yanran was likewise very surprised. Lin Feng's movements weren't the slightest bit delayed, he was obviously experienced. Which part of the fish do you want? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Su Yanyan reacted and calmly said, the brisket of the devil dragonfish, just ask for the size of a palm. As soon as her words fell, Lin Feng had already cut off a piece of fish brisket and handed it to Su Yanyan. Receiving the still cold fish, Su Yanyan was in a trance for a while, then she collected her mind and continued to make it without stopping. 10 minutes later, both sides completed the dishes one after another. Fragrant essence pan-fried fish, please taste. Su Yanyan said as she served the dish to Tentacle Creepy. And the demon fish roasted noodles made by Tentacle Creepy was similarly placed in front of Su Yanyan. Magic fish roasted noodles, underworld sea composition. Both sides tasted each other's dishes and competed to win or lose. Su Yanyan picked up a few noodles made from the fish meat of the devil dragonfish and put them into her mouth. The smooth and delicate texture attacked her, the wonderful flavor exploded in her mouth. This devil fish noodle was indeed very high level. However, after Su Yanyan tasted the other party's devil fish noodle, her face brought on a confident smile. Because she knew that she had one. With her own small means, Tentacle Dial was able to thaw the fish meat quickly, but it also caused some drawbacks. While the fish was thawing, the organization of the fish meat became loose and soft, and the noodles made were smooth and delicate, but lacked a bouncy, crisp texture. Tentacle Creepy sliced off a small piece of fish meat and put it into his mouth, his face becoming ugly down little by little as he chewed. Swallowing the fish, Tentacle Creepy was suddenly annoyed and directly slapped on the table, shaking the entire table. Smash the scene. Smash the field. My field. Tentacle Creepy stared angrily at Su Yanran and Lin Feng, especially Lin Feng. He was so careless that he actually missed this human. There were still experts? Tentacle Creepy's anger value against you plus 700 is automatically converted into 700 creepy chi value. Willing to bet. Su Yanran revealed a sweet smile and said to Tentacle Creepy. Upon hearing this, Tentacle Creepy grimaced, then unwillingly copied the kitchen knife and chopped off one of his tentacles. The tentacle on the ground bounced twice and didn't move. And the severed limb squirmed for a while and grew a new tentacle. The tentacle moved his body weirdly fast and left the back kitchen. Before leaving, he said viciously, wait for me, when you humans are gone, this is still my territory. Rather a face speaking creepy. Watching the tentacled creep leave, Dong Dashan reappeared with a smile and said to the many creeps and humans present, the competition is over, now you can get to know the new chef. Dong Dashan had something to leaving behind Su Yanran and Lin Feng. Thank you, Lin Feng, without you I might have lost. Su Yanyan said to Lin Feng from the bottom of her heart. Just now, Lin Feng stepping forward had touched her heart immensely. Her eyes were misting with water and she was already prepared to spend a lot of thrill coins to treat her broken hand, but Lin Feng stepped in at just the right time and dragged her out of her despair, as if a drowning person was suddenly rescued. Lin Feng's image in her mind became taller, while an inexplicable emotion began to spread in its heart. A show of hands, I just helped you with the ingredients, the rest is your own skill. Lin Feng said modestly. Su Yanyan shook her head, I thought that I could easily win on the strength of my advanced trickster chef abilities, so I took on this side mission. I didn't expect it to almost turn over, looks like I have to hone my knife skills. How did Mr. Lin Feng manage to cut the epidermis of such a hard magic dragonfish? Su Yanyan asked curiously. You know, I'm an intermediate trick doctor. Doctors often have to enlighten people, so I tried it with the idea of giving it a try, and I didn't expect it to really cut through. Lin Feng hid his ability. Aren't you afraid that after you fail, you'll get your hand chopped off together? Su Yanran suddenly asked. I didn't think about it too much at the time, I just didn't want to see the beauty in tears and subconsciously stepped forward. Lin Feng let out a light laugh. And such a good-looking hand, if it gets hurt then what a pity. Until Lin Feng left, Su Yanyan was still standing in place. Her heart was still beating non-stop. Su Yanyan hurriedly covered her chest, her eyes were mesmerized, her mind was full of Lin Feng's figure. He actually did this for me. It's still the first time someone cares about me like this. There was no shortage of people complimenting her talent and looks since she was a child, but she had all long since gotten used to it. But Lin Feng's such a blunt compliment made her very heartfelt. Could it be that Lin Feng went straight to his room, wait until tomorrow when he could take up his duties as a prison doctor. He was really looking forward to what kind of patients he would meet. Just as he was walking through a corridor, a long sword in the shadows diagonally behind him stabbed straight at the back of his heart. Alarm bells ringing in his heart, Lin Feng subconsciously dodged to the side and kicked out at the same time. The opponent didn't seem to expect Lin Feng to notice his attack and was very shocked.
There was no time to resist. Lin Feng's kick directly hit the opponent's belly, directly sending him flying out. Boom! That figure smashed heavily against the wall and his own appearance was taken in by Lin Feng. Someone from the pretty country? Seeing the other person's yellow hair, as well as that standard pretty country look, Lin Feng was stunned, and at the same time, he felt that the other person looked a bit familiar. It seemed like he had seen it there. Shet, damned dragon country people, damned Lin Feng. You killed my brother, I won't let you go. The man from the pretty country shouted frantically. Who's your brother? Lin Feng said in a cold voice, while preparing to strike to finish the guy off. William. The man from the pretty country spat out 2 words, then suddenly disappeared in place without giving Lin Feng a chance to strike. Damn, this can even run away? Lin Feng looked around and used his eye of cave sense, but found nothing. It didn't seem to be a skill like stealth, but more like instantaneous movement. There was no way around it. Lin Feng could only give up on tracking. Doesn't matter, as long as you're still in this prison, you won't be able to escape me. Lin Feng's heart was determined to kill. It was really a narrow road. William, who he met at Deadly Silence High School, actually had a brother. Coincidentally, he ran into him here again. It couldn't be helped, so let's kill them together. The one who killed your brother was Xiao Shui. What's it got to do with me, Lin Feng? Without letting this little episode affect his mood, Lin Feng returned to his room and exchanged messages with Yin Kanchan, pouring out his heart. The next day, Lin Feng woke up early. The giant creepy didn't come out last night, which allowed him to have a good night's sleep. The pattern of the giant creepy crawlies coming out was still unknown, and Su Yin didn't have any information about it, so he could only be careful every night. Today is the day Lin Feng took office, changed out of his black and white striped prison uniform, took a shower, changed into a white coat, and the whole person looked extra tall and handsome. There's that smell. The Devil's Prison's medical room is likewise on the first floor, in the place where the central corridor of the male and female prisons connects. It was convenient for both male and female shenanigans to be able to come and get medical attention. Completion of Main Quest 2, reward, 7,000 experience points, 100,000 creepy coins. Mainline Mission 3, insist on surviving in Devil's Prison for 12 days, reward, 5,000 creepy chi value, 10,000 experience value. Side Quest 1, provide medical help to the inmates in Devil's Prison, reward, 1,000 experience value, medicinal herbs *10 for each creepy cured. Herbs vary in type and are used to make potions. Side Quest 2, investigate the mysterious giant creepy and obtain the secret of the other party's identity, reward, not to be disclosed at this time. A series of quests came at him. Lin Feng accepted them as they were and just proceeded step by step. Arriving at the entrance to the infirmary, Lin Feng heard the sound of conversation coming from inside. By the sound of it, it seemed like 2 young girls were discussing something, so he didn't go in right away. Suzu, have you heard? The new prison doctor is a human. Ugh. What's wrong with a human? It's not like we haven't seen one before. Why is sister making such a fuss? We're so weird. We actually have to give humans a hand job. Are you willing to do that? Furthermore, Dr. Lu just left that human came. I suspect that human used some improper means. Well, is it? I don't really think it matters, La. So what are you planning to do, sis? He. I prepared a special gift. When that human drinks it will. Lin Feng was at the door and took in what the 2 young girls inside were saying. It looks like it's directed at me. Lin Feng stroked his chin, thinking about how he should punish these 2 bad-hearted little creeps. With a bang, Lin Feng directly pushed the door in. Yeah. Lin Feng's sudden intrusion startled the 2 young girls and they let out a gasp. Who is it? Don't you know you have to knock first? The teenage girl's irritated voice came out. Lin Feng followed the sound and looked, only to see 2 teenage girls in light pink nurse uniforms standing there, their slender figures perfectly displayed under the snug nurse uniforms. Both teenage girls had short light blue hair, their pretty faces were delicate, they looked exactly the same, they seemed to be twins. Name, Maple. Identity, Devil Prison Nurse. Race, Imp. Rank, Ordinary High. Favorability, 0. Weakness, very sensitive earlobes, afraid of the dark and slippery things. Weakness, very sensitive earlobes, afraid of the dark and slippery things. Name, Suzu. Name, Suzu. Identity, Devil Prison Nurse. Race, Imp. Rank, Ordinary High. Favorability, 0. Weakness, fear of bugs, especially those with extra legs, likes the feeling of being tied up. The information of the 2 little nurses quickly caught in his eyes. Lin Feng naturally smiled and greeted, hello guys, my name is Lin Feng, I'm the new prison doctor, you can call me Dr. Lin. Upon hearing this, the 2 little nurses calmed down and sized up Lin Feng with scrutinizing gazes. Hello Dr. Lin, my name is Feng, I'm a nurse in the infirmary, I'll be responsible for assisting you from now on. This is my younger sister Suzu, same as me. After a few breaths, one of the young girls took the lead in greeting with a smile, looking extraordinarily kind and enthusiastic. Lin Feng noticed that the 2 teenage girls had slight differences even though they were twins. Maple, who was the older sister, was a bit taller, her two thighs were more rounded, and she had a small mole on the earlobe of her right ear. The younger sister, Suzu, on the other hand, had a more rounded face and a larger chest than her sister, and her expression was rather indifferent.
Hello guys, these days in the future we'll collaborate together and try to cure every patient.
Lin Feng smiled. Upon hearing this, Feng enthusiastically stepped forward and pulled Lin Feng's arm over him, pulling him behind the desk.
Dr.
Lin, let me take you to familiarize you with the work environment.
Feng's face was still covered in a sweet smile as she eagerly introduced Lin Feng.
If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Feng had heard this little devil's words in advance, as well as the fact that he hadn't received the message to gain favor, he probably really believed it. Compared to Feng's enthusiasm, Suzu just stood silently on the side, sizing up Lin Feng from time to time.
Dr. Lin must be thirsty, I made you coffee.
Lin Feng had just sat down on his office chair when Feng walked over with a cup of steaming coffee and handed it to Lin Feng.
Oh thank you.
Lin Feng smiled on the surface as a result, while his afterglow swept towards the slightly greenish coffee.
This poisoning is more or less a bit obvious, right? Do you really think I'm blind?
With the knowledge and experience brought by an intermediate-level trickster doctor, Lin Feng could smell what the added poison was just by the smell. Bitter wind beans, after taking it will cause severe diarrhea, numbness in the limbs and other symptoms. This little girl is quite ruthless. But this little bit of toxicity was nothing to Lin Feng. He had taken the snake saliva dam that Shauna had given him and could immunize himself against this bit of toxicity. Looking at Lin Feng slowly tilting his head back and taking a sip, Feng's eyes couldn't hide his smirk of triumph.
Humph, what a stupid human, can't even see this, what kind of trickster doctor is he?
Suzu at the side didn't stop her own sister's mischief, but silently prepared the toilet paper.
Dr. Lin, is it good? Feng asked softly in Lin Feng's ear.
Lin Feng put down the coffee and smiled. It's delicious. Feng, take a sip too.
No.
I don't need it, this was specially brewed for Dr.
Lin. Feng refused in a panic.
After waiting for a few moments, Feng, who was originally prepared to watch the joke, felt something wasn't quite right in his heart.
It's been so long, how come it hasn't taken effect yet?
Lin Feng still had that cloudy look on the surface, as if he hadn't been poisoned at all.
What the hell? Could it be that the bitter wind beans I bought have expired? Feng's heartbeat accelerated.
At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly stood up and walked towards Feng.
Has Miss Feng ever heard of the snake saliva pill? Snake saliva dan. Seems a bit impressive. It's an elixir unique to the snake people clan, right? What is Dr.
Lin doing mentioning this? Feng's eyes flickered, she didn't know why, but she was inexplicably afraid of Lin Feng in her heart. Snake saliva pill, it can nourish the yin and replenish the yang, strengthen the body's strength, and at the same time provide immunity to toxicity. Although not all poisons can be solved, the district bitter wind bean can still be solved. Lin Feng said as Feng's face became more and more ugly. Speaking of which, it's really coincidental, I happened to meet a girl from the Snake People clan earlier, and the other party also happened to give me a snake salivation dan. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth hooked up as he looked at Feng playfully. When Suzu, who was not concerned about anything on the side, heard this, she also couldn't help but raise her head and looked at Lin Feng with a few more points of incredulity.
Is Dr. Lin suspecting that I put bitter wind beans inside my coffee?
Feng saw that things were falling apart and wanted to weasel out of it.
It's not suspicion, it's conviction. Do you really think that I picked up this intermediate-level trickster doctor for nothing?
After saying that, Lin Feng was a bit silent, as if he really did pick it up for nothing. Feng took a few steps back, his voice trembled a bit as he was shocked by Lin Feng's powerful aura.
But, maybe someone else secretly put it, I didn't know it was in there.
Before she could finish, Lin Feng suddenly reached out and pinched Feng's neck and pressed her onto the desk. Lin Feng's movements were extremely swift, not dragging his feet at all, and Maple, who was only ordinary level, couldn't react at all. A heavy force hit her, causing the upper half of her body to directly lie on the desk. There was no way for her to get up.
Sister, quickly let go of her.
On the side, even though Suzu was planning to watch the show, she still couldn't sit back and wait for her own sister to be hurt. With that said, Suzu's brows furrowed as she pulled out a scalpel from under her skirt and stabbed at Lin Feng. Buzz! In the next moment, Suzu only felt the sky spinning, her brain buzzing, the killing intent in her heart towards Lin Feng suddenly disappeared, her movements stopped in midair.
Suzu, do it, kill this human. Feng also took off his mask and said viciously.
The force of Lin Feng's hand increased a bit, making Feng unable to breathe, death haunting its head.
You think your sister is as stubborn as you?
Watch well how your sister submits to me. Lin Feng leaned down and whispered in Feng's ear, then gently bit her earlobe. The tingling sensation spread all over her body from her ear. Feng's body trembled, her legs suddenly lost their strength. Subconsciously she was about to fall to her knees, but fortunately her will stabilized and she fought against this strange sensation with all her might.
What do you mean? Fang's heart had an ominous premonition. She gasped and glared at Lin Feng.
Fang's fear value of you plus 100, converted into 100 points of guile chi value.
You'll find out later.
Lin Feng smiled evilly, then stood up straight and stretched out his right hand, while on the ring finger of his right hand, he wore a ring inlaid with a pink-colored gemstone. The ring was like a demonic eye, taking in the heart. Suzu subconsciously looked at the ring on Lin Feng's hand because of Lin Feng's sudden movement. The ring suddenly lit up, and an invisible force traveled down Suzu's eyes and drilled into his mind.
The soul hooking ring, the little toy given by Chan Chan, is still very interesting. It's just right for punishing you guys. Lin Feng laughed.
A destruction level prop used to charm an ordinary level imp was more or less a big deal. The moment that power entered his mind, Suzu's eyes lost their color, they lowered, and his hands involuntarily hung down. Seeing this scene, Feng was greatly shocked, and her pretty face was filled with panic. Suzu.
What happened to you, Suzu? Damn human, what have you done to my sister?
Maple's anger value against you plus 200, automatically converted to 200 guile chi value. Keed clenched her silver teeth and exerted her full power. 2 black ram's horns emerged from her light blue hair, while 2 more small wings appeared behind her back. Her eyes took on a lavender color, and her demonic aura radiated out. But this amount of strength wasn't enough to look at in front of Lin Feng. The might of the sect master was released in full force, directly pressuring Feng's heart to not be able to give birth to any thoughts of resistance.
How is it possible? How can you be so strong? With their sister's strength, even if they faced a human above level 50, although they couldn't beat them, it wasn't so bad that they didn't even have the qualifications to fight back.
Don't be anxious, it's your turn later, Lin Feng said softly. At the same time, Suzu, who was on the side, had been completely controlled by Lin Feng. As long as it was Lin Feng's order, she would be completely obedient.
Suzu, what am I to you?
Lin Feng asked softly.
You're my.
Suzu's eyes were still dark and her mouth mumbled unconsciously.
I'm your master,
Lin Feng said in a cold voice.
Master. Master Lin Feng, I'm your slave.
At those words, Suzu's eyes lit up and she looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of adoring obedience. She hurriedly ran to Lin Feng and sat on her knees obediently.
Master's orders are absolute, do you know that, Suzu?
Seeing that the ring had taken effect, Lin Feng continued. Suzu nodded seriously and obediently said, as long as it's what Master says, Suzu will do anything.
Suzu, wake up, what are you talking about, he's human.
Keed's pupils dilated in disbelief at this scene. How did her own sister suddenly become this human slave?
Suzu, your sister is a bit noisy, what do you think we should do?
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Understood, Master. Suzu understood and stood up, walking over to Feng and looking down at her.
Feng looked at her sister in front of her, who had grown up together, but was indescribably strange. The next moment, Suzu took off her shoes, revealing her little white socks. Then she took off the steaming little white socks again, forcefully pried open Keed's mouth, and shoved the socks directly into its mouth.
Oh.
Maple stared wide-eyed, somewhat incredulous, a whimpering cry escaping her mouth.
Sister, the master's order is absolute, be good, and listen to the master.
Suzu said blandly. Keed's fear value of you plus 500, automatically converted to 500 Gui Chi value. Feng already had tears in the corners of her eyes, her pretty face was pale, the fear of Lin Feng in her heart had reached its peak. Seeing this, Lin Feng's bad taste reached its peak and felt that he could add more fire to the fire. Just tie up your sister's hands and feet again, she's always trying to resist me. Lin Feng continued.
Suzu nodded her head and then pulled out a rope from under her skirt now.
Although it was unknown why she had the rope with her and where she hid it.
Really, Master, how can you reward sister? I also want to be.
Suzu beamed, seemingly subconsciously thinking that tying up was a reward for Keed.
Suzu's movements were quite skillful, directly binding Keed's whole body, unable to move. It's just that the binding is a bit like, very good. Suzu, since you've taken off your shoes, why don't you just take them all off?
Lin Feng suddenly said. At those words, Feng, who had been silently shedding tears, was startled and continued to start struggling. However, Suzu was tied very tightly, and there was no way for her to break free. Yes, Master. Without the slightest hesitation, Suzu directly took off her nurse's uniform and finally presented herself naked in front of Lin Feng. The young girl's skin was extraordinarily fair and still had a light pink color. Her youthful and chiseled figure was visible to Lin Feng. Show your demonic body again. As a doctor, you naturally need to understand the bizarre body structures of the races to facilitate better healing for me, Lin Feng said righteously. In the next instant, 2 black horns emerged from Suzu's head, and 2 small wings grew out from her back, exactly like her sister. It was almost the same. Seeing this, Lin Feng once again raised his right hand and uncharmed Suzu. Her eyes once again regained their original splendor. Suzu first froze, then she felt a cool chill in all parts of her body. Only then did she realize that all her clothes were gone, and she hurriedly let out a cry and curled up on the ground. Suzu's fear value of you plus 200, converted to 200 points of trickster chi value. You. What did you do to me? Sister, why are you tied up? And my socks. Suzuki's original calm demeanor was shattered, looked mournful, the corners of the eyes hanging teardrops, look extraordinarily pitiful. Lin Feng took the socks out of Feng's mouth so that she could finally speak. Bastard Lin Feng, if there's anything come at me, don't do it to my sister. Feng said in a hurry, glaring angrily at Lin Feng. Don't slander me, I didn't do anything, it was clearly your sister who took off by herself. Lin Feng raised his hands with an innocent face and said, his expression was extraordinarily beaten. Feng was so angry that her teeth itched, but she just couldn't do anything about Lin Feng. At the moment, in her eyes, Lin Feng could be even more terrifying than those vicious and bizarre prisoners. It was the first time she had seen such a human. I'm sorry, it's all our fault. We shouldn't have poisoned you, please spare our lives. At this time, Suzu, who was on the side, suddenly stood up and lowered her head to sincerely apologize despite the fact that she was being looked at by Lin Feng. Suzu. Feng's expression was stunned, his expression became sad, then he clenched his teeth and similarly softened his tone and said, I'm sorry, poisoning you was my own idea, it has nothing to do with Suzu. Please let her go. After saying that, the two young girls shed tears at the same time, looking extraordinarily pitiful. Lin Feng looked at this scene and inexplicably felt as if he was the bad guy. But, I'm on fire right now, ugh. How are you going to solve this? At these words, Suzu stopped crying, as if she had made a very important decision, took a deep breath, and then slowly squatted down. By the time Keat regained her senses again, it was already 2.5 hours later. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling that the bones in her entire body were about to fall apart, and some parts of her body were even vaguely tingling. Suzu. Keat sensed that the ropes had been untied from her body, and that Suzu was lying beside her, sleeping peacefully. Noticing her sister's movement, Suzu also woke up. Sister, are you alright? Suzu asked with concern. Feng clenched her teeth and said indignantly, damn Lin Feng, actually didn't think about compassion at all. People are still number one. Alright sis, Dr. Lin has already been merciful by not killing us. Suzu said in relief, then sat up and tried to get dressed, only to find that the nurse's uniform had already been torn into strips of cloth. Luckily, there were spare outfits in the infirmary. The two sisters changed and stood up with difficulty, their legs still shaking. What a loss, not only did I not hurt Lin Feng, but I also got myself involved. Feng had chagrin written all over her face. I see that sister was enjoying herself just now, where is the slightest hint of a loss? Suzu teased. Feng's ears turned slightly red and she whispered in a sly voice, how could that be? That was Lin Feng's use of charm that messed with me, otherwise I wouldn't have been like that. Feng was now quite annoyed, it was clear that she had been done so excessively, but she actually couldn't hate Lin Feng at all, on the contrary, an inexplicable sentiment rose towards him. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. Feng hurriedly suppressed this emotion. Alright sis, let's go eat, we have to continue working in the afternoon. Suzu lightly laughed. Eat, didn't you eat enough just now? Sister you. Bugger. The two sisters played around with each other, neither of them saying anything about the changes within themselves. After this morning, Lin Feng had left a deep imprint on not only their bodies but also their minds. On the other side, Lin Feng, who had eaten his food, walked slowly towards the cafeteria. He had gained a few thousand experience values and a large amount of guile chi values this time, so it could be said that he had earned hemp. The soul ring could actually change the subconscious mind of a trickster if it was used multiple times on the trickster. It's really worthy of being a destruction level prop. Lin Feng had experimented a few times from the two Maple Bell sisters and discovered the beauty of this ring. This way, he could quickly earn creepy chi values from creepy. What an evil prop, but I like it. When he arrived at the cafeteria, quite a few creeps and humans were eating. Lin Feng didn't go to serve the meal, instead he went straight to the back kitchen and found Su Yanyan, the new chef who had just been appointed. Su Yanyan was directing her men to work, and when she saw Lin Feng's figure she immediately revealed a smile, you've come just in time. I've already prepared your share. Saying this, Su Yanyan picked up a plate and served the dish from a pot on the side. Seafood risotto, quickly taste it. Not only is yesterday's magic dragon fish meat put inside, there are also many precious seafoods that also come from the underworld CO. These ingredients are only available to the warden as well as those few directors. Su Yanyan's expression was quite proud, inviting credit by serving a plate of exquisite risotto to Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't polite and directly pulled a stool and sat down. For this obviously unruly behavior, the surrounding bizarre and human chefs tacitly chose to turn a blind eye. After all, the rules were dead, they could be dead too. It's good to have someone in the back kitchen, it saves a lot of money on meals. Lin Feng said heartily. Although the ingredients are good, it's useless without a master's craftsmanship. Saying that, Lin Feng picked up a spoon and started to savor it. Su Yanran sat on his side, propped her chin up and watched Lin Feng eat the rice he had made. She didn't know why, but she had some tension in her heart for no reason, and was very concerned about Lin Feng's feelings.
Well, Su Yanran didn't hold back and asked cautiously.
Lin Feng took a big bite of his rice and ate soundly, feeling his taste buds cheering. At the same time, the various high-grade ingredients provided many benefits to his body after eating them.
Delicious, so delicious. Worthy of being an advanced trick chef. I can kind of see the gap today.
Lin Feng swallowed a mouthful of rice and then said heartily. Upon hearing this, Su Yanyan smiled joyfully, revealing a sweet smile.
That's good. If you like it you can come every day in the future. I'll make it for you. Su Yanran said.
That's great. Lin Feng was overjoyed. After eating and drinking enough, there was still some time left before he had to go to work in the afternoon. Lin Feng and Su Yanyan found a secluded place and started to do something big.
Exchanging information. I met the warden of Devil's Prison today. Su Yanyan said seriously. Lin Feng immediately became interested. The warden? How did you meet that?
He basically knew nothing about the top brass of Devil Prison. He had only met 100 Eyes Guile. The Devil Prison's cafeteria chef needs to be personally responsible for the warden's meals, so I was able to have the qualification to enter his office and meet him in person.
Su Yanyan said. So what's the warden's origin and what does he look like? Lin Feng asked curiously.
She's a woman, looks very much in line with human aesthetics, but I'm not sure exactly what race for the time being. There are no particularly obvious physical features. There's also the fact that this warden is very strong. It's estimated that her strength is also at the high level of the destruction class. It should be on the same level as Xiao Meishue from Deadly Silence High School. Saying that, Su Yanran beamed her mouth. She then remembered the unusual relationship between this guy in front of her and Xiao Meishue. Her heart felt a little sour.
Like this, that's indeed very strong. Lin Feng nodded, not noticing the change in Su Yanyan's mood. Then have you gathered any information?
Lin Feng continued to ask. Su Yanyan thought about it and eventually shook her head. I stayed at her place for a very short time. I hardly saw anything useful. It's just that when I went there, I happened to hear her talking on the phone, saying something about 100 years ago, a few big clans or something like that. Several big families can roughly deduce what they are. The probability is that they are talking about the several big weird families that are controlling the Devil's Prison behind the scenes. Each of them has a deep heritage and is extremely powerful, and their core forces have all reached the level of an A-rank copy. Su Yanyan had collected intelligence in advance and knew quite a bit about this aspect. But the rest is unclear for now. But it doesn't matter, it's only the third day, there will always be a chance to probe for more information afterward. Seeing that Lin Feng was silent, Su Yanyan thought that Lin Feng was a little disappointed and hurriedly relieved him. But actually, Lin Feng was because he didn't know anything, so he just shut up. Did Mr. Lin Feng find out any information? Su Yanran asked casually. Lin Feng immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. He couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. When others were still trying to raid the copies, he was actually. But he couldn't say that he hadn't done anything other than nurse the twins. Right. When I went back yesterday, I was sneak attacked by a yellow hair from a Pretty Country. He's William's brother, the guy who represented Pretty Country to enter the replica when he was in Dead Silence High School. That yellow hair has pretty powerful props in his hands. He can move instantly. If you get into a conflict with this person, remember to be careful with this. Lin Feng simply told Su Yanyan what happened yesterday. Su Yanyan propped up her chin and listened very carefully to what Lin Feng said, then nodded her head. In that case, it seems that not only do we need to be wary of Guile, the other players should also be more on guard. Although most of the players are at level 40 or 50, there's no shortage of a few who are around level 70, just like me, and they're just as experienced, raiding copies through their own means. The two of them chatted casually again, each returning to their work. By the time Lin Feng returned to the infirmary once again, the mess inside had already been cleaned up at the moment, and the smell had dissipated, with only the smell of disinfectant. The two sisters, Feng and Suzu, were sitting next to each other, having changed into their new nurses' uniforms, and when they saw Lin Feng enter, they subconsciously stood up. Feng inclined her head, showing an extraordinarily dislike for Lin Feng, completely lacking the warmth she had when they first met. It was true that what was there before was all a disguise. Lin Feng didn't care, the real attitude was more to his liking. On the contrary, Suzu extended her hand to greet Lin Feng, and there was a bit more goodwill in her gaze towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat down on the office chair and said to the two sisters, "Why are you still standing? Sit down and take a break. After all, I used up so much physical strength in the morning, you guys should also rest and take a break."
How dare you mention it? Keed stomped her foot in sudden exasperation.
Suzu, on the other hand, obediently sat down while pulling on Keed's coat. Feng didn't sit down, but instead picked up a cup on the side, poured another cup of coffee and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't take it immediately, but looked at her with a smile. Looking at Feng's heart trembled, and that strange emotion from before surged up again. "What are you looking at? This time I didn't put bitter winged beans. If you're scared you can choose not to drink it. Make it seem like I'm willing to pour you coffee." The young girl arrogantly finished, directly twisted her head and walked over to Suzu and sat down, not even looking at Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng smiled and picked up the coffee, drinking it cozily. As expected, there was no messy stuff added, and the coffee tasted normal. It tastes really good. The scent of the coffee is also mixed with the flavor of maple. It's something else. Bastard, you guy. Don't say such strange things. At those words, Keed once again exploded. Alright, I'll get ready. What if the patient comes? Lin Feng hurriedly smoothed down Fang's temper. And coincidentally, there was a knock on the door from outside the infirmary. It seemed that Lin Feng's first patient on the job was coming this way. Come in, Lin Feng said as he straightened his clothes. Suzu, who was standing up on the side, pulled open the door and was greeted by a male creep with a gloomy face and a thin figure, who was followed by a jailer creep. Dr. Lin, this guy is a bit uncomfortable, you give him a look. The jailer creep recognized Lin Feng and greeted him with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and let Suzaku lead the creepy over to him. Say, where are you uncomfortable? Lin Feng took a sip of his coffee and casually asked, at the same time casting a look and smell to check the other person's physical condition. Inspection results: general mental state, slightly depressed, long accumulated dark diseases in various parts of the body, tongue and mouth infected by fungus, suspected to have foot odor. Once the inspection results came out, Lin Feng's coffee nearly spewed out. What the hell? You've got foot fungus in the wrong place. Lin Feng's eyes became strange as he looked at so bizarre. Why is it a human? Where is that doctor from before? This bizarre saw Lin Feng, dissatisfaction spread on his face and he spat out in a small voice. The jailer creep behind him slapped his head and said in a deep voice, which so much nonsense, love to see or not, Dr. Lin is also something you can question? Upon hearing this, the creepy wilted and whispered, I have foot fungus, Dr. Lin can just give me a little medicine, it's not a big problem. Lin Feng calmed down and greeted the two sisters on the side. Go to the pharmacy and get some medicine for foot odor. There's no need for me to remind you of this. Fang's small eyes rolled, pretending to be innocent. I don't know which medicine is Dr. Lin talking about? It can't be that you yourself don't know, right? This little girl didn't get enough lessons in the morning, did she? Lin Feng's eyes became kind as he looked at Feng. The frightened little girl hurriedly shut her mouth. Fungus inhibiting spray, cut the crap and hurry to get it, Lin Feng said. Luckily, Suzu was a well-behaved girl and brought the medicine over after Lin Feng had ordered it. Lin Feng handed the potion to the creepy in front of him. Use it twice a day, it'll be almost as good after a week. The creepy took the potion and casually asked, how do I use this medicine? Orally, do I have to make it clear? Lin Feng said impatiently. Remember not to touch the pathogen again. If you really can't help it, you can spray some on the other person's feet as well. When he heard what Lin Feng said, the creepy face changed and he hurriedly lowered his head and thanked him. He then quickly left the infirmary under the watchful eye of the jailer creepy. Hey, do you know how to see a doctor or not? Where is that stuff for oral use? Feng questioned Lin Feng with his arms crossed. Lin Feng said uncaringly, of course you have to take it orally when your mouth gets foot odor. Do you really think I don't know? Mouth got foot fungus. Fang's eyes had a moment of dullness, and he thought he had heard wrong. Thinking about it, there seems to be a story behind it. Completion of Side Quest 1, rewarded with 1000 experience points and random medicinal herbs *10. 10 kinds of herbs appeared in Lin Feng's carry-on space, and with a general sweep, Lin Feng picked out a few herbs out. Crystal devouring brain, evil wolf bone powder, heavenly solid flower, these are the main ingredients for making the level 2 potion Evil Wolf Dan. Evil Wolf Pill, white in color, no taste. The person who takes it will be planted with evil wolf poison. Initially, everything is normal in the body, one will only feel thirsty, but after drinking a large amount of water, the toxicity will explode, the bones of the entire body will be melted by the toxicity, and life will be worse than death. Quite a practical killing weapon. It just so happens that there's still a bit of time now, it's good to make one in practice. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the internal pharmacy. Not only were there a full range of medicines here, there were also a lot of specialized blending equipment for Lin Feng's convenience. Feng on the side had been paying attention to Lin Feng's movements and was startled by his sudden rise. But as he watched Lin Feng walk inside the pharmacy, his heart was sort of relieved. What's going on? Why is one always staring at this guy? Could it be that one cares about him? No, it can't be. It must be because this guy is too dangerous. One has to keep an eye on him at all times, lest he harms Suzu. Feng's mental activities were quite rich, and at that moment, she watched as Suzu entered the pharmacy right after Lin Feng. Silly girl. This guy is so dangerous, and you're actually going towards him. Feng was furious and hurriedly followed him. Inside the pharmacy, Lin Feng found a few more auxiliary herbs and put together a full prescription. Seeing Suzu come in, Lin Feng was a bit surprised. What are you doing here? Suzu said with a serious face, is Dr. Lin going to prepare a potion? Yeah, you guessed it all.
Lin Feng said truthfully. Then can I watch from the sidelines? I want to learn Dr. Lin's technique, Suzu said with a slight squirm. Lin Feng didn't refuse this request, it wasn't a secret anyway. That's just right, help me grind these herbs into powder. Lin Feng took out several herbs and handed them to Suzu. Suzu obediently took them and then started grinding them as Lin Feng instructed. The technique is quite professional. Lin Feng looked at Suzu's sharp movements and praised her heartily. The expression on Suzu's face remained flat. My sister and I both aim to become trick doctors, which is why we came to Devil's Prison to work as nurses. But the previous Dr. Lu wasn't willing to teach us, he just let us do some simple tasks, and so far we've been self-taught. That's why we wanted to observe Dr. Lin's process of making potions. After hearing what Suzu said, Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I can teach you Dr. Gui's knowledge, as long as you're willing to learn. A smile suddenly appeared on Suzu's bland expression. The young girl seemed very happy. Really? Thank you Dr. Lin. Then Dr. Lin, can you teach your sister as well? Although she has offended you, she's actually not bad. She just has a deep prejudice against humans. I hope you can forgive her. Suzu came closer to Lin Feng and said in a pleading tone. Suzu's delicate pretty face was close at hand. Lin Feng could even feel its exhaled breath, which was slightly sweet. It reminded Lin Feng of that girl Ellie. I don't blame her for anything, besides I'm still interested in you guys. At those words, Suzu shook her head. Her tone was ambiguous. If it's Dr. Lin, Suzu doesn't hate that kind of thing. Oh. Saying that, Suzu's eyes glowed with a lavender color, wisps of affection stretched out, and seeing that a big battle was inevitable, Feng, who was secretly observing from the pharmacy doorway, was instantly anxious. She hurriedly pretended to cough. Dr. Lin, another patient is here. Hearing Maple's voice, Lin Feng and Suzu's movements lurched. Suzu pouted, seemingly quite upset. Sister, really, it's this time of the day actually. Lin Feng quickly inclined his head and said, you go out first, tell that patient to wait. I'll go over after making the potion. Suzu reluctantly left. Lin Feng collected his mind and brought over the powdered herbs he had ground and started making the evil wolf pill. Outside the door, Suzu looked around. Where were the patients? Suzu, you idiot. Lin Feng, he's not a good person, you're still. Feng blushed and said to Suzu. Suzu, however, was indifferent, instead revealing a bad smile. Sister, are you jealous? Ah, how could I? Feng's pretty face flushed red, even the roots of her ears were a little red. Sister, you don't need to be sophomoric, your ears are red when you lie. Suzu continued to flirt with this sister of his. And just at that moment, a knock came from outside once again. The two sisters rushed to open the door, and Lin Feng had already finished making the evil wolf pill. This level of potion didn't require much skill. The person who came in was a female bazaar prisoner, wearing a classic black and white striped prison uniform. Her slender and plump figure made both sisters feel somewhat ashamed of themselves. What was concerning was that the female creepy was wearing a mask, only revealing a pair of seductive almond eyes, while she pressed her hands to the position of her belly. Her legs also didn't know because of what, they were trembling a bit with every step. Where's the sound of water coming from? Lin Feng was puzzled, but then asked the female creepy in a step-by-step manner, hello, I'm Dr. Lin, is there something wrong? When the female Eerie saw Lin Feng, for some reason her eyes lit up, her eyes seemed to be drawn, and her voice trembled lightly, full of temptation. Yikes, it's actually a human doctor, and a handsome one at that, how lucky. Feng, who was listening to the words of the female creepy, had goosebumps all over his body and couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this moment, the female creepy walked up to Lin Feng and held his hand. Dr. Lin, you must help me. Charming aroma hit his face. Lin Feng subconsciously took a few steps backward and hurriedly said, don't worry, even if it's a prisoner I'll do my best to rescue them. At the same time, he had some doubts in his mind because through the means of looking and smelling, he actually didn't acquire where the other party was sick. This was strange. Could it be that there was something wrong with his own trick doctor skills? Or was this guy pretending to be sick? So, Lin Feng first calmed the other party down while obtaining information about the other party in other ways. Name, Slit Woman. Identity, Devil's Prison 2nd floor inmate. Race, Li Gui. Rank, Dangerous level middle. Favorability, 0. Weakness, fear of being called ugly. At the same time, Lin Feng also used the Eye of Cave Sense to sweep around again. It was discovered that a certain part of this cleft female was particularly dark in color. Could this be the reason why the other party was looking for herself? Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from the other party's small abdomen. Yeah, Dr. Lin, why do you keep looking at people's legs? They'll be shy. The cleft woman couldn't help but feign shyness when she saw Lin Feng sweeping several times. This pretentious image disgusted Feng on the side while glaring angrily at Lin Feng. Dr. Lin, pay attention to professionalism. Lin Feng was upright and not afraid of shadows. I'm checking this lady's physical condition to facilitate the right medicine. Poof. Dr. Lin, I have some hard feelings. Can you let these two ladies go out and evade for a while? I want to have a chat with Dr. Lin alone. The slit woman's seductive eyes looked straight at Lin Feng. It's our duty to protect the privacy of our patients. You two go wait outside for a while. Don't come in no matter what sounds you hear. Wait for me to treat this lady's illness. Lin Feng said righteously to the two sisters. Are you trying to see a doctor? I'm too embarrassed to point you out. The two young girls walked out of the infirmary and closed the door heavily. Alright ma'am, now that it's just the two of us here, no one will bother us, you can tell about your condition. Lin Feng said, taking off his white coat and putting it aside. The woman with the gaping mouth sniffed and raised her hand to slowly remove the mask, revealing her mouth. There were several stitched wounds on both sides of her mouth, which looked particularly hideous. Dr. Lin, am I beautiful? The gaping woman uttered that classic line. Not bad, barely. Then do you want to become as beautiful as me? If you don't want to be beaten by me and become like Dong Dashin, then hurry up and get to the point. Instead of being annoyed at Lin Feng's tough attitude, the cleft woman smiled even more broadly, her mouth grinning directly to the base of her ears. Dr. Lin, I had a whim when I was bored today, and I especially wanted to know how many pencils I could fit in my mouth, so I tried it and found out that I could reach 120. Do you think I'm awesome? And then? Lin Feng continued to ask. The cleft woman's cheeks flushed red as she continued, then I had a whim to try my other mouth. As a result, less than 20 pencils were blocked. Lin Feng suddenly realized, no wonder the color of that would be so dark, these reasons found. Say it earlier, then you want me to help you, said Lin Feng. The cleft woman nodded shyly. I also asked Dr. Lin to keep this matter a secret for me. Don't tell the other shenanigans or I'll be too embarrassed. Don't worry, leave it to me. Slit woman's favorability towards you plus 200, automatically converted to 200 creepy chi value. Lin Feng made the cleft female lie down on the hospital bed, then put on his gloves and started operating. Soon, the operation was completed, the cleft female's red lips were slightly open, and she sat helplessly on the hospital bed, her face extraordinarily flushed. Thank you Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin is really wonderful, the cleft woman boasted while putting on her pants. Alright, you can leave now, no sudden thoughts next time. Lin Feng dried the pencils and put them on the table. Got it Dr. Lin, and your medical skills are fantastic. There's fodder for dreaming at night. The cleft female stood up and tremblingly opened the door to her room. The two sisters who were lying in the doorway eavesdropping didn't pay attention, their heads were hit by the door, and they let out petulant sounds in unison. And the cleft female saw the two women, just cast a wink, and then twisted her sexy thin waist to leave. Finished so quickly? Lin Feng, this isn't like you. Feng couldn't help but say as she looked at Slit Woman's departing back. Lin Feng didn't have the heart to say, what are you thinking? I'm a serious person. Come over here and mop the floor so that the patients don't slip and fall. Another 1,000 experience and 10 medicinal herbs arrived. Lin Feng's prison doctor job was considered a good start. On the other hand, the cleft-mouthed woman put her mask back on and returned to the second underground level of the women's prison. Greeted the creepy guards on the second floor. Yo, what's with the visit? It feels like you went to a cowboy store. The female creepy guard teased when she saw the slit-mouthed woman's spring-like appearance. The cleft female arched her eyebrows. This is the right doctor today, that kind of pleasure you are not blessed to enjoy. I'll go back first, remember to lock my cell door. The cleft woman seemed to have a good relationship with her jailer, Creepy, and came and went as she pleased within the prison. And as she passed a dank cell, she quickened her pace a few moments, seeming especially not to want to linger too long in front of that cell. The scent of the cleft woman's body drifted down the window into that dank cell. The cell was empty, with only a slender figure sitting in the center, securely trapped by chains and shackles all over her body. The figure was motionless from the beginning. At that moment, her nose twitched, as if she had smelled the scent of the cracked woman's body. Wow! The figure sat up violently, the chains on her body being driven. She seemed to look particularly excited. This smell is the smell on Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, little baby Lin Feng, finally I've found you again. This time, I'll never let you leave me again. After 2 days, Lin Feng's career as a prison doctor was on track. Every day, there were quite a few creeps running to him for medical treatment, making him more and more famous within the prison, thus reaping quite a lot of respect value. Having benefits was naturally something to be happy about, but Lin Feng couldn't be happy. It was because he felt like his career was going astray. Why was it that more than half of the male creeps who came to see the doctor were in the anal department? Was it that horny in this prison? He was famous among the male creeps, nicknamed the head of the anorectal department. Buy 3 get 1 free, 3 creeps go together and get a free circumcision service. On the other side of the female bazaar is not normal, basically not a few really sick, do not know who spread the news that he will massage, make this group of female bazaar every day to run to him. The infirmary has been ringing with strange chants every day. Engage the 2 sisters to mop the floor every day. This is not quite what I thought. Other than that, the prison doctor's job was relatively free, there wasn't much to do most of the time, so Lin Feng made good on his previous promise and helped the two sisters become junior trick doctors. Lin Feng's teaching had always been powerful and profound, inscribed in the heart. The two sisters had excellent talent and Lin Feng only had to teach them once or twice before they were able to memorize it. Gradually, they became accustomed to Lin Feng's way of instructing and even began to learn by example. After spending another 2 hours, Lin Feng stopped instructing Suzu and got down from the hospital bed. Suzu, on the other hand, had a mesmerized look in her eyes and her red lips were slightly open, as if she was somewhat unfulfilled. Dr. Lin, I still want to continue learning knowledge. Suzu's soft and sticky voice came out. Lin Feng stretched his lumbar spine and said, knowledge is not in the much but in the fine. You first digest the knowledge this time, and wait for the next time I'll impart new knowledge to you. At those words, Suzako's eyelids drooped. Learning always made people so sleepy, even creepy was like that. And then both eyes closed and fell into a deep sleep. Fine bastard Lin Feng, you actually took advantage of my absence to secretly tutor Suzu. You're biased. Feng walked in, smelling the strange smell in the air, and rushed to barge in. Seeing the moving body of Lin Feng and the sleeping Suzu, she couldn't help but say with a slight aggravation, "Should keep it down, Suzu was asleep. Didn't I tutor you in the morning? Why do you still need to?" Lin Feng bunched up his index finger and made a gesture of silence. Feng pulled over Lin Feng's arm with slight eagerness and burrowed into his wide embrace, his eyes containing hidden charm. That's to make up for yesterday, not today yet. You're always favoring Bells, can't you? Like me a little more. Saying that, Feng's ears flushed red and she buried her head into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng laughed lightly and leaned down to gently bite Feng's earlobe. Instantly, Feng's body trembled, her legs involuntarily softened, her eyes flooded with watery mist. Bastard. Lin Feng, you're doing this again. Anyway, it works for you, so I'll keep using it. Lin Feng laughed lightly. Afterwards, Lin Feng once again gave Feng 2 hours of tuition. Fulfilling work time just goes by fast. Lin Feng looked at the time, it was time to get off work and couldn't help but sigh. The two sisters were already dressed and back to normal. After Lin Feng's constant guidance, the two little ones had not only reached the level of junior guile doctors, their strength had also risen by a large margin, and breaking through to the dangerous level was estimated to be just a matter of these 2 days. Lin Feng had also been able to gain a lot of experience. His strength had reached level 49. If he worked hard again and saved up 100,000 Gui Chi values, he would be able to upgrade to Gui Martial Artist. At that time, he would be able to wrestle with Calamity level Guile. In that case, there probably weren't many Guile in the entire Devil's Prison that would be his match. Just thinking about it was exciting. After work, Lin Feng went to the cafeteria for dinner as usual, and naturally it was also made by Su Yenran herself. If he met a sheriff creepy on the road, he could also smile and say hello and chat for a few moments. Including Dong Dashin, the entire Devil's Prison had roughly 24 sheriffs, all with varying strengths within the dangerous level, and were divided into 2 groups working shifts to take charge of the day-to-day management of the Devil's Prison. They were considered the backbone of Devil Prison. Other than them, there were the 3 Calamity-level wardens, including the 100 Eyes Guile from the previous side, who were the top echelons of the Devil Prison, with each Guile being responsible for the security of the first level of the prison. Furthermore, there was the mysterious warden. There was an opportunity before. Lin Feng had seen the other party once, but he didn't have time to check the other party's information. The other party ran towards the second underground floor with hurried feet. It seemed like there was some urgent matter to deal with. For some reason Lin Feng was a bit disappointed. When he first came to the copy, he actually had expectations in the back of his mind that this warden would be one of his wives. Now it didn't seem to be, and his hopes of being a softie had been dashed. He still had to stay on in fear. After eating and returning to his room, Lin Feng habitually locked the door and closed the small window as well. Avoiding looking at that ghost king weirdly deep in the eyes again, although Lin Feng hadn't seen it appear since that time, he still wanted to be on guard just in case. Late at night, silence and darkness once again enveloped the Devil's Prison, and Lin Feng lay down on his bed and entered a light sleep. Thud 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 thud. A familiar vibrating sound came from the ground once again, and Lin Feng was instantly sleepy. It came again. The sound of footsteps gradually approached. Lin Feng shrank in the corner, holding his breath, not daring to move a muscle. Bang bang bang. The vibrations were getting more and more intense, indicating that the Ghost King Creepy was already very close to him. At this moment, a crisp ringing sound came. It seemed like something similar to a can had smashed on the door of his room. At the same time, the crunching sound also smashed into Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's heart thumped. Something big is not good. There are unruly people who want to harm me. In the next moment, that Ghost King Creepy heard the commotion and, like a dog seeing shit, let out an excited hiss and pounced towards Lin Feng's room door. Boom! The iron door was as good as paper mache in front of the Ghost King Creepy. It was directly kicked open.
Afterwards, the face that gave Lin Feng nightmares slowly peeked in from outside and once again locked eyes with Lin Feng. Noisy! Noisy! Ghost King Creepy let out a roar that resounded throughout the entire cell. Unknown Creepy's anger value towards you plus 5,000, automatically converted into 5,000 Creepy Chi value. A blood aura visible to the naked eye swept out from the Ghost King Creepy's entire body, enveloping the entire room. Lin Feng immediately felt his eyes turn a bloody color as the blurry figure lunged directly towards him. Driven by the instinct to survive, Lin Feng used all his means in his head. The might of the Patriarch lowered the opponent's killing intent, at the same time raising his right hand, the soul seduction ring cast charm to disrupt his mind. At the same time, the 9 spectral underworld body released the 9 spectral underworld chi, quickly disrupting the spooky chi around the Ghost King Spooky. Buzz! There was a slight pause in the Ghost King Creepy's movements, and a flash of confusion flashed through his blood-covered pupils. There was an effect. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Feng hastily took a few steps backward. However, even with all this control, it still didn't allow the opponent's attack to retract. Fortunately, this short gap gave Lin Feng the opportunity to release the undead servants. The 2 beautiful servants had just appeared in front of Lin Feng when they were slapped into heroic pieces. Even if the other party's consciousness was confused, the strength of a Ghost King level, casually striking out was not something an ordinary level servant could withstand. With them blocking the knife for him, Lin Feng was able to be spared from harm. After the slap, the Ghost King's bizarre 4 hands covered his head and hissed in his throat. The effect of the charm continued to work, making it not attack Lin Feng again. Lin Feng, on the other hand, quickly leapt up, stepping on the single bed and the cabinet next to it, bypassing the Ghost King's bizarre limbs and arriving at the door. It was said to be a door, but in reality it was already a big fragmented hole. The commotion over here attracted Su Yanran from next door. She disregarded her own safety and ran out from her room, looking over here worriedly. Only after seeing Lin Feng run out without any problems did she let out a sigh of relief. When Lin Feng saw Su Yanyan come out, he used his mouth to silently say to him, "Go back quickly." Saying that, his figure quickly retreated backwards, and with a sweep of his afterglow, he saw a flash of yellow in the darkness behind him. Lin Feng instantly remembered that pretty country guy. It was him? That so-called William's brother. By common sense a normal person would have long been cowering in his cell and sleeping quietly, but he had run out, which made Lin Feng boldly deduce that the rattling just now was this guy's doing. Knowing that he couldn't beat Lin Feng, but in order to kill himself, he deliberately lured the Ghost King into being weird, so he could kill him with a knife. Well, so play it right. You wait for me, I'll go to the infirmary to get some money and reward you kid properly. But the most important thing, or pull away the Ghost King bizarre hate value. Good thing the other side of the intelligence is low, otherwise he would have died 800 times. Destruction level soul hooking ring is quite effective against other small spooky, but when facing Ghost King level spooky, the effect is much weaker. In just a few breaths of time, the Ghost King Creepy returned to normal. It once again rushed out of Lin Feng's bedroom and made a big hole in the wall. Seeing that it was killing again, Lin Feng once again exerted the power of the Zongshi to lower its killing intent, while picking up the stones on the ground and throwing them towards the light bulb on top of the other end of the corridor. Boom! The stone hit accurately and the light bulb made a crunching sound, instantly attracting the attention of the Ghost King Creepy. It reversed its direction and rushed towards the place where the light bulb had shattered, ignoring the fragments on the ground that were sticking into its hands, and vented its rage into the air with reckless abandon. Lin Feng was considered out of danger. Su Yanyan took this opportunity to quickly rush forward and pull Lin Feng into her room. Lightly closing the door to their room, the two of them were suddenly relieved. Lin Feng's heart was still beating wildly at the moment, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that the two of them were close together at the moment, and they could feel each other's heavy breathing. Looking at Lin Feng's handsome face in front of her, Su Yanyan couldn't help but feel a slight redness in her ears. This was the first time she had been so close to a man. Lin Feng awkwardly inclined his head and took a step backward. Probably because she just woke up, Su Yanyan was still wearing loose pajamas, and she had just observed from a close distance, the delicate chin, the attractive collarbone, and then down. The beautiful scenery in Lin Feng's eyes. The two quickly calmed down. Now is not the time to flirt. Leaning against the door, the two did not make a sound, for fear of being eerily stared at by the Ghost King. At this time, the sound of crisp high-heeled shoes came from the corridor, appearing particularly clear in the quiet darkness. Such a commotion instantly attracted the attention of Ghost King Creepy, who was still angry. Ghost King Creepy hissed and once again killed towards the source of the commotion. However, in just a few breaths, Ghost King Creepy's hissing sound disappeared, and the corridor returned to silence. What situation? Unable to see the scene outside, Lin Feng and Su Yanran were both a little confused. But they didn't dare to go out and check it out. Lin Feng's curiosity had long since been dulled. But it seemed like someone had eerily subdued that Ghost King. Su Yanyan threw a what-to-do look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought about it and said with a mouthful, "Why don't I just sleep here with you tonight?"
Su Yanyan? The next moment, the door to Su Yanran's room was violently pulled open, almost causing the two to plant their heads. The two were instantly like enemies, ready to attack the guy who found them. Alright, things have been settled. You guys can make noise too. A cold and colorful voice came from the room, and the two of them looked, only to see a beautiful woman with a tall figure and a cool temperament standing at the entrance of the room. Warden. Su Yanyan was the first to recognize the cold woman and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lin Feng also looked at the other party in surprise. He didn't expect that this godly warden had actually appeared here. The warden first looked at Su Yanran and then turned her gaze towards Lin Feng. The difference was that her gaze stopped on Lin Feng and never moved away again. Her eyes were filled with intrigue. Seeing this, Lin Feng's mind quickly rummaged through the action games he had played, fearing that the other party was some paparazzi's wife who had run into reality. However, the warden's words dispelled his thoughts. Kid, you have some skills if you can survive the hands of the Fey King. Can you explain why you startled it? Don't tell me it's because you snore in your sleep. I've seen deaths like that countless times. The inmates within the prison have long since developed the good habit of not even daring to roll over when they sleep. Lin Feng had no choice but to be the one to tell the story of how he had been assassinated. Upon hearing this, a murderous intent flashed across the warden's delicate eyes. I remember I specifically instructed the little fly to convey a warning to you new humans not to cause trouble. Since someone doesn't take my words seriously, it seems like this month's performance can be over-delivered. Seeing the other party like this, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up in the middle of the day. Lord Warden, why don't you just leave that person to me to deal with on my own? Don't bother your lordship with the trouble. Oh, you know who the other party is? The warden asked rhetorically. Of course, I'll make him pay for his behavior tonight, said Lin Feng, fire flashing in his eyes. The two brothers were really the same, they liked backstabbing, so don't blame me. Lord Warden, I don't know who this so-called Fey King is and why he's acting so recklessly within this devil's prison. Su Yanyan's eyes blinked. It seemed that this warden looked quite good to talk to, thus she planned to take this opportunity to ask for more information. Hearing Su Yanyan's question, the warden stroked his chin and slowly spoke. As you can see, the Fey King is a Ghost King level bazaar with a questionable status. Once we attempted to imprison it, but no matter what method we passed, it was able to break free. So it can only be left to its actions. Anyway, it only haunts in the darkness of the night and will only attack wherever it makes a sound. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and continued to ask, since the Fey King is so dangerous, then why do you still keep it inside the prison? It shouldn't be considered an obligation of the devil's prison. The warden laughed softly, her red lips flicked out. The reason behind this is not something you guys can know, that not only involves the fate of a few big clans, it also involves a mystery from 100 years ago. I know that you humans want to investigate the Fey King for the sake of that so-called mission or rating, but I still kindly advise you that there are some things that are better not to know, or else the only thing that awaits you is a road to death. Saying that, the warden looked at Lin Feng, that strange emotion flashing in his eyes once again. Especially you, Lin Feng. You can die anywhere, but just not in devil's prison. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Huh? Me? Why The warden revealed an expression of self-seeking. Who made you the one that Missy likes? And it just so happens that she's also in devil's prison, so you guys should meet soon. She is the one who likes you like to be tied. Saying that, the warden smiled meaningfully again and directly turned around and prepared to leave. Lin Feng was going crazy. Stepping on a horse, can you talk properly? Who misses me so much? Wait, where am I going to stay tonight? Kindly arrange a room for me. Lin Feng then remembered that his room had been smashed into a pile of garbage. He had no place to sleep. Prison beds are tight, there's no spare ones. Until next door is fixed, you'll just spend the night with the chef lady next to you. The warden didn't even give a damn about Lin Feng. Her luscious silhouette disappeared straight into the darkness. Lin Feng looked at Su Yanran, ready to ask for the other party's opinion, but he found that the other party was staring straight at him, her eyebrows slightly frowning, her lips pouting, seemingly a little angry. It was the first time he had seen Su Yanran with this expression. In the past few days of getting along, the relationship between them had melted a lot, and Su Yanyan's image in his eyes had always been that of a noble strong woman, a thriller game high roller. As a result, tonight he saw Su Yanran's little woman's posture many times, oddly cute. Then can I make a bunk here in your? Lin Feng hesitantly opened his mouth. Su Yanyan shook her head. Lin Feng also felt that it was justified. After all, the two people were not considered to be familiar with each other. The lone man and woman did not come to that love. However, Su Yanyan continued, sleeping on the bed is good. It just so happens that I have more than one here. Why bother sleeping on the floor? Only then did Lin Feng realize that Su Yanyan's bedroom was centered on a large bed that could hold 3 or 4 people, while the prison's own small bed was thrown beside her. The large bed looked soft and cozy with silky fabrics, and why did Lin Feng feel a bit familiar? Su Yanyan said with some embarrassment, I'm more cognizant of beds, I'm not used to sleeping in other beds, so I just moved the bed at home into the space. Hi! It's really high! Lin Feng exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Afterwards Lin Feng directly climbed onto a side crib. Seeing this, Su Yanran pursed her thin lips. She had just almost said, "My bed is quite big, do you want to sleep in a big bed together?" How could she have such a shameless idea? Su Yanran shook off her head and got rid of the distracting thoughts. She returned to the bed and burrowed into the comforter that was stained with the fragrance of a young girl. "Just now, the warden said that you're the person that whichever young lady likes. What does that mean? Don't you already have Xiao Mei Xue?" Su Yanran, blindfolded by the quilt, coldly opened her mouth, her tone carrying some questioning. Lin Feng was stunned at the words and slowly opened his eyes. She didn't mention that she had almost overlooked the words. It was obvious that the big miss in the warden's mouth couldn't be Xiao Mei Xue or Yin Kanshan, both of which were not even close to each other. Then there was only one possibility: one of his own 8 creepy wives was in Devil's Prison and was not of a low status. This is too much of a coincidence. It was unthinkable that an unintentional act of his had actually caused his wives to spread all over the bizarre world, and they were all encountered by him. With that, Lin Feng pondered, which one of his wives would be this time? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Su Yanran frowned. She didn't know why her heart was inexplicably annoyed. It was like the feeling of having your favorite toy snatched away by someone else when you were a child. "Hey, Lin Feng, asking you," Su Yanran urged. Lin Feng came back to his senses. "Ah, I was wondering too, which one is it?" With a sound, Su Yanyan sat up directly and looked at Lin Feng with an unbelievable expression. "Which one? That means you're not just Xiao Mei Xue. How many weird lovers do you have in the end?" Su Yanran's voice was unconsciously amplified. She knew that Lin Feng had a special charm for creeps. Every time Lin Feng came to the cafeteria, there were quite a few teenage creeps who threw themselves at him, and those 2 demonic little nurses also had extraordinary feelings for him. But this situation was still a bit more than she could handle. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, so he wanted to sleep over now. He had to stutter, "I'm not too sure. There's about 7 or 8 of them. If they're all in the bizarre world." Su Yanran's 2 eyes went black, and for a while she actually didn't know what expression to show. 7 or 8. Count your blessings. Lin Feng felt quite innocent. I didn't expect this situation at first, it was purely an accident. Su Yanran was silent. In the past, there was no shortage of humans with XP against the heavens, who had raiders of creepy and taken them under their wing or in a closer relationship, but that situation was too rare. How could it be so easy to cross the relationship between humans and creepy? Not only does Lin Feng come and go as he pleases, he also has a relationship with 7 or 8 at once. Coldly, Su Yanyan suddenly opened her mouth. "Then do you have any such relationships in the human world?" Even though he didn't know why Su Yanyan asked this, Lin Feng said truthfully, "For now there isn't." "That's good." Su Yanyan looked like she was relieved, then added, "I'm going to sleep, I have to get up early tomorrow to cook." After saying that, Lin Feng could only hear Su Yanyan's calm breathing. Su Yanyan's mouth was tinged with a smile. Since Lin Feng didn't have a human girlfriend yet, that meant that she still had a chance. After all, creepy could only stay in the creepy world. There was no way to stay by Lin Feng's side all the time. "Just wait, Lin Feng, I will definitely pull you into the guild." Su Yanran had already fallen asleep, but Lin Feng was still awake, his mind still retrieving the young lady who was thinking about him. It's reasonable to say that the status of these wives is quite extraordinary. Since the identity is so noble, how come she appeared in the prison? It means that she has a very close relationship with the prison. And according to what Su Yanyan said, the prison's back is controlled by several big families. A black silhouette appeared in Lin Feng's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he thought it might be her. Thinking about this, Lin Feng sat up in fear. His face didn't look too good. It can't really be her. Then I won't be finished. At that time, who could have known that I would still be able to see her again at the end of the game? Forget it, if it's here then it's safe. Let's sleep first. Lin Feng returned to normal. It was his usual style to sleep when things didn't decide. Besides, there were still big things to do tomorrow. Early in the morning, just after lifting the cell ban, Will couldn't wait to come towards Lin Feng's room here. He was in quite a good mood, his blonde hair fluttering as he walked. Lin Feng, let's see how you'll survive this time. Lord, bless my poor brother in heaven, all is well. Will was confident. He was the one who made the commotion yesterday, and he had long been familiar with the way the Fey King attacked. In front of the Ghost King level of weirdness, even if Lin Feng was more powerful, he didn't really think that Lin Feng would be able to survive. Soon, he came to the front of the corridor and saw that Lin Feng's room had been turned into a mess all over the place, and as Sheriff Creepy was directing the jailer Creepy and some humans to clean up the mess. Seeing Will standing at the edge, the Sheriff Creepy's brow furrowed as he snapped, "Hey, human, stop watching the fun here and get the hell out of here." Will swept through roughly, not seeing blood or skin fragments or anything like that, and was puzzled in his mind. He pulled out a bunch of thrill coins and imperceptibly handed them to the Sheriff Creep, a smile piling up on his face. "This honorable sheriff, sir, may I ask if you saw where the people in this room went when you arrived?" Were there any bodies left behind or anything like that?
The sheriff naturally took the thrill coins. His face became kind, sniffing and thinking for a moment, shaking his head. I didn't see any bodies. The orders I received were just to fix the destroyed room and to clean up the garbage. At those words, Will couldn't help but feel a little disappointed.
It looks like Lin Feng used the copy disengagement coupon to escape.
Shat. But it's good that he wasted a copy opportunity. It looks like we'll have to wait for the next time to kill him.
Will thought that Lin Feng had already broken away from his copy and was about to turn around and leave when a playful voice came from behind him.
Yo, you seem disappointed that I didn't die. When Will heard this familiar voice, his pupils dilated and he turned around violently. He saw Lin Feng in a white lab coat with his pockets inserted, teasingly looking at him. His eyes were extraordinarily cold.
Lin Feng, you're still alive.
Not only was Lin Feng still alive, but he didn't look like he had any signs of injury, and his face seemed to be a little better.
This was too unbelievable. How did he get away from the Ghost King level's bizarre pursuit so easily? Last night's commotion was your doing, wasn't it? Want to be reunited with your brother that badly?
Then I'll just have to fulfill you, Lin Feng said in a cold voice. Without thinking much about what the reason was, Will's killing intent showed in his eyes. Since Lin Feng hadn't left, it would be better to kill him now. Thinking of this, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. In the next instant he had already appeared behind Lin Feng. A long knife suddenly slashed at the back of Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng's perception of killing intent was so sharp, even if the other party could instantly move, Lin Feng could still notice the source of the attack at first. Only to see that Lin Feng didn't panic, he pulled out his golden scale ring ruler and turned back to counterattack.
Clang!
The long knife collided with the ring ruler, emitting a metallic buzzing sound. The great battle was imminent. The jailer Creepy and a few humans who were working on the side heard the commotion and couldn't help but cast their gazes over.
This was followed by the jailer Creepy's stern voice. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get to work. Other people, Dr. Lin is saving a patient, don't disturb them.
After saying that, Sheriff Creepy quietly touched the envelope in his jacket pocket. Feeling the tantalizing thickness, a smile couldn't help but appear on Sheriff Creepy's face.
Will was quite shaken in his heart when he saw Lin Feng block his attack. Even though he knew that Lin Feng was strong, he wasn't a vegetarian himself.
A level 62 ranked intermediate trickster, plus a calamity ranked longsword and a destruction ranked prop that allowed him to move instantly. This kind of configuration was not something that an ordinary person could do, and he had to spend all of his money to get it together.
He didn't believe that this still couldn't take Lin Feng.
You're sick.
What?
I said, you're sick, and it's not light. You need to be pulled in for treatment in a hurry, Lin Feng said blandly. Will felt ridiculous. It was all at this time the other party was actually still talking shit.
Lin Feng, what the hell are you trying to pull? Are you begging me for mercy?
Will said in a cold voice. Lin Feng sighed lightly. I'm speaking to you from the perspective of a doctor. You're sick when I say you're sick.
Go to hell.
Will shouted angrily. A layer of blazing flames was attached to his long blade and he swung it out violently, a blade of fire coming towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't slow down. He cast Virtue to Conquer and swung out a blade of light. The light blade collided with the fire blade and exploded with amazing power.
The energy dispersed in Lin Feng's figure actually disappeared in place. Will was instantly alerted. Couldn't it be that Lin Feng also had the ability to move instantly? Not really instantaneous movement, it's just that I'm too fast.
Seemingly guessing what was going through its mind, Lin Feng's voice came from behind Will. Without even thinking about it, Will's figure disappeared in place, and in the next moment another blade of light hit him where he was.
Really cunning, but that's the extent of your...
Lin Feng sneered. Will's figure appeared a few feet away from his original position, and before he could stabilize himself, the aura of danger surged in his heart once again. He gritted his teeth and once again urged his props, his figure disappearing once again. However, the dangerous aura always lingered in his heart, making him unable to get rid of it, as if it was a maggot attached to his bones, making it extraordinarily difficult for him.
How can it be? He's at most over level 40 now, how could he be this strong? Dodging yet another attack from Lin Feng, Will felt incredible. He himself was actually being pressured by Lin Feng.
His own full force attack was easily blocked by Lin Feng, and at the same time, Lin Feng was able to chase after him and slash him, making it difficult for him to fight. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no cooldown limit on this destruction level prop, he would have gone to see God. But even though there was no limit to the props, his stamina and spirit couldn't withstand such a big loss. On the contrary, Lin Feng was getting more and more brave. No, at this rate he will definitely die. It seems that he can only use the killer weapon. At this time, Will suddenly received a hard blow from Lin Feng. His body staggered back several steps. However, the corners of his mouth were smiling, and his gaze towards Lin Feng once again carried confidence. Don't eat the sour radish, Lin Feng, you'll pay for your arrogance. You've been tricked, go to hell. With that, Will stretched out his hand and a token appeared in his palm. The token emitted a blindingly bright light and in a flash, it completely wrapped Lin Feng. Lin Feng instantly froze in place, unable to move. Die! Will bellowed. Ka-ching! Shattering sounds rang out from the space around Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was horrified as cracks in the space suddenly spread and wrapped his entire body. Put! Lin Feng's body was torn to pieces by space, splattering blood all over the place. Seeing Lin Feng's death, Will couldn't hold it in any longer and began to laugh with a cackle. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, you're finally dead. Oomph, you're still too young to fight me. As he laughed, he suddenly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and his expression withered down. It seems like the use of this token still consumes a lot, but all of this is worth it, as long as I can kill Lin Feng. However, in the next moment, he only felt the sky spinning in front of him. The scene was constantly changing, making him dizzy. Is this also a side effect? Before he could come back to his senses, his ears once again resounded with the words that sent chills throughout his body. Quite a good prop, the effect really makes me unexpected, but unfortunately now it is mine. Only to see that Lin Feng, who was originally dead beyond death, was actually standing in front of him intact, and the token in the palm of his hand had disappeared at some point and appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng played with the token and was quite fond of it. Breaking Space Token, Destruction Level Prop, allows the host to perform a short spatial movement, unlimited times and cooldown. While fully activated, it can confine or even shatter the space around the enemy. Will looked at the intact Lin Feng. His expression gradually changed from ecstasy to disbelief and finally to horror. He trembled and pointed at Lin Feng. The fear in his voice was fast-forming substance. You, how? Are you still alive? Just now. I clearly killed you. That's not true, you're the one who's lying to me. Will roared hysterically. Lin Feng raised his hand, revealing the soul hook ring, his expression flat. I told you that you're sick and you still don't believe me. You're mesmerized, you know? It's all delirious now, it seems like I have to hurry up and treat you. Seeing the otherworldly ring in Lin Feng's hand, and then noticing the weirdness of the jailer next to him and the human player's gaze like looking at a fool, Will understood it all. So, I fell for your illusion a long time ago. This is all a fake. In the end. Exactly when was he hit? He actually didn't notice it at all. It seems that the ring in Lin Feng's hand is at least a destruction level prop. Thinking that he was like a clown, being teased by Lin Feng, he felt his face burning hot. But now was not the time to think about this, he had to hurry and escape from here. At the moment, he only hated that he wasn't from the Dragon Kingdom and didn't have a copy of the disengagement ticket to leave directly. Without the breakaway token, there was no way for him to leave quickly and safely, and even if his feet were stepping on a pair of dangerous grade prop shoes, it would still be difficult to escape. He had to run even if he couldn't. Will raised his long knife, the flames enveloped his entire body, however he wasn't going to fight Lin Feng to the death, instead he threw the long knife out and prepared to blow up the props to buy time for his escape. However, his calculations were quite loud, but Lin Feng wasn't used to him. With the just obtained air-breaking token in his hand, Lin Feng moved directly behind him in an instant, passed through the flames, and struck the back of his head with a heavy blow from a ring ruler. With a black eye, the flames around Will's body dissipated and he collapsed helplessly to the ground, fainting. Lin Feng picked up the long knife and put it in his space. At the same time he rummaged through Will's space, hundreds of thousands of thrill coins and some small props, all of them. Standing up, Lin Feng looked like he was doing his best, and said to the sheriff's sergeant who was creepily beside him, "The patient has been subdued by me. Thanks to the cooperation of the sheriff lord, I'm going to grab him and bring him to treatment." Sheriff Creepy smiled on his face when he heard this and waved his hand at Lin Feng. "Dr. Lin is really dedicated. It's great the devil's prison has you." Lin Feng pretended to be modest, at the same time yanking up Will's collar and preparing to drag him to the infirmary. "Dr. Lin, when the time comes, do you want me to call 2 people to help you deal with it?" The sheriff eerily looked towards the unconscious Will in Lin Feng's hands and hesitantly spoke. He knew very well that Will wasn't going to live past tomorrow. "Trouble, sheriff sir," said Lin Feng softly, then walked towards the infirmary in a dashing manner. For this kind of goods, he wasn't going to just let him die. As soon as he pushed the door open, the 2 Maple Bell sisters in pink nurse uniforms had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Will dragging on the floor behind Lin Feng, both revealed looks of pity. "Dr. Lin, it's all ready," Suzu said softly. Lin Feng nodded, looking quite excited. "There isn't even a heavy sick person in the prison. I was worried that I wouldn't have a chance to show off, so it's a good time to practice with this guy. It's no big deal to cure him to death anyway. Lin Feng, can we spectate?" Feng was quite excited. The scene of blood and flesh flying around was something she hadn't seen in a long time. "You can watch if you want to. It's not bad to take this opportunity to practice. You guys can fiddle with this guy's body as much as you want." Saying that, Lin Feng dragged Will inside the operating room. It was said to be an operating room, but it was actually a waterproof membrane padded on the hospital bed to prevent the blood from being wiped clean. Then, a miserable surgery happily began.
Ugh, Belle, wait a minute, that's intestines, how did you connect the brain to it? These two look quite similar, I accidentally. Lin Feng, what is this? This is bitter gall, humans is this color. What is this? Looks disgusting, cut it. Don't cut it indiscriminately, in case it hits the aorta it will spike blood. Really a sound surgery, this does not need to think, only need to follow the primitive instincts. Want to cut where, want to chop what feeling too awesome. Ha, did I forget to put on the anesthetic? Forget it, just wait until he wakes up and then knock out is it. Time didn't know how long had passed. Will slowly opened his eyes and met Lin Feng's smiling line of sight. You're awake, congratulations, the surgery was a success. Lin Feng's voice was gentle and slightly magnetic, but it entered Will's ears as if it was a demon's whisper. What's going on? Why does my body feel weird? Will instantly felt that his body seems to have a slight change, such as this crotch inside the blowing cool wind, as if the empty valley passes the sound, let a person weep. No! Will roared with unwillingness, tears streaming from the corner of his eyes. Why don't you kill me? I can die at your hands, but you can't insult my character like this. The next moment, Lin Feng violently walked up to him, frightening him so much that his face turned white. He was still afraid of death after all. However, Lin Feng just undid the restraints on him and let him move freely. What are you talking about? I'm a doctor, how could I let you die here? Lin Feng said indifferently. Afterwards, Will suspiciously looked at the looming Lin Feng and took a few more steps towards the door, realizing that Lin Feng was still indifferent, as if he really wanted to let him go. He looked back at Lin Feng and realized that he was looking at him with a look of death, which made him very uncomfortable. But the path to salvation was right in front of him, he couldn't just let this opportunity go. So he staggered and fled the infirmary. In the opposite direction of his escape, Su Yanran's figure appeared in the doorway. She first looked at Will, who had fled as fast as he could, and then looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. What's going on? Did you really let him go? Are you kidding me? How could I let go of someone who wanted to kill me? Lin Feng said rightfully. It's only because if he dies here in my place, it will affect my reputation as a prison doctor. He could die anywhere but here. I've got what I want, I believe the progress of the mission can go further. Lin Feng smiled lightly, and on the table behind him, there was a glass bottle, and inside the glass bottle, a bright red heart was still beating. Will ran all the way, he didn't know where he wanted to go, he just wanted to get as far away from Lin Feng as possible right now. However, within a few steps, he was already sweating and panting. Something's not right? Will stopped where he was, feeling his stamina rapidly draining away. This wasn't normal. He was a level 60 plus powerhouse, he wouldn't necessarily get tired even if he ran for a day, but now he was already exhausted and about to collapse even before he had run a few hundred meters here. No matter how much he panted, his brain still couldn't feel the oxygen supply, and instead, his consciousness began to blur. Damn it! What the hell did Lin Feng do to my body? Will took his clothes off and examined his body. The limbs are still there, it's just that the left and right have been switched, and the crotch. Never mind. Heart. Will touched his chest, but he couldn't feel his heart beating. The original location of his heart was empty at the moment, and there was only a few centimeters of wound on the surface, which was perfectly stitched up by Lin Feng. My heart is gone. Will's face was ashen. The moment he learned of it, his life was draining away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff. Both eyes closed, Will collapsed helplessly to the ground, lifeless. Not a moment later, two jailers eerily came and dragged Will's body away. Lin Feng was sitting in his office, while Su Yanran was sitting next to him, similarly on guard. Feng and Suzu sat on the edge of the door, occasionally sizing up Su Yanyan beside Lin Feng. What a beautiful woman. What was her relationship with Dr. Lin? Feng's anger value towards you plus 65, automatically converted into 65 points of Gui Qi value. Susan's anger value towards you plus 55, automatically converted into 55 points of Guile Qi value. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng looked at the two sisters in confusion. What were they suddenly angry about? Almost forgot about you guys, I'm giving you guys a half day off today, go back and get some rest. Feng sniffed and stood up mischievously, her eyebrows frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Feng. What do you mean? Branching us out, what are you guys going to do here? Suzu didn't say anything, but her probing gaze also looked back and forth at Lin Feng and Su Yanran. What are you thinking about all day long? Of course we have business to talk about, it's inconvenient for you guys to be here. Lin Feng said helplessly. Really? Really, get going, I'll make it up to you guys later. Lin Feng said. Seeing this, the two sisters didn't say anything more but left reluctantly. Watching their silhouettes disappear, Lin Feng leaned on the back of his chair, really, giving them a vacation and actually not willing to leave. Su Yanran supported her chin and tilted her head to look at Lin Feng, a smile on her face. You're on good terms with them. Lin Feng's scalp was a bit numb, having more women was really some trouble. When he thought of the future scene of several wives meeting, he got even more headstrong. It's alright, I taught them some medical skills, they are considered my disciples. Oh This is the first time I've seen such a master-disciple relationship, Su Yenran said meaningfully. Lin Feng couldn't fight it, so he just had to be changing the topic. Alright, the other party will be coming over later, let's get ready first. Are you sure this creepy knows something? Su Yenran was instantly attracted to it and said with a straight face. Lin Feng didn't nod his head, instead he said, not sure, but the other party does know quite a lot of insider information. The name of the Bazaar King is what I learned from the other party. Let's trust the other party for now. At the moment we don't have any other options. The warden's side has already made it clear that they don't want to tell us. We can only break the situation from this weirdness. Su Yanyan was silent and eventually sighed. It can only be like this. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the door to the infirmary was gently knocked on. Come in, Lin Feng said. Creak. The door to the room was pushed open and a figure appeared in the doorway. A fluffy and charming voice entered the room. Dr. Lin, I'm here as promised. I wonder if you got the heart I asked for? Accompanying the voice, a lady with a delicate figure walked into the infirmary in a graceful manner, her eyes looking straight at Lin Feng. The woman appeared to be around 20 or 30 years old in appearance, with a shapely body and delicate face. Her dark red hair was like a waterfall cascading down, and she wore a delicate little round hat on her head. Wearing a wide beige gown, which was embroidered with a variety of exquisite floral patterns, she held a luo umbrella in her hand, hiding her body underneath the umbrella. This makeup appeared inside the prison. It was really a bit out of place. Those who didn't know thought that she had come to attend a banquet. Lin Feng sniffed and said solemnly, yes ma'am, it's all ready, the surgery can start at any time. I hope the lady has prepared the payment. 2 days ago, Lin Feng's career as a prison doctor had just begun when this mysterious lady in front of him came to his door. At that time, Lin Feng felt that this bizarre woman was not simple. In the devil's prison, even if you were a powerful inmate you had to wear a prison uniform, yet this woman did not need to abide by this rule. Name, Mei Shuang. Identity, Devil's Prison Level 3 prisoner. Race, Advanced Vampire. Rank, Calamity Class Low. Favorability, 0. Weakness, Fear of sunlight as well as ticklishness. Sure enough, I didn't realize that my fame was so great that even the third floor creeps came to my door. After the vampire woman arrived, she opened the door and said to Lin Feng, I need a living heart as well as a large amount of human blood in hope that Dr. Lin can replace my heart. If the operation is successful, I will give Dr. Lin a generous reward as well as the secrets you want to know, such as the existence of that Fey King. With words spoken to this extent, could Lin Feng not agree? A new side quest was also harvested. Side quest, help vampire creepy complete his surgery, reward, 20,000 experience points, 10,000 creepy chi value, copy teleportation talisman *1. This was more than enough to beg for. Therefore Lin Feng agreed to it with alacrity. By coincidence, that unlucky guy took the initiative to come to the door to send himself to death. So Lin Feng simply smiled and accepted this heart for nothing. Back to the present. Lin Feng looked at the doorway. A short-haired, one-eyed, stout woman with an icy temperament stood there, her hands clasping her chest as she watched Lin Feng. Through the information Lin Feng had learned that this woman was the director of the 3rd level, and was also a calamity level creepy, and was still high-ranked. Lin Feng gestured uncertainly at the vampire guile. Does the director really not need to care there? Vampire creepy knew Lin Feng's worries and laughed softly, revealing his white teeth. Don't worry, Ms. Long is one of my people. She's worried that the surgery will be disturbed, so that's why she followed me here. Lin Feng was shocked. What was the origin of this weirdness? The director of the devil's prison was actually one of her men. This was more or less abstract. Hey kid, if anything happens to the lady, I'll make your life worse than death. The female creep outside warned at Lin Feng. Don't worry, under my highly skillful techniques, the female bazaar who tried it all said yes. The vampire creepy's beautiful eyes looked at Su Yenran on the side and asked suspiciously, this young lady is? Oh, she's my assistant. Lin Feng said casually. I remember wasn't there 2 little devils the last time I came? The 2 of them didn't learn their craft well, I'm afraid it would affect the operation. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Vampire creepy didn't dwell on it too much, but instead looked at the glass bottle on Lin Feng's table, in which the heart was still beating. She stretched out her index finger and gently tapped it on the glass bottle, her eyes lighting up with a different kind of splendor. Is this it? It's really quite vibrant. Dr. Lin's vision really didn't let me down. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, the lady looks like she has an unusual status. Why did she entrust me to perform the surgery? Replacing your heart isn't a minor surgery like cutting your purse or something. A little carelessness will put you to death. Are you so sure I can accomplish it? At that, the vampire eerily withdrew his hand and ruffled the red hair that had fallen around his ears. Indeed, if I were still on the outside, senior creepy doctors would be able to be brought in, but this is the devil's prison after all, and my hand can't reach that far yet. Besides, my illness, even a senior trickster doctor might not be able to cure me, so entrusting you is just beating a dead horse. I don't have much time left anyway even if I don't get cured. Lin Feng laughed lightly. I thought that the lady had a unique vision and was able to see that I'm extraordinary. Is Dr. Lin really sure about this? The vampire eerily looked at Lin Feng, a few more rare fluctuations in his voice. Of course, since I promised, I'll naturally do it. Lin Feng patted his chest and swore. Through looking and sniffing, Lin Feng already knew the cause of the lady's illness in front of him. A curse had been planted on her heart, and as her heart beat, the curse would follow the blood all over her body, and at that point, she was just bound to die, and could only wait for the curse to explode and die. The solution was either to erase the curse through powerful means, which would require at least Ghost King level strength. Obviously this method was not realistic. Either that or change a heart, replace the blood in the whole body and physically remove the curse. This would put his medical skills to the test. For the sake of this side quest, Lin Feng had spent 20,000 Guile Chi values to upgrade Dr. Guile to advanced and gain a new skill, internal medicine proficiency, and he took will to test it out again to ensure the hand. Now it could only be said to be foolproof. Seeing how confident Lin Feng was, for some reason, Vampire Guile was inexplicably relieved in her heart. She said softly, since that's the case, I'm counting on Dr. Lin, after it's done, I'll definitely give you all that I promised you. She then followed Lin Feng's instructions and went to the operating room that had been fully set up long ago. Unlike before, this time Lin Feng had made elaborate arrangements, sterilizing and covering up every aspect. Lady, change out of these clothes so as not to affect the operation, Lin Feng said in a proper manner. The vampire eerily looked at the long dress on her body and apologized. Sorry, I forgot to change into a lighter one. Saying that, she directly undid her clothes in front of Lin Feng. The bare shoulders were exposed, and as she watched more spring light being revealed, Su Yanyan hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. Hey, don't take it off here, it's all being seen by this guy. Who knows that the vampire weirdly guffawed, unconcerned. What's wrong with that? Wait for the surgery, will not still be seen naked. Plus, I believe in Dr. Lin's character. Su Yanyan was speechless for a while, looking at Lin Feng with a slight grudge in her eyes. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had a smile on his lips. See, there's still someone who understands me. Now is not the time to dwell on these minutiae. Bizarre lives are at stake. This kind of surgery is better, the sooner the better. Saying that, Lin Feng brought Vampire Creepy into it. Soon, Vampire Creepy was lying on the hospital bed. Her figure was truly superb. Even when she was lying down, her peaks were still towering, making people not only want to climb the peaks. However, at this moment, Lin Feng was clear-eyed and had no distractions. Even if he became a senior trick doctor, this kind of surgery was still very difficult. His mind quickly skimmed through the knowledge about the vampire's body structure, as well as heart surgery. Afterwards, he slowly said, Ma'am, the surgery is about to begin. A bizarre special anesthetic was shot into the vampire's bizarre body, and in a moment's time, the vampire's bizarre consciousness began to blur and gradually fell into a deep sleep. The heart's beating rate gradually minimized, and the blood flow had also slowed down. This was the time to start the surgery. Compared to human beings, the vampire's vitality was considered extraordinarily tenacious. Except for the fear of direct sunlight, the trauma of ordinary force attacks could basically recover by themselves. Therefore, vampire surgery is relatively easy. The only thing that needed attention was the timing of the vampire's body repair. After a few moments of wandering off, Lin Feng regained his focus and did the surgery with all his heart. Tweezers, scissors, needle and thread. With Lin Feng's instructions, Su Yanyan skillfully handed Lin Feng a piece of medical equipment. Standing on the side, Su Yanyan's attention was all on Lin Feng. Looking at Lin Feng's handsome side face, Su Yanyan couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Lin Feng's expression was extraordinarily focused. It was said that a focused man had the most charm. Su Yanyan had seen it today. Lin Feng's every movement was extraordinarily flowing. His hands rose and fell, accurately slicing at every location. Soon, the vampire's weird blood was all replaced with healthy blood. The next step was to replace the heart. Lin Feng took the scalpel from Su Yanran and slowly cut open the vampire's bizarre skin. It's not really a good thing to have big boobs. The vampire's weird heart was exposed in front of Lin Feng's eyes. Looking at the somewhat blackened heart, Lin Feng frowned slightly. This curse was a bit vicious. I don't know who this vampire lady had messed with. But right now was not the time to think about this. The tissues around the heart were slowly writhing. It looked like it was about to repair itself. He had to hurry and replace the heart. The heart was removed and the vampire's bizarre vitality was rapidly draining away. Lin Feng quickly took Will's heart out of the glass bottle. It was still warm, so it was true that a just-picked heart was fresh. Putting the heart in its original position and sewing up the blood vessels and tissues, the surgery was complete. The reason for choosing a human heart was partly because the human body structure was roughly the same as a vampire's, and there wouldn't be too many side effects. Furthermore, it's being an advanced vampire, it could assimilate the human construction. If it was anything else weird, it would in turn affect the purity of its bloodline. He didn't know how long had passed. The surgery went smoothly to the end.
With Lin Feng sewing the skin at the location of the vampire's bizarre heart together, the surgery was finally considered to be successfully completed. Knock knock knock. The effects of the anesthetic gradually disappeared, and Lin Feng could feel Wol's heart begin to beat within his body. It was getting faster and faster and more powerful. Lin Feng utilized his look and smell to observe all parts of the vampire's bizarre body, not letting go of every dead corner. After determining that the other party had no more problems other than being a little weak, he was relieved. The curse was completely removed. Side quest completed, reward, 20,000 experience points, 10,000 creepy chi value, copy teleportation talisman *1. Not bad, with these 20,000 experience points, his level directly reached level 53, at the same time, his guile chi value reached 80,000, even though he had spent 20,000 guile chi value before, it was considered to have earned back quite a bit, only that the time for upgrading to extraordinary guile martial artist had been moved back a bit. The most important copy of the teleportation talisman, with it he could go back to Snow and Shan Shan. Lin Feng, you actually did complete it? Are you really just an intermediate level trickster doctor? Su Yan couldn't believe the scene in front of her. Was this level of surgery really something an intermediate level trickster doctor could do? How many other cards did this guy Lin Feng have that he didn't know about? Oops, I accidentally upgraded to an advanced trick doctor earlier. Otherwise I wouldn't be so packed. Lin Feng snorted. Su Yanran was even more shocked. Was this something that could be done accidentally? She also had the profession of advanced guile chef and knew how difficult it was to advance in the guile profession. Previously, she had entered a B-rank restaurant copy and spent a lot of effort and risked her life to reach senior guile chef. People will really be angry compared to people. At that moment, a wooing sound came vaguely from the vampire creepy's mouth, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Ma'am, you're awake. The surgery was successful, the curse was cleaned up, luckily this curse was only attached to the heart. Lin Feng said softly. Upon hearing this, the vampire weirdly sat up and placed her hands on her left chest. Feeling the vibrant heart and the vibrant beating, a look of surprise appeared on her calm face. It actually, really did it. Dr. Lin, you are truly amazing. Even the advanced trickster doctors I've seen before can't reach Dr. Lin's level. Mei Shuang's favorability towards you plus 250, automatically converted into 250 points of guile value. Mei Shuang's shock value towards you plus 600, automatically converted into 600 points of guile chi value. Lin Feng just laughed. Non-committal, a small matter, there's no need to be so surprised lady, your body is still in a weakened state, you still need to control your emotions. Upon hearing this, Vampire Creepy propped her hands behind her back, accentuating those perfect curves a few more points. She guffawed, there's no need to call Dr. Lin so strangely, you're my savior, just call me Schwanger. MS. Schwanger, you put your clothes on first. Lin Feng said with a bit of a twist. Su Yanran on the side saw Mei Shuang's charming demeanor and seemed to somewhat understand why Lin Feng was so welcomed by the female bazaar. This guy was relying on this to attract the favor of these female creeps, right? But she herself seemed to be favoring Lin Feng because of this. It really can't be helped. Mei Shuang pitifully said to Lin Feng, Dr. Lin, I don't have the strength anymore, can you assist me down? Before Lin Feng could make a move, Su Yanran, who was on the side, directly walked up and yanked him down. There's no need to trouble him with this kind of thing. Su Yanyan's tone was not savory, and her figure happened to be blocking between her and Lin Feng. Mei Shuang wasn't annoyed either, she just graciously picked up her own clothes and said after dressing up, Dr. Lin, it's time for me to make good on my promise. Before that, I'll check in with MS. Long. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, finally coming to the main event. Mei Shuang arrived at the door of the infirmary and pushed the door open. The female creepy director was still standing in front of the door, looking a little anxious. Seeing Mei Shuang walk out, she immediately revealed a joyful expression. Miss, you came out. Surgery. Mei Shuang smiled lightly, it has been completed smoothly, the curse was erased thanks to Dr. Lin. Long Mingan's favoritism towards you plus 100, automatically converted into 100 points of Gui Chi value. Lin Feng felt that the female creepy looked at him with less coldness and more gratitude. You go back first, I have something to say to Dr. Lin and the others, Mei Shuang said to him. Upon hearing this, the female creepy hesitated. Is it really good to tell them about this? Mei Shuang said indifferently, what can they do if they know? With their power they can't change anything. Humans are always that insouciant, that's why the death rate is so high. The female sneered wryly. Mei Shuang stretched, her face flushed as her body gradually recovered. Then I'll just have to persuade Dr. Lin more, after all, I don't want my savior to die here. With that, Mei Shuang returned to the infirmary. The female creepy didn't heed her words and leave, but silently continued to stay at the door, and Mei Shuang didn't say anything. Inside the infirmary, Lin Feng wiped the blood off his hands as well as his body and sat down on his office chair. He had been waiting for a long time. What does Dr.
Lin, want to know? If it's something I know, I definitely won't be stingy in telling you.
Mei Shuang propped her hands on the table and looked at Lin Feng with a smile on her face. Lin Feng and Su Yanran exchanged a glance, then Lin Feng directly opened his mouth and asked, I want to know the origin of the Fake King and why it stays within the Devil's Prison. Mei Shuang sniffed and thought for a moment. Dr. Lin should know that more than 100 years ago, because of the thriller game, the bizarre world was connected to the human world. Humans could enter within the creepy world and upgrade, obtain props, etc. by doing quests or various ways. Lin Feng nodded. This is what the two worlds try to do, as well as the default rules. What does all this have to do with the Fake King? Mei Shuang's eyes followed the window and looked into the distance. Most humans don't know that just 100 years ago, when the bizarre world and the human world weren't connected, the bizarre world had one particularly odd thing happen. Suddenly one day, all the Ghost King level and Ghost Emperor level weirdness all disappeared. That moment was so sudden that it shook the entire creepy world. Mei Shuang's tone suddenly lowered, covered in a sense of suspense. Disappeared? Su Yanran said doubtfully. It was the first time she knew such powerful news. That's right, just like evaporating on Earth, in this 100 years, a large number of Bazaar wanted to look for their traces, but all came up empty-handed. Mei Shuang continued. During this period, it's not that no new Ghost King Ghost Emperor has appeared, and they have also tried to search for them. The results they ultimately obtained were all fruitless. And as a result, the pattern of the bizarre world also underwent a huge shift, with many clans that originally had deep roots falling due to the disappearance of powerful people, and many more taking advantage of this opportunity to rapidly rise. This, coupled with the intervention of humans, made the bizarre world unprecedentedly chaotic at the very beginning. After listening to what Mei Shuang said, Lin Feng remembered Yin Kanchan's parents. They were both Ghost King level powerhouses who also happened to disappear 100 years ago for no reason. I'm afraid it's also because of this. So that Fake King, could it be? Su Yanran's mind was sharp and associated it with something. Mei Shuang gently nodded. That's right, as you think. The Fake King is a Ghost King level Bazaar 100 years ago. It suddenly returned to the bizarre world on a certain day and was discovered by the three great clans. It counts as the first Ghost King level Bazaar that came back after disappearing, so the three great clans attached great importance to it. In order to conceal the existence of the Yeri King, the three great clans teamed up to build a prison at the location where it appeared, which is none other than the Devil's Prison under our feet. Lin Feng went through his mind and probably understood. So, the three great clans wanted to obtain the secret of the disappearance of the Ghost King Ghost Emperor 100 years ago from the Fake King's body. That's why they locked it up in the Devil's Prison? Dr. Lin is truly wise and orchid-minded. Well said, but there is one thing to correct. It's not that the three great clans wanted to lock it up, it's that it hasn't been willing to leave this place for so many years. The three great clans all have Ghost King level powerhouses. It's not like they haven't tried attacking or restricting the Fake King, but they've been powerless against it. Mei Shuang continued. So what secrets does the Fake King's body have, and what happened 100 years ago? Su Yanran muttered. She felt that such information had already far exceeded the scope of a B-grade copy. Mei Shuang spread her hands. This is unknown. The state of the Fake King is very strange. All these years down the line, the three great clans have tried all sorts of methods, none of which have restored its sanity, and it can only be allowed to roam around within the prison. However, based on the three great families' observation of the Fake King's behavior, they have come to a conclusion that the Fake King seems to be searching for something. Side quest 2 completed. Reward, Staff of Demon Breaking, low version, 10,000 experience points. The Staff of Breaking Devil, low matched version B-grade copy of Devil Prison limited props, can't be taken away from the copy, can break all prohibitions, illusions, mazes, etc. Can only be used 3 times, props will be destroyed automatically after 3 times. New side quest, help the Fake King to find the entrance to the Lost Land, reward, 20,000 experience points, true * Demon Breaker's Staff. As Mei Shuang's words finished, a system voice rang in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng raised his head just in time to see Su Yanran looking at him with the same delighted gaze. It seemed that both of them had counted their side quests as completed. Just this next step still had to be considered in the long run. Dr. Lin, is there anything else you want to ask? Mei Shuang looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng's mind was full of things about the mission at the moment, and since the information had all been acquired and completed, this woman didn't have any more value. There's nothing more I want to ask for now, Miss Schwanger can go back. At those words, Mei Shuang playfully pouted, seemingly very dissatisfied with Lin Feng's attitude. Really, Dr. Lin? Actually, you can ask more personal questions. Oh, I can answer anything you want to know, for example, people's circumferences. Mei Shuang teasingly looked at Lin Feng, however Lin Feng chose to ignore this. That I've already seen. That being said, how is it that Ms. Schwanger knows so much and still manages to make the director within the prison respect you? Upon hearing this, Mei Shuang bent down, leveled her eyes with Lin Feng, and playfully said, maybe it's because I'm better looking.
Since the disease has been cured, I'm going to take the next step. What?
Lin Feng subconsciously asked.
Jailbreak Mei Shuang said, standing up. Dr. Lin, don't expose me.
I'm just a prison doctor, other than treating patients the rest is out of my hands. Lin Feng said casually. Mei Shuang guffawed and put her umbrella up, walking slowly towards the door. I really look forward to our next meeting, Dr.
Lin.
Creaking, the door of the room was reclosed. Outside the door Mei Shuang also put away her smile. The female creep waiting on the side walked up and said, Miss, it's all ready, the people outside can receive you at any time. Mei Shuang resumed her elegant and noble image again, only a touch of coldness flashed through her eyes. Very well, it's time to make those few old guys pay the price.
This curse can really hurt. It's best to make them taste it tenfold and 100-fold. Ta-da-da-da.
Mei Shuang took elegant steps and slowly walked towards the end of the corridor.
Su Yanran said incredulously, I didn't expect such a difficult quest to be completed so quickly. I haven't had such an easy time in any of my previous B-rank copies. Your side quests should have been updated as well.
Inside the infirmary, waiting until Mei Shuang had completely left, Lin Feng opened his mouth and said to Su Yanyan.
Su Yanyan nodded, helping the Fey King find the entrance to the Lost Lands. Are we the same? That's right. What was the reward you received from your last mission? Lin Feng asked. Su Yanyan didn't hide it and said very frankly, 10,000 experience points, and a what? Wall Dungeon Treasure Bead Low Edition?
It can withstand 3 attacks, the maximum can withstand the full force of a Ghost King level mid-level bazaar, very powerful props, but unfortunately it can only be used within the replica, there is no way to bring it out.
Su Yanran said with some disappointment. This prop should be specially provided for the next side quest, keep it and try not to use it in advance. Lin Feng instructed. Don't worry, what's your prop again? Su Yanyan was curious.
Lin Feng didn't hide it either, and spoke out the effects of the Staff of Demon Breaking, low-level version.
Lost Land.
I haven't heard of this name at all, and it wasn't mentioned in the information I obtained. It seems that no player has triggered this quest yet.
We might be the first players to pass, Su Yanran said with some excitement. Let's hope so. The Ghost King level creepy couldn't even find it. There's not much hope for us to find it. Anyway, it's just a side quest. It won't hurt if we don't do it.
Lin Feng said indifferently. Really, no one is allowed to be so negative. Su Yanyan blanked Lin Feng. Looking at the expression of the quest, the Lost Land is the place that Fey King is trying to find, and it's been wandering around inside the Devil's Prison. Doesn't that mean that so-called Lost Land is somewhere in the Devil's Prison? Said Lin Feng calmly. At those words, Su Yanyan's eyes lit up. You don't say, I guess that's really the case. And it's possible that it's hidden in some secret realm or forbidden area. Your Demon Breaker's staff might be the key prop for finding the Lost Land.
Su Yanyan continued analyzing along with Lin Feng's thoughts.
It was true that there was strength in numbers. This analysis by the two of them organized their thoughts clearly.
There are only 3 chances, it seems that you can't easily use.
Without full certainty, Lin Feng said cautiously. Let's stop here today. We still have plenty of time. It's better to think long and hard about this kind of thing.
Su Yanran nodded approvingly. It's just as well. It's time for me to make dinner for the warden, so I'll go first.
She then lifted her hair, carrying a fragrant breeze as she walked out of the infirmary.
There really aren't any days of peace in this weird world.
Lin Feng leaned on the back of his chair and looked at the ceiling, his eyes becoming despondent.
Knock knock knock.
After a few moments of effort, the door to the infirmary was suddenly knocked on, appearing particularly abrupt in the quiet infirmary. Lin Feng frowned, puzzled in his heart. There were actually people coming at this late hour. It was really rare.
Please come in.
Lin Feng maintained his original posture and casually shouted.
Knock knock knock.
The other party didn't seem to have heard Lin Feng's words and continued to knock on the door.
Knock knock knock.
The knocking became urgent, as if it was knocking on Lin Feng's heart, making him feel not quite right in his heart. I said please come in, stop knocking. Lin Feng impatiently sat up and was about to plan on walking over to open the door when he realized that the door to the infirmary had been pulled open a crack.
At the moment an eye was looking at him unblinkingly through the doorway.
Now that the sky was already a bit dusky, suddenly seeing this scene really gave him a horror movie fright. It was also fortunate that Lin Feng had been in the battlefield for a long time and was mentally strong, which prevented him from being frightened. He just wanted to sternly scold the other party. You're sick, right? Nothing to pick at the doorway to see what? However, the other party was the first to open his mouth, with a strong urgency and delight in his voice, and said quietly, husband, finally let me find you. Hearing this familiar voice and tone, Lin Feng subconsciously softened his legs and some beautiful and harmonious images floated to his mind. He tilted his head and said in a stuttering voice, You sure? As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, the door of the room was violently pushed open and a tall silhouette lunged towards him at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. This scene frightened Lin Feng so much that he hastily tried to back away. However, his movements were still a step too slow. By the time he reacted, he was already being held by that person's arms and pressed to the ground.
Hubby, I knew you hadn't forgotten about me.
The delicate and pretty face was close to his eyes. Looking at this familiar face, Lin Feng, although he had expected it, he was still a bit caught off guard. Ling Yashur, the last object of Lin Feng's strategy, the third wife he met within the bizarre world, the sickly young lady. A short black dress, its slender waist and bumpy curves package, long black hair like a waterfall pouring, a pair of light silver eyes like the white moon in the sky, incontestable. Ling Yashur is considered to be one of the most difficult of the several wives he has rated. When you don't know her, she is like an unattainable cold moon, so you can't touch it. But under Lin Feng's persistent efforts, this cold moon was eventually taken into his arms. Whoa hubby, how could you leave Shuro alone? You're so cruel. The delicate-looking young girl in front of him had a resigned expression at the moment, her silver white eyes filled with tears as she looked at him with affection. You sure? Lin Feng looked at the young girl who was crying into tears, his face flashed with a touch of heartache, and he just wanted to hold her in his arms to comfort her. At this time, Ling Yashur's picture changed suddenly, the original aggrieved expression disappeared, the corners of her mouth carried a triumphant smile, and her eyes were filled with the color of madness. Husband. Ha ha ha, last time you left people without saying a word, causing them to look for you all over the world. This time I won't let you leave people even if I say anything. Should I break my husband's arms and legs, and then keep them in my bedroom all the time, so we can be together forever? Ling Yashur murmured, and the expression on her face became excited. The hand holding Lin Feng's arm gradually became harder, as if it really wanted to break Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng was immediately shocked and sweating. Was this the consequence of abandoning a sickly girl? At the time, he thought it was just a game, and he went offline after the raid. As a result, now that the paper man had come to reality, the result would be too tragic. Lin Feng was very clear that he was going to suffer old age. Hiss. Ling Yashur's power was very terrifying. Obviously her arm was extraordinarily slender, but it contained a huge amount of power, so even Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a burst of pain. Hearing Lin Feng's agonized voice, Ling Yashur snapped out of that morbid madness. She hastily withdrew her hand, looking a little overwhelmed. Ah husband, I'm sorry. Did it hurt you? Ling Yashur stretched out her green jade fingers and gently brushed Lin Feng's face. I'm fine, you sure? Can you get off me first? Lin Feng could only say with strong support. Who knew that Ling Yashur firmly shook her head and refused. I don't. What if you disappear again? What if I can't find you again? Hubby, I don't want to lose you again. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled, reached out his hand, rubbed Ling Yashur's small head and softly said, Don't worry Yashur, I won't leave. You used to say the same thing. Not. Yet, Ling Yashur looked like an aggrieved little child, wiping her tears as she said it. Really, I won't lie to you this time. Let's do it this way. You take my hand so I can't escape. Lin Feng was still speaking in a warm voice and extended his right hand to Ling Yashur. Ling Yashur stopped crying, looked at Lin Feng's hand and hesitantly took it. Lin Feng, on the other hand, smoothly broke free from Ling Yashur's suppression and the two of them stood up together. Ling Yashur's hand was slender and long, with clear bones, and it felt warm to the touch. See, I'm still here. Lin Feng raised the hand the two of them were holding and gestured to Ling Yashur. Seeing that Lin Feng was still standing alive in front of her eyes, Ling Yashur could no longer restrain her love and directly jumped into Lin Feng's arms. Bastard husband, you're finally willing to come see me. Do you know how much I missed you? Ling Yashur cried. Lin Feng, on the other hand, rushed to comfort and rubbed Ling Yashur's head. Suddenly, Ling Yashur stopped crying and lowered her head in Lin Feng's arms, sniffing something carefully. What are you doing? Lin Feng was puzzled. Ling Yashur closed her eyes and sniffed Lin Feng's body carefully. The smell of a woman. There's more than one. 1, 2, 4. There are a total of 4 women's odors. Ling Yashur's silver white eyes once again surged with the color of madness, and her arms holding Lin Feng started to get harder. Hubby, explain why there are so many women's scents on your body? That said, I would know that you're here, hubby, or that I smelled your scent on a female creepy prisoner. Hubby can't cheat. Oh, if you cheat Shirori might not be able to resist killing you. Ling Yashur said quietly, her pupils dilated, her expression extraordinarily sickly. Lin Feng suddenly had a numb scalp. You sure you misunderstood? I just did a surgery for a female patient today. Next to me there were assistants as well as 2 small nurses. Oh, is that so? Ling Yashur's tone did not slow down at all. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask the director of the 3rd floor. Lin Feng said with conviction. Of course I believe in my husband's words. Ling Yashur suddenly laughed again. But I don't like the smell of other women on my husband's body. So annoying hubby can only have my scent alone on his body. Saying that, a sickly flush suddenly appeared on Ling Yashur's face, and her delicate body clung to Lin Feng's chest and started rubbing up and down, as if she wanted to cover the smell of Lin Feng's body in this way. Lin Feng immediately felt some dryness in his mouth. Ling Yashur's body and appearance was undoubtedly the best amongst teenage girls, melon face, big eyes, high nose, all of them grew on Lin Feng's aesthetic. Such a beautiful woman was just hooking his neck, looking at him with watery eyes and making such ambiguous movements. You sure? Stop. Lin Feng hurriedly stopped it. When Ling Yushi heard this, she stopped her movements, while once again sniffing at Lin Feng's body. It seems like it hasn't been completely covered off yet. Why don't we just cut off the smelly part straight away? Ling Yushi said expressionlessly. Tsukushi, calm down. Calm down. I'll go take a shower later and make sure there's no more other smell on me. Lin Feng hurriedly made a promise. Oops, sorry hubby, I'm saying this kind of thing again. But with so many girls surrounding my husband, it's just too unsafe. I have to think of a way to tie up my husband. Place him in a good place. Ling Yushi rambled. Lin Feng sought his emotions stabilize, and hastily took this opportunity to change the topic. Speaking of which, why is Yushi inside Devil's Prison? Aren't you $1,000 lady? You shouldn't be locked up here, right? Before Ling Yushi could say anything, a voice came from behind her. What else could it be? Because back then, you left without saying goodbye, so anxious that Miss Ling went through the entire family territory, almost tearing down half of the family. That's why she was sent here and locked up. Lin Feng followed the sound and saw the warden with his hands clasped on his chest, smilingly looking at the two of them. Obviously Miss Ling used to be a very stable and self-contained girl. How did she become? At those words, Ling Yushi's cheeks slightly reddened, shyly hanging her head and not daring to look at the warden. Which have you said so exaggerated? Alright Missy, since you've returned to normal, I'll inform the Ling family to send someone to pick you up. This small prison of mine can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. The warden sighed and said, not allowed. I don't want to go back, I'll be wherever Lin Feng is. Who knew that Ling Yushi was strictly refusing, hanging on to Lin Feng's body saying that she wouldn't leave. Missy, prison isn't a vacation mecca, but it's dangerous. It's not guaranteed that something will happen one day. We can't necessarily guarantee your safety. The warden said bitterly. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Yushi was a junior that she had watched grow up, she wouldn't bother with Ling Yushi's death or life. What are you afraid of? I'm also a destruction level guile. What danger can there be that I can't handle? Plus I have to stay and protect my husband's safety. Ling Yushi said confidently. The warden knew deep down that it was useless to persuade him, so all he could do was to turn his gaze towards Lin Feng. It seemed like he wanted Lin Feng to say something as well. Lin Feng read the warden's meaning and after some thought, he still said, you sure? You'd better go back first. It's indeed dangerous inside the prison. Since it's so dangerous, then hubby and I should go together, back to our home. Ling Yushi said. No, he can't leave Devil's Prison. Miss Ling can only leave by herself if she wants to leave. The warden said without mercy. In her opinion, there wasn't going to be much good between Ling Yushi and Lin Feng, and it was good for Ling Yushi to be able to break them up before it was too late. Who knew that anger surfaced on Ling Yushi's face and she tightly pulled on Lin Feng's hand. Since that's the case, then I can only stay. Anyway, whatever it is, it can't keep us apart. The warden couldn't help but hold his forehead. It seemed that Lin Feng's weight in Ling Yushi's heart was indeed very heavy, otherwise the Ling family wouldn't have been forced to lock her up in prison to calm down. As you wish, I've said what I should have said. The warden simply swung for the fences for good. By the way Lin Feng, I've already sent someone to fix and perfect your room, since Miss Ling is not willing to leave, so why don't you guys just live together? Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at how fast the efficiency of the bizarre world was. In the morning when he came out it was still in ruins. This was only half a day's work and it had actually been repaired. At those words, Ling Yushi's eyes lit up. Live together. Too good. I can't sleep without hugging my husband to sleep. Not only that, I've also thoughtfully done soundproofing. After that you guys can shout as much as you want inside the house at night, and none of you will hear it outside. That way the fake king won't be startled by you guys. Saying that, the warden surveyed Lin Feng and Ling Yushi with a meaningful gaze. Shouting at will won't be heard. Ling Yushi muttered, and not knowing what came to her mind, her face took on a slight flush, and drool flowed out of the corners of her mouth. Seeing this expression of Ling Yushi, Lin Feng only felt a hidden pain in his waist. It's getting late, go back to your room after dinner. It's guaranteed that the fake king has come to his senses tonight and come out to sneak around. The warden scratched his hair and said with a lazy expression. Fake king. It's been so many years, it actually still stays here. There's no clue anyway, what's the point of keeping it? Ling Yushi looked impatient. Ugh, make it seem like I'm willing to keep it. You can't kill it, you can't drive it away, and you can't awaken its sanity. What's the difference between this and a chicken rib? I still have to climb out of bed to clean up the mess every time there's a riot. My skin has gotten so much worse lately, and my pay doesn't even go up. The warden sighed softly and grumbled in a whiny tone. Come on hubby, let's go back to your room. Sleep sleep. Ignoring the warden's complaints, Ling Yushi took Lin Feng's arm and dragged him outside. Lin Feng could only allow himself to be manipulated by Ling Yushi. Still, since he couldn't resist then he could only enjoy it. Looking at the back of the two, the warden looked puzzled. In the end, he said quietly, I hope that nothing happens until this group of humans leave. It seems that it is necessary to inform the three great clans. We must be careful in everything, or at least not take the blame. With that, she also turned to leave. Lin Feng brought Ling Yushi and returned to 101 on the first floor. At the moment Lin Feng's room had been refreshed. The walls had been repainted, the various pieces of furniture were still in their original positions, while the door to the room no longer had small windows, but was completely airtight. On top of that, there was an extra bathroom in the room that could be used for bathing, and the original single bed had been replaced with a large double bed for some reason. Hubby, quickly go take a bath. Just after entering the room, Ling Yushi said with a smile on her face, while naturally locking the door behind her. I have to take a break. To drink some water or something. Lin Feng felt a little fidgety. At those words, Ling Yushi walked up to Lin Feng, the smile on her face was even brighter, but it gave Lin Feng goosebumps just looking at it. Husband is not good, oh. You have to listen to Shurer, or else. Good. I'm going to wash it. Feeling an extremely dangerous aura pressing on his heart, Lin Feng could only resign himself to walking towards the bathroom. It's just as well, I've expended a lot of energy today, I should indeed take a bath. While operating on Mei Xuan, Lin Feng had consumed quite a lot of energy, it was time to wash off his fatigue. Thinking that, Lin Feng took off his clothes, revealing his sturdy and robust body, and turned the faucet on, allowing his body to be saturated by the water flow. Alas, although it's delightful to see you sure, the sickly personality of hers is really a bit dangerous. This if she knew about the existence of Xiao Meishui and Kanchan and the girls, he shall not be raked clean even with his tendons and skin. Thinking about it is scary. It seems that the only way to save his life is to quickly improve his strength, catch up with Ling Yushi, and forcefully conquer her by force. But Ling Yushi was actually a destruction level creepy, the gap in their strength was still far away. Just as Lin Feng was immersed in his heart, he didn't notice that the bathroom door behind him was gently pushed open and a white and delicate body walked into the bathroom without a stitch of clothing. When Ling Yushi saw Lin Feng's broad back, she couldn't help but drool inexplicably. By the time Lin Feng noticed her coming in, Ling Yushi's petite body was already stuck to Lin Feng's back. Feeling the soft touch on his back, Lin Feng's body couldn't help but tense up. You sure, why did you come in? Lin Feng's mouth was a little dry. Ling Yushi wrapped her hands around Lin Feng from behind, their bodies sticking even tighter. I came to accompany my husband to wash off. Didn't hubby leave the door unlocked just to let me in? Ling Yushi's breathing was a bit ragged as she said. I can remember I locked it. That's not important, hubby, even in a strong lock can't stop the heart between us from being tightly connected. Said, Ling Yushi's hand was a little unctuous, brushing over Lin Feng's 8-pack abs, and then down. Stop. Lin Feng hurriedly grabbed its restless little hand. Seeing that Lin Feng's ears were vaguely red, a bad smile surfaced on Ling Yushi's face. Yo, you're blushing, oh husband. However, compared to blushing, I actually want to see my husband panting more, preferably looking up. Ling Yushi's voice was full of teasing. The flames within Lin Feng's body started to burn. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and was honest with Ling Yushi. You sure, there's a limit to my patience. When Ling Yushi heard this, there seemed to be some hint of anticipation in her eyes. Hubby, help me take a bath. Everywhere must be washed in place. Oh. Inside the 102 next door, Su Yanran changed into her pajamas early and lay on the bed, looking at the empty single bed next to her, she expressed extra dissatisfaction. No, why is this devil's prison so efficient? Rushing to reincarnation? It actually fixed Lin Feng's room in one day. I still wanted to keep him for a few more days. Su Yanyan was a bit lost. Speaking of which, why didn't Lin Feng come for dinner? Could it be that he forgot, thanks to the fact that he had meticulously made a sheep treasure stew with beef cheerfully? Forget it, it's better to sleep. Thinking about it, sleepiness surged, and Su Yanran's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. What she didn't know was that at this moment Lin Feng was eating something even more delicious. Lin Feng hardened this extremely fragrant bath and walked out from within the bathroom. Ling Yushi's entire body was hanging on Lin Feng. Lin Feng wrapped his hands around Ling Yushi's waist, and there was support below, so he didn't have to struggle to pick her up. Wipe the water off your body before you go to bed. Lin Feng casually instructed. Ling Yushi guffawed, her hand was covered with guiqi, wrapping the two people's bodies. The water attached to their bodies was directly taken away by the guiqi. Such a subtle control over the guile chi had opened Lin Feng's eyes. Hubby, the water on the body is wiped clean. But this place still can't be wiped clean, hubby, help me. Ling Yushi raised her head, lying on Lin Feng's ear, and said in an extremely soft voice. Intense desire in her silver white eyes. Lin Feng threw Ling Yushi onto the large soft bed as soon as he could, the same flames bubbling in his eyes. Long black hair was spread out on the bed, Ling Yushi's hands were spread out, and a morning glory climbed up on her delicate pretty face, which wouldn't make anyone's heart flutter when they looked at it. Our separate time totaled 12 weeks, until the 12 times are over, I won't let you leave this room. The corner of Ling Yushi's mouth hooked up, exhaling. Little girl, you don't have a small mouth. Lin Feng was determined to win. I have more than just a small mouth. With that, the two bodies entangled together, and euphonious voices resounded in the room. The prison corridor outside was silent, indeed no sound could be heard. The next day at noon, Lin Feng opened the door to his room and limped out, one hand holding onto the wall, one hand rubbing his waist. Wow, this girl came for real, luckily I'm skilled. After the 10th time, Ling Yushi's stamina was exhausted. Lin Feng, on the contrary, was getting braver and braver, and she had no choice but to raise her hands and surrender. It was now sleeping peacefully on the bed. A total of tens of thousands of experience values and guile chi values had arrived. Lin Feng had earned numbness. Lin Feng looked at the time and realized that he was already late, so he simply put on his clothes without panicking and walked towards the cafeteria holding onto the wall. Just after turning the stairs and reaching the floor, he saw a fat figure like a mountain of meat on his face. Wasn't this Dong Dashan, who he hadn't seen for a few days? Dong Dashan also saw Lin Feng. His expression became odd and he hurriedly looked around. Lin Feng just wanted to greet him politely, but who knew that Dong Dashan suddenly transformed into a pile of meatballs and rolled towards Lin Feng. Then with a thud, he knelt down in front of Lin Feng. He also wanted to kowtow a few times to Lin Feng, but as a result, because his size was too inconvenient, he couldn't bend down at all, so he could only nod his head at Lin Feng with a sniffle and a tear. Lord Lin, my subordinate has finally met you. My subordinate had eyes and didn't recognize MT. Tai, I didn't think that Lord Lin would actually be Miss Ling's boyfriend. I didn't expect to actually eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall, even dare to ask for Lord Lin's money. My subordinate really deserved to die. Saying that, Dong Dashan still wanted to slap himself, but was stopped by Lin Feng in a hurry. Don't do that, Lord Dong, I can't afford it, get up. But Dong Dashan didn't stand up, instead he took out a card with trembling hands and handed it to Lin Feng with both hands. Lord Lin, this is 500,000 thrill coins, it's sort of my subordinate's way of making up for his faults, please do accept it. And please, Lord Lin, don't tell Lord Warden about me accepting the money, otherwise I can. Lin Feng looked at Dong Dashan's pitiful appearance and couldn't help but feel a bit saddened. When he first entered the copy, he was in control of the power of life and death of all humans. I didn't realize that now he was actually begging him on his knees. It was also unknown where he got the information from. Don't worry about it, Dashan, I guess the warden knows all about this point of yours, he's just too lazy to care about you. Saying that, Lin Feng naturally took the card in Dong Dashan's hand. In a roundabout way, this money that had been spent was back and there were a few more tens of thousands of dollars. It was truly magical. But Lord Warden said before that he doesn't allow his men to collect protection money privately. Dong Dashan saw Lin Feng accept the card, and the look on his face was much more reassuring. Lin Feng wanted to prop up Dong Dashan's body, but when he tried, he didn't tug. It was better to just let it kneel. He patted Dong Dashan's shoulder and said bitterly, Dashan do people do bizarre, don't be so rigid. Well, the rules are just rules. Well, you do not also know that you cannot do, or rake in a lot of benefits? Besides, where did you learn about my relationship with Ling Yushi? Dong Dashan thought for a moment and said hesitantly, this morning, the warden called all the sheriffs and chiefs to a meeting, focusing on the relationship between Lord Lin and Miss Ling, and instructing us to strictly safeguard the two lords' safety. Still it shows that the warden trusts brother Dashan, otherwise he would have already fixed you. Do a good job, Dashan, seeing as you've done me a lot of favors, I'll put in a good word for you with the warden. Lin Feng casually comforted. Upon hearing this, Dong Dashan's eyes lit up and his gratitude value rose miserably. A fawning expression instantly appeared on his face as he thanked Lin Feng repeatedly. Thank you, Lord Lin, you're really generous, Lord Lin. Just met me and I saw you being gracious, do you lack a son? Looking at the fat piled into folds on Dong Dashan's face, Lin Feng could only find an excuse to leave. After a busy night, Lin Feng had long been starving. He had drunk a lot of water, but it didn't top up his satiety, and at the moment he missed Su Yanyan's cooking immensely. So he rushed to the cafeteria without stopping. In the back kitchen of the cafeteria, Su Yanyan sat in the center board, watching a few weird inhuman chefs going back and forth, somewhat distracted. From time to time, she would subconsciously look towards the door, as if expecting someone to appear. Really, why do I keep expecting that guy? Well, it must be because I'm afraid that the food will go to waste. After all, these ingredients can be very precious. It must be like this. At this time, the back kitchen door was pushed open and Lin Feng walked in with a relaxed pace. Ms. Su, what are you cooking today? Lin Feng said habitually. When Su Yanran saw Lin Feng, a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. However, in the next moment, her expression froze and the smile on her face vanished in an instant. She then said in an unsavory tone, I forgot to do it today, you go to the window and fight for your food. Lin Feng could clearly see that Su Yanran seemed to be angry, and the pot next to her was still hot, and the pungent aroma was radiating from it.
It seemed that the words were also angry, and while Lin Feng was thinking about where he had angered the other party, Su Yanyan said directly, her tone full of jealousy, also, remember to cover up the strawberry prints on your neck, being a doctor and yet you're so indiscreet. Lin Feng picked up the kitchen knife on the side table, and through the reflection of the back of the knife, he saw that his neck was full of red dots. He then remembered that last night, when he was in the depths of his love, Ling Yushur directly hugged his neck and gnawed on it, which left these marks. He had completely forgotten about this when he came out and therefore didn't notice. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and hurriedly pulled his collar to cover some of the marks. Don't tell me it's mosquito bites. Su Yanyan crossed her waist and huffed. Then she thought that she and Lin Feng didn't seem to be in that kind of relationship, and she didn't seem to be qualified to be angry, so she sheepishly put away her expression with jealousy and resentfully said to Lin Feng, "Forget it, let's eat first. Lin Feng, you have to remember, our first priority is to clear the copy, don't be affected by other things," Su Yanyan said bitterly while serving out the prepared meal. Lin Feng solemnly took it and then said sincerely, "Don't worry, I know the score. Thank you for cooking for me all the time, it's really troublesome for you. Say it, which little girl is it? Could it be those two little nurses? Or the lady from yesterday?" Su Yanran returned to her normal demeanor and joked to Lin Feng in a frivolous tone. Lin Feng shook his head and took another bite. "It can't be the warden, can it? When did you?" "I don't know what Su Yanran thought," suddenly said. Lin Feng almost didn't choke on a mouthful of rice after hearing it, and quickly said, "Don't be too outrageous. It's the big miss of the Ling family." Ling family? One of the three great families, the Ling family. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Su Yanran almost jumped up in shock. "Lin Feng, you've risen your skills, you actually managed to get your hands on such an honorable and bizarre identity. Isn't this a prison? Where did you meet Miss Ling from? I usually don't see you hanging out with other bizarre when did you meet her?" Su Yanran asked in a series of questions, even her previous jealousy had disappeared. Lin Feng was a bit embarrassed, and could only move to that old line. "This matter is a long story. Didn't I mention it to you before? That warden also mentioned it. I didn't realize that she happened to be in Devil's Prison, and after you guys left yesterday, she found me and..." Su Yanran didn't come back to her senses for a long time, her lips closed for half a day, and she ultimately didn't know what to say. Lin Feng also took this opportunity to eat almost as much as he could and felt a sense of fullness in his stomach. Just as Lin Feng was planning to leave and return to work, a vibration suddenly came from the ground. The vibrations were not too obvious and fleeting, but they were still felt by Lin Feng. Is this a hallucination? Lin Feng wondered. Rumble. Another vibration came, this time it was even stronger than the one just now. Not only could it be clearly felt, it shook the knives on the desktop, and it seemed to have a tendency to intensify. Lin Feng's eyes stared, at the same time Su Yanyan by his side also came back to her senses, immediately stabilizing her stance and becoming alert. What's going on? Is something happening underground? Ow! An earth-shattering hissing sound suddenly resounded throughout the sky, and the earth began to tremble violently as if an earthquake had occurred. The creeps and humans inside the prison were instantly terrified and hurriedly fled in all directions. At this time, an alarm sounded, while an urgent voice came. "Emergency evacuation for all personnel, emergency evacuation, all directors as well as sheriffs quickly head to the third basement level." Upon hearing this, the creeps and humans in the back kitchen directly put down what they were holding and rushed towards the outside in a rush. "Not good, you sure is still down there." Lin Feng was anxious in his heart and rushed towards the outside. Even though Ling Yushur was very strong, this kind of change was currently unknown, he had to go and confirm Yushur's safety. Su Yanyan followed closely by Lin Feng's side. "You go and take refuge in the clearing first, I'm going back underground to find Moon Xiao." Lin Feng saw this and said. Su Yanyan was shaking her head. "I'll go with you, that roar just now, don't you think it's familiar?" That was the Fei King hissing. Today is the first time that the Fei King has appeared to be moving during the day. Maybe our mission is going to make progress. Until now, in this state of emergency, Su Yanyan's mind was still clear, and she had first considered these factors. Hearing this, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. Su Yanyan had the wall cell treasure pearl in her hands, which provided a means of preserving her life when it mattered, so there was no need to worry too much about her. The two of them arrived at the stairway leading underground. At the moment a large number of people and bizarre hamsters were pouring out from here. Lin Feng directly exerted the might of a patriarch to convince people by virtue, forcibly dividing a path. At this moment, the only thing in his heart was Ling Yushur's safety. Boom! Another vibration that resounded through the heavens and earth. The earth began to tremble madly. This intensity was estimated to be close to catching up with a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. The surrounding walls and ceilings started to show cracks and even a collapsing effect because of the vibrations. Lin Feng barely stabilized his body, his speed didn't decrease and he dodged the falling stones while rushing towards the underground floor. "All of you get the hell out of my lady's way."
Something happened to my husband, I want you all to die. At this moment, a delicate voice came from the weird pile. Lin Feng was instantly delighted. It was Ling Yushi's voice. You sure? I'm here. Lin Feng hurriedly ran over following the voice. Kicking away the two creeps that were blocking the way, Lin Feng saw the familiar figure of Ling Yushi. Ling Yushi was looking around at the moment with an extraordinarily anxious expression. When she heard Lin Feng's voice, Ling Yushi immediately looked over, and when she saw Lin Feng running towards her, tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. Immediately she ran towards Lin Feng's direction. The two of them finally met, and Ling Yushi jumped into Lin Feng's arms. Idiot, you left me again. Alright, it's all my fault, I just went out for a meal. Lin Feng hurriedly comforted. Right now wasn't the time to put on a romance drama. Lin Feng directly pulled Ling Yushi towards the outside and ran. You sure? It's dangerous here, let's go out first. What the hell happened underground? Lin Feng said as he ran outside. Ling Yushi's expression didn't look flustered. As long as Lin Feng was fine, she was at ease. As for this vibration, it didn't affect her. It seems like that Ghost King level creepy suddenly went berserk and started frantically pounding the ground. Sister Warden has already brought her men to suppress it, so I guess it won't take long for it to return to normal. Ling Yushi said. Suddenly storming out? Lin Feng was suddenly puzzled. Why did it happen to be today's storm? Could it be that there's a clue in that lost land? The Devil's Prison, to the outside world, has always claimed that there are 3 underground levels and 1 above ground. But in reality, there is another layer under the 3 underground layers, the unknown 4th layer. It is said that before the Devil's Prison was built, this 4th layer already existed, and those bizarre families outside are the ones who discovered the alien king here. Inside a deep and dim corridor, 2 sneaky figures were talking while rapidly moving forward towards the front. One of them was short and thin, with his features squeezed together, appearing to be thieving. The other person looks more normal, is a strong and tall middle-aged man, only one of his eyes has a deep scar, as if to cut off a piece of his head, looking particularly hideous. The middle-aged man walked in front, narrating to the lewd man next to him while using one eye to look around in case there was danger. Through their language one could tell that they were players from the Sakura country. After listening, the lewd and slim man cackled. It's also thanks to the fact that the President-sama used his own life as a price to obtain so much useful information for us that we were able to come to the 4th underground floor so smoothly. Uhu, the death of the president is really regrettable. To use an idiom from the Dragon Kingdom to describe it, the president has really bowed down and died for the sake of our club. He said regret on his mouth, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Alright, cut the crap and focus your attention. The President-sama's hallowed level 89 died here. We need to be even more careful. The tall middle-aged man said. Kamita-san, at this time of the year, the cherry blossoms in our hometown are blooming again. Let's go see them when we leave the copy, the lewd man said yearningly. That'll have to wait until we finish the quest and claim a reward that's generous enough to have that leisure, said the tall man. Kamita-san, if this side quest is completed, we'll also be level 80 powerhouses, and the club won't be ours to say, hee. I see that the President-sama's wife during his lifetime is still in style. The lewd man rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with greedy desire. Although the tall man's face remained unchanged, it could be seen that his eyes were also burning with a blazing fire. In the future, the society will definitely be stronger in our hands. Chatting, the two walked to the end of the dark corridor. Here was a bronze gate. The gate was covered with bizarre patterns, standing there tightly, looking extraordinarily thick and ancient. This is where that foreign king is being held, Yamamoto-kun, I'm relying on you. The tall man reached out his hand and stroked the bronze gate, then said to the slim man behind him. The slim man smiled confidently and took out a key from his space. Don't worry, there's no door that I can't open with this master key. I saw you treating this prop like a treasure before, now you're finally willing to take it out. The tall man teased. He clasped his hands on his chest and stood to the side, ready to watch the slim man's performance. Oh, Private Marseille, Kamita-san, it just didn't seem necessary before. Now is the time for it to shine, said the slim man, confidently stepping forward. There are no holes in this bronze door chain. How are you going to open it with this key? The tall man asked curiously. Watch Kamita-san, the key can be used for more than that one purpose. Saying that, the slim man urged the key in his hand. In a flash, the key began to expand and grow larger, directly turning into a giant key that was 1 person tall. The slim man then exerted both hands and swung the giant key out. Only a loud bang could be heard as the bronze gate was hit heavily by the key and immediately began to tremble violently. In the next moment, right under the tall man's jaw-dropping gaze, a deep crack was added to the bronze gate, and then it slowly rose up, revealing an entrance. The tall man was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen this way of unlocking a door. The slim man changed the key back to its original size and put it back into the space with a rather proud look. Turning his head to see the tall man's expression, he was silent for a moment, then said, Just say if it's open or not. Baka. Yamamoto, I day your ancestors. Which have you open the lock like this, you will not only alarm the sheriff of the prison, but also make that alien king riot, we can be dangerous. The tall man said angrily. Then, what to do then? This is what you let me open the lock, tricky to know this broken key to use this way, but it is 100 tries. The thin man panicked. Ow! An angry roar came from behind the entrance, and an extremely oppressive aura quickly wrapped the two men. It's coming! Kamita-san, quickly take out the props obtained from the last mission. Hearing the voice, the two men panicked at the same time. The tall man sniffed and gritted his teeth. I don't know if the alien king in its furious state can be subdued by the props, I can only take a gamble. Saying this, he had an extra gem in his hand, and within the gem was the pupil of an unknown creature's eye, extremely demonic and seductive feeling. The cave mouth began to tremble, the sound of footsteps gradually approaching, the breath of death surging. The tall man does not retreat, hand holding props, toward the cave. Inside the office, the beautiful warden leaned against the sofa, eating Su Yanyan's special lunch, with a satisfied look on her face. Halfway through eating, the ground suddenly trembled, making her eyebrows furrow. She could no longer eat, was about to go out to check what had happened. At that moment the door to her room was pushed open and a sheriff came running in with eerie haste. It's no good, Lord Warden, 2 humans have killed Creepy who was guarding the 4th floor and have entered the 4th floor. I've sent my men after them. It wasn't long before there was another violent tremor and a loud roar. The warden looked serious and sat up miserably. It looks like it's already too late. Something's wrong with the Fey King. Quickly, notify the sheriffs as well as the 3 directors to head to the 4th floor immediately with full armor. Yes. At the same time, she quickly dialed the phone and explained the situation to the 3 families. She then rushed towards the underground floor. Although the Fey King's riot was important, Ling Yushi's safety was even more important. When she arrived at the underground layer, she saw the intact Ling Yushi. And at the moment, Ling Yushi was looking everywhere for Lin Feng's figure, itching to kill all the bizarre ones blocking her way. Miss Ling, at this time Lin Feng is probably on the ground. You can go up and look for him while staying away from danger. There's been some accidents down there. I need to go and deal with it as soon as possible. I also hope that Miss Ling protects herself. The warden said in a hurry. Go quickly, an accident here would be quite a loss to the family. When I find my husband, I will definitely go and help. Even though Ling Yushi desperately wanted to find Lin Feng, she wasn't stupid and knew the priorities, she said with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, the warden was much more relieved and then continued to rush towards the depths. The warden met up with the many sheriffs and the 3 directors. 1 destruction class creep, 3 calamity class creeps and 20 to 30 danger class creeps. Such a strong configuration could completely chill any creepy below the Ghost King level. However, these creeps stood there with cold and serious expressions, as if they were facing an enemy. That was because they were about to face a riotous Ghost King level creepy. Seeing the warden arrive, the numerous sheriffs were much more at ease. My lord, the matter has been ascertained. 2 humans took advantage of the guards' changing of guards to sneak up on the guards on the 4th floor and sneak in. Fortunately, one of the guards returned because he forgot to bring something and saw this scene. Those 2 humans seemed to understand the structure of the devil's prison very well, along the way bypassed many monitoring this. 100 Eyes Guile stepped forward and reported to the warden in a respectful tone. It seems that I have been a bit too permissive with you guys lately, actually letting the 2 humans drill a hole. The warden's tone was chilling, frightening all the Guile present so much that they didn't dare to breathe a single breath, and could only keep their heads down to be lectured. I'll clean you guys up after things are settled. The warden said in a cold voice. Grab those 2 humans, I'm going to let them see the power of the devil prison's 10 tortures. Yes. The crowd of Bazaar agreed in unison. She then ordered her many men to kill the depths. Outside the prison, the 1st floor was in chaos at the moment. Without the Sheriff Creepy's suppression, it was difficult for the ordinary jailer Creepy to suppress this group of vicious prisoners. Yay! I'm free! Yeah, now is the best time to break out of prison, the way to salvation is at your feet. Great, from today on please call me Happy Superman, the happier I get the more Superman I have to be. The surviving Creepies ran towards the gate, trying to take advantage of the large number of people to fish in troubled waters and escape from the place. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Above the high wall, countless arrow feathers fell, and the creeps that approached the gate were directly shot without exception. With special handcuffs, they could not exert any power at all, and were not in the least bit a match for the well-trained jailer creeps. However, they could only manage to hold the gate, and there was no way to stop the chaos inside the prison. Lin Feng brought Su Yanran and Ling Yushi to a safe place. At the sight of Ling Yushi, a flash of amazement flashed through Su Yanyan's eyes. This weird girl was really pretty. Is this that big miss of the Ling family? It really was extraordinary. I don't know how Lin Feng managed to get his hands on her. First Xiao Meishua and then the big Miss Ling. Noticing Su Yanran's gaze, Ling Yushi twisted her head around and met Su Yanran's eyes while revealing a harmless and sweet smile. Hello, my name is Ling Yushi. It's Lin Feng's fiancé. Ling Yushi stretched out her hand and warmly greeted Su Yanyan.
Su Yanyan was startled. She didn't expect Ling Yushi to actually take the initiative to greet her. She didn't know why she had a feeling of weakness. She similarly extended her hand. "Hello you. My name is Su Yanyan." The two politely shook hands and then quickly separated. Lin Feng's eyes quickly swept across the chaotic venue, eventually locking onto two slender figures. As if they had sensed something, those two people similarly looked their sights towards Lin Feng. As if they had found something to rely on, the two people's original worried expressions calmed down and they immediately ran towards Lin Feng. Dr. Lin. These two were clearly the two Maple Bell sisters. "Are you guys alright?" Lin Feng asked with concern. Although the two sisters were a little messed up, they weren't injured, which was still a good result. "We're fine, Dr. Lin. What exactly happened?" Suzu asked curiously. Lin Feng casually said, "That's not something you guys have to think about. Hurry up and get out of here, it's dangerous here right now." Dr. Lin, what about you? Feng showed a rare look of concern. "We still have important things to do," Lin Feng said seriously. "You guys should have a way to leave, right? The four directions seem to be stopped. Let's try to see if we can use our employee passes," Suzu said. "Even if we can't leave, with our strength we should have no problem defending ourselves." After seeing Lin Feng, the two sisters' uneasy mood relaxed a lot. Feng was even more confident. "Dr. Lin, you should also pay attention to your safety, Suzu said with concern. Ling Yushi's jealousy value plus 500, automatically converted into 500 points of Guiqi value. Lin Feng was startled and hurriedly turned his head to see Ling Yushi looking at him with a kind face. "Bad," made little auntie angry again. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Ling Yushi took the initiative to walk forward and take Lin Feng's arm, and then politely said to the two sisters, "Then you guys should leave quickly, my husband will be protected by me, you don't have to worry." Seeing Ling Yushi, both sisters' faces changed, and at the same time they looked at the part of Lin Feng in her that was close to her. "Old husband." Feng and Suzu's jealousy value towards you plus 1000, automatically converted into 1000 points of Guiqi value. Lin Feng's head was getting big. What kind of shura is this? But now was not the time to talk about these childish things. Rumble. At this time, the earth once again began to shake violently, even the surface of the ground began to crack, and the buildings on the ground gradually couldn't withstand this force and began to crack or even collapse. Lin Feng immediately told the two sisters to leave, while bringing Su Yanran and Ling Yushi to hide farther away. Ling Yushi suddenly turned her head and looked towards the ground, her eyes filled with scorn and gravity. "Hubby, this aura is very strong, you have to be careful. No matter what happens, I will protect you with all my might," Ling Yushi said firmly as she held onto Lin Feng's hand. "Thank you, Yushi." Lin Feng was greatly touched and at the same time mentally decided to protect her. Boom! The first floor of the building completely collapsed, and along with it, the underground entrance was all blocked. Quite a few creeps who couldn't escape in time were buried underground, screaming. The ground began to collapse, and a huge arm violently poked out from the ground. The arm was estimated to be 7 or 8 meters long, and as soon as it reached out, it slammed down, countless debris splattered, and the ground was smashed out of a large pit alive. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of figures each scurried out from the ground, scattering away from the large hand. Looking at their appearance, they were the many Sheriff Creepy and the Warden. At this moment, their appearance looked particularly wretched, their expressions were particularly grave, obviously they had encountered trouble beyond expectation. GGG. This Grand Master has long since grown tired of seeing you bunch of bizarrely high and mighty. Now it's this Grand Master's turn to turn the tables. An incomparably wild and loud laugh came out. In the next moment, that huge arm braced itself against the ground, followed by an even more gigantic figure slowly crawling out from the underground ruins. It was a giant monster that was 10 meters tall, with 4 arms and 4 legs, and miserable white skin. It was clearly the Ghost King level weirdness that had caused Lin Feng so much pain before, the Fey King. Today's Fey King was more than several times larger in both size and aura compared to before. Obviously the current one was its full body form. The Fey King's neck was stretched out, its hair was cascading down, and its 2 scarlet eyes were hidden underneath as it swept across the entire scene with extreme ferocity. And this rampant and incomparable laughter came from precisely at the top of its head. On top of its head, there were 2 figures standing, one tall and the other thin. These 2 people were the 2 Sakura Nation players who had sneaked into the 4th floor. The Warden stabilized his stance in the air, looked viciously at the 2 men and said through gritted teeth, "Damned humans, what dirty tricks did you use to control the Fey King? Jia, bizarre is bizarre, can't break free from the narrow vision of ignorance, you haven't seen a lot of means." The thin Yamamoto sneered. Beside him, Kamita held the jewel in his hand and stood confidently atop the head of the Fey King, overlooking the many weirdness. The pupil of the eye within the gemstone shone with a strange light, and invisible power radiated from it. Pupil of true sight, low version able to control a Ghost King or below for a short period of time, for 2 days, limited to a single Eerie.
With this prop, in addition to the information they had previously acquired, the two managed to control the spiritually weak Eerie King, making him obey them. These 2 days are enough time to walk sideways in this area. Use this fake king to harvest the nearby bazaar possessions before fleeing when it awakens, and after that, all we need to do is wait for the time when the copy ends. Maybe we'll even get an S rank or higher evaluation at the settlement time, another big reward. Kamita thought excitedly in his heart. The greed in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Kamita-san, quickly order the alien king to kill all these creeps so we can claim domination. The skinny Yamamoto said excitedly. Wrong. Yamamoto-kun, there is one thing I need to correct your wording. Not us, but me. Kamata looked at Yamamoto with a smile and said casually. When Yamamoto heard this, he first froze for a moment, not reacting to what Kamata said. And the next moment, a look of horror appeared on his face. What do you mean? Kamita-san. What are you going to do? Kamita catalyzed the gem in his hand, and the fake king underneath him began to move with his command. It stretched out a large hand and grabbed Yamamoto above his head with one hand, not giving him any time to react at all. Baka! Kamita! You actually tried to kill me! Didn't we agree that we would enjoy the fruits of our victory together? Without me, what are you going to open the gate with? Now you actually want to take it for yourself, you despicable and shameless villain. Seeing that he was unable to struggle, Yamamoto could only be cursing at the top of his lungs. Kamita, however, was indifferent, instead revealing a sinister smile. How simple, Yamamoto-kun, I can obviously keep it all to myself, why would I want to share it with you? As for you to help me open the gate, to be honest, I can completely find the opportunity to kill you and then take away the key to do it yourself, but still gave you a chance to perform. You should thank me for it. Don't worry and go to hell, you don't need to think about the president's wife, I'll take good care of her. After saying that, Kamata coldly shouted, kill him. Boom! With a forceful grip, the fake king's large hand directly crushed Yamamoto, who was still cursing, alive. After scavenging all the items in Yamamoto's space, he then had the fake king swallow Yamamoto's corpse into his stomach. Having tasted blood, the fake king looked even more excited and let out a hiss. Next, it's time to clean you guys up. Kamata swept over the warden and the other bazaar and said in a cold voice. The warden lifted up the hair scattered in front of her eyes, her delicate pretty face covered with frost, although she didn't know why the other party was infighting, but the big enemy at the moment was still this fake king, and she had been thinking of countermeasures in her mind. It was still imperative to restrain the other party and wait for support from the three great families. But after all, the other party was at the Ghost King level of strength, and they really weren't sure they could beat it. Find a chance to kill that human. It could be seen that the human had utilized some sort of means to briefly control the fake king, so only by killing him would the fake king recover, and it would be much better to deal with him then. If you want to kill me, you guys can try. Fake king, it's all up to you, kill them for me. Kamita naturally could see the warden's plan, but he remained unmoved, confident that relying on the strength of the fake king would be enough to suppress all of this group of bazaar. Upon hearing the order, the numerous sheriffs each executed an attack on the body of the fake king. Countless powerful attacks struck the fake king's body, but there was no way to cause any damage to it. Even if they scraped a small piece of its skin, it would quickly return to its original state. The fake king seemed to be annoyed by these small flies in its eyes, and its four large hands flung out haphazardly, directly sending the numerous sheriffs flying out a long way, heavily falling to the ground, wailing. The weaker ones were even directly knocked unconscious by this blow. The warden's face became even more ugly. It seemed that it could only rely on her and the three chiefs. 100 Eyes Creepy and the female creepy with a dragon surname that Lin Feng had seen before, as well as the director of the second floor, a skeletal mage. The warden's pupils contracted and turned into a vertical line while blood-red flames ignited around her body, and her aura began to climb by the minute. The strength of a high destruction rank was on full display. Together with the 3 calamity grade, she might have the power to fight. Sensing the malice on the warden, the fake king roared in anger, and an arm smashed towards the warden. The speed was as fast as lightning, and the power was like a pillar in the sky. Ha! The warden softly shouted, and the heavenly blood flames erupted from his body, like a hideous dragon opening its mouth to bite at the smashing arm. Boom! The fire dragon collided with the arm and instantly wrapped around it. The blazing temperature continuously scorched the alien king's arm. In pain, the alien king frantically swung its arm in an attempt to blow the flames away. Soon, that arm of its was burned to the point where only the white bones remained. It's working! Before the warden could raise his hopes, the next moment the flames on the fake king's arm gradually dissipated, and complete flesh and blood grew once again where it had been burned away, and the arm was restored to its integrity. The warden's face became even more ugly as the feeling of powerlessness hit him as if he was an old man encountering a hot young woman. Although his own full-force strike caused damage to the foreign king, but the recovery ability of the other party is too perverse, almost a few breaths of effort will be able to restore the original. With this almost perverted recovery ability, as well as their own uncommon combat strength, back then, the three great clans came out with 3 Ghost King level and several Destruction level powerhouses, but in the end, they only imprisoned the Fey King, rather than killing him. Can one really stall it? Keep on killing for me, kill all the bazaar here, leave no one behind. Kamita stomped his foot hard on the Fey King's head, frantically ordering. A flash of confusion seemed to flash through the Fey King's blood-covered eyes, but then it was covered and suppressed by a mist. Hearing what Kamata said, all 4 of her large hands steeply extended, like 4 tentacles, and struck towards the fleeing bazaar ones on the ground. Boom boom boom. The 4 large hands frantically slapped down, carrying a force that was heavy to the extreme. The target of the Fey King's attack was precise, aiming at the fleeing creepy prisoners as well as the Sheriff Creepy. Their strength was generally below the dangerous level, and this level of attack was simply fatal to them. Poof! These creeps couldn't dodge in time and were slapped into a blur of flesh and blood, or were directly slapped apart and turned into wisps of black smoke. There were only a few Sheriff creeps that were a bit more powerful that barely managed to block the blow, but they were also seriously injured and fell to the ground to be slaughtered. Among them also included Dong Dashin, who was on relatively good terms with Lin Feng and was like father and son. His figure was too big of a target, so he was naturally categorized into the Fey King's attack. Luckily, as he performed his skills, his stomach violently inhaled a large amount of air and bulged high, looking like a meatball, while his skin darkened in color, taking on a metallic shine and texture. Boom! After hard carrying down the alien king's slap, Dong Dashin was paralyzed on the ground, his stomach was directly slapped and burst open because of this slap, and organs such as guts and intestines flowed out. The good thing is that he is bizarre, these are also just superficial injuries, not considered fatal, is that his eyes are lax, the first half of his own life involuntarily began to play up in front of his eyes. The warden was enraged, she would never allow the other party to be so arrogant anymore. Little fly, you find a chance to control that human, you two stole the Fey King from me, I'm going to activate the protective grand formation within the prison. The warden commanded. 100 Eyes Guile nodded solemnly at his words, Lord Warden, I'll try as much as I can. After saying that, the dense eyes on his face opened at the same time, while looking at the turtle field above the head of the Bazaar King. The dragon surnamed female Bazaar clothes burst open, countless scales attached to her body surface, her hands and feet transformed into sharp claws, 2 more horns on the top of her head, and her tyrannical aura exploded out. The necromancer pulled out his scepter and summoned countless armies of skeletons while casting his mage. The sky was covered in dark clouds and an acidic rain struck, enveloping the entire body of the Fey King. The 3 Calamity-class creeps struck with all their might, instantly attracting Kamita's attention. The warden, on the other hand, took advantage of this gap and quickly ran in one direction. Calamity level, very skillful indeed, but it's all futile in front of the Ghost King. Kamata was just about to mock a few words, when he felt dizzy and the sky swirled in front of his eyes, making it impossible for him to see anything at all. Spirit-type attack. Kamita noticed the 100 Eyes Guile was staring at him with a deadly stare, and his heart was clear. Luckily I was prepared. Kamita, who had apparently even acquired the information of the 3 directors, took out an elixir from his space, and the dizziness in front of his eyes disappeared and he regained his clarity. At the same time, acid rain fell, carrying an extremely strong corrosiveness, and the places hit by the acid rain instantly began to burn. Kamita remained unperturbed, and took out another blanket from within his space and covered himself, so that he was able to insulate himself from the acid rain. As for the alien king, although its skin was also corroded, it quickly recovered and thus posed no threat as well. In this way all of the attacks of the 2 calamity levels aimed at him were easily neutralized. Damn it, this human knows our attack style very well, this preparation is also too adequate, right? 100 Eyes Guile cursed, his own eyes were almost dry, the other party actually still didn't get hit. The necromancer sighed softly, the reason why humans are becoming more and more difficult to deal with is precisely because they can pass on their experience and knowledge to those who come after them, and our information is estimated to have long been grasped by it. Tramp, let the old lady come. Lao Miang still don't believe it. The female Bazaar with the dragon surname completed her half-dragonization at this moment, her tyrannical aura swept over her, and even in the face of the Fey King's pressure, she didn't chicken out at all. Instead, she stepped forward and stomped out her legs with great force, killing towards the Fey King. Boom! Under the gazes of 100 Eyes Guile and the necromancer's hopeful gazes, the female Guile with the surname of Dragon was slapped back by the Fey King. The female Guile with the dragon surname wiped the blood coming out of her nose, her expression still firm. Hiss, it doesn't hurt. Sister, why don't we think long and hard about it? Yeah, Lord Warden just asked us to stall it and buy her time, we don't have to fight so hard. 100 Eyes Guile and the necromancer advised. The Ghost King level is nothing more than that, the small injury in the area can't help me. The more they persuaded the female Guile with the dragon surname, the more energized they became, killing the Fey King once again. Boom! A beautiful arc crossed from the sky.
Lin Feng and the others came to a safe place and witnessed what had just happened. I'll go, how did he do that, being able to control the Fey King? Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Kamata standing above the head of the Fey King. 80% of this person also obtained the appropriate props through a quest, which is how he was able to control the Fey King. Su Yanyan calmly analyzed. If that's really the case, then our mission won't be easy to complete, and if it continues like this, the battle will soon spread to us. Lin Feng said with a serious expression. Mainline Mission 3 ends early, rewards remain unchanged, reward, 5,000 Gui Chi value, 10,000 experience value. Mainline Mission 4, stop the riot of the Fey King, kill the Fey King, reward, 40,000 experience points, 10 million thrill coins, 20,000 creepy chi values. The system's voice came. Lin Feng was surprised. This mainline quest could still be cut off early. But this new main quest is more or less a bit difficult. What makes you think they have a way to kill a Ghost King level creepy? Su Yanyan seemed to have received this mission as well. Her face shifted and she was equally bitter. I've already passed the message to the family. It won't be long before Grandpa arrives. Husband, please don't worry. Seeing that Lin Feng froze, seemingly thinking that Lin Feng was scared, Ling Yushur held his hand tightly and comforted him softly. I'm fine, Yushur. I just don't know if you've heard of the Lost Lands. Lin Feng solemnly asked to Ling Yushur. Land of the Lost. Ling Yushur frowned tightly and muttered, obviously hearing this term for the first time. I'm sorry, hubby, I didn't know. Ling Yushur lowered her head, feeling very self-conscious about not helping Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only comfort. It's okay, Yushur. This place is 80% the place the Fey King is trying to find. Where do you think is the most suspicious? We need to find the lost land quickly in order to have a slight chance. When Ling Yushur heard this, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, I remember that there is a fourth level under the Devil's Prison, and that's where the Fey King was initially found. Behind the Bronze Gate, there is a dilapidated palace, and in the center of the palace there is an altar that has been deserted for a long time, because of the factor that it has been vandalized by human beings. The runes on the altar have already been blurred, so the old guys in the family didn't study it out. The altar. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he felt that he could try it. After all, this was the only option now. Try utilizing the Demon Breaker's staff. Could you trigger this altar, and you might be able to find the so-called lost land? The situation would also gain a turnaround as a result. But that fourth level is located right underneath that Fey King's feet. There's no way for us to get closer. Su Yanyan stated the point. Indeed, the location where the Fey King stood today was very awkward, and if they approached, they would inevitably be attacked by the Fey King. Spell it out once. Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. The opportunity was right in front of him. He wouldn't let it go no matter what. Hubby, let me help you. Ling Yushur pulled up Lin Feng's hand and placed it on her chest, looking at Lin Feng's face with loving eyes. I'll cover you to go underground and find that lost land. Ling Yushur was extraordinarily pious. As long as it was what Lin Feng wanted, she wouldn't hesitate even if she had to give her life. Yushur, this is too dangerous. I'm trying to think of a way. Lin Feng categorically wouldn't let Ling Yushur face such a dangerous situation head on. But Ling Yushur shook her head. I'm a destruction level, self-preservation is no problem at all, and the warden immediately activated the prison's grand formation. It's able to suppress the alien king's actions. Husband, don't worry, I will protect myself. We haven't gotten married yet and haven't had a child. How could I possibly leave you? Ling Yushur said word for word. Every word contained her love for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart warmed and he softly said, thank you, Yushur. It's not too late. Let's hurry up and take action. Once you encounter danger you have to immediately choose to defend yourself. I have a copy detachment coupon. If you can't fight you can directly detach from the copy. Aha! Su Yanran looked at this scene of intense love. Her heart was a little envious for some reason. She shook off her head and hurriedly took out a prop from her space, handing it to Ling Yushur and said, my wall firmament treasure bead low match can be lent to MS Ling to use. It can withstand 3 fatal attacks. Although this prop is very precious, but right now it is still the big picture that matters, and this prop can't be taken out. It doesn't hurt to use it up. Ling Yushur looked at the precious pearl in front of her. For a moment she did not immediately take it. Disposable props, no need to be heartbroken, just take it. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's permission, only then did Ling Yushur take the treasure bead and smile brightly at Su Yanran. Miss Su, thank you. I'll let you and my husband's intimacy go for the time being. I was thinking of burying you in the earth. Su Yanran shivered. Clearly Ling Yushur was smiling, but it made her cold all over her body. This, Mr. Lin Feng and I are just a simple partnership. Eye contact is also considered intimate. But this is not the time to talk about it. Just take it as I'm joking. Ling Yushur laughed. Su Yanyan pulled the corners of her mouth with difficulty. Unexpectedly this big Miss Ling is actually still a sickly girl. The three of them made a good decision and rushed towards the distant battlefield at the same time. At this moment, the 3 directors in the center were being crazily ravaged by the Fey King.
and the gap between their strengths prevented any of them from doing any real damage to the Fey King. If it wasn't for the dragon surnamed Female Bizarre Blood Bar being thick enough to carry several hits for the other two brittle skins, it was estimated that they would have collapsed a long time ago. The three calamity levels were now as wretched as they could be. How is Lord Warden not done yet? I can't hold up. 100 Eyes Guile said feebly. There's no rush, I can still carry it for a while longer. The female Guile with the name of Dragon grew more and more courageous, her battle spirit was full of vigor. However, at the next moment, she directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood, her eyes rolled over and she lay straight on the ground. Seeing this, 100 Eyes Creepy and the Necromancer could only helplessly step forward and drag the female Creepy's body to a safe place. In addition to suppressing the three Calamity Class Institutes, the Fake King still had room to slaughter the other Guile and humans. Hundreds of creeps as well as a dozen or so humans were caught in its wake and smashed straight into potato chips. Kamada stood atop the Fake King's head with an expression of indescribable triumph. Kill! Kill! Kill all of this place, then we'll go and capture the Bazaar City and plunder all of those families' wealth. At that moment, his smile suddenly disappeared as he noticed three figures rapidly approaching his place. Two humans as well as a creepy. The two humans seemed to be from the Dragon Kingdom, and their strength was not weak. Nani? Not running away and instead approaching me, how interesting. Fei King, kill them for me. Kamada said in a cold voice, not showing the slightest bit of mercy. The Fei King sniffed and stretched out his two arms, slapping them towards the Lin Feng trio. The air pressure steeply became low, and when Lin Feng raised his head, he saw two large hands slamming down towards them with a shocking momentum. Lin Feng swept Ling Yushur into his arms with one hand and pulled Su Yenran with the other, while at the same time he activated the air-braking token. The figure instantly disappeared in place and appeared dozens of meters ahead, directly dodging the attack of the Fei King. Ha! Kamada froze. This kind of means, it was at least a calamity-level prop. These two Dragon Nation people did have some means. Zakasi, just this means is still not enough. It's just right to kill these two Dragon Nation people to reduce the threat to my Sakura Nation. Kamada ordered for the Fei King to strike with all his might. For large hands fell at the same time, their speed and frequency far beyond imagination. Lin Feng kept using the air-braking tokens to redirect the three of them, but with the Fei King's attacks, it was still a bit exhausting. Seeing that there was still some distance to go, Ling Yushur suddenly jumped out of Lin Feng's arms, her destruction-level strength was on full display, her body surrounded by bizarre chi wrapped around her, and she directly blocked a few large hands. You guys go down quickly, leave this place to me. Ling Yushur said directly. Taking advantage of the fact that Ling Yushur was temporarily fending off the attacks of the Fei King, Lin Feng and Su Yenran stood on the ruins, looking for the entrance to the underground. Here! Su Yenran's surprised voice came out and Lin Feng saw the entrance that was buried by rocks and corpses. Lin Feng directly vigorously performed a miracle and peeled away all the obstructions of the entrance. A passageway whose outline was barely supported came into view. The Devil's Prison's construction was still quite sturdy, and there wasn't too much deformation in these underground levels. Thus, Lin Feng and Su Yenran hurriedly drilled in. What do they want to do? Lin Feng and Su Yenyan's odd behavior caught Kamada's attention. He had been walking on thin ice all his life and had long since developed a cautious character. He wouldn't allow any accidents to affect his actions. Therefore, he wanted to order the Fei King to overturn the bottom of the Devil's Prison cell and capture Lin Feng and Su Yenyan. And right at this urgent moment, a mellifluous and thick bell suddenly rang out. Dang! Hearing this bell sound, the Fei King underneath him suddenly let out a miserable scream, his two hands grasping his head with an extraordinarily agonized expression. This almost caused Kamada to be thrown off, and he hurriedly stabilized his body. Noisy! So noisy! Don't! Make noise! To my child! Because of the sound of the bell, the Fei King actually briefly escaped from the restriction, and his mouth mumbled continuously. Hearing the sound, Kamada's face bristled down, and he hurriedly raised the gem in his hand, increasing his strength. The Fei King quieted down all of a sudden and was back under his control. Seeing this, Kamito then settled down, then immediately raised his head and looked towards the source of the bell, only to see the warden who had just left, standing on a high wall in the distance, holding a miniature golden flood bell in his hands. The bell sound that resounded through the heavens and earth just now was actually emitted by this tiny prop. No! Kamito sensed something strange. The corner of the warden's mouth hooked up and once again rang the small bell in his hand. Dang! The sound of the bell came again, except that it's originated from all directions, and the surroundings of the Devil's Prison seemed to contain some kind of power. That small bell was merely the medium through which that power was unleashed. It's a formation. I can't fix it. The information left behind by the president during his lifetime didn't mention this. Kamito panicked a bit, but then calmed down. He was the man who rode on the head of the Ghost King class creepy. How could he panic? Fei King, break this formation for me. The Fei King seemed to be disgusted with the muffled bell sound as well, not counting Kamita's order,
and she looked at the warden with the same resentful gaze. It roared in rage, all 4 of its hands and 4 of its feet firing at the same time, directly killing towards the warden. Within the underground layer, Lin Feng and Su Yanran were still searching for the path to the bottom. Because of the collapse, this underground was already intricate. Time was running out. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, pulled out the 2-meter machete that Will had voluntarily gifted him, and slashed directly down at the floor. Boom! The sharpness of a calamity-grade long knife was self-evident. The fragile floor was directly split with a crack. There was drama. Lin Feng picked up where he left off and directly chopped a hole with the machete. The hole was big enough for a person to go down and could see the second underground floor. Let's go here, Lin Feng said to Su Yanran. There are quite a lot of ways, Su Yanran said heartily as she looked at the hole. The 2 of them jumped down and came to the second underground level. Save me, quickly let me go, please. Inside the cell next to them, several creeps were trapped inside, dying. When they saw Lin Feng and Su Yanran, they immediately sparked up hope and cried out for help. Lin Feng, however, turned a deaf ear and followed the same way, opening another big hole in the ground. Jumping to the 3rd level underground, Lin Feng still wanted to follow the same way, but digging through the 3rd level of the ground, there was only dirt left. It seemed like the destination wasn't in this underground. Su Yanyan jumped down and looked around, pondering and thinking. I remember that the information I obtained mentioned that there was an entrance on the 3rd underground floor that was heavily guarded, with jailers weirdly watching it at all times. I guess that's the entrance to the 4th floor. Let's go then, do you know the way? Lin Feng was overjoyed. Su Yanran took out a drawing and said, I have a map, the general direction is there, but this place is so badly damaged, I guess. Lin Feng carried a large sword, patted his chest and said confidently, don't worry, feel free to point the way, I'll clear the way here. Subsequently, the 2 of them divided up the work clearly. Su Yanran looked at the map and pointed out the direction. When they encountered stones or collapsed buildings blocking the way, Lin Feng directly used his knife to split them. The 2 of them had an exceptionally smooth trip. Soon, the 2 found a buried entrance in the ruins. At the moment the entrance was wide open, below it was a deep tunnel. This is it, Su Yanran said excitedly. Without hesitation, the 2 directly drilled into the tunnel and quickly ran towards the depths. Above the surface, the warden manipulated the Devil Prison's grand formation and engaged in a great battle with the alien king controlled by Kamita. Several wardens and other surviving Bazaar took advantage of this gap and ran far away for fear of being affected. The fake king tried to swing his arm and hit the warden. The warden, on the other hand, was not slow and quickly struck the small golden bell in his hand. Dong 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 dong. The melodious sound of the bell came from all sides of the fake king. It was a tremor that hit the soul directly. It was a means that the 3 great clans had researched to specifically deal with the fake king. The fake king covered his gushing head with one hand, while his remaining 3 hands desperately grabbed at the warden. Boom! A slender figure suddenly appeared and blocked these 3 arms for the warden. Miss Ling! The warden couldn't help but smile when he saw that figure. Ling Yushi's image had changed drastically at this moment, with 2 furry ears growing out of the top of her head, and an additional tail full of black hair behind her back. There was an extra sliver of a full moon in the center of her eyebrows, dots of moonlight lingered around her body, and her entire aura appeared extraordinarily holy and flawless. How much longer can it last? Ling Yushi's clear and cold voice came out, causing the anxiety in the warden's heart to be directly soothed. She hurriedly said, it can probably only last for 5 minutes. The strength of the fake king seems to have gotten stronger. The big formation was only meant to delay the fake king's attack, and it can't completely restrict it. It's enough, Ling Yusher faintly said. Silver white eyes looked at the ground in the distance, endless tenderness just like that soft moonlight that makes people sink. Seeing the effect of the big formation on the foreign king gradually weakened, Kamada's smile on his face became more and more complacent. Just like that. If the 2 flower girls are willing to commit themselves to this lord can consider sparing you from death. After the advantage, Kamita began to write his face. A lecherous smile surfaced on his face as he looked at such delicate looks of Ling Yusher and the warden. With your looks, you can't even compare to a single dangling hair of my husband. How do you deserve it? Ling Yusher mercilessly mocked, the contempt on her face undisguised. Within the 4th underground layer, Lin Feng and Su Yanran struggled to distinguish the passageway in front of them and arrived in a large hall that was buried by the earth. The entire body of the great hall was made of green-colored stone bricks. The buildings outside had directly collapsed due to the riot of the fake king, but this place had actually not been disturbed in the slightest. This should be the place, Su Yanran said in surprise. Lin Feng looked around in the darkness. The hall was empty, only a stone platform was located in the center. He hurriedly walked quickly to the stone platform and carefully observed it through the darkness. Su Yanran similarly walked forward and gently caressed the stone platform that had been mercilessly washed by the years and had become mottled. There really are special runes on this, only their traces are almost wiped clean. She observed carefully, and at a glance, she could see the mysterious patterns engraved on various parts of the stone platform, and even after so many years had passed, these runes could still be felt with a slight fluctuation of power. Success or failure is here. Lin Feng pulled out the scepter of Demon Breaker, low version, from within space. The tip of the scepter emitted a faint white light that seemed tiny, but seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles and illuminate the darkness. With the appearance of the scepter of demon breaking, those tattered and torn runes even had a stronger energy fluctuation along with its bright light. Su Yanran was delighted. It looked like it was having an effect. Lin Feng poured all the power in his body into the staff of demon breaking, and the white light shining from the tip became even more dazzling. Open! Lin Feng bellowed, and the white light suddenly shone brightly like the sun, erupting in a circle of extremely strong power fluctuations that completely enveloped the entire hall. The runes that were touched by this energy also seemed to gain life. The modeled surface faded away a little bit, revealing their original faces. These runes intertwined and entwined, and the entire stone platform trembled. It's coming! The battle outside was gradually approaching its end, and the bizarre strength of the Ghost King class really wasn't something that could be shaken by anything external. With the Fake King's roar, the small golden bell in the warden's hand could no longer support itself. Its surface was covered with cracks, and it directly shattered apart. Along with its shattering, the Devil Prison's grand formation also failed, and there was no longer any way to suppress the Fake King's actions. The precious pearl in Ling Yushi's hand was also used up a number of times in the process of protecting the two of them, dimming and losing any effect. Ah, there's nothing you can do. Toast to the wind. Without these means, let's see what else you guys can do. No one can stop me anymore. Kamita crossed his arms and laughed wildly. Stupid human, what a big talker. Thinking that you can be invincible just because you've used some small tricks? Humph. Dare to harm my granddaughter, human, I want you dead. In the void, three extremely majestic and oppressive voices suddenly rang out. Kamita's heartbeat even stopped for a short while, his face turned pale. This pressure could only be released by a Ghost King level creepy. Now, there were actually three Ghost King level bizarre. In the next moment, a figure hidden in the shadows stepped out of the void. The figure's entire body was covered by a wide black cloak, making it impossible to see his face. The sun's light suddenly dimmed, and at the other end of the sky corresponding to it, a round moon suddenly rose, and at the center of that round moon was an extremely majestic and magnificent figure. Boom! The earth also suddenly cracked open a large mouth, an extremely dried and bandaged large hand poked out from the ground, yellow sand gushed out, and a giant mummy as tall as 5 meters slowly climbed out, holding a snake-headed scepter. For Ghost King level creeps appeared in one place at the same time. Such a spectacular sight was quite shocking when looking at the entire creepy world. When the surviving creeps and humans saw this scene, they couldn't help but freeze in place in fear. How did a good B-rank copy suddenly evolve into a Ghost King level bizarre meeting? It shouldn't be. How come these three old guys would appear here? Logically speaking, even if it's a Ghost King level bizarre riot, it wouldn't be right for them to rush over so quickly. One of Kamita's eyes was filled with disbelief. The information left to him by the president didn't say this. Could it be that this Fake King has some special value to these three Ghost King level bizarre? Grandpa! Ling Yushi smiled sweetly and waved at the figure in the full moon with an excited expression. That magnificent figure sniffed and with a flash, came to Ling Yushi's side. Alas Moon Shio, I'm really sorry, Grandpa came late. Not hurt, right? The great figure stepped out from the full moon and saw the true appearance clearly. It was an old man with white hair and a pale face, with the same full moon symbol on his brow. Despite his age, the aura around him was unaffected in the slightest, with a straight posture and bulging muscles all over his body. At this moment, this Ghost King level bizarre old man was smilingly carrying Ling Yushi into his arms, love written all over his face. I'm fine, Grandpa. Ling Yushi said obediently. Putting Ling Yushi down, a touch of anger rose on the magnificent old man's face. This group of unfilial children and grandchildren, actually locking you up in this kind of place and letting you get into danger. When I go back I will definitely teach them a good lesson. It's alright, Grandpa, it's me who came voluntarily, otherwise I wouldn't be able to suppress my feelings of missing him. Moreover, I was also blessed by the misfortune of meeting him again. A happy smile spread across Ling Yushi's face. The magnificent old man was stunned, and before he could get to the bottom of the matter, a sharp voice came out from the dark shadow in the air. Alright old man Ling, master and grandson feelings will be contacted later. The most urgent thing is to solve this beast, and that bold human. I have long said that back then should directly get dead things. Anyway, 100 years ago the abnormalities are also in the past. Why bother to investigate, stay until now in vain to add trouble. At those words, that giant mummy let out a light grunt. To put it lightly, it's not that the three of us who exerted our full strength were not able to kill it, or else how could it be left until now? Times are different now, the current me is a lot stronger than back then. I don't believe that its blood bar is even thicker. It can still resist the attacks of the three of us. The Black Shadow's tone was extraordinarily unconvincing. After so many years of not making a move,
let me also see if you two old guys have grown in strength? The magnificent old man took a step out, the full moon behind him rose once again, and his voice resounded through the heavens and earth. As soon as his words fell, the three Ghost King level bazaars simultaneously struck out, launching an attack towards the fake king in the center. Kamada's face turned white, and he couldn't stop cursing in his heart. Ikosu, if you have a backstage, you should have said so earlier, I wouldn't have pursued you. This bizarre young girl is actually the granddaughter of the Ghost King level bazaar, no wonder she is so emboldened. I should have known that I would have taken the Bazaar King and run straight away to avoid it. But right now, he was surrounded by three Ghost King level bazaar, relying on only the Fey King under his feet. If he really had no choice, he could still cast a copy detachment coupon to escape the Bazaar world. Only then, all these efforts of his would be in vain. He also thought of taking this opportunity to take control of the society, conquer the president's surviving wife, and move towards the peak of his life. Now it seems that he cannot think. The black shadow in the air opened its bat-like wings, and countless blood-colored bats suddenly scurried out, emitting ear-piercing screeching noises as they swooped towards the fake king and Kamada. The mummified giant on the ground, holding a serpentine staff, recited an incantation with its mouth, and the sand and gravel around it converged around it, transforming into a giant lance made of sand, stabbing towards the fake king. The magnificent old man beside Ling Yushir similarly powered up, and the round moon behind him suddenly enlarged, as if it was a real moon. The moonlight lingered with the old man's circumference, eventually transforming into a silver-white crescent that struck towards the front with a whoosh. The three Ghost King level bazaar attacks came from all directions with great force. Kamada curled up on top of the Fey King's head, fear written all over his face. Fey King, quickly protect me. Boom! One by one, the three Ghost King class bazaar attacks hit the Fey King, causing it to let out a miserable hissing sound, even more painful than the previous attacks it had received. The blood-colored bats pounced on the Fey King's arm, and they all opened their mouths, revealing their sharp fangs, and bit down, greedily sucking the Fey King's blood. And with the Fey King's arm being so gnawed on, it immediately dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The several sand lances struck by the giant mummy also pierced straight into the body of the Fey King, and large quantities of blood gushed out from that wound. The power of the crescent moon sent out by the magnificent old man was even more anticlimactic, directly chipping off the two jade feet of the Fey King along with its thighs. Without support, the Fey King's figure was unable to stand still and fell straight to the ground. All of the three Ghost King levels bazaar attacks were quite fruitful. Because of the Fey King's fall, Kamada, who was on top of his head, didn't stand still and fell straight down. Just as he was about to climb out of the rubble, a teasing voice came to his ears. It's been a long time since I've sucked human blood. After tasting the blood of so many races, it's still human blood that's the most delicious. Terrifying pressure fell from above his head, and that black shadow in the air came to his side at some point. Death descended on his head. Kamito didn't even think about it. The desire to survive surpassed fear. The copy disengagement coupon had long been held in the palm of his hand, just waiting for this moment. Immediately, he hastily urged the copy of the ticket. In a flash, his figure directly disappeared in the same place, leaving the bizarre world. Seeing Kamito disappear, the black shadow felt bored. It's this damn thing again. Never mind, there seems to be a few surviving humans over there. Wait to settle this monster and then go savor it. Muttering to himself, he turned his gaze to the fake king in front of him. His face under the cloak did not rejoice because the attack worked. As the dust in the sky cleared, the fake king's figure reappeared in front of him. Miraculously, the arm that had just been drained of blood returned to its original appearance. The several penetrating wounds in his chest were slowly closing, and the two legs that had been cut off by the crescent moon seemed to be alive, regrowing tissue and reconnecting with the fake king's body. In just these few breaths, the wounds caused by the three Ghost King level bazaar attacks actually all healed. The aura of the Fey King soared once again, returning to its full-strength posture. Even though he had seen it long ago, the black shadow stared in wonder. What a terrifying to the extreme recovery ability. How the hell is this thing supposed to be killed? Without Kamita's control, the Fey King was no longer restrained, and its tyrannical aura was fully released. The blood-covered gaze swept towards those three figures, the anger and killing intent in his eyes not hidden at all. So noisy. You guys, go to hell. It muttered with its mouth while stretching out a large hand and slapping at the nearest black shadow. Boom! The ground was instantly slapped with a large crater, yet the black shadow was intact and appeared in the air. Instead, there was an additional bloody hole in the center of the alien king's slapped palm. As the blood hole recovered again, the fake king hissed and swung out all four arms at the same time, killing towards the three Ghost King ranked bazaar. The three Ghost King level bazaar each utilized their own means to calmly deal with the fake king's attack. Although the alien king's vitality and recovery ability was extremely perverse, its attack method was very single, and the three bazaar did not feel much pressure. The three bazaar dodged the fake king's attack, and then once again utilized their means, raining down a storm of attacks that enveloped the fake king.
It was pressed down to its knees, its flesh and blood all over its body being knocked over, but it was healing at the same extremely fast speed. Luckily it doesn't have any sense. With his ability, I'm afraid that the three of us alone would not be a match for it at all. The giant mummy gathered the sand together, and at the same time couldn't help but sigh. I'm not necessarily afraid of it compared to endurance. As long as it has enough blood, I can spend 10 days and 10 nights with it. A cold laugh came from the black shadow. By the looks of it, this time it is estimated that it will still get the same result as many years ago. Is there really no way to kill it? The magnificent old man looked at the dying, but just like the undead king of the foreign king, could not help but murmur. Just at this time, a strange change suddenly appeared. Behind the Fey King, in the middle of that piece of crumbling ruins, a light shot up into the sky and went straight to the clouds. Within the light, inexplicable runes continuously lingered, eventually forming a mysterious crack. What's going on? The three Bazaar were startled at the same time, looking at the crack in disbelief. Seemingly sensing something, the Eerie King, which had been beaten down to a lump of slime, suddenly turned its desiccated head. Both eyes looked towards that crack, and an inexplicable emotion surged from its eyes. Found it. My child. Since this crack appeared, the alien king's emotions began to fluctuate violently, and its physical body recovered once again. However, it didn't attack the three Bazaar, but instead, it used all 8 of its limbs and rushed towards the crack, with a rare urgency and anxiety on its face. Not good. Quickly stop it? Despite not knowing what it was, the three creeps subconsciously tried to stop the Fey King's movements. And right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "3 Eerie seniors, please don't stop it." Upon hearing this, the three creepy followed the voice and looked towards the ground, only to see that beside that pillar of light, there stood 2 figures that were 2 humans? Ha! Humans, why should I listen to you? A disdainful voice came from the black shadow, a weak human in the district, still wanting to command him? And those 2 figures were clearly Lin Feng and Su Yenran. Hearing what the black shadow said, Lin Feng's face remained unchanged and he said indifferently, "If you want to know the truth about 100 years ago, or if you want to kill the Fey King, then just do as I say." Human world, somewhere in the Sakura Kingdom. There was a flash of light in the empty room, and a silhouette appeared out of thin air, sitting on the ground in a sorry state. This person was none other than Kamita, who had escaped from the Ghost King level of guile. At this moment, Kamita's figure was staggering, gasping for air, and his face was covered in sweat. Reaching out and touching his head, he let out a sigh of relief. So close, his own head is still. Looking around, he looked at his familiar large villa, but his face became annoyed. He slammed his fist on the floor and growled unwillingly, "Won't it be repaired? What a good opportunity was actually wasted for nothing. If we successfully hold out until the end of the copy, I can't even imagine how generous the settlement rewards will be. It's all for nothing." Kamito sat paralyzed on the ground, his expression extraordinarily depressed. After sitting for a while, his mood eased. "Forget it, at least I survived. As long as I'm still alive, the society will still be mine sooner or later." Kamita regained his confidence once again. He stood up, ready to walk out of the bedroom and order a few sisters to weigh himself down. Who knows, just as he stepped out of his room, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Years in the weird world had made him develop a cautious character. Boom! A gunshot rang out, and he hastily inclined his head with great speed as a bullet grazed his ear, punching a small hole in his door. The opponent didn't seem to think that the shot could kill him. Boom boom boom. A dozen bullets were fired one after another, frightening Kamita, who hastily took out that blanket from space and blocked it in front of his body. The bullets were all blocked by the blanket, and at this moment, his brain was racing, thinking about who was trying to kill him. Before he could think about it in detail, several figures scurried out, killing towards him with weapons in their hands. Their speed was fast and they were obviously thrill players as well. Kamita was immediately anxious, and hastily took out another weapon to parry. Fortunately, his level was high enough to be stronger than these people who attacked him. These attacks were resisted as much as possible, and at the same time, he also saw clearly who the people attacking him were. "Murashita-kun, Sato-kun, or Emoto-san, how come it's you guys? Why are you guys trying to kill me?" Kamita shouted incredulously. These people who attacked him were actually the backbones within the club, and he had many dealings with him on weekdays, and even went down copies together. He didn't expect that they would actually come to assassinate him today, just after he returned. Under the emotional excitement, he couldn't dodge in time, and his right arm was slashed with a knife, blood splattering. The men didn't pay any attention to Kamita's questioning. They all looked indifferent, looking at him as if he was looking at a corpse, and their attacks became more severe. Soon, he was outnumbered, with many wounds on his body, and his counterattacks became weak. Just now within the copy, his consumption was already great, now it was even worse. He leaned against the door, his face filled with despair. How did it become like this? His grand cause of dominating the society actually had to stop here before it even started. Ta-da-da-da. The wooden clog stepped on the floor, making a crisp sound.
In front of him, a beautiful woman with a delicate body and soft body walked slowly, wearing a cherry blossom-colored kimono. Her black hair was coiled up, her appearance was exquisite, her temperament was mature, her red lips were like fire, and she was dainty. Behind the woman followed by a large group of small brothers dressed in black suits, holding a folding fan, full of aura. Seeing the person who came, Kamada was stunned. Mrs.
President, how is it you? Kamada-kun, long time no see.
The kimono beauty's red lips slightly opened, and a delicate soft voice came out. Big sister, Kamida is already under our control and is at your mercy. The few people beside Kamida bowed to the beautiful woman. Lucky you, the beautiful woman's eyes flowed, making her look at her heart itchy, but it contained a strong killing intent.
What, lady, you want to kill me? Why? I have shed blood for the society. Fought for the society. I've worked for the society with all my heart. Kamido's heart thumped as intense unease welled up underneath him, but he still wanted to put up a dying fight.
Hey, Kamida, don't blame your slave. A few days ago, the president sent me a dream, saying that he missed you and wanted you to accompany him, so my slave couldn't go against the president's wishes, and that's why I waited for you. Just think of it as for the sake of the society, as long as you die, I can be at ease as this new president. The beautiful woman said softly, her face still wore a gentle smile, but the words she said were extraordinarily chilling. Kamada saw that the other party's killing intent was determined. Conscious that there was no way to live, he could only be broken, and cursed loudly, Baka. Oh chiseled bitch, after I die, the society doesn't even have one over level 70, let's see what you'll take to support the society's operation. Persuade you to let me go, or else you'll be buried with me along with this society. At those words, the beautiful woman did not get angry, the smile on her face did not diminish. That's not for you to worry about, no surprise Yamamoto should have been killed by you, just so I can save myself the trouble. Saying that, the beautiful woman took out a pistol and aimed it at the defenseless Kamada.
Do you really think that your little mind president does not know? Your failure is inevitable. Boom!
The beautiful woman pulled the trigger and shot Kamida in the center of the eyebrow. He was killed directly on the spot. Pull the body out and feed it to the dogs, this villa belongs to the society. The beautiful woman commanded.
Yes!
The men beside her hurriedly agreed. The beautiful woman looked at the pistol in her hand, and a touch of sadness flashed in her eyes. My dear, I won't let the society fall in my hands.
Inside the devil's prison, countless attacks smashed on the alien king, but it ignored them, and was bent on pouncing into that crack.
Hearing what Lin Feng said, the three Ghost King level bazaar stopped attacking at the same time.
The truth from 100 years ago.
The magnificent old man muttered, the probing meaning in his eyes obvious. Human, you really know quite a lot. The Black Shadow's tone was still unkind, but he still didn't act too much, allowing the Fey King to burrow into that crack.
Grandpa!
Ling Yusher quickly ran from the back and came to the side of the magnificent old man.
He's the one I was talking about.
Seeing Lin Feng, a bright smile blossomed on Ling Yusher's face as she said to the great old man. Upon hearing this, the magnificent old man once again turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, looking him up and down, scrutinizing him.
You're the Lin Feng that the girl is pining for?
It's true that you have 3 times the looks of the old man back then, but that alone isn't enough to abduct my granddaughter. Lin Feng said in an unassuming manner, I will prove to you that I am worthy of your granddaughter. He then swept over the 3 Ghost King level shenanigans in front of him and said faintly, but I guess what the 3 seniors are more concerned about at the moment is solving the big trouble that is the Fey King.
I wonder if the 3 seniors have the guts to break into this lost land with me?
The lost land. What kind of place is that? Even if these 3 Ghost King level bazaar had seen a lot of things, for a moment, they surprisingly didn't know about the existence of this place. It's right behind this crack, it's sort of the home of the Fey King. Lin Feng said. Just now, he and Su Yenran lifted the prohibition of the runes and opened the dusty long-lost land, indirectly obtaining part of the Fey King's memories and gaining a preliminary understanding of the lost land. When they heard what Lin Feng said, they looked towards the crack that emitted a mysterious aura, and for a moment they were in a bit of a dilemma.
Hadn't they been controlling the Fey King for so many years for that so-called truth?
But venturing into this unknown realm, they didn't dare to try it easily. After all, they were shouldering the fate of the entire family. Grandpa, I believe in Lin Feng, I'm willing to go in with him. At this moment, Ling Yusher suddenly spoke, saying that she walked over to Lin Feng's side and held onto his hand with a firm expression. Lin Feng and Ling Yusher looked at each other, their feelings were self-evident. Ling Tianqin's jealousy value towards you plus 500, automatically converted into 500 points of Guiqi value. Only then did Lin Feng notice that the magnificent old man's eyes had been lingering on the two's clasped hands, which made Lin Feng slightly embarrassed. This was the first time he had met his parents. Since the girl wants to go in, I naturally have to go in as well to protect my granddaughter's safety. The magnificent old man snorted coldly and took the lead in stating his position.
The Black Shadow and Mummy were even more torn in their hearts when they heard this.
Their three families had counted on each other for many years to check and balance each other, advancing and retreating together, fighting for so many years they had long since struck a delicate balance. Now that the great old man decided to enter it, they could not say the words of refusal, in case the Ling family gained some extraordinary benefits inside, surpassing their two families in one fell swoop, then this delicate balance would be broken. This was something they never wanted to see. The black shadow seemed to gnash its teeth a little, and finally reluctantly said, "I'll go as well. I don't believe that this weak human of yours can still get up to something."
"Alas, then I'll go in." The giant mummy sighed and said helplessly.
The giant mummy's figure then quickly shrunk to its normal size, and a group of 4 creeps and 2 humans, together, walked towards the rift, and eventually their figures disappeared into thin air. The warden stood at a distance, watching them enter the rift, and in a moment's time, the rift dissipated and the grounds became empty.
"Lord Warden, are you all right?" Hundred Eyes Guile and the necromancer ran over, dragging the fainted female Guile with the dragon surname, and asked eagerly.
The warden's eyes flickered back to her senses, sweeping over the mess all over the place. She sighed softly and said slowly, "Collect the sheriffs and jailers who can still act normally, let them count the wounded and bury the companions who died in the line of duty. As for those prisoners and humans, if you have the ability to catch them, if you can't, just let them abscond. The place where the several patriarchs just disappeared, send men around to watch over the area, and report to me immediately if they reappear."
"As you wish, Lord Warden."
The 2 chiefs who were still able to act promised, and the warden crouched down and checked the weird injuries of the female with the surname of Dragon, and determined that she was only shocked in her 5 organs, and was considered to have suffered some minor injuries, not really fatal, and only then did she feel relieved. New branch line mission completed. Help the foreign king to find the entrance to the lost land. Reward, 20,000 points of experience value. The True Asterisk Demon Breaker's Staff. True Asterisk Staff of Demon Breaking, Ghost King level props, can break all prohibitions, illusions, mazes, etc. Below the Ghost King level, and at the same time, can add 3 kinds of random increases for the host, including but not limited to, immunity to flames, immunity to toxicity, underwater breathing, and short flights, etc. The system's beep came from his ears, and Lin Foam opened his eyes again, realizing that he had arrived in an unfamiliar territory.
There was no time at the moment to feel elated about completing the side quest.
Looking to his side, Ling Yushur had been holding hands with him since the beginning, tightly connected.
Su Yan and the 3 Ghost King level shenanigans were also by his side.
Putting his heart down, Lin Foam then focused on his surroundings. This was a vast domain. The dark sky was strewn with stars, and various colors of light were scattered down, illuminating this space. This wasn't the point. The point was that around where they were standing, the skeletons of various bizarre creatures were covered. It seemed like a very tragic war had taken place here, creating this scene that resembled an ancient battlefield. Some were as high as 100 feet, covering the sky and covering the sun, with a single bone as thick as 2 or 3 meters. Some were still only humanoid, with their chests pierced through by a huge sword and nailed to the ground, while others embraced each other. Even if only skeletons remained, they still maintained the same posture as they had before they were born.
That skeleton, if I'm not mistaken, is the corpse of a mountain titan. Wasn't that race exterminated more than 70 years ago?
At one time this mountain titan clan is also a top-class race. There is even a Ghost Emperor level bazaar sitting in the town. And then the Ghost Emperor Ghost King within the clan disappeared, and this race was exterminated by the enemy.
Is it my eyes blurred?
There seems to be a shadow behind that skeleton, that is, the 9-tailed fox. The fox with 9 tails reminds me of that one. It can only be her. I can't imagine she died here.
That corpse is carrying on its head is the Witch Demon King's coronet.
That is a legendary Ghost Emperor level prop worn by the Witch Demon Ghost Emperor. Disappeared with him 100 years ago, is this corpse. The 3 Ghost King level bizarrely looked at these skeletons, each of them letting out a gasp of surprise. They had seen a lot and recognized the identity of many of the skeletons before they were born. What surprised them was that these skeletons were either famous Ghost Kings or strong members of top races in their lifetime, and they had all disappeared 100 years ago without exception. And now that they saw the bodies of these bizarrely strong people, it couldn't be that they had fallen. Lin Foam also surveyed his surroundings with great interest, and he likewise noticed that 9-tailed fox silhouette with a startled expression. How did he feel that the silhouette was looking at him? That said, a 9-tailed fox had once appeared in Ellie's family and theirs, but then it had disappeared, so he didn't know if it was the one in front of him. Swish! The crowd's eyes flashed, and when they came back to their senses, the surrounding sea of corpses disappeared into thin air. The surroundings were so white that it was impossible to see where they were going, and at that moment, a path of light lit up under their feet. The path of light spread to the front, cutting through the fog in front of them and guiding the direction for the crowd.
Is this meant for us to follow this path? Black Shadow said uncertainly. This is the only path in front of us. It seems that we can only go on.
It's unbelievable. Fortunately those images just now were just shadows, not really appearing in front of me, otherwise my heart can't stand it. Old wood, on your body, the heart is afraid not to set up it. Back then every time I fought with you, were you this body corpse gas smoked enough? The whole body a drop of blood cannot be squeezed out. Okay, don't blah blah blah. People juniors go first. You guys are still fighting across the room. Really, the more you live the more you go back. Lin Feng led Ling Yashur and Su Yenran to take the lead. The three Ghost King level bazaar behind them couldn't say anything more. They could only follow behind at a fast pace. As Lin Feng's footsteps gradually advanced, the surrounding vision opened up a lot. Speaking of which, where did that Fei King run off to? He clearly wasn't much ahead of us. Lin Feng said doubtfully. And at that moment, the light path under their feet spread to disappear not far ahead, and at the end of this light path stood a figure. It was a long-haired woman with a slim figure, wearing just a thin, pure white dress, and the woman's bare feet were facing them with her back to them, staring blankly at the spot, wandering off into the heavens. Lin Feng felt that the woman looked familiar, but couldn't remember for a moment. Seemingly hearing their footsteps, the woman in the white dress turned around and looked at the crowd. The crowd saw the woman's face clearly and couldn't help but be a little surprised. It's the Fei King. This aura can't be wrong. Despite the great change in appearance and form, the three Ghost King level bazaar still recognized the identity of the other party, and immediately took up their stance as if they were facing a great enemy. While facing the caution of the three bazaar, the Fei King remained expressionless and didn't move at all. Lin Feng stood at the front and locked eyes with him. He didn't detect any malice from the other party, and there seemed to be inexplicable emotions flowing from the other party's eyes. Help! Help me! The alien king slowly opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse, but his tone carried a begging. Help me! Find my child! As he said that, the Fei King's eyes filled with tears. Side quest: help the Fei King find her child. Reward: 5,000 experience points. The Fei King's reward. Tip: follow the path of light. The end is the answer. A task given for nothing. Lin Feng was naturally happy to take it. He took a step forward, his tone as harmless as possible. Although the Fei King's form had changed, her sanity still didn't seem to have returned to normal, so he had to pay more attention to his wording so that he wouldn't piss her off again for some odd reason. I can help you find your child, but only if you can pay. Hey human, don't just agree to this kind of thing. You're not afraid of getting into trouble. At those words, the black shadow behind him kindly reminded Lin Feng's action of casually soliciting work seemed a bit reckless in his eyes. At those words, Lin Feng was unmoved. He just remained calmly gazing at the Fei King. When the Fei King heard Lin Feng's words, he cocked his head and seemed to be trying his best to think. A moment later, the Fei King said once again, find my child and I will give you everything. That's what you said. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth pulled up a smile. With that, Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and said to the Fei King, come with me, I can take you to find your child. As he said that, a scepter appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was the true asterisk demon-breaking scepter. Seeing this Ghost King level prop appear in Lin Feng's hand, the three old guys were instantly attracted to it. It wasn't like they didn't have a Ghost King level prop, but that didn't mean that it wasn't precious. It was unexpected that such a weak human like Lin Feng actually possessed such a precious prop. Cough, this is my granddaughter-in-law's item, you guys pay less attention. The magnificent old man coughed lightly and warned the two creeps around him. Who cares, the old man is not that shameless, the dark shadow said disdainfully. The mummy similarly teased, just now when people's young lovers were pulling hands, this old face of yours pulled as long as a donkey. Now how come you've changed your mind and called something your granddaughter-in-law? Obviously, with the contact, Lin Feng's ability was also seen in the eyes of these three, and also recognized Lin Feng's value, so naturally they were impressed. Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to these three old men's bullshit. He came to the side of the Fei King and made sure that the other party was not hostile, before he raised the staff of demon breaking in his hand. The reason why the Fei King had stopped here was because there was a special prohibition in front of her that blocked her way, and coincidentally, it was Lin Feng's turn to show off his magic with the staff of demon breaking. Energy was injected into the staff and waves of light once again lit up from the end of the staff, illuminating the four directions. At that instant, the white mist around them seemed to have met a natural enemy and retreated like a tidal wave. The path of light underfoot also continued to spread towards the front. Go! Lin Feng said softly. When the Fei King heard this, he looked at the path of light under his feet and then followed behind Lin Feng with the same steps. Seeing this, Ling Yashur hurriedly came to Lin Feng's side and stayed close to him, intentionally or unintentionally squeezing the Fei King a little bit farther away, but fortunately the Fei King didn't care about the young girl's possessiveness. As Lin Feng's crowd went deeper, they encountered several more prohibitions one after another, but all of them were easily lifted by the staff of demon breaking, and during this time, the Fei King was walking behind without saying a word. Just if you look carefully, you can see that her eyes become gradually clear. It seems that there are bubbling memories surging up to her heart, which contains a wealth of emotions. Once again unlocked a prohibition, the scene in front of the crowd swish changed again. Lin Feng had long since gotten used to this, and this time, they arrived in a grand hall. The arrangement of the Great Hall was somewhat similar to the fourth level of the Devil's Prison. Both were made of piles of green stone slate bricks, only that this place appeared to be even more brilliant and atmospheric. I remember it all. Seeing this great hall, the excitement in the eyes of the Fey King could no longer be concealed, and she trembled as she took 2 steps out toward the front, her voice extraordinarily trembling. Afterwards, her footsteps quickened as she ran towards the stone platform in the center of the great hall. And in the center of that stone platform, a huge copper coffin was placed, and on top of the copper coffin was covered with all sorts of mysterious symbols, and anyone with a clear eye could tell that it was a Ghost King level prop. My child! The Fey King screamed and climbed up the stone platform to the side of the copper coffin, her expression fervent. Lin Feng's crowd followed her and saw what was inside the copper coffin. It was a skeleton that had long since decayed. Although the skeleton looked humanoid, it had 4 arms and 4 legs. At a glance, it was pro-life. Based on the length of the skeleton, judging its age in life, it was probably about the same as a 7 or 8-year-old human child. Even though there was only a corpse left, the Fey King's excitement still hadn't subsided, and she carefully cupped the corpse's skull and surged it into her arms. It's Saya's odor. Right. I'm sorry. Mom was late. Side quest completed, reward, 5,000 experience points. The Fey King howled at the top of his lungs as he hugged his skull. Lin Feng and the others stood next to it, more or less embarrassed, and could only pretend that they were busy, looking around and touching it. Su Yanran and Ling Yushur in the end is a girl, empathy is very strong, looking at the king of the alien miserable crying, also have some chi. Soon, the cry of the foreign king gradually fell. She lovingly looked at the withered bones in the coffin and muttered, "Don't be afraid, little knight, Mom will come to you soon." After saying that, the Fey King stood up, the look on her face gradually returned to normal, only her eyes were still red and the corners of her eyes carried tears. She looked towards Lin Feng with a gentle smile on her face. The Fey King's favorability towards you plus 400, automatically converted into 400 points of Gui Chi value. Thank you, human, for fulfilling my wish for me. Before I was in a very bad state and did many excessive things to you, please don't blame me. The Fey King said in a warm voice, looking at her state, her sanity had already recovered. No passed away, it's all little passed away. And I'm not helping for nothing, I have to receive payment. Lin Feng said righteously. The Fey King laughed lightly, don't worry, I will honor my promise. After saying that, she turned her head to look at the skeleton inside the coffin, her eyes filled with emotion. Unexpectedly, I actually managed to return here. So many renowned ghost kings and ghost emperors were unable to do so, but I did. Even though this process is somewhat bearable. At this time, the magnificent old man on the side walked forward and asked curiously, Lady Fey King, I'm curious about what exactly happened 100 years ago. Why did all the powerful people all disappear? And where did you all go? The other 2 Ghost King level Bazaar looked at each other with the same curiosity. 100 years ago, the strong people within their clan had similarly left, and it was fortunate that they had seized the moment and managed to break through to the Ghost King rank, which allowed them to preserve the clan's foundation. However, the departure of those strong people had also caused them to lose a lot of money, so they very desperately wanted to know the answer. The Fey King didn't speak, his gaze was cast into the distance, the emotions in his eyes were more fearful than memories. There were not many things that could make a Ghost King level eerily fearful. After a long time, the Fey King slowly spoke, I can't speak frankly about what happened back then, but that was indeed the end of the road for all Ghost Kings and Ghost Emperors, where the Ghost Kings could barely defend themselves and the Ghost Emperors couldn't care less about themselves. I also saw the fall of countless powerful people. The scene you just saw when you came in is what really exists in my memories. There's no point in dwelling on that past, anyway, the damned have all pretty much died. You guys should be more worried about the near future. The Fey King suddenly looked teasingly at the 3 Ghost King level creeps. Things like that will happen again, so I advise you guys to make preparations as early as possible, lest you be caught off guard like me and not even be able to save your own children. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 Ghost King level creeps all turned ugly. Even though they didn't know whether the other party was telling the truth or not, they were extraordinarily terrified just by the tragic sight they had seen earlier. MS. Fey King, then may I ask if any of the Ghost Kings who left returned to the bizarre world like you? Lin Feng asked in a hurry. Im Kanchan and Ling Yushur's parents were among them. He didn't want them to end up like that as well, since the Fey King could come back. Wouldn't that mean that they could come back as well? In that case Kanchan and Yushur should be very happy. On the side, Ling Yushur also looked at the Fey King with a hopeful gaze. For her parents, she also missed them very much. The Fey King sniffed and his tone was apologetic. If it's not unexpected, I'm the only one currently returning to the bizarre world, and that kind of opportunity is once in a lifetime. But before I left, there were still many Ghost Kings and Ghost Emperors who survived. It's just that they're still trapped in that place and can't leave. Lin Feng's lips pursed and he didn't say anything else. He felt Ling Yushur's grip on his hand become harder. At least, there's hope.
Lin Feng said to Ling Yushi in relief. Ling Yushi nodded and said in a firm tone, I'll raise my strength and reach the Ghost King level, I'm going to find them. Alright, I don't have much time left, I'll honor my promise here. The Fey King said to Lin Feng. She only saw her snap her fingers and the great hall started to tremble. The ground around the stone platform suddenly parted, revealing the space below. These are all my savings, there's no use keeping them after I die, so I'll just gift them to you. The Fey King said in a relaxed tone. Golden light appeared, almost blinding Lin Feng. These several large pits were actually filled with piles of gold coins. Simply looking at the scale, converted into thrill coins there were at least a few billion. In addition to these gold coins, there were all sorts of precious medicinal herbs, props, canonical books and so on, which added up to a lot of value. Was this the home base of a Ghost King level creepy? MS. Fey King, you said you're going to die? But you clearly look very healthy, and you even fought with Grandpa and the others before. Ling Yushi was not interested in these treasures. She turned her head to the Fey King and said. The Fey King smiled at his words. I can leave from that place has already exhausted my heart and soul. The previous state is nothing more than being contaminated by unknown forces me, otherwise my vitality cannot reach that level. Now the lost land has helped me weed out the pollution, but all the same my life force has run out of gas. 100 years have passed, I have no more loved ones and no more attachments, death is just relief for me, no need to feel sorry for me. Ling Yushi lowered her head and didn't say anything more. Later on, I will teleport you all out of the lost land along with the treasures underground. As for how you guys distribute it, it's your business, but I don't think certain Ghost King level old guys are so desperate as to spare their old faces and grab anything from the juniors. The Fey King meant what she said, but she just didn't say anything more. The three Ghost King level bazaar immediately showed embarrassment. Hee, how could I be that kind of person? These things can't enter my eyes. That's right, at least I'm the patriarch of a 1,000-year-old family, I wouldn't care to do this kind of thing. The Black Shadow and the Mummy snorted. On the contrary, the magnificent old man had a bashful face. How could he say that Lin Feng also had an extraordinary relationship with his granddaughter, and what was his granddaughter-in-law's? Wouldn't that be his own? Anyway, they were all family, so he didn't have to worry about that. These things in front of them were not so much that they would put their faces on the line to fight for them, but they were still very coveted. With a value of nearly 5 to 6 billion thrift coins, their families wouldn't be able to come up with that much without a few years of accumulation. The Fey King laughed lightly and waved his large hand. The entire space of the Great Hall immediately became distorted, and Lin Feng felt a repulsive force that was going to make him detach from this space. Farewell. With a soft sigh from the Fey King, Lin Feng and the others, along with the treasures and gold coins on the ground, all disappeared in place. Looking at the large hall that had become empty all of a sudden, the Fey King stared blankly at the spot.